Seeking investment led to an unexpected demise, and Shen Shusheng found himself traversing back 15 years in time. Yet, the world before him deviated vastly from his expectations, for this realm was devoid of games. First, I shall create a Tetris to earn $1 million, followed by a global sensation like CS, and ultimately, a Dota-esque phenomenon to conquer the world. Thus, Shen Shusheng reveled in the realm of gaming, leaving others in his wake. Chapter 1. Swimming naked in the blue ocean. Next stop, Jinchi Road. Passengers alighting, please prepare to disembark. Those remaining on board, kindly move inward. Shen Shusheng jolted awake, momentarily bewildered as he fumbled for his phone to scan his card and exit the bus. Today marked the day he sought investment for his gaming creation, a project that had consumed years of his dedication. Success would allow him to turn his fortunes around. Typically, such individuals are labeled as independent game developers, lacking both funds and connections. However, upon disembarking, Shen Shusheng was taken aback by the scene before him. The once smooth asphalt roads and towering skyscrapers had vanished, replaced by a dirt path flanked by lowly roadside shops. A few barks from a dog momentarily diverted his attention. Turning around, he found a stray dog and a small boy clad in a striped shirt, his face smeared with dirt and bubbles of mucus, staring at him. What on earth is this place? Did I take the wrong bus? Retrieving his phone, Shen Shusheng was dumbfounded to discover that his newly acquired Huawei P50 had been replaced by a Nokia. Staring at the outdated device, which could be purchased for a mere 100 yuan on certain platforms, he felt utterly lost. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? His mind swarmed with questions as he focused on the snotty child, who seemed to sense danger and took a step back. After a series of inquiries, Shen Shusheng felt his head might explode. He had not erred in location, but in time while he had been asleep, he had inexplicably traveled back 15 years. His computer and reference books remained intact, but the phone he had carelessly tossed onto the seat had transformed into a Nokia. Moreover, his age had reverted to 17. Could it be that I died unexpectedly, leading to this time travel? Reflecting on his marathon of working for 120 hours straight, Shen Shusheng pondered that this might indeed be the cause of his predicament. Regardless, I must return. Just as he contemplated taking a bus back, embarrassment washed over him. He had no cash, only a brick in his computer, with his home situated over 50 kilometers away. Unsure how to return, Shen Shusheng opted for the most prudent course of action, calling the police. Upon hearing of a lost minor, a Santana promptly arrived before him. Child, are you lost? Do you know where your home is? To amplify his plight, Shen Shusheng deliberately smudged his hands with dust and ruffled his hair to appear more disheveled. Officer, I live in Daxian County. The officer's brow furrowed in confusion. That's over 50 kilometers away. How did you get here? I got lost and took a bus, but I don't know how I ended up here. Now, I have no money, Shen Shusheng confessed, mentally chastising himself for the embarrassment of the situation. A 30-something man feigning innocence, claiming to be lost, was a public spectacle, especially when that man was himself, a scenario so mortifying it could leave any 17-year-old in disgrace. Indeed, the officers, upon hearing his tale, covered their faces, caught between laughter and sympathy. Shen Shusheng concealed his face in despair, not pretending, but genuinely distressed by his own foolishness. The officers refrained from mocking him, offering words of comfort before ushering him into their patrol car to escort him home. Upon arriving home in the afternoon, he was struck by the nostalgia of his old, unrenovated neighborhood. The sight of a police car visiting their complex was enough to draw the attention of all the gossiping aunties. As he perceived their scrutinizing gazes, Shen Shusheng felt it prudent to have the officers drop him off at the entrance. He could already envision the gossip that would ensue over the following months. That I truly appreciate your help. Without you, I would have never known this child was lost. It is our duty, there's no need for thanks. We must return to our duties, the officer replied. After expressing his gratitude profusely, Wang Guifan bid farewell to the officers. Closing the door, she called out to Shen Shusheng. You little rascal, stand right there. You are grounded until your father returns from work. With graduation exams approaching, you should focus on your studies instead of this nonsense. Poor Shen Shusheng was forced to stand for 2 hours until Shen Wankai finally returned. After hearing Shen Shusheng's explanation, Shen Wankai waved dismissively. Since your mother has already punished you, I won't add more. Go change your clothes and prepare for dinner. Shen Shusheng dashed to his room to change, while Wang Guifan shot an exasperated glance at Shen Wankai. After dinner, Shen Shusheng lay on his bed, contemplating his extraordinary second chance at life. What should I accomplish this time around? After much deliberation, he resolved to return to his roots. With my current skills, I shall undoubtedly be hailed as a prodigy in game development. Securing an impressive position will be a breeze. That he retrieved the Nokia and began searching for game companies. Strangely, no matter how he searched, he could not locate any gaming enterprises. Only bizarre web pages appeared. If that were not disconcerting enough, he was shocked to find that even the most basic games, such as Snake and Tetris, were absent. Games that were typically pre-installed. What on earth? Could it be that this world lacks games? Once this thought emerged, it spiraled uncontrollably. Donning his jacket, Shen Shusheng rushed out of his home. While riding back in the police car, he had spotted an internet CAF outside the complex. Surely, he reasoned, there must be games within. However, upon his arrival, his expectations were shattered. Though the CF was bustling with patrons, most were engrossed in dramas, with only a handful watching videos. The iconic penguin logo was present, yet there were no games to be found. After confirming that all 400 computers were devoid of games, he hurried out of the CAF. Standing on the street, infused with the aroma of barbecued delicacies, Shen Shusheng could no longer contain his exuberance. That I've struck gold. This isn't merely a blue ocean, it's a primordial paradise. I could swim naked in it 1,000 times. Even a simple game of Snake could fetch a fortune. In this lifetime, I could earn money just by existing. Before he could revel further in his excitement, a hand seized his neck. You little rascal, why are you running out here like a madman instead of studying? If you flunk out, you'll be in trouble. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the future king of games and legendary game designer was unceremoniously escorted home by his mother, much like a hen being carried by its owner. Chapter 2. A minor trial. Once at home, Shen Shusheng remained in high spirits. After securely locking his door, he retrieved his computer from his bag. Though his parents expressed curiosity about its contents, the Shen family's upbringing dictated that they would not pry into their child's belongings. Upon opening his computer, Shen Shusheng confirmed that both the gaming framework and the samples lying dormant on his hard drive were intact. That a cunning smile crept across his face. It was only after being rapped on the door by Wang Guifan that Shen Shusheng finally settled onto his bed. The following morning, he slung his backpack and laptop bag over his shoulders and set off for school. At a tea present, Shen Shusheng's paramount task was to graduate smoothly and subsequently gain admission into a university. In his previous life, upon failing to secure a place in a prestigious institution, his parents had dissuaded him from pursuing further studies. Coupled with the fact that high school graduates could readily find decent employment, he had ultimately chosen not to attend university, leading to a regrettable turn of events. Shen Shusheng surmised that his parents in this world likely harbored similar sentiments. Thus his objective was to gain admission to a first-tier university to continue his academic journey. As he opened his textbook, he found himself in a haze with the subjects of Chinese, mathematics, English, and comprehensive science. Only English held any familiarity due to his programming background. The rest had long since been surrendered to his teachers. With the impending examination looming, Shen Shusheng had no choice but to push himself relentlessly. Ironically, after laboring daily on programming in his previous life, he found himself in a similar predicament here. Desperate, he extended a hand toward his class monitor, Lung Xinyue. Class monitor, I feel I might perish if I fail this exam. Please, I need your help. Lung Xinyue, not only the class monitor, but also a top student with commendable looks. Though to Shen Shusheng, who felt like a middle-aged man at heart, she appeared somewhat too youthful. Flipped her hair and rolled her eyes. You should have studied earlier instead of playing around. What good does it do to panic now? I can't save you. You might as well resign yourself to your fate. How could Shen Shusheng let this golden opportunity slip away? He grasped her hand earnestly. To save a life is to build a pagoda of merit. You know my family's situation, I simply cannot afford a tutor. I've seen the light and wish to amend my ways. Please, do not deny me this chance. Caught off guard, Lung Xinyue blushed as onlookers whispered amongst themselves, curious about their exchange. Who cares about your family situation? Let go of my hand, others are watching. I will release you once you agree to help me. Having never encountered such audacity, and with the next class about to commence, she was concerned that their interaction might attract the teacher's attention. All right, I agree. Now please, let go of my hand. Shen Shusheng promptly released her grip and returned to his seat. Although somewhat shameless, he felt he had secured a valuable ally. Before he knew it, Saturday arrived. Shen Shusheng prepared to leave with his laptop and books, only to be intercepted by Wang Guifan. You little rascal, where do you think you're off to without finishing your homework? If you dare run off, they'll break your legs. Shen Shusheng had grown accustomed to his mother's frequent threats of leg breaking. Mom, I'm going to Lung Xinyue's house. You must know her. We've arranged for her to help me with my studies. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Guifan replied, wait a moment, I'll go with you to ensure you don't run off halfway. Both Shen Wankai and Wang Guifan were from working-class backgrounds, with only a middle school education. Faced with high school knowledge, they could only watch anxiously. Wang Guifan, having heard of Lung Xinyue's academic accolades during parent-teacher meetings, was somewhat familiar with her. Seeing her son seek the company of a young lady, Wang Guifan was naturally skeptical. During their journey, she could no longer restrain her curiosity about the large backpack Shen Shusheng carried. I got lost while buying study materials last week, he explained, pulling out a few hefty books, which somewhat assuaged her doubts. Once they arrived at Lung Xinyue's home, Wang Guifan finally felt at ease. As Shen Shusheng entered her abode for the first time, he felt a surge of nervousness. especially with her family present. Confronted with Lung Xinyue's mother's warm hospitality, Shen Shusheng was at a loss for words. Ultimately, it was Lung Xinyue who extricated him from the situation, guiding him to her bedroom. Upon stepping into a girl's room for the first time, Shen Shusheng was taken aback by the delightful fragrance that enveloped the space. The sweet aroma, combined with the cozy and charming attire strewn about, stirred something within him, noting that he was a solitary man whose age belied his years. I am here to study, not to indulge in distractions. If I fail to get into university, everything will be for naught, he mentally chastised himself, hastily retrieving his textbooks. Class monitor, I implore you, my future hangs in the balance, he lamented. Lung Xinyue huffed, but nonetheless picked up her textbook and said, if there's something you don't understand, point it out, and he'll teach you. Shen Shusheng swallowed hard and began to pose his queries. The morning flew by in a whirlwind. Lung Xinyue leaned over the desk, exhaling a sigh. I'm exhausted. If you don't repay me well in the future, just wait and see how I'll deal with you. Shen Shusheng felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had nearly forgotten everything and needed to systematically review all the material, leaving him dazed and overwhelmed. You too. Wash your hands, it's time for dinner. Shen Shusheng intended to return home for a meal, but was intercepted. It takes considerable time to go back and forth. Just eat here. It's all home-cooked fare. Upon reflection, Shen Shusheng decided to inform his family that he was safe. After dinner, he had hoped to continue studying, but since Lung Xinyue had a habit of taking afternoon naps, he was left to self-study in the living room. However, without the guidance of a companion, he quickly hit a wall. Abandoning his textbooks, he retrieved his laptop. Whenever he found it challenging to concentrate, he would engage in programming to refresh his mind. After all, it was the one skill he truly excelled at. During the past few days of school, Shen Shusheng had managed to create a simple Tetris game. Though it appeared crude to his discerning eye, it was his very first game crafted in this new world. With its simplistic graphics accompanied by 8-bit music, he felt as if he had been transported back to his childhood, when he was merely 10 years old. As the screen displayed game over, Shen Shusheng stretched his neck. Upon looking up, he found Lung Xinyue gazing at him. Given the summer heat, her forward-leaning posture caused her collar to gaping wide, making it easy to become entranced. What are you doing? It looks quite interesting, she remarked, oblivious to her own casual display. This is a small program I developed. Would you like to try it? Lung Xinyue demonstrated immense interest, sitting closely beside Shen Shusheng. Chapter 3. Little Bear Underwear. Although Shen Shusheng felt somewhat uneasy about the situation, the enticing aroma wafting through the air was irresistible. The gameplay was quite straightforward. Accelerate or decelerate, and use the left and right keys to turn. Each completed layer earned 100 points, and the game ended once the blocks reached the top. There were a total of 7 types of blocks, including both regular and inverted shapes, as well as horizontal bars. After this brief introduction, Lung Xinyue indicated her understanding. Shen Shusheng then pushed the computer towards her. Even though it was merely a simple game, Shen Shusheng eagerly anticipated Lung Xinyue's feedback. As a newcomer, she was certainly not familiar with the game mechanics, and within 2 minutes, she had already lost. With the blocks piling up to the top, observing the somewhat lackluster scoreboard, Lung Xinyue felt a twinge of frustration. Let me play again. After playing 5 or 6 rounds in succession, she finally surpassed Shen Shusheng's score, claiming the top spot. Yay, I've finally beaten you. Her jubilant cheer filled the room with joy, and seeing her so delighted, Shen Shusheng couldn't help but smile as well. Creating a game that brings happiness was Shen Shusheng's original aspiration. Do you have any other programs to play? Shen Shusheng wanted to mention a personal unfinished project on his computer, but he realized it was not the right time, so he simply shook his head. No, I've been studying lately and haven't had time for these things. Then let me teach you. Once you achieve your goals, you can create more of these little programs, okay? Absolutely, it's quite simple. Designing games was his forte, and given that this world lacked video games, even the simplest creations could astonish others. After a day of intense study, Lung Xinyue's mother had initially wanted to invite him to stay for dinner, but Shen Shusheng politely declined, feeling that staying any longer was unnecessary. After agreeing to meet the next day, he bowed and left Lung Xinyue's home. A month passed swiftly, and May arrived. In this northern region devoid of spring and autumn, the sun was now strong enough to scorch. The results of the latest mock exam were released, and Shen Shusheng exhaled a sigh of relief upon reviewing his report card. After a month of diligent studying, he had finally grasped the edge of his future aspirations. This past month had been consumed entirely by study, with his sleep reduced to a mere 4 hours. Even at 17, the high-intensity learning was taking its toll. Returning home, Shen Shusheng collapsed into a deep slumber. When he awoke, he was surprised to find Lung Xinyue sitting beside his bed. Class monitor, what brings you here? I was thirsty. As Shen Shusheng attempted to sit up, he realized his body felt heavy, and his head was spinning. Lung Xinyue reached out to help him, allowing him to sit up with some effort. You have a fever. It's already the afternoon of the second day. When you didn't come to find me, I felt something was amiss, so I came to check on you. After taking a sip of water from the cup Long Xinyue handed him, his parched throat finally felt some relief. Thank you, class monitor, for coming to check on me. I think I'm fine now. After confirming his temperature and ensuring he was all right, Long Xinyue allowed him to get out of bed. Mom went out to buy groceries. She'll be back soon. Oh, I see. I need to take a shower. I'm all sweaty. Would you like to play the stacking blocks game for a bit? Long Xinyue nodded, and Shen Shusheng retrieved the computer. Since it was a creation of his own, he couldn't refer to it as Tetris and instead called it the less glamorous stacking blocks. However, the name didn't matter much since it was all just for fun. As Long Xinyue began playing, Shen Shusheng headed to the bathroom. But as he was nearly done with his shower, he suddenly realized a crucial issue. He and T brought a change of clothes. What was he to do? He couldn't very well run out in the nude to fetch his clothes. However, they were in his own room. Shen Shusheng didn't want to risk catching another cold just as he was recovering, so he had no choice but to call for the class monitor. Class monitor, are you there? Can you help me? Long Xinyue's voice quickly responded from outside the bathroom. I'm here. What do you need? Could you please grab me some clothes? I forgot to take a change with me. The first cabinet on the left contains my clothes. Thinking it was no big deal, Long Xinyue agreed and soon began rummaging through Shen Shusheng's cabinet. However, less than half a minute later, Shen Shusheng heard her let out a shrill scream. Hey, class monitor, what's wrong? Are you okay? I'm fine. I'll bring it to you right away. Shen Shusheng couldn't go out now, so he waited anxiously in the bathroom. After a while, he heard Long Xinyue's voice outside the door. Open the door. I've got it. Peeking through a small crack, Shen Shusheng reached out to grab the clothes. Confused by the crumpled bundle in his hands, he wondered why they were not neatly folded. When he opened the clothes, he discovered that his underwear was wrapped inside. Gazing at the cartoon bear smiling back at him from the fabric, Shen Shusheng felt utterly mortified. Mom, I'll never find a partner at this rate. In a fit of indignation, Shen Shusheng begrudgingly donned his clothes. Stepping out of the bathroom, he found Long Xinyue standing outside, her cheeks flushed, unsure of where to look. The cartoon bear was a gift from my mom. It would be wasteful not to wear it. Please don't misunderstand. The two stood awkwardly in silence until Wang Guifan returned home with groceries, breaking the tense atmosphere. Dear, don't go back in a while. It's Saturday, stay here for dinner. You can help tutor him with his homework. I don't know how to thank you, so just stay and eat with us. Wang Guifan was in high spirits lately. Her son had returned home transformed after getting lost, not only improving his grades, but also bringing home a girlfriend. Possesses both beauty and academic excellence. The mutual learning between the two has not hindered their progress in studies, a phenomenon that is indeed rare. Wang Guifan would never engage in the act of breaking up a couple, even though neither of the two parties had any intention of pursuing that direction. After dinner, Wang Guifan spoke up. Son, you have been studying diligently lately. Tonight, take a break from your studies at home and go out to have some fun with Long Xinyue. Balancing work and leisure is the correct approach. After coaxing the two children out, the couple exchanged a sly smile. Once outside, the two young ones found themselves at a loss for where to go. The streets were dark and devoid of suitable venues for teenagers. After some deliberation, Shen Shusheng clapped his thigh and exclaimed, let us go watch a movie. Chapter 4. Promoting a game. 100 yuan earned as Shen Shusheng's academic performance improved. Wang Guifan lifted many restrictions on him, resulting in an increase in his allowance. Other than the films organized by the school, they had never watched a movie together alone. Long Xinyue was intrigued by the idea of watching a film. However, their spontaneous plan led to the realization that all the nearby screenings were sold out. Waiting for a later showtime would be too late, so they were left with whatever was still available. The popular films had all been sold out, leaving only a horror movie with remaining seats. After purchasing 2 tickets, they entered the cinema. The film commenced with a cliché narrative about a haunted house where tragic deaths occurred, leading to supernatural disturbances. Although Shen Shusheng was not fond of horror films, he could predict the ensuing plot twists. In less than 10 minutes, Long Xinyue became utterly engrossed, gripping Shen Shusheng's hand tightly. As the scene shifted, the female lead noticed something amiss in the restroom and ventured to investigate, with the music becoming increasingly eerie. Long Xinyue's grip tightened, and she leaned closer to him. Ultimately, when the female protagonist opened the restroom door to find nothing, Long Xinyue sighed in relief, just as Shen Shusheng internally anticipated the impending scare. Indeed, the malevolent spirit appeared behind the female lead, prompting gasps from the audience. As an independent game developer, Shen Shusheng was well-versed in the mechanics of storytelling, from programming to aesthetics, and he had encountered such twists frequently in horror games. However, Long Xinyue lacked such experience. Shen Shusheng, may I sit on your lap? She asked, utterly startled. As she spoke, she stood and squeezed into his embrace. Thankfully, the seat was spacious enough for both of them. Sitting in his lap, she wrapped her arms around his waist, finally exhaling in relief. That was terrifying. You must hold me tightly. Observing Lung Xinyue's anxious expression, Shen Shusheng mused that horror films had their advantages. At that moment, he found himself far more captivated by the warmth and softness of her presence than the film itself, filtering out the shrieks that echoed around them. A nearby gentleman gave Shen Shusheng a thumbs up, clearly impressed. The story culminated with the male and female leads uniting to vanquish the vengeful spirit and disrupt the curse, leading to an emotional embrace and a kiss, concluding the narrative. Finally, it was over. That spirit possession scene was truly frightening, Lung Xinyue remarked, looking up at Shen Shusheng, only to realize something was amiss. As the house lights illuminated, they instinctively withdrew from one another, as if jolted by an electric shock. After the film, Lung Xinyue clutched Shen Shusheng's hand, her heart racing with shyness and excitement. Reflecting on their earlier closeness, her grip tightened further. Isn't this akin to being in a relationship? We were even sitting together and embracing. On their way back, they walked slowly, their hands entwined, engaging in playful gestures. One would tug at the other's fingers while the other would tickle their palm. When they reached the foot of her building, they hesitated to part ways. I'm home now. Shall I head upstairs? Please be careful. Will you visit me tomorrow? I have something to attend to, but we can meet on Monday. They lingered downstairs for over 10 minutes before reluctantly saying goodbye. Shen Shusheng stood there like a lovesick fool, watching the corridor lights illuminate one by one until Lung Xinyue entered her home, after which he finally turned to leave. Upon returning home, Wang Guifan inquired about their activities. Shen Shusheng simply replied that they had been out for a walk before retreating to his room, hugging his blanket. He vented his excitement by punching the air. Calm down, calm down. You're mentally 30, don't act like a giddy child. How exhilarating. Initially, he tried to caution himself, but ultimately, Shen Shusheng was left with nothing but a sense of bliss. To soothe himself for an early start the next day, he forced himself to sleep. The following morning, Shen Shusheng rose early and took his prepared disc to the internet CAF. At the counter, the attendant inquired, "Do you want a package deal for 5 yuan?" Shen Shusheng shook his head, saying, "I'd like to speak with the owner. I have a business proposal." The attendant, puzzled, observed the school uniform-clad Shen Shusheng and replied, "A business proposal? Just you, a child? If you have nothing important, don't cause trouble." Unwilling to accept the cold shoulder, Shen Shusheng persisted, "How about this? Let me show you what I have before you decide." When he produced the disc, she hesitated. "There isn't a virus on there." "Is there? I'm not good at fixing computers. Rest assured, I come with sincerity." After a brief negotiation, she finally relented and offered him a chair. "Just don't break the computer. I only allowed you in because you're in uniform." Shen Shusheng installed Tetris on the computer and taught the attendant how to play. And she quickly became engrossed in the game, even ignoring requests from others to recharge. "Now, can you assist me in settling matters with the boss? I wish to install this on other computers." The front desk was at a loss, so I had no choice but to call the boss. In less than half an hour, Shen Shusheng met with the proprietor of the internet CAF. "I heard from the front desk that you have a software you wish to sell to me?" After demonstrating it, the boss stroked his chin and pondered for a moment before asking, "How do you intend to sell it to me?" Shen Shusheng presented the price he had devised, stating, 5 yuan per computer, and for 1,008, I will install it on all 400 machines. Upon hearing this, the boss furrowed his brow even tighter. "How about this? You can install it on 20 computers for now. If it works well, I will reach out to you again." Shen Shusheng had anticipated that the boss would purchase the entire lot, but was surprised to find he only sold 20 copies. Nevertheless, the initial phase is always the hardest. 100 yuan is not insignificant. After installing the 20 computers near the entrance, Shen Shusheng found himself with a crisp 100 yuan bill. Just as he was leaving, the boss scoffed. "The young lad is still quite naive. Without a contract, once the goods are in my possession, they are mine." After speaking, he summoned his staff and began using phones and disks to transfer the games from those 20 computers to others. However, problems soon arose. Aside from the 20 machines that Shen Shusheng had installed himself, any games copied to other computers simply would not run. This drove the boss to a state of frustration as he rubbed his temples and dismissed the employees, instructing them to return to their tasks. It seems this lad possesses some talent. No wonder he is so confident. Chapter 5. The Golden Goose of the Gaming World. Quickly, patrons at the internet CAF began to discover a program entitled Luo Fengkuai on the computers. Unlike the icons for videos or chats, this program, whose purpose was not immediately apparent, piqued their curiosity. After clicking on it, every individual found themselves enamored with the game. Soon, word spread throughout the CAF that there was an entertaining little program, and everyone began to challenge themselves to achieve high scores. The leaderboard on the end screen further fueled this competitive spirit, as many patrons were drawn to the CAF with the desire to see their initials displayed alongside high scores. By the time the boss realized that the 20 computers had started to queue with eager players, it was already too late. When he called Shen Shusheng, he was met with the excuse of needing to focus on school until the weekend. It was clear that no one would sacrifice their opportunity for higher education for a mere 1 or 2,000 yuan. Although Lung Xinyue and Shen Shusheng were not in a romantic relationship, their bond was stronger than that of lovers. Even the teachers believed them to be a couple. Despite the school's prohibition on dating, they did not interfere with the pair, especially since their academic performance had improved. No one was concerned about their personal lives. Their rising grades also afforded Shen Shusheng the privilege of being groomed as a key student, granting him access to more advanced topics. A specially convened parent-teacher meeting brought much pride to Wang Guifan. Early Saturday morning, Shen Shusheng was awakened by a phone call. Upon checking his phone, he discovered it was the boss of the internet CAF. "Little brother, it's Saturday now. Do you have time to come and install the program? The patrons have been waiting for several days, and if you don't come soon, I will have to delete those 20 computers. It's not fair." The boss, too, was at his wit's end. What was supposed to be a lucrative venture had turned chaotic over those 20 computers, with patrons nearly coming to blows. If Shen Shusheng did not arrive soon, the boss would be left with no choice but to remove the game for the sake of peace. "I'll be there shortly. I'm getting out of bed now." Shen Shusheng felt that tackling the remaining 380 computers alone would be quite a challenge. So he called on Lung Xinyue for assistance. "Do you have time this morning? Come help me out." Delighted by Shen Shusheng's call, Lung Xinyue hurried over. Upon arriving at the internet CAF, they found a throng of people gathered around the computers near the entrance, seemingly forming a queue. The boss, spotting Shen Shusheng, quickly beckoned him over. "Little brother, you finally arrived. Let us get the remaining computers set up." Shen Shusheng waved the disk in his hand and declared, "This time I won TB offering a discount. For 380 computers, it will be 1,900, cash for goods. What do you say?" The boss promptly handed Shen Shusheng 2,000 yuan, saying, "Here is 2,000. Keep the extra 100 for cigarettes." The boss was indifferent to the minor discount. The profits from those 20 computers running around the clock had far surpassed the 5 yuan installation fee. After counting the money, Shen Shusheng pocketed it and handed the disk to Lung Xinyue, instructing her to assist him with the installation. After completing the installation on the 2 levels of computers, it was nearly 11 o'clock. After purchasing 2 bottles of ice water, Shen Shusheng playfully brought one close to Lung Xinyue's face. Startled by the cold, Lung Xinyue let out a squeal. After receiving the water, she playfully punched Shen Shusheng a few times. Once they had exhausted themselves, Lung Xinyue inquired curiously, "Can that little program I played sell for such a large sum? I've never seen this much money before." Shen Shusheng placed the money into her hands and encouraged her, "Go ahead and count it. I can tell you've been eager to do so, little money grubber." Caught in the act, Lung Xinyue's face flushed, yet she began to count the money eagerly. As noon approached, Shen Shusheng was too lazy to return home for lunch and contemplated dining out instead. Eager to share his first earnings, he called his uncle and aunt, suggesting, "Let us eat out for lunch. Having earned this much, we ought to treat ourselves." Though somewhat embarrassed, Lung Xinyue eventually made the call. Shen Shusheng also phoned his family, and they agreed to meet at a small restaurant outside the community. Each ordered a few favorite dishes, and Shen Shusheng saved the best for last by ordering a dompa pork knuckle, after which the server took away the menu. After Shen Shusheng poured tea for everyone, he raised his cup and spoke, "Uncle and aunt, mom and dad, I earned a little money this morning, so I would like to treat everyone to a meal. Moreover, I feel quite guilty for having disturbed you at uncle's house for so long, especially considering the delightful meals prepared by aunt, which saved me a great deal of time." Upon hearing this, Lung Xinyue's mother felt a surge of pride and quickly expressed her gratitude before sipping her tea. While waiting for the dishes to arrive, both sets of parents inquired about the source of his earnings. Lung Xinyue's mother, after listening, asked, "This small program must have taken you quite a bit of time, right?" She assumed it was a product of his painstaking efforts, only to be surprised by his response. "Not really, aunt. If you count work hours, it only took about 5 or 6 hours. It wasn't that challenging." At this revelation, everyone widened their eyes in astonishment at Shen Shusheng. The thought that something created in just 5 or 6 hours could be sold for 2,000 yuan, especially from a single internet CAF, was unimaginable if it were to be installed throughout the entire county or even the city. Lung Xinyue's mother, feigning calmness, remarked, "Well, that's impressive. You are bound to achieve great things in the future. Make sure to work hard." Just then, the dishes began to arrive, and Shen Wankai raised his wine glass towards Lung's family, saying, "What the child has created is not worth much. What matters most now is studying. Let us drink to that." The meal lasted until 1 in the afternoon, and the 2 fathers, having consumed a fair amount of liquor, became as close as brothers. The Lung family felt honored to be treated, while the Shen family took pride in their son's success. The scene of mutual camaraderie caused Shen Shusheng and Lung Xinyue to cover their faces in embarrassment. After the drinking was over, both families returned home. On the way, Shen Wankai pulled Shen Shusheng close and said, "You did quite well today. You have brought honor to the Shen family. However, focus on your studies from now on. If you manage to get into a first-tier university, I will do whatever it takes to send you there. Although Shen Shusheng felt somewhat uncomfortable with his father's sudden display of emotion, he understood the underlying meaning. Don't worry, Dad. I will dedicate all my time to studying and ensure that our family produces a top student. Shun Wankai nodded emphatically and patted Shen Shusheng's shoulder, causing Wang Guifan, who was assisting him, to roll her eyes in exasperation. Chapter 6. Minigame 2. Brick Breaker. As the countdown to the college entrance examination grew shorter, an unexpected yet anticipated piece of news reached Shen Shusheng's ears. The school's facilities were inadequate, necessitating a transfer to another school for the exam. Having encountered a similar situation before his transmigration, he felt little agitation, but his parents were considerably distressed. The school designated for the examination was far away, making transportation impractical. And the thought of the children being exhausted was a source of great worry, especially since they had no relatives nearby to stay with. I can simply stay at a hotel there. It's only for 3 days. Despite Wang Guifan's strong objections to this proposal, as the exam date approached, the couple reluctantly began to accept Shen Shusheng's suggestion. They originally planned to hand him 1,000 yuan, but he declined. I still have money left from the last time I purchased the program. That will be sufficient. You need not worry. However, Wang Guifan, still unconvinced, pressed the 1,000 yuan into his hands. Just in case something unexpected happens, take it. While Shen Shusheng arranged to stay at a hotel, the situation at Lung Xinyue's home mirrored his own. With Shen Shusheng as a precedent, Lung Xinyue's father contemplated whether his child should also stay at a hotel. After conferring with Shen Wankai, they decided to allow Lung Xinyue to do the same. On the eve of the exam, Lung Xinyue's father brought both children to a hotel near the school. Xiaosheng, please take care of Xinyue while you're out. You can both sleep in and stay up late. With you around, I feel at ease. Rest assured, Uncle, I will certainly take good care of the class monitor. After completing the check-in process, the car departed, leaving only the 2 children behind. At his age of over 30, Shen Shusheng felt no discomfort about sharing a hotel room. However, Lung Xinyue seemed a bit uneasy, and within half an hour of being in her room, she came over to his. I feel a bit scared being alone. I'll come back when I go to sleep. As he was absorbed in his studies, Shen Shusheng nodded, not paying much attention. The room fell silent, the only sound being the rustling of pages. Soon, it was 9 o'clock, and Shen Shusheng decided it was time for bed. Just as he was on the verge of drifting off, a knock echoed from the door. Shen Shusheng, I can't sleep, let me in. Shen Shusheng, feeling helpless, obliged and allowed her inside. Lung Xinyue sat on the bed with her blanket, refusing to return to her room, which left him somewhat exasperated. If your uncle finds out, I would be in serious trouble. But I can't sleep. I'm nervous about tomorrow's exam. With no other option, Shen Shusheng sat beside Lung Xinyue on the bed, and they engaged in light conversation, gradually falling asleep amidst their chatter. The next morning, the loud alarm clock that Shen Shusheng had set nearly jolted him out of bed. After silencing the alarm, he blinked until his vision cleared, only to find himself sharing a bed with Lung Xinyue, his hand resting under her head. His hand had gone numb, and he pinched Lung Xinyue's cheek. Class monitor, wake up. It's time to wash up. Lung Xinyue, groggy for a few seconds, suddenly sat up, pressing her hand onto the arm that had been her pillow for the night. While sitting at a breakfast stall, Lung Xinyue repeatedly apologized. Is your hand all right? Can you feel it now? Shen Shusheng swallowed a bun and exhaled. It's a bit numb, but it's fine. We need to hurry and finish eating before heading to the exam. The examination process went smoothly, with test taking, answering questions, and breaks flowing seamlessly. In recent days, the 2 individuals have been incessantly repeating the same process. However, Shen Shusheng feels that Lung Xinyue is becoming increasingly attached to him. During their 3-day stay at the hotel, Lung Xinyue hardly spent any time in her own room, opting instead to squeeze into Shen Shusheng's. Fortunately, Shen Shusheng, being in his 30s, is more composed. Had this been a couple of younger individuals, they might have succumbed to their passions long ago. After completing their final exam, both sets of parents awaited them at the entrance. Upon informing their parents that the exams had gone well, a temporary sigh of relief was shared. However, while returning to the hotel to collect their belongings, Lung Xinyue's father seemed rather displeased, as all of Lung Xinyue's items had been taken from her room, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. Lung Xinyue's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she remained silent on the way back, while Shun Wankai offered her encouragement. Once home, they awaited the exam results to fill out their university applications. Meanwhile, Shen Shusheng devoted his time to developing a small game. The success of Tetris invigorated him, prompting him to prioritize the creation of a second game. The new endeavor, a classic breakout game, requires players to control a paddle to catch a bouncing ball. The primary aim of this game is to generate revenue, and Shen Shusheng was determined to enhance its appeal. He incorporated various power-ups, such as paddle extensions, magnetic effects, and shooting capabilities. The balls included splitting balls, gravity balls, and penetrating balls. Additionally, He designed different types of bricks, each requiring varying impacts to break. Wooden blocks requiring 1 hit, stone blocks 2, iron blocks 3, and diamond blocks 4. With the inclusion of charming designs like cats, dogs, fruits, and houses, the game was significantly enriched. However, this complexity increased his workload, as frequent debugging became a part of his daily routine. Ultimately, he crafted a game with 50 levels, an array of power-ups, and a map editor. As his #1 fan, Lung Xinyue was eager to play it herself. Shen Shusheng. This program is incredibly fun. You are truly brilliant, she exclaimed. Blushing at her praise, Shen Shusheng modestly touched his nose, aware that while he had coded the program himself, the inspiration stemmed from the works of seasoned game developers. After completing the testing phase, Shen Shusheng contacted the owner of an internet CAF. I have a new program. It's 200 per machine. Interested? He boldly proposed a price 40 times higher than usual, yet the CAF owner did not find it outrageous. Brother, let me check out your program. If I install it on all my computers, can I get a discount? Of course, if you install it on all. I'll give you a 70% discount, 56,000, but let us settle on 55,000. How does that sound? Absolutely, take your time. I will head to the CAF now. Upon arriving, Shen Shusheng installed the game on one of the machines, and the owner promptly sat down to play. After 2 hours, the CAF owner, exhilarated, rushed to the bank to withdraw 55,000 to pay Shen Shusheng. Little brother, this is immensely enjoyable. In the future, make sure to let me know about any new programs. Even without a discount, I would want them. Chapter 7. Casting nets to catch fish. Recently, the CAF owner's revenue nearly doubled as patrons flocked to play the new game, though some individuals, averse to using their brains, found it less enjoyable. The introduction of this program perfectly addressed that issue. After receiving 55,000, Shen Shusheng worked diligently. This time, he was clever and created a rapid installation program that could be installed on all computers from the main computer at the counter. Once completed, the patrons had already begun playing on the newly installed machines. The news of the new game spread rapidly among the regulars at the CAF, resulting in a noticeable increase in patrons. Observing the bustling crowd eager to play, the CAF owner chuckled with delight. Previously, he had considered copying other software, but now he realized that he could not replicate it, nor could anyone else. His CAF was drawing in customers from nearby establishments. Each time he saw staff from neighboring CAFs attempting to sneakily copy the game, he found it amusing. They think they can play without spending money. Let them be. Although Shen Shusheng wanted to ensure all computers throughout the county and city were equipped, he recognized that would be too cumbersome. With 55,000 in hand, he contemplated a better strategy, selling the game outright. However, before proceeding, he needed to register the copyright. To this end, he prepared the necessary documents and traveled to the city. After acquiring the copyright certificate, the scores were released. A family of 3 gathered around the computer, anxiously watching the time refresh. As soon as midnight struck, Shen Shusheng refreshed the webpage and saw that his score surpassed the cutoff line. His parents leaped in excitement, indicating that he could choose from universities beyond just those with self-set standards. He called Lung Xinyue, who also reported that her score exceeded the cutoff line. With the results in, Shen Shusheng turned his attention to selecting a university. He ruled out local universities, setting his sights on the provincial capital. In Nanjiang Province, there are 2 first-tier universities, Nanjiang University and Nanjiang University of Technology. After some consideration, he chose to apply to the software engineering program at Nanjiang University. Upon inquiring with Lung Xinyue, she also decided to attend Nanjiang University, opting for the media and journalism program, essentially aiming to become a host. Both shared a silent understanding in attending the same school, and smiles broke out between them. With over a month remaining before university registration, Shen Shusheng resolved to sell his current projects. He possessed both Tetris and Breakout games, with the copyright secured, leaving only the task of finding a buyer. Although he aspired to sell his creations to the Guchong, he felt that approaching them directly would undermine his dignity. Thus, he devised a plan. After renting a temporary server, Shen Shusheng uploaded the game and began disseminating information across various forums for download. Upon downloading the game and making a payment, the server would issue an activation code to unlock the game. Once this network was established, Shen Shusheng simply awaited the larger fish to take the bait. After completing his exams and reaching adulthood, he decided to take driving lessons during his final summer break. After paying 1.5 times the standard fee, the driving school rapidly scheduled his lessons, propelling him to the driving test phase. Meanwhile, as he prepared for the exam, the internet was ablaze with activity. Many forum administrators swiftly deleted such advertisements, adhering to a strict no-ads policy unless negotiated with the site owners. However, some forums exhibited a more lenient approach, allowing the 2 games, Luo Fong Kuai and De Fong Kuai, to gradually gain traction. Who is this remarkable individual? This mini-program is so engaging. I have already reached level 23. You are only at level 23. Look at me. I have completed 40 levels. This commenter even attached a screenshot below. Everyone, step back. I purchased the game on the very first day and have already finished it. I must tell you that completing the game unlocks the editing mode, allowing you to create your own maps. This individual, who shared a screenshot of the editing mode, was followed by a flurry of enthusiastic comments. As the excitement grew, it naturally attracted the attention of those internet giants. Although they had no prior experience in the gaming industry, their keen sense for profit allowed them to detect an opportunity. They swiftly recognized the potential for business. However, instead of approaching Shen Shusheng for a purchase, they went straight to the Copyright Bureau to check for existing copyrights. Shen Shusheng had long been prepared. He would not allow these large companies to exploit his hard work without compensation. Upon discovering that the complete set of copyrights was already registered, these companies began to reach out to Shen Shusheng in earnest. What? You only want to pay me 100,000 for my entire copyright? I could set up 2 internet CAFs with that. Go cool off. 50,000. You want the copyright and subsequent updates, but also wish to change my name? Go away. After deleting a multitude of emails, a worthwhile offer finally arrived. 1 million for a 10-year acquisition of the computer version rights, along with a guarantee for future versions from Iwan Company. 2 million for exclusive software rights and a request for employment at the company, Jinshan Company. After searching for a considerable time, Shen Shusheng could not find any correspondence from Guchong, which left him somewhat disheartened. However, the offers from Jinshan and Iwan were also appealing prospects. After replying to both companies, he silenced his phone to focus on his exam. The staff at Iwan, upon receiving his email reply, promptly reported to the president. Boss, he has responded, indicating a willingness to discuss further. Upon hearing this, President Ding Dalai instructed, reply with a time for him to come to the company for further negotiations. Jinshan Company evidently had a stronger desire to secure both games. Upon learning that further discussions were possible, Jinshan's president immediately said, Lei Bing, get in touch with him and fly over to negotiate. Aim to finalize the deal. I entrust this matter to you. Lei Bing, the project manager at Jinshan, confidently assured that he would handle it. After successfully passing the driving test, Shen Shusheng opened his phone to find that Jinshan was sending someone over directly, which caught him off guard. The headquarters of Iwang was too far to visit without wasting time, so he decided to speak with Jinshan's representatives first. After providing an address, Shen Shusheng gathered his belongings and prepared to head home. The address he provided was one of the few esteemed restaurants in Deshan, where the locals would certainly celebrate any significant occasion. To avoid appearing weak, he invited Leng Xinyue to accompany him. Chapter 8. Jinshan Company arrived punctually. They arrived just as the time struck. Upon seeing the leader, Shen Shusheng nearly exclaimed. He could hardly believe that this fervent individual from his past had appeared before him. You must be Mr. Shen. A pleasure to meet you. I am Lei Bing, the department manager at Jinshan Company. Here is my business card. Although the name differed slightly, Shen Shusheng could confirm that this Lei Bing was indeed the same person from his previous life associated with a mobile phone company. Hello, Mr. Lei. I am indeed Shen Shusheng, and this is my friend and program tester, Long. They took their seats, and Lei Bing cut to the chase. Mr. Shen, we are here to acquire your programs, Luo Fong Kwaianda Fong Kwai, and we would like to invite you to join Jinshan Company. We will assemble a dedicated team for you to create even better works. Shen Shusheng shook his head, resting his elbow on the table. At present, I do not wish to work. My priority is to continue my studies. These creations are merely casual endeavors, lacking any remarkable features. Lei Bing felt that Shen Shusheng was putting on airs, but merely nodded before swiftly changing the subject. In that case, we shall not press you further. Let us discuss the programs. Jinshan Company is willing to purchase both programs for 2 million. Shen Shusheng nodded, revealing no emotional response, while Leng Xinyue was taken aback. She tugged at Shen Shusheng's hand and whispered, Shen Shusheng, could this be a scam? 2 million? Could they be deceitful? Shen Shusheng chuckled softly, patting her hand. It's nothing to worry about. That's merely a small sum. Clearing his throat, he spoke earnestly. Mr. Lei, I believe the value of my 2 programs exceeds 2 million. If you wish to acquire the rights, this amount may not suffice. Leng Xinyue's eyes widened in disbelief. Not only was 2 million insufficient, but he sought even more. Leaned forward, expressing his thoughts. Regarding this matter, we have a professional team that has evaluated both of your programs. Firstly, concerning these 2 applications, they are based on personal experiences, which I believe does not align with the principles of the internet. It should facilitate mutual sharing and interaction among users. While both applications have rankings, it is evident that they do not foster interaction with others. The price of 2 million seems justifiable given its worth. Reclined backward and took a deep breath. Since you both have come to me directly, it must be with sincere intentions. I will not simply sell you a half-finished product. After all, this program has been birthed from my efforts, and I refuse to allow it to bear a tarnished reputation. His eyes sparkled as he responded. So, what is your implication, sir? did not continue speaking, but signaled the waiter to serve the dishes. Let us eat while we converse. Idle chatter is of no interest. Initially considered asking to help with the drinking, yet she had come solely to enjoy the meal. With no other choice, had to take matters into his own hands. One of the crucial skills for an independent game developer is the ability to drink. Only by impressing the investors can one capture their attention. Having endured the trials of society for many years, was well aware of this truth. Relying on his youth, he boldly challenged and his companions. Amidst the exchange of toasts, the terms of cooperation were agreed upon. As previously discussed, sir, once you develop a suitable version, we will sign the contract for $3,500,000. Coughed slightly, the potent aroma of alcohol escaping his lips. No problem, the additional $150,000 will undoubtedly make you feel it was worth it. With the preliminary agreement in place, the hour had already grown late, approaching 11 o'clock. Both, and thoroughly inebriated, were unable to return home. Fortunately, the restaurant also provided accommodations, so they settled in for the night. After bidding farewell to, supported by, stumbled into the room and collapsed onto the bed. He had underestimated his own capacity, not realizing that his method of drinking, one sip for half a cup, would lead to such a state of inebriation. Away from the dining table, relaxed his body and quickly fell asleep. Watching snore thunderously, felt uncertain about whether to stay or leave, ultimately deciding to call home. Dad, we are at the restaurant. Has had too much to drink. Could you please come to pick us up? Furrowed his brows upon hearing this. How could he have drunk too much? Were you not just there for a meal? What exactly happened? He was aware that his daughter had gone out to dine, but he had not anticipated that would overindulge. Mentioning the events at the table, swallowed hard and recounted what had transpired. After listening, fell silent for a moment. Cannot leave, if he does. It would mean his drinking was in vain. I will come to get you. Upon hearing that she would be picked up, shook her head. Then I shall stay here. Seeing him in this state, I feel a bit uneasy. His heart trembled, and he shook his head silently. Very well, but you must prioritize your safety. Be cautious around. S cheeks flushed as she nodded and hung up the phone. On the other end, set down his phone and turned to his wife. Daughters do not stay at home. Now her elbows are turning outward. Rolled her eyes. Was it not you who whispered sweet nothings in my ear when you were pursuing me? Could only respond with an awkward smile. After hanging up, approached the inebriated with a look of disdain and began to remove his clothing. Once she had stripped off his shirt and shoes, she found herself troubled about how to handle his pants. Just as she pondered this, suddenly pulled into his embrace, wrapping his arms around her waist. Let out a scream and attempted to flee, but's grip was too strong, leaving her feeling weakened, embarrassed and angry. Struggled to break free but hesitated to exert too much force. After a moment of indecision, noticing his lack of further movement, she relaxed her vigilance. In the midst of this internal conflict regarding whether to stay or leave, unexpectedly fell asleep. The following morning, awoke from his slumber, blinking in confusion. He sensed that something was amiss. He found himself half naked, with beside him, and his hand resting on her waist in a rather precarious position. After a brief moment of contemplation, resolved to test the waters. However, he had no idea that, facing away from him, was actually awake. Upon noticing slight movement, felt as if he were facing his demise. Kneeling on the carpet, he raised his hands high in surrender. I truly apologize. I was not fully awake before and thought I was dreaming. Seated on the edge of the bed, trying to cover her upper body, bit her lip, her face flushed, as she gazed at the big bad wolf. Chapter 9. The upgraded online minigame. Who had not consumed any alcohol, had long been awake. Yet she hesitated to leave the warmth of his embrace. During her moments of clarity, she pondered the nature of her relationship with, whether they were classmates, friends, or possibly something more. However, just as these thoughts tangled in her mind, she found herself interrupted by his wandering hand. Seizing this opportunity, she resolved to confront him. With this determination, fixed her gaze upon him. There was no denying it. The mere thought suggested her desire for such an outcome. If you do not provide me with an explanation today, this matter will not conclude. 2. Found himself in a predicament, having not confessed his feelings. By the time he realized their relationship had grown so ambiguous, it was already too late to confess. Yet, not confessing would leave him with an unresolved situation. Feeling reckless, decided to take the plunge. Class monitor, I have actually liked you for quite some time. I have held these feelings for you, but due to my poor academic performance, I never dared to voice them. Now that I have been accepted into a prestigious university, I struggle to find the right moment. Would you be willing to be my girlfriend? After speaking, Shen Shusheng had already closed his eyes. After a couple of seconds without any movement, he opened one eye to glance at Lung Xinhua. He noticed her head was lowered, her small face buried in her hands, fingers intertwined. Oh, not hit. Finding this acceptable, Shen Shusheng tilted his head to observe her face. Class monitor? Lung Xinhua, startled, suddenly raised her hand and slapped Shen Shusheng, only to regret it immediately after. Why did you suddenly scare me? Are you all right? In a flurry, Lung Xinyue crouched down, reaching out to check, but was seized by Shen Shusheng. I am fine. More importantly, I am concerned about your response. Class monitor, will you be my girlfriend? Lung Xinyue's heart raced, feeling as though it might leap from her chest. And she turned her head away, her eyes furtively flickering towards Shen Shusheng's face. Ultimately, she nodded. Shen Shusheng exclaimed in joy, embracing her, and she reciprocated by wrapping her arms around his waist. After separating, Shen Shusheng gazed intently at Lung Xinyue's face, inching closer. Her eyelashes fluttered, and the breathtakingly beautiful Lung Xinyue closed her eyes. Guest, do you need to change the sheets? The loud knocking from outside startled the two, causing them to part as if stung. After Shen Shusheng loudly declared that there was no need for fresh sheets, he turned to find Lung Xinyue already up, smoothing out her wrinkles. Missing the chance to kiss her, Shen Shusheng felt more disheartened than if he had lost a million. Once they tidied up, the two encountered Lei Bing and others enjoying breakfast in the dining hall. After a brief chat, they agreed on their next meeting place. As per their agreement, Shen Shusheng was also to develop 2 suitable internet versions of the games. If Jinshan Company was satisfied, a contract worth 3.5 million would be signed. This contract would include the transfer of the game's terminal copyrights and submission of the source code, as well as assistance to Jinshan Company for a year in terms of development direction and guidance. Besides the cash payment of 3.5 million, Jinshan Company also had to ensure that their pseudonym was included in the core program and must credit the developer in promotions. Upon returning home, Wang Guifan naturally subjected Shen Shusheng to an intense interrogation. Hearing that he was discussing business, she shifted the focus to money. I haven't finalized the deal yet, but if all goes well, 3 million should be no problem. Upon hearing 3 million, the couple collapsed onto the sofa, stunned into silence. Previously, they had found 55,000 to be extravagant, and now it seemed they had suddenly struck a super jackpot, multiplying it 60 times. Son, you've struck a bargain. If they are willing to pay 3 million, it indicates your value exceeds that amount. If we were to install it ourselves. Shen Shusheng abruptly interrupted his mother's fantasies. Mom, do not dwell on that. I have no time to travel to numerous cities promoting my program. I still have to attend school. Besides, these matters are trivial and not worth overthinking. He had a more significant issue he did not mention, while the program was protected. The gameplay was not, and soon similar games would emerge like bamboo shoots after rain. He was merely engaged in a one-off transaction. Although it was regrettable that he could not earn more, Wang Guifan still hoped her son would study hard and achieve greater success in the future. Returning to his room, Shen Shusheng began to modify the 2 mini-games, adapting them for online use. The game of stacking blocks already had a mature combat mode from before his time travel, requiring only minor adjustments for testing before going live. The game of breaking blocks, however, posed a challenge in terms of multiplayer engagement, prompting him to brainstorm. Ultimately, he drew inspiration from the ice hockey on his desk, adopting a 2-player competitive mode for interaction. With an idea in hand, Shen Shusheng set to work. The programming process was invariably tedious, with endless modifications being a programmer's perpetual plight. However, as this was merely a minigame, the entire game program consisted of only a few dozen lines. After incorporating the multiplayer mode, the code expanded to tens of thousands of lines, with most memory devoted to textures and sound effects. Following a local area network test, Shen Shusheng packaged the game and placed it on a disk. As agreed, he took a bus to Jinshan Software Development Department. After a full day on the train, he finally disembarked at 8 o'clock the next morning to find Lei Bing already waiting for him at the exit. Sir, you're so punctual. I presume the program is complete? Rest assured, my creation will surely delight you all. Upon arriving at the development department, Shen Shusheng noticed not just program testers, but also marketing personnel present. Having introduced his game numerous times to promote it, he was well prepared and easily navigated the presentation of the 2 mini-games. After completing the introductions, he found a chair to sit and enjoy the prepared tea while awaiting evaluations from the development and marketing teams. A lively chatter ensued among the group. The testers eagerly engaged with the games, and soon the sounds of their banter filled the office. Whoa, you played dirty and ate the splitting ball. Just wait until I get the penetrating ball, and you'll see how I deal with you. You're being too unfair, deliberately leaving a vertical stick. This is a test. If you keep that up, how can I continue testing? After an hour of gameplay, everyone felt that the 2 games met their expectations and even exceeded them. After confirming with the company's higher-ups, Lei Bing extended his hand towards Shen Shusheng. Sir, the management has approved. Let us sign the contract immediately. Chapter 10. Instant success upon signing the contract, delivering the source code, and completing the bank transfer. Shen Shusheng's bank account swelled with an additional 3.5 million. This amount sounded far more impressive than receiving 1 million through Alipay. As he gazed at the string of numbers, Shen Shusheng could no longer contain his excitement and leapt to his feet, causing those nearby to instinctively distance themselves, fearing he had succumbed to some ailment. With newfound wealth, Shen Shusheng scratched his head, uncertain of how to proceed. After much contemplation, he resolved to purchase a car for himself. Upon returning home and sharing his accomplishments, his parents were astounded, unable to comprehend how merely 2 small programs could yield such a substantial fortune. However, the money in his account was irrefutable. When Shen Shusheng expressed his desire to buy a car, Shen Wankai offered his support, and the trio spent the day browsing at the dealership of their 4th son, ultimately selecting a striking blue BMW 6. The iconic angel eyes of the BMW elicited a wave of emotions from Shen Shusheng, who marveled at the irony of transitioning from public transportation to owning such a luxury vehicle in less than 6 months. While Shen Shusheng reveled in the comfort afforded by his new car, Jinshan Company was tirelessly preparing to launch the small programs. Originating as a virus protection software company, Jinshan was now grappling with significant challenges. Not only did they face fierce competition from peers, but they also needed to strategize against the comprehensive product ecosystems of major internet giants. Leading the charge was the Goose Factory, alongside various dominant or semi-dominant internet firms, all embarking on their own bundled service models, where account interoperability constituted the core competitive advantage. With Jinshan relying solely on its antivirus software, it found itself increasingly isolated. Despite having developed an array of products including input methods, browsers, and even attempts at chat software, Jinshan had lost its first-mover advantage and could no longer reclaim its territory. The Goose Factory's bundled offerings had swiftly captured the majority of home computers, and Shen Shusheng's 2 small software programs provided a glimmer of hope. Rather than attempting to reclaim lost ground, Jinshan decided to venture into new territories, with gaming as their chosen domain. They aimed to captivate users and expand their market share, promoting their own bundled offerings. On the 3rd day after Shen Shusheng's departure from Jinshan's development department, he observed an overwhelming surge of advertisements from Jinshan. The company had reached out to the enigmatic software developer to acquire the 2 applications and collaborate on an online version, a development that spread like wildfire. Everyone marveled at Jinshan's audacious move, with even Iwang Company caught off guard, having not anticipated that Jinshan would finalize contracts before their scheduled discussions. Those who had previously purchased the standalone versions felt aggrieved and sought to voice their discontent, but upon being informed that they would receive in-game items as compensation, they quickly transformed into advocates for Jinshan. Meanwhile, those who had not made a purchase, despite missing out on special rewards, found no reason for complaint, as they could enjoy the game for free, saving hundreds in the process. After more than a week of anticipation, the icon adorned with Jinshan's logo was integrated into their antivirus software. Eager gamers flocked to explore the new offering, only to be astounded by what awaited them. In addition to retaining the original single-player mode, the newly introduced competitive mode heightened excitement. The 2-player block stacking mode was straightforward. Players merely had to eliminate blocks from their side to accumulate energy in the adjacent energy bar. Once filled, it would add a row to the opponent's side. Eliminating multiple rows or achieving consecutive reductions would increase the energy gained. Shen Shusheng established 4 tiers: novice, beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Higher tiers allowed for quicker energy accumulation, demanding greater speed and intellect from players. Progressing through wins and losses would grant players the requisite points to ascend to the corresponding tier. The brick-breaking mode, inspired by air hockey, centered on the conflict of both sides protecting their blocks while simultaneously targeting their opponents. This game mode required players to serve simultaneously, balancing offense and defense, with unpredictable items adding an element of surprise. Similar to block stacking, brick-breaking also featured 4 tiers, with higher levels resulting in faster-moving balls. Concurrently, Shen Shusheng devised a shop where, regardless of the outcome, players would earn coins at the conclusion of each match, which could be exchanged for desired skins. The aforementioned compensation for players who purchased Shen Shusheng's version was an exclusive skin not available in the shop. Within a day, the internet was flooded with comments. One user lamented their experience, achieving only an intermediate rank in block stacking after half an hour of matchmaking without a single opponent. Others chimed in, expressing admiration or caution against overconfidence. Another user recounted a misfortune involving a magnetic item that caused them to fail spectacularly. Beneath this comment, a chorus of agreement followed. Conversely, a segment of users engaged in discussions about the game's skins, with one expressing regret for hesitating to purchase the 2 games 10 days prior, now lamenting the closure of purchasing channels for that coveted special skin. A user responded with a screenshot showcasing the exorbitant price of the skin, requiring a staggering 20,000 coins, while another inquired about acquiring diamonds for additional skins. A subsequent reply clarified that diamonds could be purchased but were currently available for free through promotional activities by downloading other software from the same company, conveniently providing just enough to acquire one of the diamond skins. As for the software, it is entirely up to you whether to use it or uninstall it. However, I have already replaced all the software at home with Jinshan's products. I will provide you with the links, and you can download them one by one. Beneath this comment, aside from exaggerated likes, there are numerous responses wishing for a lifetime of peace. Such comments have spread across various chat applications and forums, and the name of Jinshan has disseminated at an unexpected pace. Chapter 11. Is that all? Just a sprinkle of water. As this was the first day of the online test, the programmers and operations staff at Jinshan Company were closely observing players' reactions, witnessing such strong and rapid feedback. Despite the server pressure skyrocketing, everyone was busy with their tasks. Yet, an atmosphere of joy subtly permeated among all. Wow, this is exhilarating. This is what makes work passionate, exclaimed a new employee, causing everyone to pause their work and burst into laughter. Not only in the office, but even Lei Bing, who played a pivotal role in facilitating this event, was equally elated. Is the person informing players where to download the software one of us? Upon confirming that the support was a spontaneous action from players rather than orchestrated by the game, Lei Bing clenched his fist in excitement. Fantastic. Players possess such initiative. They can invigorate our other products. As long as our performance does not lag behind other software, we can reclaim the territories we lost. At that moment, Lei Bing's phone rang. Noticing it was his superior, he composed himself before answering. Mr. Chiu, thank you for your keen insight. Otherwise, I wouldn't have this opportunity. Yes. We will keep a close watch on this and ensure there are no oversights. After hanging up, his assistant cast an inquiring glance. It was Mr. Chiu. This project is a tremendous success, and the board specifically asked him to remind us. Lei Bing said earnestly, though the upward curve of his lips betrayed his inner delight. The assistant recognized that receiving positive attention from the board was significant, and thus shared in his joy. Meanwhile, in the United States, the market value of Jinshan Company, which had already been listed on Nasdaq, began to exhibit slight fluctuations. Initially, this did not attract much attention, as stock market fluctuations are commonplace. However, events soon unfolded that exceeded everyone's expectations. The stock price of Jinshan began to rise rapidly, and by the time seasoned investors took notice, the company had already reached its maximum allowable increase. Foreign investors began to pay attention to this company, as a gaming company that had been listed for several years suddenly hit its price cap, indicating that something unforeseen was occurring. A brief search online revealed a deluge of news regarding two games that overwhelmed them. The financial moguls acted swiftly, recognizing this as an opportunity, and promptly arranged for their subordinates to prepare for purchases at the next market opening. This news returned to the domestic scene, utterly depriving Lei Bing of sleep. As a core employee of the company, he possessed shares, and with the stock price hitting the ceiling, it was equivalent to an unexpected gain of a significant sum. Although the funds spent on gaming came from the company, the rise in stock value translated directly into personal profit. Unable to sleep, Lei Bing called Shen Shusheng. In the middle of the night, Shen Shusheng, groggy, answered the phone, only to hear Lei Bing's excited voice. Sir, your software has achieved tremendous success, even catching the attention of foreign markets. You are truly a genius. Shen Shusheng, frowning in annoyance, distanced the phone, and upon recognizing the caller's name, replied curtly, Aren't you a bit too excited for a 30-something? Is this going to keep you awake tonight? If I were to showcase something remarkable, would you want to ascend to the heavens? I'm going to sleep now. After hanging up, Shen Shusheng muttered something about being unwell before returning to slumber. Lei Bing, feeling somewhat embarrassed after receiving a reprimand, put down his phone. What has become of my state of mind, to be chastised by a young person? This is unacceptable. Wanting to relax and fall asleep, Lei Bing suddenly recalled Shen Shusheng's earlier words. Could he truly present something even more remarkable? This line of thought kept him awake once more. In the ensuing days, every time the Nasdaq opened, capital flooded in to purchase Jinshan's stock. It didn't take long for the stock to hit the ceiling, with one day witnessing a rise from opening to cap in as little as 10 minutes. Many began to watch this miraculous company from China, eager to see how far it could go. Meanwhile, both abroad and domestically, chaos ensued. Numerous major internet companies realized that their market shares were rapidly diminishing, visibly occupied by Jinshan's comprehensive offerings. Upon investigation, it became clear that the current situation was caused by Jinshan's acquisition of two video games. At the headquarters of Ewang Company, the CEO, Ding Delay, smashed his acrylic clipboard into pieces after reviewing the stock market analysis of Jinshan Company. You, Xiaolong, this feud is now established. We will not let this rest. Ding Delay was infuriated. Had he known the outcome would be like this, he would have purchased not just 350 million, but even 530 million. The soaring prices in the U.S. market had long recouped this trivial amount. The absence of timely action on his part had led to this predicament. His assistant hastily provided medication, fearing Ding Delay might have a breakdown. Ewang Company was struggling, and the pressure was equally felt at the Goose Factory. President Ma Qingteng was seated in a conference room, listening to reports from his subordinates. Can anyone tell me why, apart from our chat software, The market share of our other software has plummeted rapidly in recent days. The crowd exchanged glances, and the head of the marketing department stood up to speak. President Ma, this is due to Jinshan Company's acquisition of 2 video games. Consequently, we have lost market share in our other software. Ma Qingting furrowed his brow and gestured for the manager to continue speaking. After listening to the marketing strategy presented, he inquired, how long will it take to develop a game of the same type? The head of the technical department, sensing Ma Qingting's gaze, stood up and replied, as it stands. Without the source code, it would take about a month to produce. However, I cannot say how long the approval process will take. Our team is actively unpacking the game. But given that Jinshan Company specializes in security software, cracking it will be quite challenging. Ma Qingting nodded and shifted to the next topic. As long as our Chia Chat software maintains its dominant position, we can regain market share. Tell your team to work overtime. Every second we gain in obtaining the finished product means an earlier launch. The public relations department should work on establishing connections to ensure we can go live as soon as it's ready. Everyone nodded in agreement, and Ma Qingting further inquired, do we have any information on him? The head of the network department quickly presented the data, and upon seeing that Shen Shusheng was only 18 years old, even Ma Qingting was momentarily taken aback. This individual is remarkably young. He undoubtedly has a promising future. Nanjiang University, is it? Chapter 12. University roommates. As Ma Qingting contemplated, those around him dared not speak. Have someone reach out to him. If he agrees, we will establish a new project group within our software development department and appoint him as the head. Additionally, inform him of the opportunity for further training abroad. The group was astonished. Being the head of a new division was immensely powerful. Moreover, with the chance for overseas training, it was apparent that as long as the Goose Factory remained standing, Shen Shusheng would have a secure future. The public relations department promptly acknowledged this and began preparations for outreach. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was time to report. Originally, the 2 families intended to accompany their children, but given the burgeoning closeness of their relationship, they declined the suggestion. They packed Shen Shusheng's belongings into the trunk of the car and headed straight for Nanjiang University. Upon arriving outside the university, they saw a banner welcoming new students. And Shen Shusheng exhaled deeply. This time, I can say I have attended university. He instructed Lung Xinyue to handle the paperwork while he went to park the car. Hey, look over there. A pretty girl just got out of that car. One of the seniors exclaimed. Where? Wow, she is stunning. A delicate face, slender waist, and ample bosom. She's a gem. You have a keen eye, my friend. But since she arrived by car, we probably won't get a chance. You fool. We're here to help welcome the new students. The girls' dormitory is open for us to enter. If we don't seize this moment, when will we? Are you coming or not? If not, I'll go alone. Who says I want to go? Watch me approach her directly. A few seniors, who had been perched on the curb admiring the beauty, brightened upon spotting Lung Xinyue. After a brief hesitation, they tidied their hair and approached her. Excuse me, miss. Which department are you in? We're here to assist new students. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. We know everything. Startled by the sudden appearance of several individuals, Lung Xinyue felt reassured upon seeing their uniforms. I need to check in. Could you please direct me? Seeing her speak shyly made the seniors exclaim, "Ah, how cute." They eagerly volunteered to help. Come on, I know the way. Let me escort you. If you're new, you might not know where to go. Lung Xinyue hesitated, wanting to wait for Shen Shusheng, but the seniors, calling and cheering, whisked her away. When Shen Shusheng parked the car and emerged, he found her missing and, perplexed, called her. Meanwhile, Lung Xinyue had completed her check-in process and received her dormitory key just as her phone began to ring. After reporting her location, one of the seniors asked, "Would you like to add me as a friend? If you need anything in the future, feel free to ask. I have friends in the student council, and I can help you access resources." Lung Xinyue smiled and politely declined. While she appreciated their assistance, she was resolute about not adding friends. Shortly after, Shen Shusheng appeared before them. Seeing his puzzled expression, Lung Xinyue smiled and said, "These gentlemen are seniors from Nanjiang University. They were just showing me the way." Shen Shusheng raised an eyebrow and extended his hand, saying, "Ah, thank you, seniors, for your help. I am truly grateful." The seniors felt as if they had swallowed a fly, realizing that the girl they had been admiring was already taken, and judging by the situation, it seemed Shen Shusheng was her companion. Shen Shusheng had little luggage, while Lung Xinyue had many personal items. The seniors could only watch as Shen Shusheng and Lung Xinyue chatted amiably while they moved her belongings to the girls' dormitory. Once they had organized everything, the seniors prepared to leave. Not one to take advantage without gratitude, Shen Shusheng invited them out for a meal at a nearby restaurant as a token of appreciation. With this meal as a foundation, although the seniors lamented their lack of romantic success, the hearty meal fostered goodwill toward Shen Shusheng. If you ever need our assistance, don't hesitate to find us. Shall we add each other as friends? While Lung Xinyue declined, Shen Shusheng readily accepted, forming connections. After bidding farewell to the seniors, Shen Shusheng returned to his dormitory. As they had driven, the time was close to noon, and the dormitory was empty. After finishing their meal and returning, the four-person dormitory now had 2 additional occupants. Hey, is this your dormitory? I thought I only saw 3 of us when I went out for a meal. Now our group of 4 is finally complete. One boy seated in a chair reached out to greet Shen Shusheng. Greetings, everyone. I am Shen Shusheng from Daxian First High School, eager to foster good relationships with those he would share the next 4 years under the same roof. Shen Shusheng introduced himself. I am Yen Liu. The one opposite you is Luo Xiang, and the one on my opposite bed is Feng Guolong. But he has gone to the convenience store and will return shortly. Yen Liu waved his hand to greet Luo Xiang, who was resting on the upper bunk. At that moment, a portly fellow returned, carrying a box of 2-liter bottled water. I'm back. The small shop was bustling with people, he announced. If it weren't for my size, I might have struggled with this box. He reintroduced himself, handing a bottle of water to Shen Shusheng. Here you go, brother. You're one of us now. This one's for you, Liu. Everyone gets a share. Upon receiving the water, Yen Liu twisted off the cap and took a couple of hearty gulps. Perfect timing, brother. Just what I needed. This sparked a lively conversation among the group. As they were all unfamiliar with one another, they sought out common ground, and naturally, the hottest topic was the 2 new games released by Jinshan Corporation. Hey brothers, have you played those 2 games from Jinshan Corporation? As soon as the question was posed, an enthusiastic discussion ensued. I have. Those games are truly exceptional. The design is nothing short of genius. If only my skills were better, I would have dismantled the software myself. Who would have thought? It seems to have come out of nowhere, like it sprang from a rock crevice. If I had to guess, the creator must be a middle-aged man. Such software requires considerable expertise. Jinshan Corporation has struck gold with this one. 3 of them were conversing when Shen Shusheng felt a bit awkward listening to their self-praise. Shall we play a couple of rounds? I'm at the intermediate level in brick breaking. How about you all? I'm also intermediate. Goodness, I'm still at the beginner level. Shen Shusheng admitted, scratching his head. I haven't played, Feng Guolong interjected, choking slightly on his water. No way, brother. You haven't played this game? We're supposed to be in the same field, aren't we? Shen Shusheng, however, had no time to indulge in the games he had developed, and besides, they seemed rather rudimentary. If they were 3D games, he might have been tempted to play, but such a world was hardly plausible. Chapter 13. The visit from E-Factory. In an era when video games were not yet widespread, computers were merely viewed as office tools by most. Thus, not every student possessed a computer. However, Shen Shusheng's dormitory was different. Students studying programming could hardly afford to be without one. As the conversation continued, they proposed playing a couple of rounds. Although Shen Shusheng was reluctant, he couldn't refuse their enthusiasm and reluctantly agreed to download the game. The next day, Nanjing University organized military training for the students, a traditional event in the country. The training consisted mainly of repetitive drills like standing at attention and marching, aimed at instilling discipline. Students had a love-hate relationship with military training. They disliked the physical exertion but appreciated the sparks of romance that often emerged amidst the drills. Shen Shusheng, though uninterested in the female students, found no hindrance in observing the beauties from the sidelines. Look at that one. How can you not notice her? I think those are conservative estimates. Forget running. Even walking makes them sway. If someone were to win her over, he would be quite fortunate. After sharing a laugh, they soon spotted another target. Hey, look at her. She's so pure and attractive. As Shen Shusheng followed their gaze, his expression darkened. The object of their attention was none other than Lung Xinyue. Clenching his fists, he contemplated whether to confront these fellows, while Lung Xinyue noticed Shen Shusheng resting nearby. Look, she's looking over here and even waving at us. Indeed, we have no one behind us. Is she not waving at me? Feng Guolong's remark drew disdain from all. Shen Shusheng stood up and walked over, earning admiration from the 3. Shusheng is so cool. He just walked right up to her. Isn't he worried about being turned down? I certainly wouldn't have the guts. Just as they finished speaking, they witnessed Shen Shusheng flicking Lung Xinyue's forehead, to which she responded by wrapping her arms around his. Wow, it seems this guy brought a girl along. He had the audacity to hide her, and now is making us treat him to a meal. Unbeknownst to them. While they were taking a breather, an Audi rolled into the campus. As the training resumed, Shen Shusheng saw his advisor approaching with several well-dressed individuals, quietly conferring with the instructor. He was soon called out. Shen Shusheng was bewildered, unsure of who these people were, and followed his advisor to a small conference room. The advisor finally spoke. Shen Shusheng, these individuals are from E-Factory and wish to have a word with you. Shen Shusheng was taken aback. He hadn't received any email from E-Factory. How did they find him? One of the men handed Shen Shusheng a business card from E-Factory and cleared his throat. Let us address you as Mr. For now. I am from the Human Resources Department of E-Factory, and we are here to discuss your future. Shen Shusheng frowned, thinking they were trying to poach him. Was it so difficult for him to simply focus on his studies? If they were hoping to recruit him, He preferred to change the subject, stating, "I have no interest in joining eFactory, nor do I plan to before graduation." The HR representative adjusted his tone. "Please hear me out before responding. It would be a favor to me." Shen Shusheng shrugged, indicating for him to continue. "Mr. Ma has personally instructed me to reach out to you. Should you decide to join eFactory, we would form a dedicated team for you, with you as the project manager, and even facilitate your further education abroad." The advisor was left in shock, astonished that a student yet to officially commence their studies could garner such attention, particularly for a project manager role. eFactory was no small enterprise. If he truly became a manager, his life would take off. However, upon hearing this, Shen Shusheng merely shook his head. "I apologize. Although I am eager to earn money immediately, I still feel that my abilities are insufficient. Moreover, the overseas study program you mentioned likely only entails learning without any certification." Upon hearing this, the HR department was taken aback, realizing that this astute individual had quickly discerned the underlying trap. The so-called overseas study offered by the company indeed sends you to prestigious universities where professors impart genuine knowledge, yet no certifications are awarded. This is a tactic employed by the company to exert control over talent. Knowledge without certification is only valuable within the company. If one were to leave for a new position, that knowledge would be unrecognized. After being exposed, the HR personnel quickly shifted the topic, asking if the gentleman had any interest in helping us design a new game. "We can assure you that our compensation would far exceed that of other companies." This piqued Shen Shusheng's interest, as his current ambition was to save money and establish his own studio. Although the title of independent game developer sounded appealing, the reality was quite stark. Upgrading to an independent game studio would provide significantly more comfort. Hearing of Shen Shusheng's interest, the HR personnel felt pleased, as it meant they could fulfill their obligations. "If you have any works, please feel free to contact me directly. If time is a constraint, you may also share your ideas with us, and we will provide the manpower. You would only need to oversee the process." After some discussion, Shen Shusheng agreed to the terms, as he had countless ideas swirling in his mind, and relying solely on himself would likely take an eternity. Shen Shusheng returned to continue his military training, while the instructor quietly inquired if the child was truly as remarkable as rumored. He recalled that a recent popular mini-program was created by someone with that name. The HR personnel nodded in affirmation, confirming that it was indeed him. Just half a month prior, he had signed a contract with Jinshan Company for the exclusive rights to 2 games at the price of $3.5 million. The instructor was taken aback, realizing that Shen Shusheng, who appeared ordinary, had already engaged in million-dollar business transactions. Such prowess left the instructor at a loss for words. Ultimately, Shen Shusheng could not evade the financial demands of his dormitory mates. After a lavish meal, they finally relented. With military training concluded, everyone officially transitioned into university life, and the days became tranquil. During this time, aside from studying and accompanying Lung Xinyue, Shen Shusheng dedicated the remaining hours to programming. Eventually, a shortcut named Pocket Money Battle appeared on his desktop. As the designated playtester, he naturally invited Lung Xinyue to assist in testing. After familiarizing her with the basic operational procedures, the two engaged in combat within the test version. Chapter 14. Studio. The game mode of Pocket Money Battle was inspired by the Tower of Hanoi, interspersed with elements reminiscent of Match 3 games. The core concept revolved around continuously swapping positions to stack identical coins, evolving them into the next type of coin. Overall, the challenge was minimal, as the programming was akin to the previous 2 games, with only the game mode differing. Regardless, both players relished the experience. This time, Shen Shusheng also designed 2 character avatars, a dapper magician and a nurse clad in white. Building upon the previous successes, he created simple animations for different scenarios: victory, defeat, halfway through stacking, and not yet halfway. The controllable base was also crafted in the shape of a character, with corresponding animations for each state. One need not be a gaming expert to enjoy creating games, and the 2 friends found joy in their shared experience. "Don't bully me. My peach is being crushed," exclaimed Lung Xinyue. "Look at my character. He's flipping through the book in a hurry. I'm quite pitiful too." Shen Shusheng retorted, "Watch my combo. I've been saving this pile of coins for ages." Ultimately, due to a minor oversight, Shen Shusheng's dapper magician fell victim to an extended combo, leading to the end of the game. Lung Xinyue cheered, raising her small fist in triumph. Shen Shusheng quickly covered her mouth, reminding her that they were in a library and should maintain decorum. "Keep it down, don't be so loud." After their game, they noticed a crowd had gathered behind them. Feeling embarrassed, Lung Xinyue laid her head on the table, pretending to be dead, leaving Shen Shusheng to address the situation. "Hey, this game is quite fun. Where can I download it?" One person inquired, followed by others asking the same. Shen Shusheng could only explain that he had stumbled upon it himself and had forgotten the source. After declining the request from the 10th individual seeking to copy the game, the 2 managed to escape the library. It seemed testing in the library would no longer be feasible due to the crowd. Lung Xinyuan nodded in agreement. Recognizing that public testing was no longer practical, the testers were quite commendable, as they had not identified any glaring bugs. Shen Shusheng felt satisfied after applying for his copyright. He contacted the number left by the Goose Factory. The Goose Factory had been facing challenges recently. The game project required everyone to start from scratch, with programmers painstakingly refining their work. Nearly a month had passed, yet the Goose Factory's programmers had not produced any substantial results, while Jinshan Company was already solidifying its position with 2 successful minigames. If this continued, even if new minigames were developed, the lost market could prove difficult to reclaim. Just as everyone was working overtime for testing, a phone call came in. Upon learning that Shen Shusheng had a minigame he wished to collaborate on with the Goose Factory, the sales department was ecstatic, while the programming department felt a sense of foreboding, as their extensive research had yet to yield results comparable to his. It would be embarrassing for them if this became public knowledge. The Goose Factory specifically offered to reimburse travel expenses, and Shen Shusheng graciously accepted, marking his first flight in a lifetime. Upon arriving at Cheng, Shen Shusheng was greeted by the imposing figure of a gigantic penguin at the entrance. This sight evoked his admiration for the wealth of Cheng, especially when compared to his previous experiences with JNSHN, which seemed rather modest in terms of layout and scale. The entire environment of Cheng was adorned with its own products, whereas stepping into JNSHN's building felt like entering an ordinary company, leaving one disoriented. In the testing department, Shen Shusheng collaborated with Cheng's programmers to debug the software. Once the setup was complete, he encouraged them to engage with the program hands-on. While many were still pondering the game's release, Shen had already developed the character designs and animations. Observing the animated backdrop of Xiao Shui flipping through pages in search of answers and Taozi anxiously glancing around, the team could not help but feel a surge of tension. The contrasting expressions of triumph upon achieving victory further amplified the sense of accomplishment among them. After a thorough testing session, Shen's minigame undoubtedly captured the hearts of most participants. Within a mere 2 hours of submitting his proposal, a response arrived, succinctly stating their agreement to purchase, which indicated that the game had surpassed all their expectations and merely required payment for acquisition. No one dared to negotiate terms with Shen. The fear of him withdrawing or selling to JNSH kept them compliant. Following the signing of the contract, Shen handed over the game's source code, and his account swelled by 5 million, a testament to Cheng's financial prowess and a recognition of Shen's creative work. With this newfound wealth, Shen decided to invest in real estate, having gained enough confidence from his 2 successful ventures to establish his own studio. Perhaps due to subtle differences in the timelines he traversed, he discovered that registering a studio here necessitated a physical office address and verified capital in a bank account. Although Njing province is large, it is not considered a first-tier city, and thus, property prices remained affordable. After locating a suitable office building, Shen purchased half of a floor to serve as his workspace. Upon finalizing the payment, he retained precisely 1 million, which was sufficient to formalize his studio. The procedural requirements were cumbersome, yet the current encouragement for university students to embark on entrepreneurship, along with various incentive policies, streamlined the process, ensuring that as long as he provided the necessary documentation, there would be no delays or bureaucratic hurdles. For the studio's name, Shen, lacking inspiration, simply inscribed studio in bold letters. With everything in place, he could now contemplate creating something truly his own. However, before embarking on this journey, he had another significant task: to develop his own game engine. While the term engine suggests an essential component of game development, it is, in essence, merely a sophisticated label for what is fundamentally a game development toolkit. This engine would create an editing environment, predefining much of the code, allowing for direct extraction when needed. A stellar game engine can save an immense amount of time, as exemplified by the renowned Unreal Engine, where extracting a first-person template and pressing a few keys can yield a simple shooting game. With numerous shooting parameters, collision effects, lighting effects, and physics already programmed, one can easily produce games through simplified processes. Although Shen had access to free open-source engines, he yearned for a personal engine tailored to his needs. Chapter 15. The initiation of the Toxic Milk Powder project. Creating a modern game engine is a formidable challenge. Even reverse engineering an existing product demands considerable time investment. In contrast to the complexities of a third-generation engine, a second-generation, or even a 2.5 engine presents a more accessible entry point. Shen Shusheng resolved to practice on a 2D game until his engine was ready. After some contemplation, he decided to choose a background story that was either unimportant or entirely fictional for his inaugural project. Scouring his memory, the concept of toxic milk powder emerged as a fitting choice. This game aligned perfectly with his criteria. First, the map and background textures were simple and reusable. Second, The map was compact, eliminating the need for an expansive environment. And finally, the skills featured were visually captivating and engaging for players. With a clear objective in mind, Shen began to work. He started with the L-in forest, gradually shaping the initial 5 characters in his vision. A ghostly swordsman with spectral hands, a fighter who had honed his body to perfection, a magician proficient in arcane arts, and a sharpshooter who had plummeted from the heavenly realm. To create the original artwork, Shen purchased a drawing tablet. Watching his laptop's fan work tirelessly, he sighed. There was no denying that his laptop could outperform any home computer available in this era. The computers on the market were inadequate, failing to meet his rendering demands. While Shen was engrossed in fleshing out the game's universe and creating original artwork, Shusheng had already packaged its new game and was preparing for launch. The promotional efforts of Shusheng were significantly more vigorous than those of JNSHN. Within a day, the majority of people were aware of Shusheng's new game due to the presence of the penguin mascot. Furthermore, with JNSHN having set the precedent, Shusheng's strategies became increasingly aggressive. Unlike the more subtle tactics of requiring downloads for skins, Shusheng was unabashedly direct. The game was slated for download in 2 weeks, and for those who could not wait, the proposition was tempting. For every software download from their suite, the waiting period was reduced. As users rushed to download multiple applications, Shusheng reclaimed its market share from JNSHN and even expanded beyond it. Has expressed its discontent, accusing the Goose Factory of engaging in unfair competition. The Goose Factory, however, staunchly denies these claims, asserting that players are exercising their autonomy in choosing to wait for the game to be available in 2 weeks, thus dismissing any notions of malicious competition. Consequently, the legal departments of both companies have become embroiled in a continuous back and forth. The news of the competition between Jingshan and Nanshan has gone viral, captivating netizens who eagerly watch the unfolding drama to ascertain which side will ultimately prevail. Despite the ongoing disputes, the online platforms remain active, and during this period of bickering, players have successfully downloaded the software and entered into a new gaming experience. The dynamic characters and vibrant backgrounds of the game's Zero Pocket Money Battle have quickly captured the hearts of new players. The characters Xiao Shui and Tao Zi have garnered significant popularity. Initially, was on shaky ground but quickly fixated on Tao Zi's nurse outfit, shifting its strategy to claim that the game required censorship due to inappropriate content. Believed this would be a masterstroke. However, the outcome was unexpectedly contrary to their expectations. The game was temporarily taken offline as per protocol, but players who had just begun to engage with it were incensed, feeling wronged by its interference that prevented them from playing past midnight. As a result, spurred on by netizens and with the Goose Factory's encouragement, individuals began to inundate various forums and comments sections, determined to pressure the company into releasing the game. Meanwhile, the Goose Factory reveled in the chaos, reassuring the public that victory was certain while hastily gathering evidence to expedite court proceedings. As for why the esteemed developer chose to sell the game to both companies, whether this was a strategic maneuver or something more insidious, Shen Shusheng was too preoccupied to address such inquiries. He had already secured a domain name and was preparing to launch the necessary materials. Shen Shusheng possessed considerable expertise in game development, but was less adept with web design, necessitating the assistance of a capable individual. Fortunately, he found that a roommate could suffice for the task. Shen Shusheng turned to his roommate, Feng Guolong, and inquired if he could assist him in creating a web page. Feng Guolong, engrossed in Zero Pocket Money Battle, did not initially respond. Upon finishing a round, Shen Shusheng removed his headphones, prompting his roommate to ask if he needed anything. Shen Shusheng clarified that he required help with a web page, to which Feng Guolong proposed a deal. He would assist if Shen Shusheng brought him water and a meal. After discussing compensation, Shen Shusheng agreed to his terms and provided him with the necessary details for the web page. After descending from the ladder, Shen Shusheng prepared to go out for lunch, inquiring if anyone else needed anything. Following the exchange of playful banter, he exited the dormitory, only to receive a text from Lung Xin Yu suggesting they go out for a meal. With a grin, he hurriedly gathered his belongings and left. Meanwhile, his friends speculated about his cheerful demeanor, with Shen Shusheng's intentions being the source of their curiosity. Upon reuniting with Lung Xin Yu, who wore a lovely dress, he affectionately lifted her off the ground and spun her around before gently setting her down. After sharing a meal of spicy crayfish, Lung Xin Yu excitedly recounted her recent achievement of joining the student council, thanks to a recommendation from a senior. Shen Shusheng expressed his surprise and encouraged her to maintain a good relationship with her new contacts, as they could prove beneficial in her future career pursuits. As they continued their conversation, Shen Shusheng found himself reflecting on his own ambitions, pondering whether to continue in software development. While he acknowledged the enjoyment of gaming, he also recognized the monotony of coding. Despite this, he remained committed to his craft, believing in the joy it brought to others. Lung Xinu, however, regarded his lofty self-perception with skepticism. I see you are in it for a small profit. Upon finishing this statement, both of them burst into laughter. With 2 large bowls of small crayfish and 2 bottles of beer, the two dined in a quaint eatery until after 9 o'clock. After swallowing the last sip of beer, Ling Xnyu exhaled a sigh of relief. These past few days, without the need to use her voice for scripts, indulging in spicy food was truly delightful. Although Ling Xnyu spoke without intention, Ing listened with keen interest. Contemplating his profession, Ing's mind began to stir. Xnyu, as a journalism student, aside from broadcasting, isn't voice acting also within your purview? Naturally, Ling Xnyu felt a sense of pride when discussing her field of study. Of course, we don't just stick to monotonous broadcasting tones. We also adapt our tone and pitch according to the situation. Portraying multiple characters is merely fundamental. Ing's lips curled into a smile, while Ling Xnyu grew slightly uneasy, for whenever he wore that expression, it often signaled his mischievous intentions. Could you perhaps inquire among your peers or seniors? I wish to engage them for voice acting, commercially, and for compensation. Ling Xnyu furrowed her brow and leaned back slightly, pondering before responding. To ask them for voice acting? I need to check if they have the time. But what do you need voice acting for? Ing chuckled, downing the last sip of his drink. It's for a game, of course. Suddenly, Ing recalled that his characters still required voiceovers. And since his girlfriend was studying journalism, it was the perfect opportunity to utilize that resource. Seeing the seriousness in Ing's demeanor, Ling Xnyu took note of the matter. After escorting Ling Xnyu back to the girls' dormitory, Ing bestowed a kiss upon her, prompting her to shyly retreat into the building. Upon returning to her dormitory, Ling Xnyu sat on a chair with a flushed face, while her roommate, already with a face mask on, inquired, "You little vixen, returning with such a rosy face. Did you meet your boyfriend?" Ling Xnyu nodded, rubbing her cheeks. "We went out for dinner, indulging in crayfish." The girl with the face mask became excited. "Oh my crayfish. You know I have a voice test tomorrow. And you tempt me like this, you're done for." Faced with her roommate's teasing, Ling Xnyu quickly surrendered, saying, "Stop it. I have something to tell you. Are you interested in voice acting?" The girl removed her mask, perplexed. "Voice acting? Why do you ask that? I'm generally indifferent about it. But my boyfriend mentioned wanting to find a few people for voice acting, so I wanted to ask you first before reaching out to our seniors. It's for commercial purposes, and there's payment involved." The girl appeared even more confused. How can college students be involved in commercial work? You must have character settings and lines prepared. Otherwise, how can you make decisions? By the way, what does your boyfriend need voice acting for? He.S. not a director or anything. Ling Xnyu hesitated, confirming with Ing over the phone before replying to her roommate. "It's for a game. He.S. studying programming." "A game? What kind of game is your boyfriend making? Is he any good?" Ling Xnyu scratched her face, feeling slightly embarrassed as she replied, "Actually, it's just my boyfriend." "What? Not only her, but the other 2 roommates who had already lain down also joined in the discussion." Just as Ing agreed to Ling Xnyu revealing his identity to her roommates, her phone rang again shortly after. Ing, what should I do? Many of my seniors want to meet you. I don't know how to respond. For now, tell them we'll meet at the coffee shop outside our school this Saturday morning. I have materials to share with them and can explain the system. After guiding Ling Xnyu on how to respond, Ing confirmed the details before ending the call. With the time set, Ing also had to work diligently to complete his tasks. The voice lines for the character Toxic Milk Powder comprised a combination of Latin and Japanese. However, since Ing had learned the voice, it would naturally need to be changed to Chinese. The early characters were few in number, so Ing only needed to draft a rough outline of the lines. As for any minor voiceovers he might forget, he could adjust the tones himself. A couple of lines posed no issue. As for the monsters, apart from a few humanoid creatures, most could be replaced with synthesized voices. Looking at the thick stack of notes he had compiled, Ing rubbed his wrist. There was quite an assortment of dialogue here. He truly wondered if they could voice so many characters. With this question lingering, Ing closed his laptop to take a break. Before long, it was Saturday, and Ing sat in the coffee shop with Ling Xnyu awaiting the arrival of others. Soon, a group of 7 or 8 individuals approached. Although the large group appeared intimidating, a simple cough from Ing silenced them. After a moment of silence, one of the seniors spoke up. "Hello, my name is Li Su Q-ing, a junior from the journalism department. Are you really him? You don't seem like it." Ing smiled. I'm just an ordinary person, without any extraordinary abilities, but I am indeed the one. As he spoke, he opened his laptop and displayed his personal profile from the forum for them to see. The group scrutinized it for some time before finally confirming that Shen was indeed the real deal. After verifying his identity, the seniors insisted on taking a group photo with him. Reluctantly, he had to sit in the middle while the staff took the picture. The close proximity of the female seniors made Lingxnyu feel a pang of jealousy. Sensing her envy, Shen quickly redirected the conversation to serious matters. I'm fortunate to have found you all here today. The purpose of gathering you is to request your assistance with voice acting. XNYU has already briefed you on the general details. I hope you can consider if you find any roles suitable for you. With that, Shen opened a document containing the character profiles and their respective backstories. Some characters had accompanying illustrations, while others were left blank due to time constraints. A group of individuals gathered around the computer, examining the content and flipping through the pages incessantly. Once most had finished their perusal, Shen Shusheng spoke up. I will create a group to add everyone. The file will be shared there. Regarding the expenses, I hope that the esteemed seniors will be magnanimous. One senior responded. We have already discussed the costs among ourselves. If you truly are who you say, we shall provide the voiceover for you free of charge. After all, it is a great honor to have one's voice immortalized in the work of a master. You are far too modest, senior. I hardly consider myself a master. You flatter me excessively. Not at all. I have a keen eye for talent. You are destined to become a master, and I will then have the privilege of boasting about voicing a character of yours. It will be quite impressive, regardless of Shen Shusheng's protests. The term master lingered in their conversation, and ultimately, he acquiesced to their enthusiasm. As the script was distributed, Shen Shusheng did not expect to record immediately. They needed time to contemplate their characters, especially the 4 playable ones. After adding each other as friends, the group dispersed, leaving only Longxinhua to walk alongside Shen Shusheng. While he was busy creating the group and sharing the file, he noticed a notification on the screen indicating that the file had been received, after which the group fell silent. Observing the tranquility, Shen Shusheng suggested, why don't you lend your voice to a character? I believe there is one that suits you quite well. I'd like to, but the thought of many people hearing my voice makes me anxious. Perhaps I should decline. It's nothing to worry about. It is merely a non-playable character with only a few lines. In that case, I shall give it a try. But please do not hold my performance against me. Having successfully persuaded her, Shen Shusheng's lips curled into a subtle smile. Although it was a minor role, he refrained from disclosing that the character was the ever-loyal companion of the adventurer, Syria. The lines were few, and soon all characters were assigned. One individual without lines privately messaged Shen Shusheng, wishing to enhance his character's presence. Shen Shusheng contemplated whether he could provide a deep voice. Upon learning it was a strong suit, he presented the lines he had originally prepared for the significant character of the cleric. After the group familiarized themselves over a month, they approached Shen Shusheng to record their lines, expecting to record in their dormitory. They were surprised when Shen Shusheng took them directly to a professional recording studio in the provincial capital. Faced with the control panel and large noise-canceling microphones, the seniors felt a wave of pressure. What they thought would be a casual recording turned out to be an intense session. Although these lines should have been completed in an hour, nerves led to repeated takes, and they recorded from the morning until noon for an exhausting 5 hours. Once Longxinhua finished recording Syria's lines, Shen Shusheng applauded, saying, "Thank you for your hard work. The recording is complete. Let us tidy up and then enjoy a nice meal." Instantly revitalized by his words, the previously weary group perked up. "Let us go eat. I'm starving." "Me too. I'll search for some good food on my phone." Since no expenses were incurred for the voiceover, Shen Shusheng directed all his funds towards their meal. After a lavish feast, everyone was thoroughly satisfied. Upon returning to the dormitory, Feng Huilong waved at Shen Shusheng and said, "Brother, I've completed the webpage as per your specifications. Everything is set to standard. I've also created a user-friendly backend for future updates." Shen Shusheng logged onto the site and examined it closely. Though it did not match the sophistication of pre-transportation designs, it was already superior to many existing websites. After testing the upload functionality, Shen Shusheng happily rewarded Feng Huilong with 1,000 yuan. "Thank you for your generosity, brother." From that moment until the holiday break, Shen Shusheng dedicated himself to game development and updating his game engine. On the last day before leaving school, he announced 2 messages on the official website of Dunyang Powder. The first informed visitors of the website's creation, while the second showcased a 5-minute gameplay demo featuring various professions. After sharing the link on the forum, Shen Shusheng drove Longxinhua back to Dasheng County. During the journey home, the online community erupted with excitement. Since Shen Shusheng released 3 minigames, numerous individuals monitored his account nearly 24/7, eager to learn of any updates. After months of refreshing the webpage, they finally discovered a new message under his account. Upon clicking, they were redirected to a new link, and after a brief pause and page refresh, a previously unseen webpage appeared before them. The mere aesthetic of the site thrilled every visitor, not to mention the 2 news segments contained within. Upon loading the video, accompanied by exhilarating music, the 5-minute showcase captivated the unprepared players, who gasped in awe. Wow, did you know? The master has launched a new website. He is developing a new game. What? The master is making a new game? Where's the link? Hurry, let me check it out. Grandpa, the master you follow has updated his work. I went to see it. The master is indeed exceptional, and those inferior imitations on the market are laughable in comparison. The master's work is a class apart. Oh no, I can't access it. The website has crashed. I can't either. Can someone download the video? I've already downloaded it and am in the process of uploading. Everyone will be able to see it shortly. Please don't upload. The other forum crashed due to excessive views on the video. Let us observe a moment of silence. Our resilient website shouldn't crash, right? Such news is ubiquitous across various online forums, with everyone engaged in discussions about this matter. Chapter 18. The Elder, the Subway, and the Mobile Phone. Not only players are fixated on it, but also numerous internet mobiles have taken notice. After a brief period of driving, Shen Shusheng's phone began to ring incessantly. Unable to endure the distraction, he resolved to turn off his phone and concentrate on driving. With the world quieted around him, the major corporations were in a frenzy. Ma Qingting convened a meeting with several specialized personnel, including one individual who had previously interacted with Shen Shusheng. Following the impact of 3 games, Ma Qingting had become acutely aware of the emergence of a new industry. Seizing this opportunity could significantly accelerate the development of their grand strategy. The attendees were all exceptional talents drawn from his company, specifically assembled to form a gaming department. This marked their first systematic meeting. Once everyone had arrived, Ma Qingting cleared his throat, prompting the host beside the projector to commence playback of the 5-minute video uploaded by Shen Shusheng on the website. The 4 distinctly characterized protagonists displayed markedly different attack methods, and it was evident that their development had reached a considerable level of sophistication. The creatures within the map captivated the audience's attention. Although they were merely goblins and goblin throwers, it was apparent that these minor foes possessed combo skills. Once the video concluded, Ma Qingting leaned on the table and addressed the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, you may have already viewed this video, but I still wish to inquire about your perspectives regarding its quality. After a moment of silence, one individual raised their hand and spoke. It is evidently unlike any of the previous games. If we continue to pursue our current projects, by the time this game is completed, our existing titles may very well be relegated to the annals of history, devoid of any chance to resist. Ma Qingting nodded in agreement and continued. Have you made contact with the other party? What was their response? One person shook their head and replied, I attempted to call, but it went unanswered and is currently switched off. I checked the holiday schedule for Nanjiang University, and today marks the first day of their winter break. They are likely on their way home. Upon hearing that their benefactor was on holiday, the expressions of everyone in the room shifted dramatically. All present were nearing their 30s or even approaching 40. The sudden realization that their financial backer was on break was overwhelming. Ma Qingting wore an expression befitting an elder, a subway commuter, and a cell phone user. After several moments of contemplation, he finally articulated, from 10 o'clock in the morning until 5 in the afternoon. Attempt to reach them in intervals. Persist until you connect. Once we ascertain the exact address, I shall personally visit. This matter cannot be entrusted to anyone else. It must be secured by our Gachong. I have a premonition that if we acquire this game, our Gachong will ascend to a new echelon. Meanwhile, Gachong was equally anxious, and Jingshan was not willing to fall behind. Having tasted the sweetness of the gaming industry, they would not relinquish such a chance to strike from a position of strength. Despite their eagerness to secure this game, internal divisions arose within Jingshan. On one side were the mid to senior management, who insisted on remaining true to their roots in antivirus software, believing that games should merely serve as an auxiliary. On the other side were the innovators, led by Qiu Long and Lei Bing, who argued for a pivot towards game development. Both factions fiercely debated, attempting to sway each other's opinions. The conservatives contended that a small investment would suffice for a trial, while the reformists argued that such a paltry sum was inconsequential, and that a more substantial effort was necessary to compete with Gachong. Although both sides remained publicly cordial, many others lurked in the shadows, ready to take action. Shen Shusheng had not considered the implications at the time. Reflecting now, he recognized that sharing his phone number so readily was indeed somewhat rash. Opening his phone, he was inundated with missed calls and messages that flooded his screen. The vibrations from his phone persisted for 5 minutes before subsiding. Upon reviewing the call log, he noted that the initial calls were from Lei Bing and Gachong, but eventually, it seemed Lei Bing had given up, while Gachong continued to call at an interval of 1 hour. I will ignore them for 2 days and revisit the matter tomorrow. After finally returning home, he sought to rest. Casting his phone aside, Shen Shusheng accompanied his parents for a shopping outing. "Son, you're here just in time for the weekend," thought Wang Guifan, eager to prepare a hearty meal for her son, who had been sorely missed. As the couple learned of their son's financial success through programming, they, previously indifferent to computers, began to explore the internet, gaining a modicum of understanding about current events. "Son, I see they seem to be copying quite enthusiastically. Is this permissible?" Shen Shusheng had no doubt that his video would create quite a stir, but over time, he had grown somewhat desensitized to the attention. "No worries. Those netizens are simply indulging themselves. Let us eat first. It will settle down soon enough." Observing her son's confidence, Wang Guifan felt reassured. After their meal, Shen Shusheng finally turned on his computer. Upon doing so, he discovered that his webpage had crashed. Contacting Fang Kuilong, he sensed the latter's embarrassment. "Is it possible for my edited webpage to crash? It must have been hacked. Allow me to investigate." Shen Shusheng paid it little mind, disconnecting the call as he continued to work on his project. However, within half an hour, Fang Kuilong called back, his tone markedly different. "Dude, you must be honest with me. Why is your account linked to our website? I checked, and the so-called hackers are merely a result of overwhelming traffic. At one point, nearly 1 million users attempted to access the site simultaneously. Any site would collapse under such pressure. I must ask, can we not upgrade to a larger server with greater capacity?" Shen Shusheng, somewhat embarrassed, coughed lightly and replied, "I will transfer you 10,000 yuan shortly. Can you ensure the website is fixed? Consider the rest as maintenance fees." Fang Kuilong hesitated for a long while before responding, "Brother, you said it yourself. I will take you at your word. If you transfer the 10,000 yuan, I will make certain that the website is thoroughly repaired. I have never deceived anyone in my speech. After hanging up the phone, I will transfer the funds to you. You are already aware of the account credentials for the website backend, so you can tinker with it as you please." Shen Shusheng never anticipated that a mere 5-minute video would garner millions of views. After some contemplation, he registered for a Weibo account and uploaded the video there. "Since my website has encountered issues, I suggest you explore other sites for the time being." The platform, Zhalong, could not have foreseen the sudden influx of hundreds of thousands of new users overnight, and the narrative exhibited a clear upward trend. Shen Shusheng did not even need to reach out to Zhalong. They promptly showered his account with attention. Compared to the annual fees of other stars and celebrities, Shen Shusheng's offering, devoid of any prestigious crown, resembled a counterfeit. However, this did not impede the geometric growth of his followers. Chapter 19. Fishing for crocodiles. After a leisurely few days of rest, Shen Shusheng finally recalled the matter of his phone. As he opened his device, he had not yet finished reading your messages when the phone rang once more. "Sir, we finally managed to connect with you. Do you have a moment to talk?" Shen Shusheng raised an eyebrow. Although he wished to express that he was too busy, considering the duration of their attempts, he decided to spare a moment. The individuals on the other end from the Goose Factory were overwhelmed with emotion. "Thank you very much. We would like to discuss your newly developed game. We are interested in acquiring it. I regret to inform you that the game is still a work in progress, and I do not intend to sell it outright. Any rational individual would recognize its value." Upon hearing of Shen Shusheng's reluctance to sell, the Goose Factory swiftly adjusted their strategy. In the days without contact, they had explored various possibilities, discarding the notion of a direct acquisition long ago. Shen Shusheng's stipulations came as no surprise. "If you are not inclined to sell, we could collaborate through a proxy agreement. You would continue to develop the game while we handle its operations. What do you think?" This aligned perfectly with Shen Shusheng's desires. Yet he was not prepared to acquiesce immediately. Although the game Toxic Milk Powder had previously been handled by the Goose Factory, the market was now rife with formidable competitors, and Shen Shusheng felt compelled to test the waters. "Very well, I understand. I will provide you with a response in a few days." No sooner had he hung up than his phone rang again. "Hello, is this Mr. Shen? I am from Ewang Company. Would you be interested in discussing your game, Toxic Milk Powder?" Throughout the afternoon, Shen Shusheng's phone remained incessantly active. It appeared that someone within the Goose Factory had leaked information, leading various companies to spread the news. Shen Shusheng now truly believed it necessary to acquire a second phone number. By the end of the day, he had received inquiries from dozens of companies eager to discuss collaborations. Not only major internet corporations, but even real estate firms and those from the broader entertainment industry were vying for a chance to connect with him. With over 10 competitors in the fray, Shen Shusheng felt no urgency. If everyone desired the game, it was time for a bidding war. He announced on his Weibo account that all interested parties should submit their proposals via postal mail. After filtering through the submissions, he would select the winning company. To streamline the process and avoid unnecessary complications, Shen Shusheng called his advisor for assistance. Upon learning of his intention to seek help from the school, the advisor was elated. "No problem. There are plenty of people here. This is a trivial matter." The advisor's excitement was understandable. It is often said that a great teacher produces exceptional students. And conversely, The presence of a talented student elevates the teacher's status. With a prominent figure emerging from his tutelage, the advisor's own reputation would surely soar. The school was equally invested, recognizing this as a model of entrepreneurial success, a remarkable achievement that had seemingly fallen from the heavens. The previous attempt to sell the game without the school's involvement had left some leaders dissatisfied, but this time Shen Shusheng had delivered a resounding victory. As conveyed through his advisor, this endeavor represented an investment of at least 10 million. Reflecting on the fact that Nanjing University had yet to produce any 10 million-level entrepreneurs, this event would significantly elevate the school's standing. Upon learning of the bidding process, Ma Qingting began gathering information on competitors. While the bidding was fundamentally about who could present the best proposal, it was equally crucial to engage in an intelligence battle. Failing to gather intelligence could result in underbidding or, worse, becoming a victim of exploitation. As Ma Qingting collected competitor data, others did likewise, transforming the previously bustling environment into one of intense silence as everyone awaited the submission of proposals. Late submissions would possess the advantage of adjusting their bids based on the information gleaned from earlier submissions. Shen Shusheng remained unhurried, setting the final bidding deadline for the 15th day of the Lunar New Year. The squabbles among the capitalists were their concern. The Spring Festival was exceptionally pleasant. Although Shen Wankai did not boast about his son's newfound wealth, Shen Shusheng's admission to a top-tier university was enough to bring honor to the family. Wang Guifan took the opportunity to indulge in the joys of parental pride, inquiring about others' children's exam scores and comparing them to her own. Amid the sounds of firecrackers and the lingering melodies of a night that remained unforgettable, Shen Shusheng and Leng Xinyue exchanged New Year's greetings before drifting into slumber. On the 16th day of the Lunar New Year, although the start of the new semester was still several days away, Shen Shusheng drove back to the university alone, as Leng Xinyue planned to return only at the beginning of classes. By midnight yesterday, Shen Shusheng had received proposals from 7 companies, indicating that some firms had chosen to withdraw rather than compete with the industry's giants. Shen Shusheng perused the documents, filled with major corporations, even noting that Wang, the mogul of the real estate sector, had also dipped his toes into the fray. Today, he intended to present these tender documents to the professors of the law department at Nanjing University for their analysis, seeking to identify any potential loopholes or pitfalls. Nanjing University was keen on maintaining its prestige, as were the professors. They meticulously dissected the tender documents, and soon 4 of them were outright discarded. The remaining 3 each bore their own advantages and disadvantages, and no professor could persuade another. The final trio of tender documents lay before Shen Shusheng, and after elucidating their merits and shortcomings, the professors wished for him to make the choice himself. Although Wang Company offered a substantial sum, it was merely a financial proposition. Conversely, Wang's offer was not only generous in monetary terms, but also provided ample guarantees, albeit at the cost of some autonomy for the studio. Lastly, the Goose Factory proposed a modest financial package but extended considerable support, ensuring complete decision-making authority for the studio. Internally, Shen Shusheng mused that the Goose Factory was indeed the Goose Factory. He retrieved the tender from the Goose Factory and expressed gratitude to the professors for their assistance in the selection process, declaring his choice to be the Goose Factory. He requested that they publicize this on the official website. Although it seemed redundant for Nanjing University to make such an announcement, Shen Shusheng was essentially granting them an opportunity to showcase their involvement, a necessary procedure. The selected professor beamed with delight, patting Shen Shusheng on the shoulder and affirming, "Child, your choice is indeed the right one. You needn't worry about the company's affairs. Leave that to us." The announcement was swiftly prepared, and at the same moment, Shen Shusheng and the university unveiled the results of the Goose Factory's successful bid on their website. The Goose Factory rejoiced, while the remaining companies were not as fortunate. The announcement reignited the enthusiasm of the onlookers. Chapter 20. Recruitment. Have you seen the announcement? The Goose Factory has spent 100 million to acquire exclusive distribution rights for 3 years. Indeed, the Goose Factory is quite affluent. But why buy outright for just 3 years? Are you foolish? This game is evidently a golden egg, and the great minds are not naive. Collecting rent is far more pleasurable. 100 million. I'm even more eager to play this game now. I wonder when it will be available. Meanwhile, Fong Kuai Long, who was online at home, learned of the news and immediately made a call. Wow, brother, are you really that formidable? 100 million, just for the distribution rights. Do you need a website maintenance worker? I'm applying for that position. Shen Shusheng chuckled. Sure, when you come to school, I'll sign a contract with you. Perfect timing since I need someone to oversee the Goose Factory's operations. You'll even earn a salary there. Deal. I'll tell my family right away. Working for the Goose Factory, I'm really about to take off. Merely producing a video had attracted the attention of various major corporations, who waved money and shouted. Thus, it became clear that his influence had already made its mark. With the funds secured, Shen Shusheng was naturally compelled to take action. Initially, He had planned to develop the game gradually, but that now seemed implausible. According to the Goose Factory's requirements, the testing version of the game needed to be completed by May. For the sake of playability, Shen Shusheng had intended to design 50 levels. With the time constraints, he realized he could not manage this alone. He had initially considered allowing the studio to take a break, but it seemed he had no choice but to expedite the process. As the school year commenced and everyone returned to work, Shen Shusheng found an opportunity to visit the talent market. He set up a booth and displayed the recruitment advertisement he had prepared in advance on the table. Surrounded by individuals, either middle-aged or young employees running errands for their bosses, his 18 years of age stood out remarkably. Without the support of the internet, Shen Shusheng was merely an ordinary person. As people came and went, it appeared that none were particularly interested in him. After all, the job type was not typical, and Shen Shusheng seemed too young, perhaps even unreliable. After sitting all day, he had only encountered a few inquiries, with most merely glancing at the recruitment details before shaking their heads and departing. It seemed he would still need to rely on the internet. However, if he were to disclose an email address, it would likely be inundated within half an hour. Just as Shen Shusheng was about to pack up and leave, a figure appeared at his booth. "Excuse me, may I see your recruitment information?" Upon lifting his gaze, he was met by a girl who appeared to be only around 1.5 meters tall. After glancing at the advertisement still displayed on the wall, Shen Shusheng shook his head. "We are not hiring temporary workers. You should go home." Observing that the girl looked about 15 or 16, Shen Shusheng had no intention of hiring a minor. The girl, visibly anxious, placed an item on the table and proclaimed, "I'm already 22. I'm not a middle school student. Here is my ID." Shen Shusheng paused, then picked up the ID to scrutinize it closely. "Is this truly you? You bear a striking resemblance, but this isn't your sister's ID, is it?" The girl forcefully tapped the table, asserting, "You are being quite rude. I am indeed 22 years old. I'm here to apply." Shen Shusheng raised his hands in surrender and returned her ID, asking, "Miss Shi Wanwan, may I inquire which position you are applying for?" Seeing that Shen Shusheng was listening, Shi Wanwan began rummaging through her bag. "Aren't you looking for a concept artist? I'm here to apply for that role. Here are my works." Shen Shusheng frowned as he took the stack of papers she offered and examined them closely. The artwork encompassed a variety of subjects, from flora and fauna to urban landscapes, with numerous expressions and actions depicted. However, given that the game Do Now Fun was a fantasy genre, her artistic style seemed somewhat misaligned. "Ms. Shi, while your art is commendable, it appears to diverge from our desired style. Are you adept at creating works in the fantasy genre?" Handing her own creations to Shi Wanwan, the latter glanced at them briefly before responding, "Of course, they are usable, but I find this style quite lacking. There is significant room for improvement." Shen Shusheng's expression darkened slightly. After all, this was his own expenditure, and being criticized by others naturally left him feeling somewhat displeased. "Since it was possible, I have a set of documents for you to complete. Once I have reviewed them thoroughly, I will respond." After taking the paper and pen, Shi Wanwan swiftly filled out the information. After confirming the phone number was accurate, Shen Shusheng concluded his business. Upon returning to his dormitory, Shen Shusheng posted a recruitment notice on Weibo. After outlining his requirements, he specifically noted that candidates must come to Nanjian County for an interview and to fill out the form before publishing the post. Unsurprisingly, Shen Shusheng's recruitment announcement attracted a significant number of viewers. While many were thrilled at the prospect of working alongside a renowned figure, the necessity of attending the interview in person and the requirement to remain in Nanjian deterred a great many. After filtering out a substantial number of applicants, those remaining were genuinely interested in the interview. Unbeknownst to him, his recruitment advertisement had inadvertently hooked a remarkable candidate. Calming himself, he reviewed Shi Wanwan's materials, pondering her suitability. In terms of capability, Shi Wanwan met his expectations. However, his studio had yet to commence operations, which was not an insurmountable obstacle. After much contemplation, he placed her file in the backup category. As the interview time approached, Shen Shusheng summoned Feng Kuilong and Leng Xinyue for assistance. Leng Xinyue also brought along her senior colleagues. The interview venue was set in the office of the high-rise building he had previously purchased, marking the first occasion for many to witness Shen Shusheng in his office. "Since when did you acquire this half-floor? And it's so well decorated?" one of them inquired. "I bought it some time ago. The decor was left by the previous company, and I acquired it for a minimal cost," Shen Shusheng replied. Leng Xinyue surveyed the space, while Shen Shusheng addressed his senior colleagues. "I am uncertain how many will show up. I kindly ask for your assistance, and I apologize in advance for any oversights on my part." The seniors assured him, "It's a minor matter. We are eager to see the characters we voice come to life soon." After a brief flurry of activity, arranging chairs and refreshments, the time for the interviews arrived. Before they had even seen any candidates, the sound of numerous footsteps echoed in unison. Peering out from the office, they observed a throng of individuals hastening towards them. Shen Shusheng swallowed hard. apprehensive that the day would prove overwhelming. Chapter 21. Preparedness. The number of applicants seeking to interview with Shen Shusheng far exceeded his expectations. Initially planning to interview each candidate individually, he was compelled to adapt his approach, engaging in brief conversations and jotting down first impressions on their resumes before allowing them to depart. Had he adhered to his original plan, he might have spent an entire week managing the influx of applicants. Nevertheless, during the interview process, he encountered a particularly noteworthy individual. Noticing Lei Bing, who appeared somewhat embarrassed as he held his resume, Shen Shusheng was taken aback. "Senior, could you handle things here for a moment? I need to step out briefly." In the corridor with Lei Bing, Shen Shusheng scratched his head. "What brings you here to submit your resume?" Lei Bing hesitated before responding. "I have resigned from Jinshan." Shen Shusheng blinked, swallowing hard. Although this individual had also departed from Jinshan to establish Dami technology and ventured into mobile phone manufacturing, it was evident that his departure was not under similar circumstances. "Why did you resign? Wasn't everything going well there?" Exhaling slowly, Lei Bing explained. "There were disagreements among the upper management, and subsequently, the conservatives gained the upper hand. The company decided to revert to developing antivirus software. I felt it was pointless to continue in such an environment, so I chose to resign." Understanding dawned on Shen Shusheng. He had wondered why he had not seen Jinshan's logo in the bidding documents. It turned out they had voluntarily relinquished their market position. But having resigned, "You shouldn't come to a small establishment like mine. My studio is just getting off the ground and cannot accommodate someone of your stature." Lei Bing, a department manager responsible for over 100 individuals, was now applying to a studio that could barely muster 20 employees. Waving his hand, Lei Bing replied, "Since I have resigned, I will start anew. My background is in programming, and I can contribute meaningfully to your endeavors. As for salary, I leave that to your discretion. Compared to money, I am more optimistic about the potential of your venture. With the proceeds from selling my Jinshan shares, I will never worry about finances." Such audacity truly impressed Shen Shusheng. Great individuals remain significant regardless of their circumstances, destined to shine brightly in time. In this era, where smartphones were not yet ubiquitous, his emergence had led Lei Bing down an alternate path. Whether this was fortuitous or lamentable was uncertain, especially considering that Dami Mobile had shattered the price barriers of domestic Android devices. "Then I shall not hold back. Since you wish to join our company, I shall treat you as a regular employee. Once the studio is established, we shall achieve great things together." Lei Bing laughed heartily, seemingly returning to his youthful exuberance. Shen Shusheng's recruitment positions were unprecedented, including roles such as level designers, balance specialists, and narrative designers, along with small teams for animation. Candidates from various fields applied. Even a chef submitting a resume on the grounds of a passion for writing novels and a desire to explore narrative design. The remaining applicants, such as programmers and artists, were more aligned with their respective professions. After a long day, when Shen Shusheng finally gathered his thoughts at the end of the day, he realized he had received 300 resumes. Observing such a staggering number, he felt that his nights would be sleepless in the coming days. The thrill of collecting resumes was momentary. The subsequent review would be an arduous journey. Shen Shusheng devoted every spare moment outside of classes to scrutinizing resumes, knowing that only through the establishment of his studio could he ensure its efficient operation. As the adage goes, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of chopping wood. After meticulous selection, Shen Shusheng chose 40 candidates for the second round of interviews from a pool of 300 resumes. Following the notification for individual interviews, he subsequently eliminated half of these candidates, ultimately selecting 20 individuals to form his core team. Once the personnel were finalized, Shen Shusheng commenced the recruitment process for office decoration. He was not particularly fond of cubicle-style offices and opted for an open-concept layout with curved tabletops. Aside from the animation team, each team member enjoyed a spacious 4-square-meter desk, an indulgence that epitomized luxury. Given the frequent need for communication, the animation team and another group were designed with a more compact arrangement. Moreover, with the exception of finished products, all items in the studio were rounded off, creating a relaxed atmosphere. Upon completion of the construction, the addition of some green plants, such as green radish, signified that everything was ready. The office was equipped with uniformly configured computers. Due to the absence of gaming, Shen Shusheng was quite distressed over the graphics cards, but fortunately, the preliminary work of Dunai Fun was manageable and had not yet reached a level of light pollution that would consume the graphics cards. For now, he had to make do. He procured 20 sets of top-tier configurations, nearly bringing the vendor to his knees in gratitude. After providing a plethora of peripherals, the shop owner kindly assisted with the installation at the office, utilizing only genuine operating systems. When he called the 20 to claim their workstations, they quickly assembled. Observing the rejuvenated studio, everyone erupted in cheers. Fan Jinghao gave a thumbs up at his designated workspace, exclaiming that the boss was generous, and with such large desks, he was confident their studio would excel. Shen Shusheng patted him on the shoulder, affirming that it was indeed certain, and as long as he was around, everyone would enjoy a lavish experience. He added that they could place whatever they wished on their desks, provided it did not disturb others. Fan Jinghao, recruited as a level designer, was the only one who was unaware of the interview specifics beforehand. He inquired if he could bring a cactus, along with his books and models. Shen Shusheng shrugged and responded affirmatively, stating that as long as it did not impact others, this 4 square meter area was indeed his personal space. The other members echoed Shen Shusheng's sentiments, expressing their desires for personal items. Shen Shusheng warmly encouraged them to manage their own belongings and reminded them to consider any colleagues who might have allergies to cats if they wished to adopt one. His leniency moved Lei Bing, who took the opportunity to ask privately whether such a relaxed environment would yield productivity. Shen Shusheng smiled and posed a question in return. Do you find my games enjoyable? Lei Bing, taken aback, answered that they were indeed fun, noting even middle-aged individuals like himself played several rounds daily. Shen Shusheng shrugged, asserting that he did not believe those who wore frowns could create games that brought joy. In Chapter 22, the pace quickened, and Lei Bing chuckled, acknowledging that a cheerful environment was essential for game development. After glancing at his desk, he resolved to prepare it adequately, as leaving it bare seemed uninviting. Within 2 days, the office underwent a remarkable transformation. Many individuals brought personal items from home, filling their desks with small, cherished possessions that infused the space with a sense of life. As the studio officially commenced operations, everyone diligently engaged in their respective roles. Shen Shusheng, in his capacity as both owner and lead producer, found himself becoming more of a facilitator as all inquiries landed at his feet. From overarching plot developments to intricate modeling actions and numerical evaluations, many of the team members were encountering Shen Shusheng's game engine for the first time, and mastering it proved challenging. Initially, several were unaware of its capabilities, but after 2 days of use, they marveled at its extraordinary features. Boss, this engine is simply astonishing. As soon as I input the configured monsters, I can observe their behaviors and even control characters. It's incredible. They had never encountered such a powerful tool, and their astonishment was palpable. The engine is impressive, Shen Shusheng replied with a roll of his eyes, but it took me considerable time to develop. While it is user-friendly, the creation process is quite arduous. I finally understand why you are the boss. With this technology, you could easily outshine everyone else. Shen Shusheng urged them to focus on their work rather than flatter him. Where are you in your progress? He inquired. I'm nearing completion. I've just reached Nuasima Air, and once I finalize the Moonlight Tavern map, we'll be almost there. The remaining tasks involve the monster and numerical teams delivering their components for testing. Shen Shusheng nodded and proceeded to the testing group, responsible for gameplay trials and error detection. This team required quick-thinking individuals who could operate outside conventional norms. Although it might sound like simply playing games, the reality involved rigorous intellectual engagement, especially with a 2-dimensional game, which was relatively simpler. A 3-dimensional game would require comprehensive testing of every mechanism and monster skill to prevent various issues. Upon seeing Shen Shusheng's arrival, the testing team quickly removed their headphones. Good day, boss, one greeted. Then, noticing the snacks on his desk, felt a bit embarrassed and attempted to hide them. Shen Shusheng gently pressed his hand down, snagging a few snacks to enjoy. The flavor is delightful. Indulging in snacks while gaming is entirely reasonable, and I harbor no resentment towards you. After all, your primary purpose is to test the game. However, in the future, please exercise caution when consuming oily, flavorful, or fragile foods to avoid damaging keyboards and computers. Understood, boss. We will be mindful moving forward. After observing them for a while, it became apparent that they felt somewhat awkward, prompting Shen Shusheng to leave the testing group and return to his office. Given that the studio cannot function without personnel, Shen Shusheng had no choice but to take a leave of absence from school to supervise operations here. The school is aware of Shen Shusheng's endeavors and has been quite accommodating, assuring him that he will not fail any exams, allowing him to focus on the studio without worry. With such assurances, Shen Shusheng can settle his mind. Meanwhile, as the studio operates normally, Shen Shusheng dedicates himself to developing his 3-engine. Unlike the 2-engine, the 3-engine operates in 3-dimensional space, necessitating extensive calculations. It is impossible to directly apply the 2-engine to the 3-engine, thus requiring a complete redesign. As a trial project, Shen Shusheng turns his attention to the most widely circulated single-player game in the world. This game, crafted by a portly individual who struggles with counting beyond 3, has driven the entire world into a frenzy. Drawing from the accumulated experiences of predecessors, Shen Shusheng is determined not to replicate the original. He first intends to incorporate the simplest yet most effective 3D visual effect, normal mapping, into the game. Normal mapping simulates the diffuse reflection of light on 3-dimensional objects, creating an illusion of depth. Although fundamentally still a 2D texture, it surpasses countless works that lack normal mapping. Upon discovering the excellent effects of the mapping, he also noted its drawbacks. Due to the intrinsic nature of normal mapping, enhancing highlights and metallic textures on the surface of a purplish normal map amplifies its effectiveness. This leads to a greasy aesthetic in many games utilizing normal mapping, which is why numerous horror games prefer this technique, as it saves time while achieving a similar effect. In addition to this, Shen Shusheng plans to integrate a ray tracing system. In the original, bright areas are luminous, while dark areas are starkly defined, with the lighting serving merely as a tool for adjusting the light and dark hues of a region. After all, having no lights in a tunnel, yet forcing brightness would be rather implausible. As Shen Shusheng steadily advances the process, internet users find the wait excruciating. The small video on the website has been viewed countless times, yet it seemingly vanished without a trace, leaving no further updates. The Goose Factory has launched a dedicated game community, albeit with scant content, aside from the daily influx of posts. The most fervent demand from users is for more information to be released. A thread boasting over 20,000 comments naturally caught the attention of Goose Factory employees. And after obtaining approval from higher-ups, they reached out to Shen Shusheng. "Sir, could we possibly receive more information? The players are highly enthusiastic, and without ongoing content updates, we risk losing them." Upon hearing this feedback from Goose Factory, Shen Shusheng slapped his forehead. It was not that he was being difficult, rather, he had simply forgotten about this matter, as he was solely focused on game development, neglecting promotional aspects. After some thought, Shen Shusheng replied, "I will send you some basic materials and short clips shortly. As for the timing of their release, I leave that to you." Shen Shusheng compiled the foundational information and skill introductions for the 4 main characters, along with some promotional images, and sent them over, confident that these would suffice to keep them occupied for quite some time. Upon receiving the files, Goose Factory promptly updated the website with new video clips. Players, who had been refreshing the page incessantly, rushed to the official site to catch the latest news. Upon viewing the updates, they erupted in excitement, and the forum exploded with activity. "It's updated. The official site has new content. That knife-wielding male character has been revealed. No way. It's really out. I must check it out. I've been eyeing this character for quite some time." Chapter 23. The internal test begins. The release of a new character naturally sparked considerable discussion. Fans engaged in conversations centered around the few animated clips and textual descriptions available. This ghost swordsman is incredibly cool, especially that ghostly hand. It exudes a commanding presence. The character is imposing, and the weapon is equally striking. That massive sword looks impressive. The giant sword seems like it would be cumbersome. I think the lightsaber is the coolest. Upon seeing that glowing effect, I must acquire it in the game. I find the katana to be the most appealing. I fell in love with its curvature at first sight. I feel that the staff and dagger are being unfairly overlooked. However, I must ask, why include these 2 types of weapons? I don't know. They might serve a purpose later on, but personally, I have no desire to wield such weapons. Hitting someone with a twig is simply foolish. Shen Shusheng naturally noticed these comments and, struck by inspiration, created a secondary account to reply. "I have connections over at the big names. I can't divulge specifics, but I can assure you that every weapon has its utility." His comment quickly attracted several responses. "Whoa, bro, give us some insider info. We're all ears, whether it's about the weapons or anything else." "Exactly. Share more details, please." Observing the enthusiastic reactions from the community, Shen Shusheng continued to share some tantalizing tidbits, striking a perfect balance that left everyone yearning for more. From the perspective of the official representatives, Shen Shusheng derived immense satisfaction from engaging with the players. As time progressed, the game continued to take shape, inching closer to completion. After finalizing the addition of various elements and voiceovers, the overall project was deemed complete. The day before submission, Shen Shusheng gathered the entire team for a gaming session to conduct a series of tests, including solo runs and team play. The 3 ancient maps that were part of the direct release of the level 50 version were, of course, included in the testing. The 5 Knights of Wang Zhiyiji, along with the Night King Baladin, the various modified creatures from the Bayer Maku Empire's experimental grounds, and the final echoing Cave of Despair, set the stage for a significant announcement by Shen Shusheng. He declared that anyone capable of utilizing restricted items to conquer these 3 maps would be treated to dinner at his expense. This proclamation greatly invigorated the members of the group, who eagerly brainstormed strategies to assist their fellow team members. Ultimately, during the final attempt, a team member named Ran Mishua, employing the Elementalist, achieved a remarkable solo kill on the king-level Goo King. As the kill confirmation screen appeared, cheers erupted among the team. "Boss, I have slain the beast. You promised to treat us to a meal." Shen Shusheng replied with a smile. "Of course, everyone gather your things and prepare to clock out. We are dining at Hadaleo tonight. I have already made the reservation." "Wow, boss, you tricked us. You had already booked a table." "Haha. Regardless of whether you succeed in the kill, the completion of the game is worth celebrating. Hurry up and pack your things. Amidst the jubilant applause. Once the game was successfully packaged and transmitted to the Goof factory, the team headed to Hadaleo, intent on indulging in a hearty feast. Shen Shusheng, along with his team, enjoyed hot pot and sang songs, while chaos ensued at the Goof factory. Suddenly, the game's main body arrived, prompting everyone to rush back to work. The urgency of this matter, under constant reminders and pressure, had eclipsed the importance of family. The hefty sum of 100 million for a 3-year agency right demanded a return on investment, or else consequences would be dire. However, once the game installation was complete and a 2-hour trial ensued, the team returned home. Not for any particular reason, but because the game was utterly disappointing. It hardly required testing. I guarantee, if this game doesn't succeed, I will eat 5 tons of Oreos, declared a tester confidently. The submission of the game's main body naturally caught the attention of Ma Qingting, but as night had fallen, he opted not to visit the company. The following morning, Ma Qingting personally arrived at the game department to assess the quality of the game. With the authority granted by the Goof factory, after making necessary adjustments, a dungeon test was conducted. The results were smooth, and each character's movements exuded remarkable tension, far exceeding his expectations. What are the test results? Can we confirm the launch date? Mr. Ma, I believe the game is highly polished. We could launch it immediately. However, to be prudent, I suggest we conduct an internal test with some forum moderators and wealthy players from the game community. Ma Qingting nodded in agreement. Very well. Please contact the moderators and simultaneously open random accounts for player testing. Let us start with 1,000 testers. With Ma Qingting's words, the marketing response was swift. They not only reached out to various game forum moderators and renowned players, but also established a lottery system on the official website. The 1,000 slots for the closed beta ignited enthusiasm among the public, as everyone desired to experience the continent of Aladdin ahead of time. In an instant, the lottery system on the website saw over 100,000 players participating. By the time the beta testing phase closed, a total of 500,000 players had entered the lottery pool. After randomly selecting 1,000 players, along with the forum moderators, a total of 1,020 individuals ventured into this mysterious land. The beta testing period lasted 1 week, during which the exclusive high drop rates and experience multipliers quickly propelled players to maximum level. Meanwhile, those unable to play the game were left on the sidelines, watching in envy. When the 1,000 beta testing slots were announced, some boldly declared they would pay 10,000 for a code, but after a week of silence, no one paid attention to them, as the testing slots were too precious to be exchanged for money. Throughout the week, game moderators released various updates under pre-signed confidentiality agreements. Players eagerly pieced together the lore of this enigmatic continent from both genuine and fabricated information. Help! Are there any beta testers? How do I defeat the Guardian Knight of Wang Zhiji? I feel like I'm being utterly crushed. It seems someone is mocking me. I've been playing all night and haven't seen him yet, and my stamina is running low. Please, give me some tips. The Guardian Knight is manageable. Just pay attention to the colors of the light on him. Use ranged attacks for red and melee for blue. Just take your time. The real challenge comes when you face the Light Knight. The screen effects can be blinding. Oh my goodness, I really have no stamina left. I'm currently at the door of the Light Knight, and the Fire Knight has depleted all my revival coins. I'm anxiously waiting online. A crowd of onlookers gathered, eager to witness the unfolding drama. I just took a bathroom break. Brother, you haven't entered yet? Let me teach you how to beat him. Chapter 24. Game public testing and anti-cheat system. The week-long closed beta came to an abrupt end as the servers forcibly shut down, leaving players reluctantly ejected from the game. Despite its brevity, the testing period had left players utterly enamored with the game. Whether it was the completion rate or skill combinations, everything was etched deeply in their memories. The forests of Luolan, the streets of Hedunmire, the expansiveness of the west coast, the snowy vistas of Stunshuyu, and the mysteries of the Dark Elf camp were all familiar to them. As the beta testing concluded, the data team began compiling statistics, yielding astonishing results. The average online duration per player exceeded 8 hours, with the highest player reaching an astounding 16 hours daily. The data revealed that each player created an average of 28 characters, with the aforementioned player exploring every class available. The following day, survey responses from over 1,000 players confirmed that they found the game's balance and replayability to be exceptional, though some felt the daily fatigue system was somewhat restrictive, leaving them craving more gameplay. In light of this feedback, the Goof factory approached Shen Shusheng to discuss the possibility of eliminating the fatigue system, but he firmly declined. That would be absurd. Without any limits, players would either be outpaced by hardcore gamers or simply tire of the game. Maintaining enthusiasm is crucial. The closed beta was undeniably a resounding success. The company continues to update its information. With the unveiling of various professions, the forum moderators who previously signed non-disclosure agreements have begun to voice their opinions. At last, I can finally speak. Let me tell you, the Berserker profession is incredibly impressive. The skill Shatter Mountain, Split the Earth is simply exhilarating, boasting a wide range and high damage. With a single blow, provided your weapon is not subpar, you can easily deal 2 or 3 bars of health. However, while the Berserker is indeed striking, the Swordmaster is even more so. High damage may be temporary, but style is everlasting. The techniques Blade Draw Slash and Mighty Dragon Breaks the Void are exceptionally powerful. Additionally, for those aspiring to wield a lightsaber, only by transitioning to the Swordmaster can one achieve this. Much like the previous life, the Red Eye and White Hand characters are the most discussed, while others are sidelined. As the official website continues to enrich its content, the company has even bypassed the second and third tests, preparing directly for an open beta without data wipes. From the perspective of the company's staff, this is arguably the easiest department. Everything has been meticulously prepared by the studio, requiring no adjustments on their part, allowing them to profit while reclining comfortably. Sipping tea, the staff marvel at their own prowess. The game is tentatively set to enter open beta in July, with an official launch in August. The company has also thoughtfully opened pre-downloads, enabling players with slower internet speeds to download the game in advance. This has brought joy to all. Players are eagerly counting down the days until the open beta. The company is pleased, the players are pleased, and so are Shen Shusheng and the studio. The only ones displeased are those companies who did not win the bid. Upon witnessing the players' reactions on the forum and the leaked videos, Ding Daley nearly smashed his desk in frustration. Although he is not a gamer, he managed to obtain an account through a broad approach on the day of the internal test. The exhilaration he felt while gaming was matched only by the resentment he felt afterwards. Damn the company for spending $100 million on this game. Despite his derisive words, Ding Daley knew the game's level of completion was beyond his imagination. The concepts of apostles, heavenly realm revolutions, plague viruses, and imperial testing grounds each offer boundless content. With a 3-year investment of $100 million, Ding Daley is confident that this amount will be recouped within a year. He picked up the internal line he had for work and called the gaming department his company had established. Soon, a greasy middle-aged man arrived at Ding Daley's office. How is it going over there? The selection process must be over by now. Can you produce a work that can compete with the toxic milk powder? The middle-aged man wiped the sweat from his glistening forehead. Ding Zong, we have presented a proposal. The game is based on Journey to the West, inspired by a Chinese Odyssey. Ding Daley waved his hand, saying, just show me the proposal. I'll review it myself. The middle-aged man quickly handed over the document, and after reading it, Ding Daley furrowed his brow as he placed it on the table. A turn-based game? Do you really think it would be interesting for both sides to stand in a line taking turns? The middle-aged man's forehead glistened with even more sweat. We are currently lagging behind in real-time feedback compared to the competition. If we aim to compete directly with toxic milk powder, we will certainly be at a disadvantage. Thus, we chose a direction that is less demanding in terms of reflexes. Although turn-based play lacks the appeal of the competition, we have domestic themes and are targeting adults with strong purchasing power but limited technical skills. These are the individuals we aim to attract. After hearing the middle-aged man's explanation, Ding Daley managed to quell his anger. Indeed, any game with significant technical demands necessitates coordination and reflexes. Continue with this project. I expect to see an internal test version before the year ends. The middle-aged man exhaled in relief and assured him, no problem, Ding Zong. We will strive to improve. Although the company did not secure toxic milk powder, it has followed the old path traversed by Shen Shusheng prior to his time traveling, showcasing the astonishing inertia of history. As July approached, Shen Shusheng's production team released 4 sets of costumes in 4 colors for each profession, totaling 16, while the company also designed a few sets of costumes to profit from. Upon seeing the samples sent by the studio, they discarded their own designs into the trash. Additionally, in preparation for the open beta, the company activated the container system that had not been opened during the internal test. As a newcomer, Shen Shusheng clearly understood what the game's greatest threat was. Early on, during the bidding process, he explicitly required the winning company to possess anti-cheat measures and strict penalties. Cheats are despised by all game producers and companies. Initially, the company did not comprehend the necessity of such measures. However, by the 3rd day after launch, they experienced the repercussions firsthand. A post titled, "What did the player who reached max level in 2 days do?" appeared on the forum. A player, after completing a dungeon, was wandering the city when they spotted a max level player passing by. After taking a screenshot as evidence, they began calculating whether it was possible for someone to reach max level in 2 days. The conclusion was evidently impossible. They suspected that some exploit or loophole must have been involved, leading them to seek an explanation from the company. Upon investigation, the anti-cheat team promptly examined the game account data and, after a brief review, clearly identified traces of tampering through third-party means. Chapter 25, Container Head, Red Wings, Iron Shackles. Set launch. Just as the anti-cheat team uncovered the issue, The forum was already ablaze with discussions. This guy is incredible. He reached max level in just 2 days. What did he eat to grow up? Do you think this guy could be cheating? Impossible. I've seen him during the internal test. He had a unique title on his head that read Game Administrator, and his costume was different from others. Different? I just searched online, and that outfit looks amazing. I want it. You have deviated from the topic above. Since that individual is not at fault, it must be an issue with the game itself. What are the employees of RCHing doing? That's such a significant flaw when unnoticed. Greetings everyone, I am the forum administrator. This situation has been reported, and the technical department is currently investigating. Results will be available shortly. The administrator, adorned with the esteemed title, soon garnered a multitude of responses. The replies varied, yet gradually transformed into expressions of admiration for RCHing, eagerly awaiting the announcement. From the initiation to the resolution of the incident, merely half an hour elapsed. After this brief period, an announcement was posted on the forum and pinned by the administrator in bold red letters. Explanation regarding certain players exceeding game progression levels upon clicking the link. Players expressed their satisfaction in the comments section. The content of the post was concise yet explicit, stating that a particular player had swiftly leveled up by altering in-game data and modifying monster experience. According to the agreement signed between the player and the company, this would result in a permanent ban. Furthermore, the game would undergo maintenance from Thursday morning until 10 o'clock to investigate any remaining players for cheating behavior. After reading the entire passage, players felt nothing but elation, for it is indeed a rare occurrence for a large company to prioritize player experience. RCHing, as always, demonstrated remarkable efficiency. However, a 4-hour maintenance period felt somewhat inconvenient. My friend, will you not be working from midnight to 10 on Thursday? By the time you return from work, the maintenance will have concluded. I am enamored. For this reason alone, I must spend money on a stylish outfit. The YIN attire is simply magnificent. The Red Wings paired with my Berserker character are a perfect match. RCHing, since the issue has been resolved, why not discuss the matter of the outfits? I am quite eager to obtain that unique set. Following this statement, a flurry of supportive comments ensued, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Although some felt that a permanent ban was excessive, others promptly presented the in-game agreement that required acknowledgement. It was clearly written in black and white. Those who chose not to read or signed with a sense of luck now find themselves regretting it. If one feels deceived, they are free not to play. No one is forcing them. Indeed, why should we extend leniency to those who seek shortcuts while we, the players who engage with integrity, are subjected to unfair treatment? The entire affair concluded in under an hour. While it may appear trivial, the gaming department of RCHing had already broken a sweat. The matter seemed minor only because it was handled appropriately and swiftly. Had it escalated into a major issue, the bans would have been ineffective. RCHing's decisive measures significantly deterred those with ulterior motives. Following the 10-hour server maintenance on Thursday, a list of banned players numbering in the hundreds was released. The community lauded RCHing's efficiency. Simultaneously, as players delved deeper into the game, weapons of legendary status became the new favorites. All players took pride in flaunting a legacy weapon while traversing the streets or clearing dungeons. Additionally, an old trend emerged, featuring the combination of a jarhead, red wings, and iron shackles. We, the sharpshooter players, expressed our discontent. Why should others parade their weapons while we must conceal ours? Likewise, as a gunner, I lament my misfortune. There are no special effects in my inventory. A moment of silence, please. During the rapid leveling process, RCHing had already begun discussions with SHing regarding rare outfits. Game design is an emerging profession, and everyone is exploring its depths. Yet SHing clearly possesses profound knowledge. Therefore, even with the game entrusted to RCHing, its employees frequently seek his counsel. As for rare outfits, SHing opted for a method akin to before, acquiring them through a synthesizer. However, he implemented a safety net. Each synthesis attempt, categorized by outfit level, would yield different probabilities: low at 5, low-high at 10, and high at 15. If 10 consecutive attempts failed to produce a rare outfit, the probability for subsequent attempts would be cumulatively increased by half until a successful outcome reset the count. When you release rare outfits, you must disclose the probabilities and refrain from covertly altering the drop rates. This is a responsibility to the game and to the players. SHing's vision treats players as individuals rather than mere tools for profit. Your investment of time and money will undoubtedly yield rewards. He has witnessed too many companies ruin player morale and collapse games due to clandestine alterations of drop rates. If one seeks profit, it must be pursued transparently. Underhanded tactics yield minimal gains and significantly deplete the game's longevity. The employees of RCHing initially considered covertly reducing drop rates for greater financial gain. Yet this suggestion was promptly dismissed by Shen Shusheng, earning him the genuine admiration of his colleagues. In early August, after a 12-hour maintenance period, the game officially reopened, with the rare outfits, referred to as the sky set by players from the previous iteration, now available. When players discovered the updates, the community erupted with excitement. Upon entering the outfit shop post-launch, I marveled at the newly updated sets. Although the color schemes varied, the attributes were undeniably impressive, granting a 70 increase in town movement speed, making it feel as though one could fly. It is indeed unfortunate that I cannot obtain such color variations, yet. I am content with the privilege of donning an outfit of different hues. Due to the divergence in historical progression, players began referring to all future rare outfits as sets. By early September, RCHing's first quarterly financial report was finally compiled. MQNGT-ing rubbed his eyes in disbelief upon seeing the figures. Did I read that correctly? In just 3 months, we have earned 50 million? The secretary beside him cleared her throat and remarked, Mr. M, this is gross revenue. If we deduct expenses and studio shares. Before the secretary could finish, MQNGT-ing interjected, I am well aware this is gross revenue. My point is, has this game truly generated 50 million in transactions in just 3 months? The secretary nodded in affirmation. MQNGT-ing tossed the financial report onto the table and reclined the boss's chair atop it. He had initially believed that this game would take at least 2 years to break even, but it now appeared that within a year, he could begin to turn a profit. Chapter 26. A group trip to Sanya. After all, this quarter's financial report included the initial investments, which were one-time expenditures. Moving forward, resources would not be consumed at the same rate. As the company became more familiar with its various operations, costs would gradually decrease, allowing for increased savings. The financial report from CHing had been finalized, and naturally, funds would be allocated to the studio. According to the prior agreement with CHing Studio, the studio had generated a total revenue of 13 million. Shing was elated, as this amount represented almost pure profit, with dividends comprising only a small portion. According to the previously established terms, profits exceeding 10 million would result in a 10% share of the pure profit, amounting to 1,300,000. As the primary creator and programmer, Shing would receive 50% of that, totaling 650,000. However, it should not be forgotten that the remaining 1,100,000 was also pure profit, with no dilution, all of which found its way into Shing's pockets. This prompted another moment of reflection from him. As for the remaining 650,000, it would be shared among the remaining workgroup, and less significant departments like his own would not partake in the distribution, leaving a mere 12 individuals involved in the division. Observing the lively and cheerful atmosphere within the office, Shing addressed his colleagues. Please do not disturb others while they are working, and refrain from standing on chairs. Come down, I have an announcement to make. Upon seeing Shing, everyone settled down to listen. Clearing his throat, Shing began. Thanks to everyone's efforts, we have finally reaped our rewards. Therefore, I have decided to organize our first team-building trip, with Sanya as our destination. I will be covering the expenses myself. Furthermore, I would like to inform you that we will be joined by the voice actors who previously provided voices for our characters, as well as some of my senior peers. The individuals from the studio had met the voice actors a few times, and those who might soon take the stage possessed a confident demeanor regarding their appearances. Thus, the voice actors not only had pleasant voices, but also striking looks. Most of those who were ensconced in programming at the company were introverts. Upon hearing that there would be young gentlemen and ladies present, their excitement was palpable. At this moment, someone raised a hand and asked, Boss, may I bring someone along? I would like to take my girlfriend with me. Shing contemplated for a moment before responding. Bringing someone is permissible, but that portion will be at your own expense. I cannot afford to be financially burdened by your whims. Self-funding is fine. I can manage the costs of taking my girlfriend out, came the reply. This notion sparked many individuals' interest, prompting them to reach out to family and friends to see if they might seize this opportunity for a getaway. Meanwhile, Shing also informed the seniors of X and YU about the trip. Upon hearing about the excursion to Sanya, they expressed immense delight. One of the perks of being part of the development team was that as long as the version was completed, the remainder of the tasks were quite flexible. The script in Shing's hands did not require anyone to rack their brains. They merely needed to follow the general direction, and currently, the game was still in its nascent stages, with a plethora of ideas and developmental pathways yet to be explored, ensuring that inspiration would not run dry. Thus, after finalizing the dates, they boarded a flight to Sanya. Although the northern regions had begun to feel the chill of autumn, Sanya still basked in the warmth of summer, with sun, sand, and sea creating a breathtaking vista. Dressed in shorts and sporting sunglasses, Shen gazed at the coastline, feeling a sense of expansiveness within himself. To his surprise, even at his age, he could still frolic on the beach. Hearing a voice nearby, he turned to find Ling and his wife. "Greetings, sister-in-law," he said, to which Ing waved her hand, replying, "If it weren't for you, this workaholic would never have brought me out to play. I must thank you. Brother is far too busy. His diligent work is for the sake of the family. Did you not bring your child along? Our child is still in school. Not everyone can take their family out as easily as you do," Ing replied, feeling slightly embarrassed as his wife's teasing became apparent. After a moment of contemplation, he took Ing's hand and said to Ing, "We'll head over there and not disturb you any further." As Ing chuckled softly, Ing quickened his pace until they vanished into the crowd. "What were you just discussing?" As soon as Ing departed, Nyu's voice appeared from behind him. Turning around, he saw her in a bikini, in stark contrast to her usual cozy and adorable attire. This new ensemble radiated youthfulness and vitality. Moreover, unlike before, Ing could now openly admire Nyu's figure. Typically, she donned loose-fitting clothing, and while he had surmised that she likely had an enviable physique, witnessing her in a bikini still left him momentarily speechless. Her skin was fair, her figure well-proportioned. The slenderness of her calves, clad in small sandals, was striking, showcasing a well-defined abdominal line with no excess flesh. As his gaze traveled upward, he encountered the impressive and substantial contours of her figure. Previously, when Nyu had clung to his arm while shopping, he had sensed the impressive nature of her physique, yet seeing it directly was a revelation. Next, he admired her fair neck and shapely collarbone, where the silver heart-shaped pendant he had gifted her on their anniversary rested delicately. Nyu's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. She had never been scrutinized by Ing in such a manner. His gaze seemed to traverse her body, leaving her feeling exceedingly self-conscious. Had she known she would be so exposed in a bikini, she would have opted for a more modest swimsuit instead. Unsure of where to place her hands, Nyu finally murmured, "Please don't look at me like that. It makes me feel embarrassed." Ing cleared his throat and gently took Nyu's delicate hand. "It is the first time I have seen you dressed like this, and I was momentarily captivated. Please excuse my surprise." Shenyu shot him a glance, yet her heart fluttered with delight. "Let us go, stop staring. What shall we do for fun? There are numerous activities to enjoy on the beach." On the first day, Shen Shusheng did not organize a collective outing, so beach volleyball had to be postponed. However, activities such as jet skiing, parasailing, and sandboarding remained available. Shen Shusheng's first choice was swimming. After all, visiting the seaside without a swim would be a missed opportunity. The crystal-clear waters, the crashing waves, and the enchanting beauty beside him. Shen Shusheng had not anticipated that Shenyu could not swim. Thus, once they reached the ocean, he not only donned a life jacket, but also took it upon himself to teach her how to swim. Fearing the depths, Shenyu naturally clung to Shen Shusheng, her small hands grasping anxiously, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. She was his girlfriend. How could he take advantage of her? Even while instructing her, Shen Shusheng found himself unavoidably drawn to her. Chapter 27. The moonlight is truly beautiful. Throughout the day, Shen Shusheng was fully engrossed in playing in the water with Shenyu. It wasn't until dinner that everyone gathered again. As it was Shen Shusheng's first time taking people out and his first outing with Shenyu, he naturally wished to make a good impression and chose to book the finest hotel, securing a luxurious suite. Families or couples would naturally share a room, while the singles would pair up. Shen Shusheng cunningly arranged for Shenyu to share a room with him. After a day of fun, Shenyu, unaware of this arrangement until evening, found herself in a predicament. Shen Shusheng felt a bit anxious, having nurtured this delicate relationship for so long. Their interactions had only been limited to gentle embraces, and any further advances were often met with resistance. Even now, he had yet to earn her first kiss. Recalling how his confession had been interrupted at the hotel, he felt a pang of regret. Had it not been for the cleaning staff changing the sheets, he would have acted upon it. This time, he vowed not to let the moment slip away. "Shenyu, what are you doing over there? Come sit here." In the luxurious suite, the furnishings and entertainment were all present. Shen Shusheng waved to Shenyu, who hesitated before finally taking a seat on the sofa. "Why didn't you tell me we were sharing a room?" she asked, her tone cautious. Shen Shusheng sighed, feeling a mix of exasperation and affection. "We are a couple. Isn't it perfectly normal to share a room?" Shenyu felt conflicted. While she understood Shen Shusheng's intentions, she still felt unprepared and wished to wait a little longer. "But Shenyu, your roommates are already spending the night with their boyfriends. You should relax a bit." Convincing herself internally, she leaned into Shen Shusheng's embrace. "Next time, you must inform me. You cannot just decide these things unilaterally." Shen Shusheng, having achieved his goal, placed his hand gently around her waist. After a long absence from watching television, they began to binge-watch a series, not turning off the screen until after 10. During those hours, Lung Xinyue gradually let her guard down. Reflecting on how generous and caring her wealthy boyfriend was, she felt she had not contributed enough to their relationship. Stretching, Shen Shusheng stood up. I'm going to take a shower. I wonder if the bathroom in this luxurious suite lives up to its reputation. With that, he slipped away. Lung Xinyue began to feel anxious. What should she do? He was off to shower. How would she handle this? Should she go along with his intentions? Or should she leave? A tumult of emotions surged within her, as everything seemed to be happening too quickly. Just as she wrestled with her thoughts, Shen Shusheng emerged from the shower, clad in a bathrobe. He curiously observed Lung Xinyue, who sat silently on the sofa, her head downcast. Crouching before her, he inquired, Xinyue, what's wrong? Aren't you going to shower? Startled, she nearly tumbled off the sofa. Cough, cough, of course, I'm going to shower. Unlike you, I don't want to be smelly every day. With that, she hurriedly slipped away in her slippers. Shen Shusheng chuckled. Reclining leisurely on the bed with his hands behind his head, Lung Xinyue took longer in the shower than he had anticipated. As he considered whether to call for her, she finally emerged, wrapped in a towel. Observing her shy demeanor, Shen Shusheng sighed in resignation. The suite has an extra bedroom. If you prefer, I can sleep there. Lung Xinyue shook her head and dove under the covers. I've made up my mind. Let us do this. With that, she tightly shut her eyes, refusing to look at Shen Shusheng. He burst into laughter. What's this? You're making it sound like I'm about to butcher you. Gently pulling her closer, he said, if you're not ready, I can wait for you. Nestled in his embrace, Lung Xinyue bit her lip and shook her head. My roommates have already found countless boyfriends, and I'm still not in a rush with you. I feel like I've been unfair to you, but today, I've finally made my decision. As she spoke, her small hands fumbled, attempting to untie Shen Shusheng's bathrobe. He grasped her hand, looking into her eyes earnestly. Are you truly certain? This is a one-way journey. There's no turning back. Lung Xinyue nodded, slightly lifting her chin and closing her eyes. Watching her surrender herself to him, Shen Shusheng felt both excitement and gravity, leaning in closer. Wait, don't do it like that. Didn't you say it was okay? Why can't it be like this? However, measures are essential. One must implement them. I am prepared. When were you ready? Were you plotting this in advance? You have wronged me. Indeed, there were prior arrangements, but those were made long ago when I purchased it. Just look at the expiration date. It is nearly expired. That too is a nefarious scheme, you big bad wolf. Aha, I suppose I shall take the initiative today. Please don't. What transpired that night remains a secret to outsiders. Only the two parties involved know the beauty of that night. The following morning, Shen Shusheng awoke feeling refreshed and stretched lazily. Joyful occasions invigorate the spirit. How delightful it is. Yet, Lung Xinyue, who rose alongside Shen Shusheng, appeared somewhat groggy. You may feel comfortable, but I am still fatigued. Shen Shusheng mischievously urged. Hurry up and get ready. There is a group activity today, and we are going to the aquarium. If you miss it, others might suspect you. Lung Xinyue shot him a glare and began putting on her clothes. On the first day, everyone engaged in their own activities. But the second day would commence the team-building projects, with the aquarium being a quintessential choice for all ages. Not far from Shen Shusheng's hotel was an aquarium, renowned not only for its various marine displays, but also for its iconic underwater tunnel. Merely a day had passed, and Shen Shusheng observed his colleagues from the workgroup, many of whom were already mingling with their senior peers, with several pairs even holding hands. Shen Shusheng was quite pleased with this outcome. His role as a matchmaker had proven remarkably successful. Shen Shusheng, look, it's a rainbow, so magnificent. Lung Xinyue's voice brought him back to reality. Observing Lung Xinyue's excited expression, Shen Shusheng redirected his focus onto her. Forget about others. I should prioritize nurturing my little cabbage. Chapter 28. Christmas outfits and new professions. Shen Shusheng and his companions spent an entire week in Sanya. In addition to the aquarium visit, Shen Shusheng even chartered a yacht for diving, marveling at coral reefs and schools of sea turtles. On the final day, the group gathered on the beach to capture a photograph, preserving the memory before boarding their return flight. As October concluded, November ushered in winter in the northern regions, bringing with it a flurry of promotions. The team from the Goose Factory approached, inquiring about potential Christmas-themed releases. Shen Shusheng nodded in agreement and summoned his production team to prepare for Christmas-related activities. With Shen Shusheng as the creative mastermind, the team quickly designed their first holiday outfit. The Christmas set, featuring a red and white palette accented with golden ribbons and green trees. One ensemble after another took shape under the artist's skilled hands, and the modeling team swiftly finalized the appearance of 4 characters. Furthermore, Shen Shusheng initiated a design allowing players to alter weapon appearances when purchasing outfits. The demon swordsman wielded a staff entwined with string lights, The fighter-esque gloves transformed into Christmas gift boxes, the mage's staff was adorned with a snowman, and the marksman's weapon became a candy cane. In addition, Shen Shusheng replaced all maps with Christmas-themed versions, with cities blanketed in snow and models donning Santa hats. After discussions with the planning team, Shen Shusheng decided to create reindeer antler hats as Christmas prizes. Players who opted not to purchase outfits could earn reindeer antler hats through monster battles and dungeons using Christmas coins, while those who did purchase outfits could further enhance their overall appearance. After submitting the version to the Goose Factory, Shen Shusheng did not grant his team a holiday but promptly assigned them new tasks, which involved launching the long-planned holy profession by year-end. Consistent with his practice, Shen Shusheng eliminated the Avenger profession, prompting the team to commence assessments. The holy profession was something Shen Shusheng had intended to release from the start. However, he later reconsidered, realizing that releasing everything at once held little merit, so he shelved the manuscript. In hindsight, postponing the release proved to be a wise decision. He began to understand why game developers often delay updates. Releasing a version when one is too lazy to update is undeniably satisfying. To mitigate future complications, Shen Shusheng also developed a Christmas outfit for the holy profession, with a Christmas tree naturally becoming the weapon replacement. Once all adjustments were completed, Shen Shusheng packaged the game, sending the Christmas components to the Goose Factory while retaining the remaining parts on his personal computer. With everything finalized, his work for the year was accomplished. After sharing a final meal with everyone, the studio temporarily closed for the holidays, with Shen Shusheng tentatively planning to return after the 15th day of the Lunar New Year. Lei Bing gazed at Shen Shusheng in disbelief. During his time at Jinshin, he had to work tirelessly, constantly reading the room in front of his superiors and often putting in overtime. Yet here, it felt less like work and more like a vacation. What company grants holidays as early as November? Schools wouldn't even do that. Nevertheless, despite his musings, he hurriedly packed his belongings to return home, eager to spend time with his children, whom he had previously lacked the opportunity to accompany. Upon receiving the new version, the Goose Factory promptly initiated a promotional campaign, causing their official website to explode with activity. Christmas events? The Goose Factory is thoughtful. The game update is in the studio's hands. The studio created the game version, while the Goose Factory merely operates it. You should commend the studio. Moreover, the Christmas outfits have already been released. The outfits designed by the masters are incredibly impressive. Purchasing them allows the weapons to transform into festive styles. What? There's news of the release already? This is an explosive update. I'm off. I just returned. Why did I level a demon swordsman? I'm switching to a fighter now. That outfit is too stunning. It's making me dizzy as I walk. Can someone tell me which fighter class is the most enjoyable? What the? Can this broken road really accommodate a vehicle? However, I find the boxing gloves made from the gift box quite appealing. By the way, the current iterations of Street Fighter and Sonda are rather entertaining. You may select one from either. Sisters, the sorcerer's attire is truly exquisite, and you must acquire it. The little snowman staff is utterly irresistible to me. Alas, my sharpshooter's candy cane is hidden away, completely out of sight. Do not weep, my friend, I am a gunner. While you all are focused on fashion, I am more interested in event rewards. Have you not noticed the Christmas reindeer antlers headpiece? It can be obtained for free. My friend, with such a splendid Christmas outfit, how can you resist purchasing it? We all assume that buying outfits is a given. Surely, I cannot be the only one lacking the funds to buy outfits, can I? Oh, dear brother upstairs, count me among the broke as well. I am but a struggling student. When the company observed the player's strong backlash, it recalled the last time there was such fervor, which coincided with the release of outfits. The company missed that opportunity to promote on its official website, but this time, it learned its lesson. Noticing the players' enthusiasm, it promptly launched a major promotional campaign. With the presence of the all-you-can-eat software, advertisements from the company proliferated everywhere, both online and offline. The company invested heavily in a 15-second advertisement for its product, Toxic Milk Powder, on the subway for a duration of half a month. Consequently, Toxic Milk Powder gained widespread recognition, reaching not only avid gamers, but also those who do not play games. Finally, as Christmas Eve arrived, the Christmas outfit was officially launched during the routine update. That evening, no one from the company's operations team left. All eyes were glued to the revenue stream. Once the clock struck midnight, the operations team began to hustle. After half an hour of data collection, statistics, and calculations, the final revenue was finally determined. On that particular night, the Christmas outfit generated nearly 40 million in revenue, which translates to approximately 200,000 outfits sold. That night, Ma Qingting found himself unable to sleep once more. Awakened by a phone call shortly after 1 a.m, he was filled with exhilaration. If in the previous 3 years, there was an element of gamble in reaching 100 million, now he was left with nothing but regret. If he could turn back time, he would undoubtedly strangle himself to ensure that his past self signed a 30-year contract worth 1 billion with the studio. This was not merely profit. It was akin to printing money, with an efficiency surpassing even that of a money-making machine. Although the first day saw explosive revenue, the continued flow of income in the following days should not be underestimated. Some players, upon witnessing others make purchases, could not restrain themselves either, and in this cyclical effect, over 30% of players bought a second outfit, while 10% purchased 3 or 4. Chapter 29. All classes clear instances, Magic Sword Apophis. With the Christmas outfit and reindeer hat, players' online time surged significantly. As players spent more time online, their characters naturally leveled up. With their levels increased, discussions gradually shifted from outfits to the current in-game dungeons, the Bilmark Empire testing grounds, and the Wailing Cavern. As the ultimate maps of this version, many players found them insurmountable. They required not only impeccable teamwork, but also a certain level of player skill. While there were no strict wipe conditions, almost all of these 2 maps had a de facto limit on team failure. The infinite small robots of the Minotaur mechanic and the endless insectoids of the Slaughtering Cauldron became countdowns to failure. If one could not conquer it alone, then one would have to team up. However, there was a significant issue with team coordination, which often led to catastrophic team wipes. Bloodthirsty Cat Demon, Mad Colonel Ivan, as well as Skeleton Kane and Witch Lyn in the Wailing Cavern, were all formidable adversaries. Coupled with the limited revival coins, players often found themselves having paid for entry tickets, only to stand idly by as their strength waned without completing the dungeon. Faced with this predicament, players clamored for a reduction in dungeon difficulty to complete their tasks. Just as this proposal was raised, those who had already cleared the dungeon stood up in opposition. Why should the difficulty be lowered for those who managed to clear it through skill? If you find it challenging, then enhance your equipment or practice your dodging skills. Lowering the difficulty was absolutely out of the question. The debate escalated, and the company found itself at a loss regarding how to adjust. After much deliberation, they ultimately passed the issue to Shen Shusheng. Upon receiving it, Shen Shusheng promptly replied with an email. He then set aside his notebook to continue chatting with Lung Fu. During a team-building event, Shen Shusheng made a bold move, significantly improving their relationship. Even at home, the two frequently visited each other, and on this particular day, they coincidentally found Lung Fu resting, allowing them to chat in the living room. After 2 years, Lung Fu had accepted this young man as his daughter's boyfriend, and his demeanor had softened considerably. Young man, when do you plan to marry Xinu? Shen Shusheng, who was in the middle of drinking water, was caught off guard, while Lung Xinu's face turned crimson. Dad, what are you saying? We aren't even of legal age yet. Shen Shusheng coughed and replied, I think there's no rush. Xinu is studying journalism and broadcasting, and after graduation, it will be a golden time for her career. As for me, my company has just started, and I am quite busy every day. Once Xinu's work stabilizes and I have more free time, then we can consider these matters. Lung Fu nodded and spoke. I do not intend to rush you. I merely wish to see if you have any plans for the future. However, it seems you both already have a blueprint laid out, so I am relieved. Hearing that his future father-in-law was merely pretending to press him, Shen Shusheng breathed a sigh of relief. He had expected to be pushed into marriage. Meanwhile, back at the company, after receiving Shen Shusheng's response, they gathered together. Will this plan work? I don't know, but since it came from a master, it should be fine. Let us not discuss this any further. It is best to pass it up the chain. This is not a decision that we small employees can make. Shen Shusheng's response was transmitted up the chain, ultimately reaching the hands of the department head in charge of the game. The supervisor resolved to adopt Shen Shusheng's approach. Consequently, while the factions advocating for reduced difficulty and those supporting the maintenance of the current challenge were at an impasse, the official team organized a peculiar offline event titled All Classes Challenge Ancient Maps to earn a cash prize. This event invited players from all classes to tackle the Bilmark Empire's experimental grounds and the Wailing Caverns, with each class competing in separate groups. Based on the volume of votes, the top 3 players of each class would receive rewards of 5,000, 3,000, and 1,000 respectively, while the overall top 3 across both maps would earn 10,000, 5,000, and 2,000. This initiative quelled disputes among affluent players and skilled gamers, as each player, confident in their abilities, sought to demonstrate their prowess through dungeon runs. Consequently, videos showcasing various classes began to proliferate like mushrooms after rain. Those unable to keep up commenced their journeys of learning from others. Wealthy players focused on crafting, while those with fewer resources honed their skills. The esteemed players garnered admiration from the community, satiating their own vanity. Among them, several particularly skilled individuals gradually rose to stardom. Have you seen that red-eye player? Truly formidable. Those green-named monsters would perish with a single skill. One must consider the equipment. Their weapons are pink, a color only achievable through level 13 enhancements, resulting in tremendous damage. After witnessing the prowess of the experts, I realized my skill, dubbed Bengshan Songxi Zhan, paled in comparison to their Bengshan Dili Zhan, which could strike without fatal consequences. only to be besieged by a horde of monsters. Observe that roaming gunner. Why are they swapping equipment to strike a wooden post? That is the Lightblade set, capable of enhancing one's status and attack power. Furthermore, the creatures in the Wailing Caverns possess low light resistance, amplifying the benefits even further. After watching the videos, I sought equipment, only to find prices skyrocketing. Those unscrupulous merchants are indeed ruthless. Just the other day, I sold an item for 500,000, and now they demand 2 million. Brother, I came across a video featuring a player who discovered an artifact-level weapon during their dungeon run. I have never even seen one before, let alone wear it. Is it true? Friend, could you share the link? The link is below. Go take a look. I will check the marketplace. Shen Shusheng had no inkling that his actions would precipitate the birth of the first ancient artifact in the game, the Demon's Sword Apophis. With a commanding design akin to that wielded by monsters, overwhelming base damage, and an impressively extensive attribute panel, it left many drooling. As more details emerged regarding this item, players grew increasingly envious. The latest news revealed that the Demon's Sword Apophis had been purchased offline by the top Berserker player, known as Shiri Baobao. Wealth affords one the privilege to act as one pleases. If it were me, I would hold on to that weapon for eternity. I would certainly retain it. But since they managed to acquire it, they must have offered a handsome sum. Have you seen Shiri Baobao's latest video? He shared a new clip showcasing the very Demon's Sword Apophis, and it has been enhanced to level 13. Upon hearing this, everyone wore expressions of disbelief. No way. He dared to enhance just one weapon to level 13? There must be collusion with the developers. A thorough investigation is imperative. If the mere existence of the Demon's Sword Apophis drove players into a frenzy, the news of its enhancement to level 13 sent them into a veritable frenzy. The developers also regarded this matter with utmost seriousness, promptly instigating an investigation. Chapter 30. The final move. Is the developer's conscience intact? The developers acted swiftly. Following an announcement on their official website, they personally contacted Shiri Baobao. He too was taken aback by the immense reaction his acquisition of a level 13 weapon elicited. Faced with a barrage of negative media coverage, Shiri Baobao sought to utilize this official channel to clear his name. Upon submitting his account information and game footage, the developers swiftly initiated an unpacking of the game data. This component was the developer's own anti-cheat system, capable of recording local game information and periodically relaying it to the anti-cheat department for data processing. The data was decrypted using a special dynamic password. Without it, extraction of the internal files was impossible. Upon analyzing the retrieved files, the developers quickly concluded that Shiri Baobao had not resorted to cheating to obtain the level 13 weapon. The following day, the developers prominently featured a notice on their announcement board titled Explanation regarding players' concerns about enhancement issues. Upon learning of the resolution, players flocked to the announcement, entering with a sense of curiosity and exiting with harsh words. Shiri Baobao had not cheated. He had enhanced the weapon through a method of probability, increasing the likelihood of success with each subsequent attempt. According to the developer's revelations, prior to enhancing the level 13 Demon's Sword Apophis, Shiri Baobao had consecutively destroyed 10 rusty katanas during attempts to enhance to level 13, in addition to various other weapons at levels 12 and 13. Some observant players noted that one of these was the 13 Guishang previously wielded by Shiri Baobao. A rough calculation of the value of the destroyed items, if converted to private trading, exceeded 50,000. This implies that the investment in the level 13 Demon's Sword Apophis amounted to at least 50,000, excluding the cost of acquiring the sword itself. Such a wealthy player, a true high-caliber individual in the gaming realm, is beyond my reach. I initially intended to learn skills, yet it seems I have stumbled into a realm of sorcery. Alas, in an instant, the negative news was obliterated and admiration for Shiri Baobao surged. The likes on his videos skyrocketed, ultimately securing both the top spot in each map category and the overall top position across all classes. Following this resurgence of player enthusiasm, the developers recognized the commercial potential and reached out to these top players, inviting them to join their video platform to regularly share content. In this manner, not only can the platform attract traffic, but it can also break boundaries, enabling players to earn substantial income, thereby achieving a trifecta of benefits. The emergence of MGNBFIS has unveiled the enigma surrounding ancient artifacts. Aside from the experimental grounds of BRMKD-GU and the Cave of Wailing, the ruins of the king has once again become a sought-after location. In addition to undertaking quests, many treasure seekers have flocked to these areas. At once, the entrances to these two maps have seen an influx of players equipped with vehicles. The Vortex Ring, Soul of the Frozen One, explosive packs of Mad Ivan, Fangs of HNK, and the series of weapons from LZH I have all appeared in the players' sites. During the month leading up to the Spring Festival, players have been fervently grinding through maps, and expenditures on gaming have surged dramatically, bringing joy to CH Ing and MQ Ing T Ing. A week before the Spring Festival, Ing unveiled its final major announcement before the holiday, the introduction of a new character, the Saint. Players who thought their excitement had waned found themselves invigorated, flocking to the official website to express their enthusiasm. Ing's version did not adopt the grotesque appearance of the initial Saint, but instead presented a refined, short-haired, dignified figure. With the launch of the Saint, 3 distinct job branches were introduced: the Paladin, capable of healing and support; the Holy Fist, utilizing divine power to attack foes; and the Exorcist, combining inherent magic with exorcism techniques. The Paladin is indeed a healer. I observed a healing action, which suggests that with the Paladin, the need to purchase health potions may be eliminated. It seems they can heal, and may also enhance others' attack power, though their offensive skills appear somewhat limited. I am inclined to play one. Does anyone experienced wish to guide me through the maps? But wait, doesn't it possess that spear-like attack? And it has a mighty hammer. How could it lack offensive capabilities? The spear is manageable, but that hammer looks so impressive, clearly a high-level skill, albeit with a lengthy cooldown. Aren't you all overlooking the other 2 classes? The Holy Fist sounds powerful, and it certainly exudes a strong impact. I've decided to train in this class. Indeed, it is quite striking to see weapons embedded in the ground, and the varying circles of light from different weapon types suggest distinct effects. I believe so as well. Otherwise, there would be no reason to differentiate by color. The skill transformations of the Exorcist are quite extensive. One set inflicts physical damage, while another inflicts magical damage. With so many skills available, how will they be allocated? It seems there will need to be specializations based on personal preferences. I have an affinity for physical damage. Observing that massive axe smashing down is exhilarating. Wait, has anyone noticed that Christmas has just passed, and there are no Christmas outfits available for those playing the Saint? Oh my, I would have completely forgotten about that. Without the Christmas attire, the spirit is lacking. Let us give Ing a nudge to contact the studio and urge them to produce the Christmas outfits. Come, let us form a team and rally to urge Ing to create the costumes. Upon receiving the players' feedback, Ing undoubtedly felt a sense of urgency. Fortunately, when Ing released the new class, he also prepared the Christmas outfits. Otherwise, with players so enthusiastic, Ing would have been at a loss. The following day, Ing issued a public announcement, proclaiming that due to overwhelming player enthusiasm, they urgently contacted the studio overnight, which has decided to hastily produce the Christmas-themed costumes for the Saint class. Moreover, players who purchase this outfit will receive a reindeer hat as a bonus. Please stay tuned. Ing is impressive. The studio is commendable. Truly, one can finally appreciate the advantages of a large company. The developers and the studio have been remarkably responsive, working diligently even as the year draws to a close. Kudos to the developers and the studio staff. When Ing heard about this from others, he smiled. This Ing truly knows how to seize opportunities for self-promotion, yet they have shown some conscience by including me. I shall refrain from exposing them this time. Chapter 31. High-value work upon returning home for the Spring Festival. Ing overheard the children discussing the prevalent topic of tainted milk powder. Additionally, they spoke of the long-awaited release from Ing Company, Dahuashiyu. Similar to previous strategies, Ing Company opted for a point card payment model. Ing is quite skeptical about this payment method, as once a game is produced, it becomes a one-time transaction. Players need only pay for point cards to enjoy the game from its inception and continue playing for years to come. This approach can easily lead the development team into stagnation, for regardless of how meticulously a game is designed, players only need to spend on point cards to continue their journey. Another drawback is that catching up to the leading players becomes exceedingly challenging. Without shortcuts, both wealthy and casual players must expend point cards to gradually level up, and if the server turns into a ghost town, it could directly dissuade players from continuing. Ultimately, the excitement is drained, leaving only a handful of diehard players. Given my own experiences, I question why Ing would revert to turn-based games. It seems they still aim to target adults, lacking insight into the future market. Upon returning home, the villagers have come to regard the Ing family as a village treasure, although they are unaware of the specifics of Ing's endeavors. The entire village knows that he has accumulated considerable wealth. After exchanging greetings with his grandparents, a swarm of relatives approached him. Ing, what have you been up to lately? I've heard from your father that you've been earning quite a bit of money. Without needing to think, Ing understood the intentions of these relatives, who were eager to connect with him. Oh, I have earned a modest sum outside. It is nothing of great consequence, remarked the relative with a feigned smile. What a jest. That car outside is surely purchased with your own funds. For I have heard your father mention it cost over $1 million. Shen Shusheng twitched his lips, thinking to himself that if he were to reveal he earned $10 million in a single quarter, it might render this relative utterly speechless. Such earnings are merely windfalls, unworthy of serious consideration. Shen Shusheng humbly dismissed the notion, but the relative persisted, insisting, "You are fortunate, my dear child. Not many possess the unexpected wealth you do. Your brother is currently idle at home. Once spring arrives, I shall have him reach out to you to assist with your work. As for compensation, a meager sum will suffice." Shen Shusheng felt a flush of embarrassment. He had already made his refusal quite clear. Yet this relative seemed oblivious and sought to finalize the arrangement. How could he possibly agree to allow someone he had never met to join his studio? Each role within his studio was crucial, with everyone performing their designated tasks. Ahem, please do not send my brother. The work requires a certain level of technical skill. I cannot have him merely serving tea, cleaning, or fetching water. The relative hesitated upon hearing this, for while she sought to stabilize her son's employment, it would be a loss if he were relegated to menial tasks. Very well, I shall call your brother and invite him over. After more than an hour, Shen Shusheng finally met the fabled brother. The relative beamed as she introduced her son, saying, "This is your uncle Shen's child. He is studying at the provincial university. You shall ask your brother a few questions, and if he answers correctly, you may go with him to the provincial capital to earn money." Observing the rosy cheeks and military coat, Shen Shusheng's heart sank. However, since he was already there, it was worth a try. Perhaps this person was a brilliant but unkempt tech enthusiast. Contemplating, Shen Shusheng presented his programming book for inspection. "Brother, do you recognize what is written here?" The brother extended his hand and, to Shen Shusheng's dismay, left a large smudge on the pristine pages. Shen Shusheng felt as if his heart were bleeding. This was a book he had brought from another world, the only one of its kind. "I am doomed," he thought. The brother glanced at it and shook his head, saying, "Brother, this language seems foreign to me. Do you have a translated version? I might understand that." Shen Shusheng wanted to smack himself for revealing the book. "I intended for you to examine the coding, not to engage in reading comprehension." After a moment of furious frustration, he shook his head and reclaimed the book. The anxious relative urged him, perhaps turn a page. He might recognize something else. Shen Shusheng was unwilling to allow him to leave more prints on the pages. This is the simplest part. If he cannot grasp this, he will be utterly unqualified for the work. But do not fret, I have other positions available. The relative, upon hearing this, reluctantly decided to let Shen Shusheng be. He then pulled out his laptop, displaying a New Year-esque greeting graphic he intended to post on his Weibo, depicting a toxic milk powder. "Can you draw at this level?" The brother shook his head again. "This is too challenging. Do you have something simpler?" Shen Shusheng once more shook his head and closed the laptop. He then narrated the beginning of a story, inviting him to continue crafting the narrative. If the first two tasks required technical grounding, this one relied purely on personal creativity. Should he conjure an enthralling tale, there was potential for collaboration in game design for subsequent plot development. The prior failures left Shen Shusheng's relative feeling somewhat embarrassed, under persistent prompting. The brother finally composed a story. "Shusheng, how is this story? Is it sufficiently captivating?" Shen Shusheng shook his head and replied directly, "It is too straightforward, akin to a bland narrative. There is no tension, no twists, not even any details. It fails to meet my standards. It does not even reach the minimum threshold." After being rejected 3 times in succession, the relative's displeasure was palpable. "Shusheng, you constantly pose such difficult challenges. Your brother's education is limited. Could you not present him with simpler tasks? How could he possibly answer such challenging questions?" Shen Shusheng sighed in resignation. "I am engaged in work that inherently possesses high value, necessitating a certain level of expertise. If anyone could accomplish it, I would not earn a decent living. Rarity is indeed valued, as you surely understand. I genuinely cannot find a suitable position for my brother. If you are willing to be firm, perhaps he could refine his skills and pursue diligent study. Who knows what accomplishments may await him?" With that, the relative resigned herself to reality. Unable to secure a future for her child, the pair departed Shen's family home shortly thereafter. Chapter 32. Extending the call to heroes, mirrored models. During the Spring Festival, everyone enjoyed the New Year's gala and engaged in light-hearted banter about their aspirations for the future, while Shen Shusheng was fervently typing away at his keyboard. Wang Guifan brought a cup of tea and a plate of fruits, placing them beside him. "Son, it is the Spring Festival. Set aside work for a moment. Have a sip of tea and take a break." Looking up at his mother, Shen Shusheng raised the teacup and replied, "It is nothing, merely sending a few emails. It is not a big deal. Ouch, it is hot." Wang Guifan glanced at Shen Shusheng's computer, noticing the text was in English and incomprehensible to her, and tapped his head, saying, "Of course, it is hot. You have been working tirelessly. Have some oranges, sunflower seeds, or a piece of candy. Who speaks to you at this late hour?" Shen Shusheng chuckled and responded, "I am writing in English, naturally communicating with foreign friends." Wang Guifan rolled her eyes at him, muttering something about his arrogance before leaving the room. "Remember not to stare at the computer for too long. Take care of your eyesight." After responding with a brief acknowledgement, continued composing his email. Upon completing the final sentence and uploading a video of actual gameplay, he shut his laptop. Oh, I wonder if these distinguished individuals will acquiesce to my request in this alternate reality. However, if that proves unfeasible, I have a backup plan. Though I still prefer an authentic experience. The recipients of his email were none other than firearms manufacturers from around the globe. If he aspired to create a game centered on counterterrorism, he inevitably required these firearms. Most modern firearms are protected by trademarks and copyrights. Failing to secure these rights before the game's release could lead to the manufacturers suing him into bankruptcy. In his previous life, was unable to obtain consent from these manufacturers. They viewed their firearms as exalted entities, far too prestigious to be associated with mere games. Granting permission would diminish their stature. Consequently, without authorized access, the company resorted to unscrupulous methods, such as modeling and mirroring. If a company were to accuse him of infringement, they would need to present evidence. Given that firearms share similar design principles but differ in appearance, the visual aspect is of paramount importance. By mirroring the model, he could easily alter the ejection port from the right side to the left, rendering the firearm entirely distinct. As for copyrights, one might argue that he had not infringed. After all, the position of the ejection port was altered, so how could it be deemed the same firearm? Thus, in the initial version, all unauthorized firearms had their ejection ports on the left, perfectly sidestepping potential copyright disputes. Concerns about whether the ejected hot casings might hit a player in the face were relegated to the background. Following the meteoric rise of shooting games to classic status, these manufacturers began to reap the rewards. Their firearms, effective in-game, saw a corresponding increase in real-world sales. The once aloof firearms manufacturers soon began collaborating, transitioning from a refusal to grant licenses to exorbitant fees, eventually settling for near-free agreements, merely hoping for their firearms to be represented favorably within the game. Moreover, reached out not only to renowned foreign manufacturers, but also to domestic military factories. Whether or not they granted permission was secondary, participation was paramount, especially since the original version did not feature any domestic firearms. If it came to that, they could simply leave them out. In no time, major manufacturers received a letter from Studio. The Colt Company in the United States received an email from across the ocean. After review, the auditor deemed the email valuable and escalated it within the department. The correspondence was passed along until it finally reached the commercial department. Hey, Jimmy. I have a rather peculiar email here from a game development company in a distant country requesting to use our design rights for the 41. The head of the commercial department approached with some confusion, glancing at the email before setting it aside. They want to purchase our usage rights for $100,000? That is simply not feasible. Perhaps we could consider it for $1 million. But Jimmy, you should take a look at this first, Tom insisted. Opening a video to showcase its content. The video displayed a pair of hands wielding a 41, aiming at a wall and firing. The entire scene exuded a three-dimensional quality, resembling a genuine three-dimensional space. This footage is for personal design purposes, ensuring it will not be leaked or commercialized, Tom noted. After reading the final statement aloud, Jimmy rubbed his chin in contemplation. Tom, analyze this situation for me. After a moment of thought, Tom replied, I find it remarkably realistic. Although the actual ballistics should exhibit more variability, overall, it is quite faithful to reality. I researched this studio. They are quite well known over there. With a quarterly revenue of $50 million, which translates to about $7 million here. It's a veritable goldmine of a studio. There are even many people here who are playing their games despite the language barrier. Jimmy raised an eyebrow. Are you suggesting? Tom nodded. Indeed. I believe if this studio completes the game, we may attract interest from real-world customers. Jimmy acknowledged. I had considered this direction as well. But you've clarified it for me. Shall I reply to them with our consent? I think we should. And we ought to provide them with a firearm model to facilitate a more accurate representation of our design. Jimmy snapped his fingers. Exactly. They cannot possibly use just one firearm. We need to provide them with the best among our offerings. Gradually received numerous emails, some granting permission, others declining, and some demanding exorbitant fees. Although the process was fraught with challenges, he successfully obtained authorization for the two major weapons, including the 41. However, responses from domestic manufacturers were notably absent, perhaps relegated to the realm of spam. It appeared that the ultimate alliance lay with NATO. Shaking his head, marked the emails with refusals and outrageous demands with an X. Unbeknownst to him, the emails sent to domestic military factories were not dismissed as spam. Rather, they were being meticulously analyzed. A private enterprise seeking to utilize firearm models faced an uphill battle in a country where such requests were deemed fantastical. Daring to touch firearms was akin to courting disaster. Initially, S email was indeed flagged as spam, but its bizarre content ultimately led to its retention. A cadre of high-ranking officials congregated, scrutinizing S videos of various firearms, engaged in hushed discussions. The military personnel were no fools, despite the email's outrageous nature. It presented a significant opportunity for public relations. Thus, the question of whether to lower their guard and provide the model to a commercial entity became the focal point of their deliberations. Chapter 33 Self-Reliance and the Appointment. After much deliberation, the group ultimately decided to investigate Shen Shusheng's background first. When the higher-ups wished to look into someone, it is a straightforward task, and soon a plethora of information was laid out on the table. As they perused Shen Shusheng's profile, which bore a striking resemblance to Bai Shui's, they found little of interest. The first 17 years of his data were uneventful, with only the past 2 years showing some fluctuations. Had he experienced a sudden epiphany? How could he have become so formidable in such a short span? This seemed rather suspicious. However, from the information available, it appeared he had not communicated with any dubious individuals, suggesting he was not in league with outsiders. Shen Shusheng could never have imagined that his actions would lead them to suspect him of espionage. Yet, they could never fathom that he had traversed through time. After much contemplation, they resolved to meet him. If he proved to be trustworthy, they could leverage the opportunity to enhance their own influence. If he posed a threat, they would unearth him as well. After sending a consent email to allow a visit to the arms factory, silence enveloped the group as they exchanged glances. Upon receiving the email, Shen Shusheng felt a surge of excitement. He had not anticipated that the military factory would acquiesce to his request. Little did he know, he was walking into a veritable trap. After coordinating with the sound engineer and the modeling team, Shen Shusheng settled on a time for their meeting. The spring festival was still in full swing, and new classes of holy warriors made their debut as anticipated. As the most robust character, the holy warrior's weapon transformation was, predictably, a Christmas tree. This uncle's Christmas costume was exceptionally stylish, adorned with such a grand Christmas tree. I played as the Blue Fist Holy Mage, and the Christmas tree could fill the entire Arad. As a paladin, the gameplay was refreshingly straightforward. Without offensive skills, I could simply buff my teammates and then roam freely. Watching as they battled with fervor, the paladin, I felt, was somewhat lackluster. Why observe others fight when the exorcist was far more exhilarating? Wielding a massive axe with a satisfying clamor, especially during the Starfall attack, which was exhilarating. This class, alongside the mage, seemed to have fewer options. I noticed a rather lackluster transformation skill, leading me to wonder if a transformed character might emerge in the future. Perhaps I could forego the paladin and transition to a dark knight. It sounded thrilling, but I was uncertain when this class would be introduced. Players were brimming with enthusiasm, prompting the company to launch a small event to hasten the Holy Warrior's progression. Upon reaching the maximum level, players would receive a specially crafted purple weapon of level 45. For those still wielding blue gear in the 50th version, the allure of a purple weapon was immense. Within a week, a wealthy player well-versed in the company's various rewards ground tirelessly to achieve the first max-level healer. As the inaugural max-level healer, Suri Baobao naturally took notice of this player, not only for being the first to reach max level, but also because this healer had invested heavily in acquiring the newly released extraordinary level 45 weapon. Suri Baobao sought to challenge for higher damage, so the healer, capable of enhancing damage, was a prime target. Through various means, Suri Baobao managed to contact this healer, who was equally eager to help him gain fame. After scheduling a time, they began to communicate and coordinate, culminating in a sensational video that rocked the community on New Year's Eve, titled True Limits, Damage Overflow. As a celebrity, Suri Baobao's video garnered immense attention upon release, leaving viewers both intrigued and bewildered. I thought Su Baobao's previous video was the pinnacle, yet there was more to unveil. Was the bloodthirsty demon / truly that powerful? I had only invested in the first level of this skill for mobbing, yet Suri Baobao was annihilating foes. Goodness, what a staggering sequence. I counted for ages. Was that 1,000,000 damage? That can't be real. Come on, don't be envious. Just look at his status bar. It's an impressive sight. I located the healer's perspective of the gameplay. He was equally formidable and was consuming potions with reckless abandon. Let me break down the damage for everyone. First, he wielded the magic sword Apophis at level 13, then the bone ring from the undead, followed by the armor-piercing pauldrons. After accounting for the potions, let's calculate the healer's contributions. A skilled analyst meticulously examined both players' gear, and based on the official data, he ultimately derived an astonishing result. Considering the mid-battle gear switch, the damage could fluctuate between 110,000 to 125,000. The comments section overflowed with praises for the experts. In a mere video, the healer's significance was vividly illustrated, and seasoned players accustomed to guiding others through dungeons swiftly recognized the implications. 10 souls led, and 30 paid for the ride. The healer is free. In an instant, the healer class experienced a renaissance. With the release of this video, various previously overlooked potions came into the player's consciousness. As the Spring Festival concluded and the 7th day passed, all companies resumed operations, Yet Shen Shusheng's company remained on holiday until the 15th day. This led to immense envy from other firms in the office building. After all, not only was there ample funding, but the work environment was also relaxed, complete with coffee machines, televisions, and cats. Team-building excursions to luxurious hotels in Sanya were commonplace, with holidays in November and a return to work in February. Who wouldn't love such a company? On the 16th day of the new year, the team returned to their posts, and Shen Shusheng assigned them tasks to commence work on version 60. The main storyline for version 60 revolved around the echoes of a dragon from the stunned snowfield, culminating in the ice dragon Sika Sa becoming the focal point of the player's narrative. As the version progressed, new apostles gradually emerged in the player's awareness, with the sixth apostle, the Black Plague Diriji. This time, Shen Shusheng resolved to take a step back, merely setting the main storyline and allowing them creative freedom. After all, one cannot persistently labor on a single project. Having taught them for so long, it was time for them to exercise their own ingenuity. Accompanied by a sound engineer, Shen Shusheng proceeded to a military factory situated near Nanjiang province. Initially, the sound engineer presumed Shen was jesting when he mentioned bringing him to shoot firearms. However, as they arrived at the military facility, the engineer's demeanor shifted, revealing his apprehension. "Brother, you were serious about this? We are actually here to shoot?" "Of course. But today we won't be firing any weapons. You're merely here to fulfill a head count," Shen reassured him. Relieved, the sound engineer, escorted by military personnel, soon encountered the key figure with whom Shen was negotiating. "I am Shen Shusheng, the proprietor of the studio and the one who emailed you." Chapter 34, the fifth character. Counterterrorism elite. The other party introduced himself. "I am Su Hao, the manager here, fully authorized to handle this matter." After a brief handshake, Shen followed Su into an office where they engaged in conversation, while the sound engineer, intimidated by the military insignia on Su's uniform, remained silent. Once seated, Su inquired, "We have reviewed the contents of your email several times, but I would like to clarify your intentions." Coughing slightly, Shen replied, "I merely wish to use our domestic firearms as models in a game I aspire to release in the future. I do not require the internal mechanics or data of the firearms. I only seek permission for their external design. Of course, if you could grant me the original firing sound, that would be even better." Su furrowed his brow and responded, "I need to understand the role of this firearm within the game and whether it aligns with our requirements and values." Realizing the gravity of the conversation, Shen inhaled deeply and began. "The game is titled Counterterrorism Elite, which, as the name suggests, revolves around the conflict between police and criminals. Our nation's Type 95 rifle will feature as a purchasable weapon for both factions." As Shen elaborated, Su gradually grasped the concept of the game. In truth, placing a neutral firearm was Shen's shortcut. It was more suitable for the police faction, yet he refrained from seeking a specific weapon for the criminal side, opting instead for a versatile firearm. However, one might argue that the firearms wielded by some characters could very well be the Type 56, given their similarities in design and functionality. After contemplating Shen's explanation, Su stated, "Let us pause our discussion here for now. I require some time to ponder, and I will provide a response within 3 days at the latest." Shen did not anticipate an immediate resolution. The fact that Su was considering the proposal without outright rejection was already a significant achievement. As they exited the military factory, the sound engineer trembled, exclaiming, "Brother, what are you thinking? Couldn't we just find some images online and create the models? Why go through the trouble of visiting a military factory? You didn't even flinch at the licensing fee of 500,000. Shen raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Given that you're in product development, shouldn't you understand the importance of copyright? Besides, 500,000 is merely a trifling matter. Although we are creating a game, we must maintain our craftsmanship. Do you understand?" The sound engineer nodded and responded, "I grasp the concept of craftsmanship, but could you perhaps choose someone else next time? I'm not familiar with this place. It's not a labor camp. You haven't done anything wrong, so why the trepidation?" "I don't care. I certainly want to come again," he insisted. "Really? What if you get to shoot while recording? You wouldn't come?" Shen teased. The sound engineer hesitated. After all, many men harbor romantic fantasies about firearms. Swallowing hard, he stammered, "I'll decide later. If it's absolutely necessary, I will go." Shen, having already discerned his thoughts, chose not to expose him. The studio staff believed Shen was merely speaking out of jest, but when they learned he genuinely took the sound engineer to the military factory, they were astounded. "Master, are you truly embarking on a new project?" Shen nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I will gradually step back from the poison milk powder project, ultimately entrusting that game to you for independent development. I cannot remain an overbearing presence. You must ascend in your careers." The team was deeply moved. The distinction between merely working and collaboratively creating was profound. Shen did not wish to be tethered to a single game, for the ideas in his mind were as numerous as the stars. He felt it would be a loss to be hung up on a solitary endeavor. After the last email was deemed a default rejection, Shen initiated the second wave of recruitment. As before, after posting a Weibo update, resumes flooded in. This time, Shen focused on recruiting modelers, recognizing that modeling is the most crucial step in a 3D game, constituting nearly the entirety of the process. With the 3D engine still under development, it was an opportune moment to involve these individuals in its completion. Shen's recruitment post not only caught the attention of applicants, but also intrigued gamers. The master is on the lookout for talent and a multitude of modelers. What could this mean? Is a new game on the horizon? Speculation abounded online as discussions intensified. Shen had already interviewed a dozen modelers, many of whom transitioned from the construction industry, while others specialized in video effects, all relatively inexperienced in gaming. In this current era, there is a scarcity of individuals dedicated solely to game development, necessitating hands-on instruction. However, in terms of modeling, the seasoned veterans require no guidance. Shen Shusheng merely needs to instruct them on engine utilization. As the heart of the game, the core characters in the 4 vs 4 gameplay are naturally pivotal. The police include the United States Navy SEALs, the Detsi 9 Border Defense Brigade, the Hongxia Anti-Terrorism Team, and the French Baguette Anti-Terrorism Team. On the other hand, the criminals consist of the ever-masked Phoenix Warriors, the green-clad 337 Krull sporting small glasses, the Arctic Avenger clad in snow gear, and the Rainforest Strongman, known as Scarf Brother. From the Python Guerrilla Squad. Due to Shen Shusheng's inclusion of domestic firearms, 2 additional characters were introduced, representing the domestic special forces dressed in mountain camouflage. Meanwhile, one of the criminals was characterized as an Arab with a white turban. Consequently, the roster expanded from 8 to 10 characters, with their designs becoming the paramount task for the modelers. Shen Shusheng, having traversed to this realm, would certainly not create models of the subpar quality reminiscent of the previous version. He raised the minimum modeling standards to ensure that no flat contours were present. Character models must possess a smooth and rounded appearance. As modeling progressed, after several negotiations, the military factory ultimately consented to sell the design of the Type 95 automatic rifle for a sum of 500,000. This amount is trifling compared to the licensing fees in another world that can reach millions. Being the first to embark on this venture certainly carries its advantages. In Chapter 35, Shen Shusheng encounters real firearms, a small gift from Colt. With the sudden influx of recruits, Shen Shusheng found it necessary to acquire another floor to serve as their office space. To maintain organization, he issued commands to them and disseminated a new announcement on Weibo. This message did not escape the notice of avid online users who scour the platform for updates. As a result, the fan-created forum erupted with activity. The esteemed creator released a new announcement, indicating a change in the studio's name. The original studio transformed into a company, and the team formerly known as the Toxic Milk Powder was reorganized into the Toxic Milk Powder Production Group. Furthermore, they established a new team called Flame. Having just returned from this announcement, it seems the esteemed creator indeed intends to develop a new game. Previously, there had been doubts about the direction, but now confidence has surged. However, concerns linger regarding the potential decline in quality from the Toxic Milk Powder side. I believe that will not be the case since the same team has consistently operated this division, and the esteemed creator, as the owner, cannot be involved in every detail. These responsibilities will eventually be delegated. In the short term, there may be fluctuations, especially with the departure of a key figure, but in the long run, this could prove beneficial. Let us eagerly anticipate the new game. One wonders what genre it will embody. Perhaps it will remain within the action genre, given its popularity. A different style akin to the third iteration of Toxic Milk Powder could emerge. However, I doubt that. It might aim to create a game that rivals Iwang Dwawaxi, which already has a considerable player base. I too have indulged in it. Although the repetitive nature of monster farming can become tedious, it is undeniably relaxing. While Dwawaxiu is indeed easygoing, the mechanical tasks become overly abundant and lack engagement. I hope the esteemed creator will continue to uphold the vibrant essence of Toxic Milk Powder in crafting compelling games. Shen Shusheng is eager to release a video. Yet the modeling remains incomplete and the copyrights for the firearms are not fully secured. A game without firearms cannot be deemed a shooting video. After the announcement was disseminated, Shen Shusheng contacted his sound engineer to record sound effects. To achieve optimal results, he specifically rented a film-grade sound recorder for a day, an expense amounting to 5,000. Accompanied by the sound engineer, Shen Shusheng drove to an obscure military camp in Nanjing province. The gun factory solely produces firearms and does not engage in shooting activities. Since recording was the objective, it was essential to venture into the military camp. After navigating the winding mountain roads, Shen Shusheng and the sound engineer finally arrived at their destination. Following introductions and various inspections, Shen Shusheng was greeted by the welcoming major. "Greetings, comrade. My name is Li Jian, and I will be leading your operation today. We have received prior communication from above and will cooperate with your team." Shen Shusheng did not anticipate such a favorable outcome after the negotiations, but it proved advantageous for his recording endeavors. Initially, sound effects were considered supplementary or high-end features in games. However, as the history of gaming has unfolded, sound effects have come to occupy a significant portion of the gaming experience, particularly in firearm and racing genres. High-quality sound effects can greatly enhance these two types of games. For instance, meticulous attention to detail not only replicates the shooting sounds, but also captures the nuances of reloading, bolt actions, and even the rustling of clothing. Collectively, these elements coalesce into a term known as immersive experience. Although the concept of immersive experience has been overused in other realms to the point of becoming cliché, it remains an indispensable aspect of gaming. While lighting, water surfaces, and physical interactions are equally vital, in shooting games, the authenticity of gunfire takes precedence. To accurately reproduce gunfire sound effects, one must first gather the necessary audio. The basic effects encompass distance, direction, and the contrast between open and confined spaces. Although Shen Shusheng wished to record underwater, both the soldiers and Li Jian would undoubtedly refuse to submerge firearms. The sound of flames erupting and bullets being discharged was captured by the microphone. In no time, an entire magazine was expended. However, this was merely a singular perspective. Numerous additional audio angles required recording. Shen Shusheng and the sound engineer scurried around the area, setting up the recording equipment. Throughout the day, they immersed themselves in the cacophony of gunfire, the intense barrage of bullets leaving them slightly dazed, with Li Jian jovially patting their shoulders. The first time hearing gunfire is always like this. You'll get accustomed to it. Shen Shusheng shook his head in disbelief. Collecting sound effects in a confined space was utterly absurd. To verify the results, the two had to repeatedly listen to the audio, the explosive sounds echoing incessantly, nearly leading them to a state of transcendence. Once the sound effects were gathered, Shen Shusheng had no intention of leaving. Observing the soldiers with their pistols, he approached Major Li Jian and inquired, "Major Li, may we fire a couple of shots?" Li Jian was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into hearty laughter. "Of course. Why not? I thought you might have grown tired after a day of recording. I didn't realize you still wanted to give it a go. Certainly, I can provide each of you with a magazine. Will that suffice?" Shen Shusheng eagerly nodded. "That's more than sufficient. Thank you immensely, Major Li." The sound engineer, who had been feigning lifelessness, suddenly sprang to life. Even if he were to perish, he wished to do so amidst the thunderous echoes of his own gunfire. The two crouched on the ground, guided by the soldiers, and completed the firing of 30 rounds in single shots, bursts, and full auto sequences. Although their shoulders ached from the recoil, they were elated. After all, they had handled real firearms. Before departing, at Shen Shusheng's suggestion, Major Li found a discreet spot for a group photo. Upon returning to the studio, the sound engineer began to boast, leaving their colleagues immersed in envy as they worked on programming and modeling. At that moment, a courier knocked on the studio door. "Excuse me, who is Mr. Shen? Here is your package." Shen Shusheng was puzzled. He had not ordered anything recently. Who could have sent this package? His colleagues, equally curious, gathered around as he unwrapped the sizable parcel measuring over 80 centimeters in length and 40 in width. To their astonishment, inside lay a model of a Colt 1911. Gasps of disbelief resonated around the room. Firearms were strictly prohibited in the country, and possessing even one could lead to incarceration. While his colleagues panicked, Shen Shusheng remained surprisingly calm. "Fear not. Since it was delivered by a courier, it must have passed inspection. If the package is fine, why should we be worried?" As he retrieved the model, he discovered it was indeed a replica. Beneath it lay a letter from Colt, which read, "Dear Sir, we hope you enjoy this small gift." After reading the new content aloud, the atmosphere relaxed. It was merely a model, not a real weapon. Weighing the replica in his hand, Shen Shusheng noted it must contain metal components, as a plastic model should not be this heavy. Although the model was fully articulated, the internal mechanisms were fixed. After inserting the magazine, he pressed the empty chamber release button. The crisp click brought him immense satisfaction, showcasing the Model's impressive attention to detail. Upon returning from the restroom, Lei Bing was startled to see Shen Shusheng brandishing a firearm. "Shen Shusheng, where did you acquire that gun? Put it away immediately." Shen Shusheng chuckled and explained the situation. Once Lei Bing understood, he sighed in relief. "I can't believe you managed to contact a foreign company. I assume you've reached out to others as well?" Shen Shusheng nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I've contacted virtually all the notable firearms manufacturers. While responses varied, I've secured the most significant models." The key models he referred to included the submachine gun MP5, the automatic rifles M4, AK-47, and QBZ-95, as well as the light machine gun M249. Although some requests were declined or unanswered, he could still manage with modeling reversals. As Shen Shusheng continued his work on the Counter-Strike project, time passed steadily. The numerous iterations of toxic milk powder were finally launched on May 1st. allowing players to experience what the development team could produce without Shen Shusheng's guidance. The final version, the Ice Dragon Skasa, undoubtedly brought a refreshing touch to the sweltering summer. Accompanied by a level cap increased to 60, and a Labor Day costume set released alongside the holiday. Embracing the summer theme, the team crafted summer-themed outfits, including refreshing swimwear, a Hawaiian shorts-clad demon sword master, a fighter in a floral swimsuit and sun hat, a sharpshooter in a Hawaiian shirt, a wizard donning a flotation ring, and the most hardcore character, a priest in merely underwear, adorned with tattoos and sunglasses. Upon witnessing the new version and costumes, all previous doubts evaporated. Why am I playing as an old man who greets me with a lifeguard-esque underwear every day? I am not gay. The fighter showcased her perfect physique, and players were enamored with her abs. The wizard was utterly adorable, waddling through the streets in a duck-shaped flotation ring, prompting Shen Shusheng to consider purchasing a set for his daughter. The sharpshooter finally looked handsome, embodying the quintessential beach boy. What about my demon sword master? Don't I have any rights? Brother, it's not that I don't want to say anything, but there are simply too many demon sword masters. They are everywhere. Players rejoiced, and so did the Toxic Milk Powder development team. This marked a true milestone of independence, having completed a version update entirely devoid of Shen Shusheng's oversight. While players indulged in the new version, Shen Shusheng received a letter from the Goose Factory. After skimming through it, he learned that they planned to celebrate the one-year anniversary of Toxic Milk Powder with a special event, which would be simultaneously broadcast live on their platform, with him as a guest participant. Considering that the project was progressing smoothly and required little intervention from him, he felt it would be appropriate to carve out some time to attend the celebration. After confirming his availability, Shen Shusheng accepted the Goose Factory's invitation. The renowned enterprise, Guch, has extended invitations not solely to its own members, but also to a cadre of illustrious personalities, including the widely celebrated XRBOBO, Chiing HNTZ, and Shu Z, among others. Additionally, the production team's own XWNWN is also among the invitees, tasked with addressing various internal matters of the production team, as well as sharing intriguing tidbits that the audience is eager to learn. As the founder, Ing is slated to make a grand entrance at the conclusion, with his role primarily revolving around casual discussions about behind-the-scenes occurrences and future aspirations. After conferring with Guch regarding the event's direction, Ing began drafting scripts, rehearsing, and communicating details with Guch. As August arrived, the much-anticipated first anniversary celebration was finally upon everyone. Given that it was the inaugural year, Guch was uncertain about the scale of the event, ultimately opting to rent a modest venue with a capacity of 500, which proved to be a gross underestimation of public enthusiasm, as tickets sold out almost instantaneously. Originally priced at 200 yuan, a ticket saw its value inflated to an astonishing 5,000 yuan due to the buzz surrounding the event. Faced with this situation, Guch could only proceed as best as it could under the circumstances. The essence of Sheng's segment for the anniversary celebration revolved around discussions with notable players, demonstrations of the new version, and updates on game optimizations, punctuated by casual banter. Among the various aspects that players were keenly interested in, the lottery stood out as the most significant. Guch had arranged a prize wheel, delineating awards from first to fifth place. The fifth prize consisted of 1 million gold coins. The fourth prize was 500 vouchers, the third prize offered 1,000 vouchers, the second prize was 5,000 vouchers, and the grand prize was a fashion exchange voucher. Half an hour prior to the live broadcast, the viewership had already surged to over 500,000, and once the event commenced, the numbers skyrocketed to 2 million. Each transition between guests prompted a lottery draw, with a total of 6 draws throughout the event. Unfortunately, the initial guests had rather lackluster luck, securing 3 fifth prizes and a single third prize. When XRBOBO finally landed the third prize, the live chat erupted with excitement. The audience was astounded, exclaiming the sheer unpredictability of luck, marveling at the effort XRBOBO had put forth for the players, while the expressions on Guch's representatives reflected their astonishment. As the anticipation grew for the next guest, the host followed the established program, inviting Ms. XWNWN, the chief artist of the DNIFN production team, to the stage. As her name was announced, XWNWN, clad in professional attire, ascended the stage, instantly igniting a fervor in the live chat and among the audience. The viewers were captivated by her petite stature and professional demeanor, with exclamations of admiration echoing throughout the venue. The audience, eager to engage with the talented artist, clamored to pose questions, creating a lively atmosphere. However, the program's structure necessitated a balance between engagement and progression, and after fervent requests for an extension, The host finally allowed XWNWN to initiate the lottery draw. As the prize wheel spun, anticipation built, and ultimately, it slowed to a halt on the second prize. The crowd erupted in jubilation, chanting XWNWN's name, as they celebrated the substantial reward of 5,000 vouchers, enough to procure 2 high-end outfits. Once the excitement subsided and XWNWN exited the stage, SHN congratulated her on her generous prize, teasing that she would soon be lauded as a star. Concerned about the potential implications of such a significant giveaway on the company's finances, XWNWN expressed her apprehension, to which SHN reassured her that the 5,000 vouchers were inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. As the audience eagerly awaited the next special guest, many expressed their unfamiliarity with the identity of the mysterious figure. However, those who had encountered SHN before began flooding the chat with excitement. The atmosphere shifted dramatically as SHN took the microphone to introduce himself, eliciting an overwhelming response from the audience, which erupted into applause, nearly shaking the venue's structure. With his identity confirmed, the comments in the live chat multiplied rapidly, filled with enthusiasm and requests for favorable lottery outcomes. The grand prize eluded the contestants, overshadowed by the presence of 200,000 gold coins. The second prize appeared to be a more reliable option, so it was settled on that. The conversation between Shen Shusheng and the host continued, swiftly leading to the lottery segment. The audience clasped their hands in prayer, hoping that their revered deity would draw a favorable prize. As the wheel spun, hearts raced, and anxiety filled the air. When the wheel finally slowed and stopped at the 5th prize, the comment section of the live stream fell silent for over 10 seconds. To their astonishment, only the 5th prize had been drawn, prompting cries of disbelief. I was taken aback. Not even a 4th prize had been awarded. 400,000 gold coins would suffice for a fortnight's indulgence in the morning cavern. Was this a subtle suggestion to delve into treasure hunting? Disappointment permeated both the live audience and the viewers online, as the nature of live broadcasts rendered the outcome entirely random, leaving no one to blame. Shen Shusheng, observing the evident disappointment among the attendees, found it somewhat amusing. Clearing his throat, he addressed the microphone, jesting, as the founder of the toxic milk powder. Drawing merely 1 million feels rather inadequate, doesn't it? The audience froze momentarily, then turned their gaze towards Shen Shusheng, both in the venue and online. Bewildered, was there to be a twist? What did the deity mean by suggesting another draw? If it resulted in yet another 1 million coins, wouldn't that provoke further discontent? Surely, elevating the prize tier would suffice. I would be content with 500 points. Indeed, just 500 points would be satisfactory. With a smile, Shen Shusheng reached towards the wheel, gently nudging it until the pointer settled on the first prize, the costume exchange voucher. This seems fitting for my stature. The audience gasped, followed by thunderous applause. The exclamations of deity, "You are magnificent," resonated throughout the venue, even reaching those watching the live stream, who erupted in excitement. I, Huhan-san, have never bowed to anyone, but today, I concede. You truly are remarkable, revered one. This is unprecedented. I declare that I shall play every game you release from here on out. With a producer like you, we players shall never face losses. I have gained insight into the art of behind-the-scenes maneuvering. What on earth was that draw? Have I misunderstood the nature of lotteries? The reality is that this is indeed a lottery. Deity, I adore you. Please grace us with your presence next year for the anniversary celebration. After 8 years, I could amass an entire set of costumes. Yes, revered one, do join us next year. We need you. With Shen Shusheng's costume exchange voucher concluding the event, the anniversary celebration culminated perfectly. The live broadcast persisted for 3 hours, concluding at 5 in the afternoon. Following the broadcast, the official website released a statement regarding the limitation of anniversary rewards. The rewards will be distributed on Thursday, the 20th, following a system update. The event rewards consist of 300,000 gold coins, 5,000 points, and a rare costume exchange voucher. Rewards will be sent via email, and adventurers are advised to check their inboxes. Various forums and discussion boards crafted simplified text versions for those who missed the live broadcast. The anniversary update introduced 4 new sub-professions: disassembler, alchemist, enchanter, and puppeteer, alongside the launch of the enchanting system. A new map, the Tower of Death, located at the Tower of Delusion, features 50 levels. Skill adjustments were noted, with berserkers and brawlers receiving enhancements, while Ghostly Cry was weakened. The Anniversary Wheel Lottery is an official reward. In conclusion, the deity is truly exceptional. The specifics of skill analysis follow. Those who missed the daytime broadcast appeared bewildered, uncertain of the meaning behind the final statement. Upon inquiry, they learned of the outrageous events that had transpired. Nevertheless, they soon joined in the chant, "The deity is magnificent. Goose Factory is remarkable. One dares to draw, the other dares to give." The deity of Goose Factory is forever championed. Chapter 38. The School's Notable Figure. The backyard of one's own Shen Shusheng's lottery livestream not only ignited fervor within the gaming community, but also captured the attention of those beyond it. Many who were unaware or uninterested in gaming became acquainted with Shen Shusheng's remarkable lottery event. Following analysis, various public relations teams hailed this as a perfect public relations achievement. It became evident that a costume exchange voucher and 5,000 points would not dilute revenue. Instead, they stimulated consumption. Numerous players opted to spend more, purchasing additional costumes or synthesizing sets. Ma Qingteng, upon witnessing this outcome, referred to Shen Shusheng as a prodigy. Interviews of this nature are seldom sought, but when they occur, they come in droves. After Shen Shusheng's rise to prominence, numerous news outlets reported on this 20-year-old youth. In their investigations, Shen Shusheng's alma mater, Nanjing University, also found itself trending. The narrative of a genius who launched a business at 17 and amassed millions within 3 years unfolded. What is the secret to Nanjing University's success? Is it the case that illustrious teachers produce exceptional students, or do exceptional students create illustrious teachers? The dawn of a new era is upon us. Gaming shall become a new piece of the puzzle in the journey of this talented youth. Such headlines abound, often sensationalized. Nanjing University astutely recognized this opportunity and swiftly initiated an interview. Upon receiving the invitation to be featured as a prominent figure within the university, Shen Shusheng bore a bemused expression. Having been a virtual, invisible presence for 2 years, was it not somewhat inappropriate to be pulled into the spotlight now? Aside from a few senior students and his roommate, Lung Xinyue, no one at the school was aware that Shen Shusheng was the renowned deity outside. Shen Shusheng had always maintained a low profile. During his time at school, he genuinely focused on his studies, refraining from any frivolities. Moreover, his time on campus was limited, as he often found himself immersed in his company or confined to his dormitory programming. Opportunities for public appearances were scarce. Now, after his rise to fame, his classmates were astonished to discover that among the third-year students, there existed such a remarkable figure. It is evident that the school seeks to enhance its reputation by showcasing its alumni. Yet, Shen Shusheng feels compelled to comply, not only due to the considerable support he has received from the institution, but also because it is his alma mater. The least he can do is assist in this endeavor. Once the interview time was confirmed, Shen Shusheng followed the script arranged by the school's production team for his interview. Besides answering some routine questions, he was also expected to showcase his studio to the school, leading the group to the office of Dunai Fun. Shen Shusheng specifically requested to obscure the display on the computer screens, as other employees were still at work. The potential for any sensitive information to be leaked was a concern. Shen Shusheng had considered every detail. Yet he was quite taken aback to discover that the interviewer was Lung Xinyue. Seizing a moment of privacy, he pulled Lung Xinyue aside and inquired, "Why did the school send you for the interview? What happened to that senior who was supposed to come?" With a teasing glint in her eyes, Lung Xinyue retorted, "So you preferred having that senior interview you?" Shen Shusheng rolled his eyes, responding, "Are you feeling jealous? You know the studio better than I do. Do you really need to interview me? Wouldn't it be awkward for us to pretend we don't know each other and go through the motions?" Lung Xinyue interjected, "I am indeed feeling jealous. After your previous interview, that senior asked for your phone number, claiming that since you're both from the same hometown, you must have exchanged numbers. I was so furious that I nearly snatched the phone from her hand." Shen Shusheng leaned back slightly, surprised by this unexpected revelation. Noting that Lung Xinyue was genuinely upset, he decided against discussing the change in interviewers, as making his sister happy was of utmost importance. Whether this was a work-related obligation or a personal endeavor was inconsequential. He was the main subject of the interview and would dictate the course of events. Shen Shusheng and Lung Xinyue, along with a cameraman, arrived at the Dunai Fun studio, preparing for the shoot. "Our company's environment is relatively relaxed," he began. "My philosophy is that games are meant to bring joy, so we aim to create them in a joyful atmosphere. Allow me to introduce you to our colleague's cat, named Jingzhong." The photo on the wall was taken when it first arrived, though over the past 2 years, it has become quite plump, and we now affectionately call it Deju. He continued, "This is our break area, equipped not only with a television but also a treadmill, refrigerator, beverage dispenser, and juicer, among other amenities." As Shen Shusheng elaborated, the camera shifted to the break area, which was neatly organized, with an employee jogging on the treadmill. However, the juicer appeared to be malfunctioning. "Is this juicer broken? It seems to be in a different state," the cameraman remarked. Shen Shusheng rolled his eyes at the sight of the juicer, attributing its malfunction to Lung Xinyue. The juicer had functioned well for a long time until one day when Lung Xinyue brought a variety of grains, declaring her intention to make some nutritious porridge, and carelessly dumped everything into the juicer, causing it to cease working. Clearing his throat and casting a sidelong glance at Lung Xinyue, Shen Shusheng changed his tone, stating, This juicer is currently out of commission because it was borrowed by someone unfamiliar with its operation. It is under repair, but everyone has been busy lately, so there hasn't been time to fix it. Upon hearing this, Long Xinyue recalled that she was indeed the one who had broken the juicer. Observing Shen Shusheng's sarcastic demeanor, she playfully nudged him. This playful exchange, however, posed a risk, as the crew from the school was unaware of their rapport. The cameraman appeared bewildered, his expression reflecting sheer disbelief at the unfolding situation. Coughing slightly to regain focus, Shen Shusheng swiftly redirected the conversation, introducing the head of the gaming department. This is our lead artist, Miss Shi Wanwan, also known as the gift card goddess who has previously met with players. Shi Wanwan rolled her eyes before greeting the camera. Hello everyone. I am Shi Wanwan, the lead artist of the Do Knife and production team. It's a pleasure to meet all of you. As Shen Shusheng continued with the introductions, they exchanged greetings. Here is our programming team, responsible for the programming and initial development work. This individual is our numerical planner, responsible for character and equipment statistics, while this person handles the storyline and script. After completing the introductions, Shen Shusheng arrived at the last group, where the cameraman, seeing an unreleased version of the game for the first time, insisted on trying it out. In Chapter 39, titled Map Production, News from the Fire Team, Shen Shusheng pondered the idea of releasing some information while permitting the cameraman's request. Once the camera was set up, the cameraman began playing the game while Shen Shusheng explained the team's role. This section is primarily for testing and modifications, serving as the final review before the game's public release. Should any issues arise, the program will be sent back for revisions until a satisfactory version is produced. As he spoke, the cameraman's character became stuck in the modeling phase after using a skill. What should we do now that it's stuck? Shen Shusheng hadn't anticipated that the cameraman would encounter such a glitch, but since it had occurred, he offered assistance. You can type move character in the chat box to quickly relocate your character to the previous doorway. Following Shen Shusheng's guidance, the cameraman entered the command, and indeed, the character was freed. Now we can continue testing. Once the version is fully tested, it will be sent back to the programming team for modification. After a thorough exploration of the map, the cameraman expressed his satisfaction, relishing the freedom of equipment changes available in the test account. The entire interview concluded, and Shen Shusheng interrupted to escort them downstairs. Unexpectedly, members of the Huiyin team approached him, stating that the modeling they were responsible for had been completed and requested Shen Shusheng to take a look. Shen Shusheng initially intended to send them off before reviewing it, but the photographer expressed interest. If possible, could we visit your Huiyin team studio? Shen Shusheng furrowed his brow and replied, yes, but all screens inside must be obscured to prevent any leaks. This is our confidential information. I do not wish for any content to be disclosed online before the official announcement. After the cameraman agreed to this stipulation, Shen Shusheng led him to the Huiyin production team. After explaining their purpose to the members, Shen Shusheng selected a modeler to join him for the interview. Although no information regarding the Counter-Strike was disclosed throughout the process, the realistic model of the AK-47 hanging on the wall was captured by the camera. May I try the gun hanging on the wall? Shen Shusheng took the gun down, posed for a few selfies with the cameraman, and then returned it. After the footage underwent editing and optimization, it was submitted to Shen Shusheng for confirmation, and the latest edition of the Nanjing University Influential Figures finally made its grand debut. Upon hearing Shen Shusheng's rise to success, the students of Nanjing University found it astonishing. What seemed like an incredibly challenging endeavor, when articulated by him, appeared as effortless as a breeze. If one desired to achieve something, it could be done with ease. On the other hand, witnessing the studio's environment, which exuded an air of comfort and freedom, left everyone yearning for such a working atmosphere. As the video transitioned to the testing team, envy filled the hearts of all students. This is the job I aspire to. All one needs to do is drink tea and play games daily. Occasionally, one can cuddle with cats and chat with the girls in the team. Plus, there are refrigerators and televisions. How delightful. As for the subsequent Huiyin production group segment, the audience's reaction was lukewarm. There was minimal introduction, and it felt repetitive compared to the previous segment. Watching it again proved to be uninteresting. Once the entire video concluded, the students were filled with enthusiasm, expressing their determination to study diligently in hopes of securing such a job in the future. Perspectives differ among individuals, leading to varied interpretations of issues. While students envisioned a leisurely future at work, players on forums initiated a Löwenhoek operation. Initially, game commands were deciphered, and moving items instantly became an essential command for players of Deny Fun. Faced with an abundance of equipment, players needed only to preset quick commands to gather everything with a single keystroke. Additionally, the yet-to-be-released Level 605, along with 3 maps depicting a return to the Celestial Realm, stirred excitement. However, the most significant revelation was not directly related to Deny Fun. The mysterious Huiyin production team had been exposed, although the screen was pixelated. The words of the modelers were repetitive cliches, yet the AK-47 hanging on the wall became the focal point of public discussion. What on earth is the Huiyin production team up to? Is that gun on the wall real? Bro, wake up. How could a real gun appear in a place like this? It's a model. Didn't you see that the barrel is pixelated? What is the Huiyin production team planning? Could it be a game featuring heavy artillery? I don't know. It's 50-50. Look at Deny Fun. There are a few robots there too. Yet we haven't been allowed to use them. Perhaps it's just a personal hobby. Guys, I have uncovered significant news. Upon closer inspection, this gun model originates from the Colt company on the other side, genuine merchandise, with all data being 100 accurate, except it cannot fire. The retail price of this gun is 1,000, which translates to over 7,000 yuan here. I wonder which brother sold it. Quite extravagant. Wow, over 7,000 for a model. Is this the world of the strong? After a round of discussions, the topic's popularity remained unabated. However, due to the modelers' clever responses and the stringent secrecy, no one could ascertain what the Huiyin studio was truly producing. Shen Shusheng believed he could no longer conceal the matter and was prepared to clarify everything himself, but unexpectedly, the online community began to argue among themselves at the last moment. While they were engaged in their debates, Shen Shusheng was also hastening the work. The character modeling was nearly complete. The only task remaining was the weapon modeling. With the character models established, creating weapon models became significantly easier, typically taking about 3 days to produce one. Only when encountering complex structures with numerous surfaces did the timeline extend to around a week. Once the weapon was completed, the focus shifted to map editing. Initially, Shen Shusheng intended to incorporate all maps, but upon reflection, he realized that many maps were seldom played, rendering their creation meaningless. Thus, he decided to concentrate on a few classic maps. Bloodbath Corridor, one of the most iconic maps, is small, densely populated, and rich in cover, facilitating rapid gameplay. All these arrangements were made to prepare for quick-paced shooting experiences. After all, players at that time frequented internet cafes, and overly large maps would often result in the last 2 players struggling to find each other or engaging in prolonged hide-and-seek with the remaining 14 or even 30 players. The introduction of Bloodbath perfectly resolved this issue. Players could buy guns and start shooting within just 5 steps, making it incredibly exhilarating. Bloodbath also featured several variations, such as multiple symmetrical slopes or concave areas, or snowy terrains where players could pick up guns to engage in combat. After incorporating all these elements, Shen Shusheng began designing maps for the demolition and hostage rescue modes. Chapter 40, a classic game for boys, promotional video release. The maps for hostage rescue and demolition are both quintessential modes. Among them, the ultimate classic for hostage rescue is the warehouse map, where both offense and defense, alongside equipment usage and the reconnaissance vehicle's cameras, involve countless strategic maneuvers. Although most players tend to rush in, a quality match requires complete dedication. Conversely, demolition maps emphasize offense and defense while downplaying strategic intricacies. In the intricate ballet of strategy, the police must discern the adversary's assault trajectory to preemptively fortify their defenses at 2 critical explosive points. Should they successfully intercept the main force, they can exploit their advantageous position to thwart the bandits' advance. Conversely, a miscalculation may lead to the loss of these explosive sites, enabling the criminals to install 4 bombs. Once these explosives are in place, the dynamics of offense and defense reverse. The police are tasked with breaching the defenses while the bandits strive to protect the bombs from dismantlement. The quintessential maps for this scenario are Desert 1 and Desert 2, both of which provide endless enjoyment. Inspired by these maps, Shen Shusheng's creativity flourished, leading him to incorporate additional designs reminiscent of high-speed car chases or aerial dives from skyscrapers. However, the primary categories remain firmly rooted in the aforementioned 3 types. Beyond these main categories, Shen Shusheng personally crafted a few maps, while entrusting the remainder to the team's imaginative liberties. It would be unfathomable for a game development team to lack a single original map. As previously mentioned, the utilization of normal mapping played a significant role here, transforming flat designs into visually captivating 3-dimensional experiences. Coupled with Shen Shusheng's inclusion of dynamic flora and destructible environments, such as wooden crates and flower pots, the game began to take on a heightened sense of realism. The nascent form of the game prompted Shen Shusheng to enlist the assistance of the team from Duna Milk Powder for testing, as they were typically unoccupied and willing to lend a hand. The female testers remained composed, diligently conducting their assessments, while the male participants erupted into boisterous banter. "Where are you running, my dear grandson? I've been patient with my 5 bullets for far too long. Huh, with your marksmanship, you think you can take me down? Watch as I control my recoil. 5 shots will bring you to your knees. Keep talking. That weapon is a challenge to handle, and 2 shots will send you flying. TSK, TSK, TSK. If you can't play, just keep quiet and eat lead. I can't believe you just snuck up on me. What a cowardly move." As the testing ensued, Shen Shusheng observed their enthusiasm and decided to intervene with a swift chop to each of their hands. If you wish to play, I will leave you the key for the weekend. For now, focus on your testing in silence. After receiving a few admonishments, they quieted down considerably, though their fingers continued to dance across the keyboards, revealing their playful spirits. Oh, there truly are players who move in sync with their characters. Today, I've witnessed such a phenomenon. Shen Shusheng, typically a composed player himself, had always been skeptical of those who swayed with their mouse or character movements. However, witnessing these individuals today made him realize that such players indeed possess a unique talent. Numerous issues surfaced during testing, necessitating modifications aplenty. Yet, observing their fervor, Shen Shusheng felt the project was ripe for a promotional video. However, the final step involved voiceovers. The original voice acting technology was rather basic, employing a generic voice with some post-production adjustments for effects. This time, Shen Shusheng aimed to implement fully differentiated character voices, with each actor portraying one or multiple roles, ensuring clarity when the characters spoke. Although some overlap in voices would inevitably occur when players selected the same character, this was beyond Shen Shusheng's control. Initially, he contemplated using English for the voiceovers, but after much deliberation, he opted for Chinese. To be fair, prior to his transmigration, most voiceovers he encountered were either in English or Japanese, with Chinese versions often being overly dramatic or affected. The only Chinese voice work he had grown accustomed to was from Su Lin's Pac-Man, and later, the dubbed Japanese anime, leading to an odd sensation when he later heard Goku's Japanese voice in the original Dragon Ball. Before his transmigration, Chinese dubbing had only recently begun to regain prominence, with Overwatch's voice work presenting no dissonance, although children's shows remained grating. In total, there were 10 characters, requiring relatively few voice actors. Shen Shusheng casually messaged a couple of seniors on Penguin, and the matter was swiftly resolved. Upon hearing about the new game and characters needing voiceovers, the seniors eagerly arrived. A few rounds of directives were quickly memorized. After recording the voiceovers, Shen Shusheng intended to offer some form of compensation or treat them to a meal. But all offers were declined. Once the game is released, just let us play it first. Being part of this voice work is already an honor for us. With this experience on our resumes, we can proudly present ourselves in future job applications. Shen Shusheng smiled in resignation, acquiescing to their conditions. With all preparations complete, the final task was the promotional video, for which he summoned the animation team to assist while collaborating with the testers on the script. Having many hands on deck felt invigorating. The script primarily consisted of 2 acts, the first depicting the explosion, while the second showcased the rescue of hostages. Shen Shusheng decided that the bandits would prevail in the explosion, whereas the police would triumph in the rescue. After incorporating some melodramatic elements into the narrative, filming officially commenced. The entire process took merely 2 days, aided by the ability to edit and the absence of trial and error costs, allowing for creative freedom. The final touches included some humorous, parody-like actions, and now all that remained was for the animation team to finalize the opening sequence. Finally, on October 1st, the opening sequence was completed. By merging the 2 segments and adding special effects, a cohesive 10-minute video was crafted. Shen Shusheng posted it beneath his Weibo, swiftly switching his phone to private mode for some peace. After enduring a barrage of phone calls, he acquired 2 new phone cards, as his previous number had become widely known. Weibo's review process was remarkably swift. In less than half an hour, Shen Shusheng's Weibo was updated with a teaser titled Counter-Strike, Global Offensive. Every post by Shen Shusheng is akin to a veritable traffic bomb, requiring but a gentle click to induce fluctuations in the Weibo server. With a heart brimming with curiosity and excitement, players clicked on the video. Accompanied by the sound of bullets zipping through the air, the studio emerged, soon followed by the fiery emblem of the gun muzzle. The appearance of the words Hua Yanji's Wazoo ignited the fervor of the players. Chapter 41. The tormenting Shen Shusheng, the player's cries. The video blacked out, only to reveal a line of bold text. The visuals you are currently witnessing are merely test footage and do not represent the final version. Any modifications will adhere to the final iteration. Letters flashed across the screen, and the video commenced in earnest, illuminating the classic Desert 2 before the player's eyes. From an aerial perspective, the screen initially showcased 5 police characters, subsequently shifting the viewpoint to one of them. With the sound of clicks and clacks, all officers raised their weapons, an array of firearms at the ready. Merely hearing the sound of bullets being chambered sent the netizens into a frenzy. It was evident that this was a shooting game. The team found themselves immobilized, and the perspective shifted to the opposing gang members, who were equally well-armed. Without any explanation, the players could already sense the palpable tension of gunpowder in the air. As an independent producer, Shen Shusheng demonstrated a keen understanding of camera dynamics. Through adept cinematography, he vividly portrayed the tactical duel between the 2 sides. The police, through meticulous coordination, gradually diminished the ranks of 4 gang members, yet the last remained elusive. As the audience pondered the whereabouts of the final gang member, the last remaining bandit, wrapped in bandages, wielding a 249 light machine gun, appeared behind the police. From the perspective of the gang member, the 249, akin to a reaping machine, mowed down the 4 officers. While the last officer retreated momentarily to evade the hail of bullets, the gang reclaimed the bomb and commenced its placement, initiating a shift in the offensive and defensive roles. Following a series of strategic maneuvers, the police ultimately neutralized the rogue with a flashbang. However, by this point, disarming the bomb was no longer feasible. And amidst the ensuing explosion, both sides were obliterated, with the gang achieving victory by accomplishing their demolition objective. The scene transitioned to a warehouse. This time, the gang was tasked with safeguarding hostages, while the police aimed to rescue them within a stipulated time frame. After further tactical exchanges, the police successfully attracted the full firepower of the gang, allowing one officer to rescue the hostages, eventually leading to the gang's demise. The video concluded, leaving the viewers in a state of profound contemplation. Stunning was the only word that could encapsulate their reaction to the video. The array of firearms and characters, the flying shell casings, various projectiles, and explosives, along with the exhilarating back-and-forth exchanges, all contributed to a palpable sense of thrill. Beneath Shen Shusheng's post, numerous replies flooded in, yet the one that garnered the most likes was simply the phrase Libipian. This was because every viewer's immediate reaction to the video was encapsulated in those 2 words. My heavens, it's actually a shooting game. Previously, I had suspected a possible 3D game when I saw the renowned Master Gathering modelers, but I never anticipated such a stunning outcome. I can hardly wait to play this game. If possible, I wish it could be released right now. No matter the cost, I would be eager to play. Indeed, I too wish to play. Oh Master, I implore you, spare us the torment this time and release it quickly. Let me play it first, and then gradually update it. If you will, I simply want to play now. My heavens, besides encountering renowned firearms from various countries, I was overjoyed to see our domestic weapons. As a military enthusiast, I can swear that the sounds of the firearms in this game are nearly a perfect replication. It feels as though I am firing a real gun. And the attention to detail is astounding. To the gentleman above, while I do not wish to discourage you, I must point out that some firearms depicted with the ejection port on the left are fundamentally erroneous, and you still boast about the attention to detail. Huh. My brother upstairs who rebuts me, you clearly do not understand copyright law. Can you not discern the discrepancies in the firearms? Let me enlighten you. Firearms also possess copyrights. If permissions are not secured, one could face bankruptcy from lawsuits. Indeed, the aforementioned brother is correct. Firearms do have copyrights. Moreover, this is merely public footage, not the final game. Have you not noticed that some firearms already feature correct models? Those must have been authorized by the time you actually play the game. Perhaps the copyrights will be secured. This comment received significant support. Shen Shusheng had initially intended to clarify the rationale behind the visuals, but it seemed unnecessary, as others had already come to his defense. Relieved of the burden, Shen Shusheng closed his computer with ease. He began to gather his belongings in preparation to leave the office. This was a rare occasion for Shen Shusheng to depart early, and his team members exchanged glances, their expressions suggesting a shared understanding. He must be off to see his girlfriend. Looks like it. The expression says it all. How about we sneak over to Hoi Yinzu to have some fun? Sure, but have you completed your tasks for today? Of course, I left myself some leeway. And now it's just right. Good lad. Just like me. Let us make our escape. The two whispered for a while before stealthily slipping out of the Do Knife and group. Ever since their last encounter in Sanya, the two had been inseparable, and it had been quite some time since they last met. Shen Shusheng decided to take the initiative and reach out to Lung Xinyue. After driving to the girls' dormitory, Shen Shusheng sent a message to Lung Xinyue. Upon receiving his suggestive text while engrossed in her reading upstairs, Lung Xinyue's face flushed, and she began to gather her belongings. Tonight, I will not be returning, so there is no need to leave the door open for me. Upon seeing Ling Xinyue's demeanor, my roommate must have guessed that she wanted to find Shing. You little rascal, you're off to meet your boyfriend, aren't you? Now that you have forsaken your studies, you have learned the art of staying out all night. If this continues, I shall have no choice but to inform the counselor. Ling Xinyu remarked with a raised eyebrow. Go ahead and tell, my boyfriend is Shing. The school caters to him. What is wrong with me spending the night out with him? You are merely envious, my roommate retorted with an eye roll. Indeed, I am envious. Why is your boyfriend so exceptional, handsome and affluent, and yet so devoted? I have not heard a single negative rumor about him in all this time. My own boyfriend is not so discerning. With her belongings gathered, Ling Xinyu said with pride. You may continue to envy me. I have never asked anything of him. However, you ought to have a serious discussion with your boyfriend. This cannot go on. My roommate sighed and waved her hand, signaling Ling Xinyu to leave quickly. Bouncing down the stairs, Ling XNYU spotted SHNSHSH-ing waiting for her at a distance. Chapter 42. The subject of marriage and heart-to-heart conversations with parents with a few quick steps. Ling XNYU embraced SHNSHSH-ing. What brings you to seek me today? The last time I reached out, you claimed to be too busy. SHNSHSH-ing gently patted her head and replied, I was indeed tied up with work, but now that I have reached a milestone, I came to find you at the earliest opportunity. Ling XNYU huffed. It seems I am less important than your silly game. Only after putting it down did you remember your girlfriend. SHNSHSH-ing quickly pulled her closer, saying, Others may play games, but for me, it is work. Do you understand? Besides, he paused, glancing around before leaning closer to her ear. I was in a poor state these past few days. If I were unable to satisfy you, I would lose face. Instantly, Ling XNYU's face flushed crimson as she playfully punched him. You naughty rascal, how dare you say such things? SHNSHSH-ing wore a sheepish expression as he replied, Honestly, I sometimes think so. Ling XNYU covered his mouth with her hand, her fingers resting on his waist. After the storm, Ling XNYU leaned in front of SHNSHSH-ing, pinching his face. For making such accusations, I shall ensure your compliance. SHNSHSH-ing's hand glided along Ling XNYU's smooth back as he exhaled. I concede, I truly do. Please, no more of this. If it continues, I shall appear at work tomorrow with weak legs, and my colleagues will undoubtedly laugh at me. After tapping SHNSHSH-ing's forehead, Ling XNYU fully leaned her weight against him. So, when do you think we should get married? My parents have noticed our relationship. During my recent visits home, my mother has hinted, if not outright stated, several times. Moreover, you are aware that our parents meet frequently for tea and conversation. Upon hearing this, SHNSHSH-ing felt a twinge of helplessness. Well, marriage can happen at any time. However, I have other concerns. Ling XNYU looked at him curiously. Other concerns? What do you fear? Having children, of course. Once we are married, I can confidently predict that within a year, our families will be pressuring us for grandchildren. I am fortunate to be a man, but you, being in the broadcasting field, as a host, must make a name for yourself while you are young. If you are compelled to have children too soon, what then? This notion made Ling XNYU feel a bit melancholic. Indeed, as SHNSHSH-ing stated, hosting is primarily a youth-oriented career. One must secure a stable position early on. Otherwise, as time passes, the opportunity to remain a prominent figure at the station diminishes. If she were to have children early and lose several years, the future remains uncertain. Perhaps we should agree on this matter in advance. I do not wish to invest so much time in my studies only to abandon them. After some contemplation, SHNSHSH-ing realized this was indeed the only viable option. In truth, he too had begun to feel the pressure from his parents. You know, Ling XNYU is a fine girl. While she may not be the most outgoing, perhaps you too could consider marriage. Once married, our parents would feel more at ease. SHNSHSH-ing had heard such sentiments more than once. If he were to acquiesce to their wishes, he would likely lose agency over his own life, and the decision to marry could happen in a haze, rendering his plans futile. It seems we are left with no choice. Once I return home, I shall engage my parents in a thoughtful conversation. I will gauge their reactions. If they wish to brush it aside, we can afford to delay. Ling XNYU nodded, then clicked her tongue. Let us not dwell on that matter any longer. I am beginning to feel inspired again. Let us try again. Are you bullying me? Ling XNYU feigned a fierce demeanor, and with a flick of her finger, SHNSHSH-ing shivered. Today, I shall go all out. After a brief visit home, SHNSHSH-ing seized an opportunity when both his parents were present to have a conversation. WNGUF-ing wiped her hands on her apron and sat on the sofa. What is it, son? Why the formal approach to speak with your father and me? SHNSHSH-ing cleared his throat and said, I primarily wish to discuss my relationship with Ling XNYU. His parents exchanged glances, awaiting further elaboration. I am aware that you both wish to urge us towards marriage. However, the circumstances surrounding Ling XNYU and me are somewhat unique. I am currently in a phase of career advancement, consumed by work, and once we establish a family, my time will be severely limited. Ling XNYU is studying broadcasting and will need to pursue internships at television stations post-graduation. Thus, we must postpone the matter of children. If she is away from the station for a year, she may lose her opportunity to step into the limelight. A single misstep can lead to a cascade of missed chances. His parents appeared conflicted, uncertain of how to respond to his assertions. SHNSHSH-ing continued. I am certainly aware of the concerns you both harbor, which is why today I wish to clarify a matter with you. If, after our marriage, we choose not to have children for 5 or even 10 years, would you be amenable to that? The traditional sequence of courtship, marriage, and procreation is indeed customary. Yet we no longer live in antiquity. Times have progressed, and our mindsets must evolve accordingly. Upon hearing the prospect of delaying parenthood for 5 or 10 years, Wang Guifan was ready to object vehemently. In the past, such a delay would have led to whispers questioning the viability of the child. However, the harsh reality is that conceiving within 5 or 10 years may be unattainable, and should we decide to have children, both parties would face considerable sacrifices. My son, she interjected, is 5 or 10 years truly too long? Would 3 years suffice? If it is merely 3 years, I can wait, but 5 or 10 seems excessively prolonged. Shen Shusheng shook his head. No, if I secure employment after graduation, 3 years would be precisely when I need to establish my presence in front of the audience and build my popularity. To vanish for a year would render all my previous efforts futile. Wang Guifan felt torn. She yearned to persuade her son, but found herself lacking compelling arguments. Although she sensed the disquietude of the situation, the reality loomed before her, and it was not something that could be resolved merely by gritting one's teeth. Before she could voice her thoughts, Shen Wankai interjected. Since you have expressed your wishes, I too shall make my stance clear. If you prefer to delay, I have no objections, but a marriage must indeed take place. This is not only a commitment between the two of you, but also an obligation to the Xinyue family. As for when you choose to have children, that is a matter solely between the two of you, and we shall not interfere. Wang Guifan attempted to interrupt Shen Wankai, but he silenced her with a glance. Realizing that her father was not merely placating her, but had genuinely contemplated the matter, Shen Shusheng nodded in agreement. Very well. Once we graduate, we shall assess the situation and bring this matter to the forefront. Chapter 43. The Affluent Goose Factory and Shen Shusheng. Shen Shusheng had anticipated that this issue would take a year and a half to resolve. Yet he was surprised by the significant breakthrough achieved in a single discussion. After Shen Shusheng departed, Wang Guifan prodded Shen Wankai. Why did you prevent me from speaking? If they wait a decade, the child will be over 30 by then, making it too late to start a family. Shen Wankai waved his hand dismissively. Nowadays, young people are delaying parenthood. One of the children at my company is nearly 30 and still single, living alone. Our child has been fortunate to find a partner since high school. Moreover, given the immense pressures young people face today and the challenges of earning a living, should having a child impede Xinyue's career? What then? Male hosts fare better, but as Shen Shusheng noted, female hosts rely on their youth, without popularity during their prime. Their efforts could be in vain. What would happen if the Lung family approached us about this? Although Wang Guifan found merit in Shen Wankai's reasoning, she still felt uneasy about the situation. Sensing her reluctance, Shen Wankai glanced at the now-departed Shen Shusheng and spoke softly. It is not that I am merely accommodating him. There is a colleague at my workplace, a few years my senior, who has a daughter. She married at 24 and had a child, but the father was absent, leading to her postpartum depression. Tragically, both she and the child took their lives. I researched it. It is called postpartum depression. Wang Guifan gasped. Her eyes wide in shock as she stared at Shen Wankai. After a moment, she finally spoke. Is it true? Did they really jump? Shen Wankai nodded solemnly. Would I deceive you about such a grave matter? Nowadays, with families indulging only one child, they are spoiled from a young age. By 25 or 26, they still act like children. How can one expect a child to raise another? That is sheer folly. With a look of dread, Wang Guifan responded. Then perhaps we should refrain from pressuring them for children and postpone the marriage as well? There is no issue with the marriage itself. It might even allow them to become accustomed to living independently together. Once they achieve job stability and feel secure, we can revisit the subject of children. Wang Guifan nodded, resolving to refrain from pressing the matter in the future. After finalizing the discussion, a few days later, Shen Shusheng felt it was time to switch his phone card back. Just as he did, Fang Guolong called. My dear ancestor, you finally answered. If you hadn't tea, I would have had to wait at your office door. You didn't inform me of your whereabouts, which is quite inconsiderate. Fang Guolong launched into a dramatic recounting of his misadventures. After Shen Shusheng warned him to speak plainly or risk having the call cut short, Fang Guolong finally addressed the matter at hand. Dad, dear father, the Goose Factory has asked me to inquire about your newly released game. Is it for outright purchase or licensing? The Goose Factory has ample funds and is willing to pay any price. They have stressed that the game must not be sold to any other company. Shen Shusheng had no intention of allowing his latest counterterrorism game to be purchased by anyone else. He planned to release it as an independent product under his own company. The beauty of single-player games lies in their autonomy. Once sold, there is no need to manage post-sale issues or concerns about cheating. Fang Guolong. I do not intend to sell this game here, at least not domestically. However, in the spirit of friendship, I can offer some advice, though it will come at a cost. Upon hearing the first part, Fang Guolong was ready to despair, but the latter part rekindled his interest. What do you suggest? I will relay your thoughts to our supervisor immediately. After sharing his vision for a competitive gaming platform, Shen Shusheng concluded, this way, even without my involvement. You will cultivate popularity. In the realm of the internet, being ahead of the game ensures you remain ahead. Fang Guolong left with Shen Shusheng's insights, and what they would ultimately achieve remained uncertain. Initially, Ma Qingting was dismayed to learn that Shen Shusheng did not wish to sell the game to the Goose Factory, fearing calamity. Yet after hearing Fang Guolong's retelling, he began to reconsider. Soon, the titans of the gaming department were summoned once more. After expressing his requirements, Ma Qingting inquired about the feasibility of the proposed method. The head of the gaming department contemplated for a moment before responding, "Certainly, that is not an issue. However, given the circumstances, why not directly entrust the management to us? Introducing an intermediary seems overly cumbersome." Ma Qingting concurred with this notion of excess complexity. Yet he understood the stature of Shen Shusheng, the founder of the entire gaming industry, before whom no one dared to speak freely. Although the game was not yet purchased, Shen Shusheng had already granted them a preemptive opportunity. They were to promptly recruit or allocate personnel to commence the establishment of the platform. After the department head nodded in agreement, he exited the office. Ma Qingting reflected on Fang Guolong's words, pondering their deeper implications. "Shen Shusheng, what exactly are your intentions?" Shen Shusheng's strategy for the e-commerce platform involved enabling single-player games to connect different players' computers via server construction. As for why he chose to create a single-player game rather than directly transforming it into an online competition, there were 3 reasons. Firstly, Shen Shusheng was not entirely satisfied with the game itself, which had relatively simple mechanics designed to help players acclimate to their own creation. Secondly, his small team lacked sufficient technological maturity and required further refinement. Should they wait to achieve their desired quality, the opportunity might slip away. Lastly, Shen Shusheng intended to incorporate an editor mode within the game, allowing players to construct their own maps using templates. The longevity of a single-player game hinges not only on its inherent quality, but also significantly on the availability of various modding and map editing tools. When a game is exceptionally enjoyable, coupled with a map editor, it can transcend time and become legendary. While human creativity is inherently limited, the collective imagination of countless participants can render it boundless. The ingenuity and creativity of players would ultimately contribute to Shen Shusheng's repository of knowledge, enhancing the game's maps and gameplay. Moreover, this endeavor incurs negligible costs, sparing both him and his team from exhausting their creativity. For these reasons, Shen Shusheng ultimately resolved to maintain the game in its intended form, thereby preserving its single-player version. He did not intend to sell the game, a fact that was soon known among major companies following their phone calls. They speculated that Shen Shusheng aimed to establish his own game company or had already found a buyer. However, he harbored no such intentions. With the establishment of the company, he had little time left to create games. Here, free from financial pressures, he found the pursuit of game development to be far more engaging than the mere act of making money. Chapter 44. How long for one? 8 billion? 24 hours. Shen Shusheng's recent activities stirred greater commotion than the previous scandal involving tainted milk powder. Previously, Shen lacked renown, resulting in a gradual rise in popularity over time. This time, however, he emerged with a plethora of accolades, leading to an explosive reception. The comment section of Shen Shusheng's video was incessantly refreshed with new messages. Initially, he planned to issue a simple announcement through Weibo, but upon reflection, he deemed it insufficiently dignified for the single-player games he intended to develop. Thus, he hired a team to create a website for the purpose of publishing content on his official platform. Shen Shusheng began to feel the weight of his public image. After the new website was completed, he directed traffic from his Weibo account, causing a significant surge in the site's viewership. As Shen Shusheng's game was still in development, he began to incrementally reveal details, from the types of firearms to the specifications of each weapon. Players, unable to engage with the game directly, could only quench their thirst for anticipation with these tidbits. The game required extensive testing, especially given its mechanics involving jumping and crouching, which could lead characters to unexpected locations, such as getting stuck or falling out of bounds. Shen Shusheng felt that his game now stood in comparison to those of his former company, AU. Furthermore, he needed to optimize the game, a crucial task, particularly for end-user gameplay, as hardware configurations varied widely among players. If the game were to be offered only at maximum graphics settings, few would be able to play it smoothly. There are several approaches to optimization. The first involves employing superior technology to effectively reduce the hardware requirements for computers. This necessitates a development team with substantial expertise to implement new algorithms, programming logic, and even advanced rendering techniques. Compared to the industry giants of his past life, Shen Shusheng now found himself at a disadvantage, unable to achieve such revolutionary optimizations. Consequently, he opted for a second approach, allowing players to adjust settings based on their internal configurations, a common practice in many games. By enabling players to customize each aspect for optimal performance, the game could cater to a broader audience. This method culminates in variable graphic quality settings. Shen Shusheng's choice of the latter method also served a dual purpose, to prompt hardware manufacturers to expedite their graphics card upgrades. Arriving in this world at an earlier time, he noted that graphics cards had not seen significant advancements, and the absence of games had diminished manufacturers' motivation for hardware innovation. His preference for using the outdated laptop he brought with him stemmed from its inferior specifications. In developing this third game, he aimed to pressure graphics card manufacturers into stepping up their game. He designed the highest graphics settings to require only the most advanced graphics cards for smoother operation. Achieving a fully fluid experience at 120 frames per second would necessitate the release of new graphics cards. With upgraded hardware, Shen Shusheng's technical prowess could find its true expression. Otherwise, if he produced an exceptional game with the current subpar graphics cards, it might fail to run properly, and if it were to flop, who else could be blamed? Shen Shusheng has been meticulously unveiling details, and during this process, he has revealed the game's required specifications. Players have begun to express their opinions. The high demands for this game, designed by the master, are indeed substantial, with a minimum requirement of a graphics card of 260 or above. However, 260 is already the absolute limit. There are even more advanced graphics cards available. Thus, one might wonder if the master could optimize the game further. As my computer's graphics card is quite outdated, merely 2 levels above the minimum requirement. It's true, I am only 3 tiers higher. A friend of mine purchased his computer a year earlier, and it falls short of even the minimum operational standards. Upgrading the graphics card seems reasonable, after all. For the sake of a game by the master, acquiring a new card is justified, especially since I have been intending to replace it. You see, the master truly understands the players. The fact that the highest specifications are set so high suggests that the graphics will be truly astounding. The promotional video's quality is somewhat blurred, owing to Zhalong's video compression technology, which you are all aware of. Perhaps when we actually experience the game, the effects will be spectacular. That makes sense. I will place my order now to avoid potential price increases later. The master excels in many aspects. Yet there is one constant. Everything he offers tends to increase in price. My friend, you have struck the truth. Various manufacturers have noticed an inexplicable surge in their orders, predominantly from Huawei, with over half of these being mid to high-end products. Graphics cards, once tightly held in stock, are rapidly depleting, creating a sensation of scarcity. When they finally discerned that the source of this phenomenon stemmed from a yet-to-be-released game in Huawei, they found themselves perplexed. After all, it is merely a software for gaming. Is such a commotion truly warranted? Among these manufacturers, there are those with foresight and determination. Rival companies have seized this opportunity, simultaneously ramping up production on mid to high-end lines while revisiting the development of innovative graphics card technology, aiming to dominate the entire market. Shen Shusheng's gradual revelation has spanned from autumn to winter. Finally, with a month remaining until the Spring Festival, he announced that the game Anti-Terrorism Elite would officially launch at midnight on New Year's Eve, with pre-orders now available at a price of 199 yuan. The long-awaited pre-sale has arrived, and players are generously opening their wallets. For those accustomed to the toxic milk powder of gaming, 200 yuan is merely a trifling sum. With the festive atmosphere of buying and spending surrounding the upcoming Spring Festival, many are ready to spend their savings, and investing 200 yuan in a game seems quite reasonable. Some are making purchases, while others remain cautious. After all, this is a buyout game. Should it turn out to be unenjoyable or unsuitable for their tastes, that would be quite a loss. From the onset of pre-sales, Shen Shusheng recorded over 200,000 copies sold within the first hour, translating to an estimated gross profit of 40 million yuan. The Huiyan team could hardly fathom that their months of hard work had resulted in such staggering sales within just an hour, and this was merely the beginning. Within 24 hours, the first day's pre-sale figures revealed over 9 million copies sold nationwide, yielding a gross revenue of 1.8 billion yuan. Shen Shusheng's name once again topped the trending charts, as he created yet another miracle. How long does it take to earn 1.8 billion? Some might tell you it is a lifetime endeavor, others might say 50 years, and yet others might claim 30 years. However, Shen Shusheng has demonstrated that 1.8 billion can be achieved in just 24 hours. Chapter 45 marks the launch, with 50 server groups. The news of this leap has once again brought attention to Nanjing University, with Shen Shusheng emerging from its halls. As long as the university exists, his accomplishments will continue to be celebrated. After some deliberation, the Academic Affairs Office decided to permanently inscribe Shen Shusheng's name in the annals of Nanjing University, ensuring his legacy is eternally recorded. Upon hearing this news, the company swiftly allocated funds to expedite the development of a gaming battle platform. With 9 million copies of the game, the market is even larger than that of toxic milk powder. Seizing this opportunity could eliminate all competition. As for profitability, once competitors are gone, they can dictate their own earnings. In the week leading up to the game's release, Shen Shusheng enabled pre-downloads, allowing players to download the game in advance, though activation codes would only be usable after midnight. Players seized this week to download the game, eagerly awaiting the chance to play. 3 days before the release, the company launched its battle platform, announcing it was specifically designed for anti-terrorism elite, allowing strangers to join their servers for combat. Previously, players without friends had to seek out acquaintances in forums or group chats to establish a local network. But now that barrier has been removed. Following the release of the battle platform, Shen Shusheng's pre-orders surged once more, amassing an additional 50 million in the final 3 days. By the 29th day of the lunar calendar, players eagerly awaited midnight, anticipating their imminent entry into the game. Forums and group chats buzzed with excitement as everyone counted down to the final moments. 4 hours, 2 hours, 1 hour, half an hour, 15 minutes, 5 minutes, 1 minute. As the clock struck midnight, players rushed to activate their codes, eager to dive into the game. The company had also made extensive preparations for this moment. Lured by high salaries, all employees remained at their computers, ready to address any unexpected issues. Once the clock struck 12, with the first room successfully created, the server pressure at the company began to surge, reaching peak levels within just half an hour. The first server was overwhelmed, necessitating the activation of a second server. With a swift command, in accordance with their preset plans, the company launched the second group of servers. However, the second group of servers was swiftly filled, and soon the third and fourth groups followed. The Goose Factory had prepared a total of 10 server groups for this test, but within just 2 hours, 6 groups had already been activated, and this was only at 2 o'clock in the morning. It was New Year's Eve, and everyone was on holiday during the daytime. It was certain that the servers would prove insufficient. That night, Ma Qingting's phone rang again. After the events of the previous days, he had developed a habit of remaining awake on such significant occasions, especially those related to Shen Shusheng. Upon answering the call, he quickly grasped the situation and learned that 6 server groups had already been launched. Thus, he immediately commanded an expansion to 50 groups. Lacking enough idle servers, he resorted to renting and borrowing, ensuring that players would not be hindered from enjoying the game on the very first day. After hanging up, Ma Qingting finally drifted into a contented sleep. The following day, Ma Qingting arrived relatively late, but his first action was to contact the gaming department. He inquired about the current status of the servers and whether any issues had arisen. Report to General Manager Ma, we have activated 30 server groups, fluctuating around 5 groups. We anticipate peak traffic in the afternoon and evening, and 50 groups should be entirely sufficient. As for the issues, there are several maintenance concerns regarding the signal between players, but they have expressed understanding. Currently, the evening sentiment is quite favorable. If we can resolve these matters in a timely manner, there should be no adverse effects. Upon hearing the response, Ma Qingting nodded and remarked, "Excellent. Thank you for your hard work. This spring festival, especially today, you must endure and prevent any major mishaps. Once things stabilize, I will grant you a special bonus." His extensive speech paled in comparison to this last statement, as the mention of a bonus visibly excited the supervisor. After all, everyone comes to work primarily for monetary compensation. As long as the remuneration is satisfactory, spirits remain high. With the assurance from the general manager, the morale soared. The Goose Factory was buzzing with excitement, and so were the players. Previously, some players had complained about spending 200 on a game while a new graphics card cost 700 to 800. They questioned whether it was worth it. However, once they experienced the game itself, their only response was, "So good." The game was astonishingly immersive. The environment, once all effects were enabled, appeared strikingly realistic. Flower pots, soda cans, and tomatoes on the counter could all be destroyed. Initially, they felt they had overpaid. But now it seemed that the 800 spent on the graphics card was an absolute steal. With this visual quality, I could rave about it for a year. I didn't upgrade my graphics card, and now I see online that they are already priced at 1300. I am devastated. Is there a generous soul who could sell me a slightly used graphics card for a lower price? This minimal visual quality is too painful. Brother, your lowest quality setting is somewhat maddening. Everything is a blurry mess. Why not wait a day and see if you can get a new card with your red envelope money? Is this game really that enjoyable? I am still hesitating on whether to buy it. Looking at the pictures you posted makes me itch with desire. No way. There are still people who haven't purchased the game from the great deity? Surely not. Brother, hurry and buy it. This game is merely 200. It's an absolute bargain. Excuse me, is this game called Counter-Strike? My boyfriend has been nagging me about it for quite some time, and as his girlfriend, I want to do something nice for him. Wow, I am feeling envious. A girl gifting a game. What could be more delightful than a beautiful girl and a game together? Guys, I've discovered a secret. In that warehouse map, you can see the movements inside the houses from the police surveillance vehicle. If you plan ahead, winning becomes quite easy. The popularity of Counter-Strike matched Shen Shusheng's expectations, as it quickly dominated every visible space within a day. Connecting his computer, Shen Shusheng glanced at the table where his relatives were enjoying their meal. 3 years of spring festivals, 3 different states. The first year was unnoticed. The second year drew attention, and the third year was approached with caution. Shen Shusheng was no longer regarded as a child. Even his elders spoke to him with courtesy. In Chapter 46, the narrative transitions to a female-oriented game, a role-playing game. Shen Shusheng could sense that his relatives had begun to distinguish him from his peers, even from his own generation. They spoke to him in a tone that was either equal or condescending, while the young people his age completely ignored him, perceiving him as someone not to be played with. He was now an adult. Originally, Shen Shusheng found games dull, but today as circumstances felt different. Observing Lung Xinyue, who was chatting with relatives and taking a break to drink water, he patted the spot next to him on the Kong, inviting her to sit and spend some time together. This year, he was unsure why, but it seemed that his parents had engaged in conversation with the Lung family, and upon returning home, Lung Xinyue would accompany them. Since both families had come to an agreement, Shen Shusheng saw no reason to oppose it. Thus, he was the first in the Shen family to bring a girlfriend home. Dressed in a nylon coat paired with a small collared sweater, Lung Xinyue exuded an air of elegance. To the village's aunties and uncles, she was undoubtedly the swan among the crowd. Upon noticing Shen Shusheng waving, she hurried over, joining him under the same blanket. You've been chattering away with my relatives for quite some time. Don't you feel tired? Lung Xinyue chuckled softly, then nestled her arm around Shen Shusheng's. Honestly, I am a bit weary, which is why I sought you out to rest for a moment, Shen Shusheng replied, playfully grasping her hand and rubbing it on his leg. Then stay with me for a while. They won't dare approach me here. Lung Xinyue leaned against Shen Shusheng and chuckled. Haha, you seem quite confident. They wouldn't dare approach. Do you not realize that you're inviting trouble? Shen Shusheng raised an eyebrow and replied with assurance. This is simply confidence. The sum of my wealth surpasses what all our relatives possess combined. I have shown them considerable respect by not flaunting it. Previously, Shen Shusheng detested returning to his hometown. It was less about the laziness of the journey and more about the disdain for his relatives. Upon returning, the display of familial competition commenced. Comparing grades and talents were mere child's play, as they boasted about houses, cars, spouses, children, and overseas vacations. Each visit home became a torment for Shen Shusheng, as relatives treated him as a mere backdrop, while he was relegated to the role of a stepping stone in their incessant comparisons. Now, having traversed to this new realm, Shen Shusheng had denied them the chance to overshadow him, yet the resentment he harbored was undeniable. As he felt Lung Xinyue's hand waving in front of him, he snapped back to reality. Apologies for zoning out. What were you saying just now? Lung Xinyue shook her head and replied, I noticed you were distracted, so I held my tongue. What were you pondering? Shen Shusheng pinched the bridge of his nose and said, Nothing significant, just some childhood memories, trivial matters. Lung Xinyue nudged his shoulder and teased, At 20, you reminisce about your childhood. Are you referring to the days of wearing split-crotch pants? Shen Shusheng was at a loss for words. He couldn't very well admit to contemplating his future at 30. Just childhood memories, but they are no longer important. All that is past. The two sat on the Kong, chatting amiably, undisturbed by anyone who might intrude on Shen Shusheng's space. The news of him earning 1.8 billion a day had spread among the younger generation, and now everyone understood his immense wealth, wary of offending him for fear of future financial favors. After a while, Lung Xinyue gently tapped Shen Shusheng's leg beneath the blanket. You've developed 2 games already. Can you create one that girls can enjoy too? I want to play a game. We used to play together, but it seems like ages since we've gamed. Shen Shusheng pondered this and realized it was indeed true. Ever since entering university, he had not genuinely played games with Lung Xinyue. However, he struggled to think of games suitable for girls, aside from rhythm games, or those of the otome genre. Truthfully, he understood the mechanics of such games, but was baffled as to how to extend their longevity. With his straightforward mindset, he found it difficult to grasp the essence of it all. After considerable thought, Shen Shusheng sighed. It's true that we haven't played together in quite some time. I'm not very well versed in games for girls. As a man, creating a game tailored for girls feels a bit beyond my capabilities. Lung Xinyue raised an eyebrow. Oh, I thought as a gaming prodigy, you could accomplish anything. Her words spurred Shen Shusheng, and he retorted, When have I ever failed? It's merely a game aimed at females. If I set my mind to it, I can certainly make it happen. Though he lacked a strong foundation in female-targeted games, he could at least manage a rhythm game to present. Lung Xinyue rolled her eyes. By the time you finish, who knows when that will be? I want to play a game now, you figure it out. This left Shen Shusheng in a predicament. After much deliberation, he cautiously suggested, How about playing cards? Lung Xinyue pouted. Mahjong. She replied, still unimpressed. Shen Shusheng scratched his head and rummaged through his computer, hoping to find some simple games he had brought from his previous life. However, after a lengthy search, he found nothing suitable. His computer was filled with shooting and sports games, none of which seemed appropriate for Lung Xinyue. While sifting through files, a particular folder caught his attention. "Oh, I remember this," he murmured, as he opened a folder labeled Running Group. Inside, numerous documents appeared, containing scripts and records of past sessions. As he browsed, Shen Shusheng was transported back to his previous experiences with his running group, which he had greatly enjoyed. The unrestrained nature of their gameplay often led to hilarious moments and unexpected problem-solving methods, all of which contributed to his knowledge for game design. With memories rekindled, Shen Shusheng even recalled some amusing anecdotes. After perusing the documents, he selected the simplest script and turned to Lung Xinyue. "How about I tell you a story, and we can roleplay it?" Initially, Lung Xinyue did not grasp his meaning, but once Shen Shusheng clarified, her interest in the game was piqued. In Chapter 47, Running Group, the experience became a delightful endeavor. After briefly outlining the main premise to Lung Xinyue, Shen Shusheng created a simple dice program and commenced the game. The chosen script was a beginner's adventure titled The Box of Eternal Darkness. The storyline revolved around players, cast as investigators, who boarded the last subway train home, only to awaken in a strange place, realizing their belongings and fellow passengers had vanished. They must navigate a train car filled with monsters, attempting to escape while encountering blind creatures that hunt by sound. The entire session could be completed in about half an hour with narration. With Shen Shusheng's concise introduction, Lung Xinyue crafted a female student character based on herself. After assigning the relevant skill points, the story began to unfold. You wearily boarded the homeward-bound bus, and before long, you succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening, you found yourself alone, surrounded by an eerie silence. You felt compelled to cast your fortune. Lung Xinyue followed the established procedure to cast her luck, achieving a successful outcome. To her relief, her belongings remained intact, prompting her to ponder her next course of action. Lacking experience in role-playing, she was uncertain. However, under the guidance of Shen Shusheng, she rolled the dice for her first investigation. The investigation proved fruitful, revealing that she was situated in the 6th carriage, with the 7th carriage behind her enveloped in darkness, while the 5th carriage was illuminated. After a moment's contemplation, Lung Xinyue decided to awaken her senses and venture into the 7th carriage for a quick glance. Shen Shusheng chuckled softly and continued narrating the unfolding tale. The ominous darkness of the 7th carriage suggested hidden perils, compelling her to advance. Once again, Lung Xinyue rolled the dice, but this time her intuition faltered. A faint scent of blood wafted through the air, yet she dismissed it as inconsequential, having sensed its presence since she regained consciousness. With trepidation, she opened the door to the 7th carriage. In that instant, a horrific sight greeted her. Dismembered human limbs lay scattered across the floor. Lung Xinyue's sanity check faltered, resulting in a loss of 2 points. Startled, she plummeted to the ground, overwhelmed by disgust at the gruesome scene before her. Immersed in the atmosphere, Lung Xinyue soon found herself yearning to flee. She sprinted back to the 6th carriage, only to hear a twisted metallic sound, as if something were crushing the 7th carriage behind her. Not daring to linger, she dashed into the 5th carriage, which remained devoid of any presence. However, having received an initial prompt, Lung Xinyue had learned to initiate her own investigations. Through her inquiry, she unearthed a report stating that all occupants of that carriage had been driven mad and sent to a psychiatric hospital, dated for the following day. The supernatural revelations instilled a sense of dread within her, resulting in another failure and a further deduction of points. Grasping Shen Shusheng's hand, she resolved to press onward. Upon reaching the 4th carriage, guided by Shen Shusheng, she encountered a severely injured and unconscious train attendant. Lung Xinyue, taking control of her character, successfully administered basic first aid, reviving the attendant. From the attendant, she learned that in the 2nd carriage, creatures resembling zombies were preying upon the living. Armed with this knowledge, Lung Xinyue's character once again attempted a roll, and this time, fortune favored her, allowing her to succeed without loss. Having witnessed the carnage of scattered remains and the eerie newspaper, she now heard the sounds of monstrous feasting from the forward carriage, yet her heart remained steadfast. Lung Xinyue sought further information, and Shen Shusheng provided a clue. The monsters were easily attracted by sound. Determined to advance, Lung Xinyue found the attendant hesitant to confront the beasts once more, demonstrating her newfound cleverness. She employed her persuasive skills to inform the attendant of even more terrifying entities lurking behind them, thereby convincing him to accompany her. Although the attendant was skeptical upon hearing of the graver threats, the sudden extinguishing of the lights in the 6th carriage left him without a choice but to follow. During their journey, Lung Xinyue engaged in a captivating dialogue with the attendant, while Shen Shusheng seamlessly revealed that a bag containing the train keys had fallen into the 3rd carriage. Upon arriving at the 3rd carriage, Lung Xinyue discovered countless bags, the personal belongings of passengers. The attendant also located the keys to control the train. As they searched for items, they noticed the lights in the 5th carriage abruptly flicker out, leaving only the 3rd and 4th carriages illuminated. Lung Xinyue prepared to proceed towards the second carriage. But Shen Shusheng deemed a reckless approach would lead to disaster, hence he opted to ease the tension. Just as she was about to enter the second carriage, the attendant grasped her arm, warning her of a monster lurking inside, advising against a hasty entrance. Faced with this warning, Lung Xinyue found herself at a loss, hesitating for some time until Shen Shusheng had no choice but to allow the creature at the rear to consume another carriage. With the relentless pressure of the monster, Lung Xinyue resolved to cautiously pull open the door to the second carriage. The interior was shrouded in darkness, permeated by a foul stench of blood, accompanied by the chilling sound of something gnawing. She quickly illuminated the space with her phone's flashlight. Shen Shusheng was uncertain whether she had deduced the creature's blindness or was simply taking a chance, but soon realized that her actions were indeed a gamble, as she had overlooked previous warnings. Before her, the source of the gnawing was revealed. A creature missing half its head, with only a mouth remaining, was hunched over, devouring a corpse. Lung Xinyue attempted a sanity check, but failed, losing 4 additional points, teetering on the brink of madness. Startled, she inquired whether the creatures had noticed her presence and whether she should retreat. Tian Xingjian promptly clarified that her phone's light had flashed upon the creature's face, yet curiously, it seemed oblivious to the brightness. After several hints, Lung Xinyue finally grasped that these beings were indeed sightless. Determined, she decided to set her phone alarm for 3 minutes and place it in the third carriage. Witnessing this clever strategy, Shen Shusheng felt a sense of relief. After setting the alarm, she positioned the phone in the third carriage. When the alarm rang 3 minutes later, the creatures, who had been feasting on the ground, bolted towards the sound. This time, Lung Xinyue was aware of the appropriate course of action. She boldly declared her intent to traverse the second carriage into the first. Shen Shusheng cleared his throat and continued, narrating how all the terrifying creatures rushed en masse into the third carriage, providing them with the perfect opportunity to reach the first carriage. The first carriage was merely an ordinary compartment, leading to the control room, where the attendant opened the door and entrusted her with the power to accelerate or decelerate the train. What would she choose to do? Without hesitation, Lung Xinyue opted to accelerate. Chapter 48, The True Conclusion. Turning off the lights to sleep. Seeing that Lung Xinyue chose to accelerate, Shen Shusheng smiled. Lung Xinyue was now afraid of Shen Shusheng's laughter, so she inquired, "Am I doing something wrong? Shouldn't I slow down?" Shen Shusheng shook his head and replied, No. The story has come to an end." Adjusting his tone, Shen Shusheng began to narrate the conclusion. The electric train accelerated to its utmost limit, and suddenly, your vision was engulfed by a blinding white light. As you opened your eyes, you found yourselves in carriage number 6. At that moment, an announcement echoed outside. "Dear passengers, we have arrived at the final destination of this train. Please take your belongings before disembarking. We look forward to your next journey. Thank you." You felt as though you had experienced a nightmare, yet everything felt too real to be merely a dream. You inquired with the station staff, only to discover that no one had ever heard of the train attendant's name you mentioned. You found it hard to believe, but there was no way to explain it. Ultimately, you chose to return home, allowing time to gradually erase all memories of this experience. The incident concluded, but the investigator's survival remained unresolved. You have now completed this narrative. If there is anything unclear, feel free to ask, Shen Shusheng said as the story came to a close. Lung Xinyue let out a sigh of relief and then pressed Shen Shusheng with questions. "I have so many questions. What was that thing that kept eating the carriage? What about the monster? Is there a way to escape? What would happen if I hadn't woken the train attendant?" There were many inquiries on Lung Xinyue's mind, and Shen Shusheng patiently addressed each one. After his thorough explanation, Lung Xinyue finally grasped the entire situation. How terrifying. It turns out there was a huge mouth devouring the carriage behind us. The train attendant was in great danger. If I hadn't woken them, I surely wouldn't have found the key. And what about that sound follower? I have no idea how to deal with that. The other 2 endings are equally frightening. She continued. One leads to insanity with no hope of recovery, while the other involves clutching the train attendant's bag, which surely means that attendant is dead. Shen Shusheng shook his head. I still went easy on you. Originally, you were supposed to pull the door of carriage number 2 directly, and I would have let those monsters hear the sound of the opening door and rush in. But since you are a novice, I gave you a break and allowed the train attendant to assist you. Lung Xinyue wrinkled her nose and clung to Shen Shusheng's arm. I am a novice. You should be lenient with me. Every time I see you smile, I feel something bad is about to happen. Shen Shusheng, feeling embarrassed, replied, Am I that malevolent? This is merely one of the joys of role-playing. Investigators have their own fun, and the keeper has theirs. I can't help but laugh at your choices, especially when you boldly headed toward carriage number 7 at the start. With a few playful taps, Shen Shusheng chuckled. All right, it's just a game. I've talked so much that my throat is dry. I'm going to get some water. As Shen Shusheng and Lung Xinyue leaned against each other, he noticed that his cousins were sitting at the other end of the calm, listening to the story. Shen Shusheng coughed lightly, prompting them to return to reality. What's the matter with you all? Do you need something? Although his cousins were of the same age as Shen Shusheng, their voices seemed to diminish his stature. It's nothing. We just think the script you're telling is quite entertaining, so we're here to listen. Yeah, we just thought it was fun to listen in. Don't worry, Brother Sheng, we'll fetch the water. You just stay here with sister. While they spoke, Lung Xinyue had already buried her face in Shen Shusheng's shoulder, fully aware of her earlier embarrassed demeanor. After they delivered 2 cups of water and left, Shen Shusheng gently patted Lung Xinyue's head and said, "All right, they've gone. No need to act like an ostrich." Lung Xinyue lifted her head, her cheeks flushed. Pouting, she sulked, "All my previous good impressions are ruined, all because of you." Shen Shusheng feigned indignation. "And what would others say if they saw you like this?" Lung Xinyue huffed and withdrew her hands, embodying a displeased child who was hard to coax. Shen Shusheng wrapped his arm around her waist, playfully pinching her cheek. "What image has been ruined? In my eyes, you have always been the best. As for what others think, it matters not. They can only gossip behind our backs." With a few comforting words, Shen Shusheng managed to cheer Lung Xinyue up. As the clock approached midnight, he led her to the dining table, where the dumplings for the New Year's Eve dinner had already been served. As the hands of the clock passed midnight, amid the joyous greetings of Happy New Year, everyone began to eat dumplings. After the dinner, it was time to turn off the lights and rest. Naturally, it was impossible for Lung Xinyue to sleep on the large Kong for the first time, as lying on a Kong with 4 or 5 people felt quite awkward. Thankfully, the Shen household had other rooms, though those rooms had beds instead of Kangs. The absence of a Kong meant one thing: coldness. Moreover, after Shen Shusheng had just shared a story with Lung Xinyue, she felt somewhat reluctant to sleep alone in the bed. "Kid, there's no space for you here. You should share a room with Xinyue," said someone. During the Spring Festival, everything was wonderful, but with so many people returning to the Shen household, it inevitably felt a bit cramped. The family members were eager to find a suitable place for Shen Shusheng to sleep, but only Shen Wantai kicked him out of the warm Kong. Among the Shen family, only Shen Wantai and Wang Guifan were unafraid of Shen Shusheng. Lung Xinyue felt that this arrangement was inappropriate, but was interrupted by Wang Guifan. "Ah, the new moon. Dear youth, your affairs are well known to the auntie. For we too have traversed the path of youth. Now that space is scarce, it matters not if you share a bed." The cheeks of Lung Xinyue flushed with warmth, while Shen Shusheng beside her coughed persistently. "Cough, cough, what are you coughing for? Quickly bring your quilt over. We still need to sleep," he urged. Reluctantly, Shen Shusheng gathered his quilt and moved it to Lung Xinyue's bed, preparing to settle down for the night. The household had fallen into slumber, leaving Shen Shusheng and Lung Xinyue sitting at the edge of the bed like 2 wooden figures, neither daring to broach the subject of sleep. After a prolonged silence, Shen Shusheng, his feet growing numb from the cold, decided that this was no way to proceed. "Well, how about we sleep? We have to visit for the new year tomorrow. Let us treat it as a hotel and not overthink it." Understanding the busy day ahead, Lung Xinyue hesitated only briefly before shedding her clothing and burrowing into the covers. However, the biting cold of the rural winter proved too intense. Within moments, Shen Shusheng felt a small mound from beneath the quilt as Lung Xinyue's head emerged, releasing a puff of frosty breath. "It is too cold. Hold me for a bit." He did not mind the delicate form nestled against him and embraced her gently. After a brief shiver, Lung Xinyue finally settled into warmth. "It is truly frigid here. Winter is unbearable," Shen Shusheng remarked with a shrug. "There is little we can do. This is the nature of rural life. Any change must await urban development." Lung Xinyue, resting her head upon Shen Shusheng's arm, pondered for a moment before saying, "You could invest in renovating the house. With the wealth you've amassed, surely it would be a trivial matter." Shen Shusheng shook his head. "I have considered it, but the challenges are formidable. If one house is renovated, relatives and friends will expect the same. If everyone renovates, the villagers will gossip. If I do not silence their tongues, the renovation would be more trouble than it is worth, leading to endless complaints." Upon hearing Shen Shusheng's reasoning, Lung Xinyue contemplated the complexities involved and felt the weight of potential troubles. It seems rather hasty to think of it that way. After acquiring wealth, one finds oneself unable to accomplish anything. Shen Shusheng smiled wryly. "That is indeed the current reality. Moreover, the money I earned is earmarked for the continued development of games, the production of new titles, and operational costs. Any funds left over for village renovation might as well vanish into thin air. Nonetheless, I have a general plan and will act when the time is right." Feeling a bit drowsy, Lung Xinyue nestled her head against Shen Shusheng's chest and murmured in agreement. Sensing her fatigue, he wrapped the quilt around them more snugly. After finding a comfortable position, they both drifted into slumber. The following morning, Shen Shusheng stretched lazily before swiftly retracting his hand back into the warmth of the quilt. The chill made him reluctant to leave the confines of his cozy refuge. His movements stirred the air, waking Lung Xinyue as they exchanged glances. She giggled, her bright eyes causing a flutter in Shen Shusheng's heart. Well, I am but a normal man, and you are nestled in my arms. This is a natural response. Please, do not tease me, he said with a hint of exasperation. Lung Xinyue, undeterred, replied playfully, oh, is that so? Why was I unaware of this before? Shen Shusheng cleared his throat. You see, that is an unfair accusation. I had previously surrendered my innocence. Do not use this to vilify me. It wounds me deeply. Though silent, Lung Xinyue's smile only widened. Class monitor, I beseech you, let us rise. This truly is unnecessary. If we were to embarrass ourselves, it would be unseemly for everyone. With a mischievous grin, she added, when the time comes, I shall shift the blame onto you, and we shall see if the uncles and aunts accuse me or you. Shen Shusheng found himself at a loss for words. If their secret were exposed, his parents would certainly scold him. Sensing his resignation, Lung Xinyue triumphantly declared, no matter how clever you are, you shall not escape my grasp. With that, she burrowed deeper into the quilt, and a breeze swept through, causing Shen Shusheng to shiver. Suddenly, with a creak, the door to their room swung open, revealing Wang Guifan entering. You too. It is time to rise. Breakfast awaits, and we must visit others today. Where is Xinyue? Shen Shusheng gestured for silence. She is still asleep. As the cold wind poured into the room, he shuddered again. Mother, could you please close the door before leaving? I shall be up shortly. Wang Guifan rolled her eyes and counted down. All right, I shall go now. You two hurry up, do not dawdle. We must eat first. After much persuasion, his mother finally exited, and Shen Shusheng exhaled in relief. The coast is clear, it is safe now, he whispered, lifting the quilt slightly. Emerging from the covers, Lung Xinyue revealed her flushed cheeks. Glancing at the door, she playfully pinched him. Why did you not close the door last night when you came in? Shen Shusheng replied with exasperation. I had no idea my mother would barge in so boldly. The door has been faulty for years, easily opened with a bit of force. It has remained unrepaired due to lack of occupancy. I did lock it. Lung Xinyue pinched him again, her voice tinged with embarrassment as she asked. Do you think Annie knows what transpired between us? After a moment of contemplation, Shen Shusheng replied, it is unlikely. I told my mother you were sleeping, and she did not react. However, it seems she might have an inkling. Could you please clarify what you said earlier? She urged. Your words have left me rather perplexed as well. Does my mother truly know, or is she unaware? After much internal conflict, the two ultimately decided to abandon their worries. Whether she knows or not, it is best to rise early. Should someone enter, it would indeed be quite embarrassing. After getting out of bed, they commenced their morning routines, observing Xnyu with a mouthful of foam while brushing her teeth. Shn couldn't help but chuckle, to which Xnyu merely shot him a disdainful glance. The warm towel enveloped their faces, invigorating them as they sat at the table to enjoy breakfast. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, dumplings were served. After the family of four finished their meal, SHNWNC, I took SHNSHSHN's car to explore the village. The village had over 10 families connected to the SHN family, in addition to some distant relatives who had married out and needed visiting. Although referred to as distant relatives, the journey today was merely a half-hour drive. At each household, SHNSHSHN and Xnyu exchanged New Year's greetings, presented gifts, and sipped tea, while relatives handed out red envelopes wishing SHNSHSHN a beautiful bride. As the day progressed, the sun transitioned from dawn to dusk. After a full day of visits, the once full trunk was now empty, but the items had been converted into red envelopes in equal measure. During the Spring Festival, the act of gifting is primarily about the sentiment. The gifts themselves are merely a formality, with the exchange of items resulting in little more than a cycle of monetary transactions. On the evening of the first day, SHNSHSHN, having learned from experience, took precautionary measures against his mother's unpredictable nature by wedging a chair against the door. After a long day of walking and conversing, he felt utterly exhausted and simply collapsed onto the bed without washing up. Xnyu rolled her eyes at him, then pulled out his feet and scalded them with hot water to remove the stubborn hair, finally granting him mercy. Chapter 50. The daughter-in-law becomes the mother-in-law. Lessons from the brother-in-law. There was silence throughout the night, and on the second day of the Lunar New Year, SHNSHSHN was set to accompany Xnyu to her ancestral home. Driving his own car, he bid farewell to his parents. The Elling family was not far from the SHN family. After 3 hours on the newly renovated secondary road, they arrived at the Elling home. Along the way, they encountered a market where SHNSHSHN and Xnyu filled the trunk with goods. Upon entering the village, Xnyu had already made a phone call, and as they parked and approached the courtyard, F and the elder were waiting outside. Uncle, we've arrived. Before F could respond, the elder spoke up. Yuanzhong, is this my granddaughter's husband? Yuanzhong hurriedly replied, yes. This is XNYU's boyfriend. After this introduction, Elling Yuanzhong gave SHNSHSH a knowing look, and SHNSHSH promptly addressed him. Hello, Grandpa. I am SHNSHSH Elling XNYU's boyfriend. The elder beamed and patted SHNSHSH's shoulder. You're a fine young man. How did you come here? Did your parents not accompany you? SHNSHSH cleared his throat and replied, Grandpa, I came by myself. Is that blue car outside yours? I drove here, not knowing whether the elder could see clearly. He noticed the elder squinting for a moment before nodding. I see. Come inside. Don't just stand out here with so many things. SHNSHSH and Elling F worked together to carry the items into the side room. And only then did SHNSHSH follow the elder into the main room. The Elling family, like the SHN family, was large. And as they moved from the outer room to the inner room, SHNSHSH caught sight of Elling M. Hello, Annie. I should have come earlier, but I was a bit slow due to unfamiliarity with the route on my first visit. Elling M smiled and waved her hand, then began introducing him to her relatives and sisters. SHNSHSH had barely entered the house and had not even had a sip of water before Elling M showcased him like an exhibit for half an hour, only allowing him a reprieve when it was time to eat. As he accepted the water offered by Elling XNYU, he felt immensely grateful. Thank you. I was quite thirsty during the drive. Now I finally feel refreshed. Elling XNYU made a face and said, Look at you. If no one pours water for you, will you just die of thirst? Would you really perish if I didn't help you? SHNSHSH leaned closer, playfully replying, How could that be, my dear wife? You wouldn't abandon me here, would you? I don't know anyone else here. If something happens, you'll have to cover for me. Rolling her eyes again, Elling XNYU poured him another glass of water. In the Elling family, Elling Yuanzhong was the youngest, with an elder sister and 2 older brothers. The children of the 2 older brothers were all boys and unmarried, while the daughter of the elder sister was already married and had brought her husband along. After the meal, after chatting briefly with the adults, SHNSHSH naturally retreated to the sidelines, joining his peers in another room. The eldest sister was 25, while the eldest and second brothers were both 23, with Elling XNYU being the youngest at just 21. Surrounded by young people, their conversation gravitated toward youthful topics. However, SHNSHSH found it difficult to contribute, having devoted his time to work rather than indulging in television dramas or celebrity gossip. This left him merely nodding along while they spoke. Fortunately, Elling XNYU provided support, so he did not feel overly awkward. Reflecting on his decision to join this group, he regretted not opting for the older generation's gathering instead, where he could have simply poured tea without any other responsibilities. After discussing television dramas and celebrities, the group finally transitioned to other subjects. The eldest sister's husband, Zhao Ning, had married Elling XNYU's eldest sister 2 years prior, and he had initially thought he would remain in the newcomer role for several years, only to find himself now in the position of a father-in-law. As someone who had gone through it, Zhao Ning sought to regain some face through SHNSHSH. Brother, you and my sister-in-law are attending the same school. What major are you pursuing? If your field aligns with mine, perhaps I could facilitate an introduction. Moreover, in just a year, you will be graduating. Have you contemplated your future career path? Shen Shusheng paused for a moment, his expression marred by an internal struggle. How should I respond, brother? Am I to declare my ambition of making money globally and starting my own company? After a moment of reflection, Shen Shusheng replied, I am studying computer software. As for future prospects, there is still a year left. I have yet to decide. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ning felt a sense of clarity. That won't do. A year passes swiftly. If you graduate without a job, how will you manage? You can't enter into marriage with Lung Xinyue without a stable source of income. Shen Shusheng considered this and replied, Well, that's indeed difficult to articulate. I currently have no clear direction. My options are overwhelming, leading to a bit of confusion. This statement, when heard by Zhao Ning and Lung Xinyue, conveyed entirely different meanings. For Lung Xinyue, it was taken literally. Shen Shusheng indeed had numerous choices, and his remarkable intellect in gaming was unmatched, evidenced by his establishment of 2 work groups in just 3 years. Conversely, Zhao Ning interpreted it as an indication of indecisiveness, implying he wished to pursue everything but was incapable of excelling in any. Thus, he perceived Shen Shusheng's words as mere pretext. Shen Shusheng's utterance existed on one level, while Zhao Ning interpreted it on another, considering himself to be at a deeper understanding, when in reality, Shen Shusheng remained on the surface. If you are uncertain, you might consider joining our company as a website backend maintainer. I have some influence there, and arranging your position would be quite feasible. Lung Xinyue attempted to interject, but Shen Shusheng discreetly tugged at her clothing to silence her. He shook his head at her, signifying that it was best to let the matter be, as revealing the truth could be disheartening. Well then, Thank you in advance, brother-in-law. If I struggle to find a path, I may need to call in a favor. Zhao Ning was quite pleased with Shen Shusheng's demeanor and patted his shoulder. It's a trivial matter. Feel free to approach me anytime, and I will ensure your placement. Rest assured. Having received Zhao Ning's endorsement, Shen Shusheng was momentarily liberated and took the opportunity to address some emails. As a provider of firearm copyrights, he deemed it necessary to send the completed product to various gun manufacturers for their review. Thus, following the public release of the game, Shen Shusheng diligently dispatched copies to those companies that had consented to sell firearm rights. During the Spring Festival, foreign companies were largely inactive, yet Shen Shusheng still received a considerable number of emails. Chapter 51. Renting a car for appearances. One email caught his attention. It was from Colt Company. Dear Sir, I have received your email and the commemorative gift. I must say, this game is truly remarkable. Unfortunately, we cannot comprehend Chinese, so we are left to purchase firearms solely based on the images. Your authentic recreation of our Model 41 has delighted me, especially with the addition of a suppressor. It seems our small gift has had an impact. Currently, all my colleagues in the office are eager to install the game on their computers, and if possible, I hope this game can be launched in both the Americas and Europe. After reading the entire email, Shen Shusheng shrugged, thinking to himself, indeed, this is the land of the free. After responding with 100 activation codes, he added, this is certainly a splendid suggestion. We are preparing to launch it in other countries, complete with an English interface and voiceover. I believe it will not take long. Besides Colt Company, a response also arrived from the Russians, who expressed satisfaction with Shen Shusheng's shooting game. They appreciated the high power and damage, perfectly aligning with their expectations. The Americans' Model 41? To them, it was designed for the average person. True prowess lay in their own weaponry. Observing the Russians' prideful tone, Shen Shusheng could only shake his head in resignation. Truly, they are a formidable nation. Lung Xinyue leaned against Shen Shusheng, and upon hearing his laughter, she moved closer. What is so amusing? Shen Shusheng shook his head and replied, nothing much, just found the Russians' response quite entertaining. He then turned the computer towards her. Although Lung Xinyue aspired to become a bilingual host, she struggled to fully comprehend the letter, but managed to grasp its essence. After finishing, she chuckled. They sound like children playing with toys. Shen Shusheng found her comparison amusing. Indeed, just like children. As they sat together on the bed, conversing, Lung Xinyue's elder sister seized the opportunity to pull Zhao Ning over. What were you bragging about earlier? With your position? How could you possibly secure a job for my sister's boyfriend? I hardly perceive you as that capable. Zhao Ning responded under pressure. That is not fair. I am at least somewhat established in my career. I could speak with our department head and facilitate your sister's boyfriend's entrance with a little gift. Although the salary isn't high, it is a stable position within the system. If he becomes a contractual worker, that would be a secure job. Lung Xinyue's sister shot a skeptical glance at Zhao Ning. Your organization has not had anyone regularize in years. You've been there for 5 years without formalizing your position. And you expect to assist someone else in doing so? To convert to a regular position, one must have connections. You know our circumstances. No amount of gifting can fill that bottomless pit. I suppose I'll just endure a few more years, and eventually, I shall be regularized. You still wish to endure? Your parents are constantly pressuring you about having children. Can you even afford to support them? Noticing his wife's discontent, Zhao Ning hastily soothed her. Don't worry. I am well aware of my family's situation. When the time comes, if we truly have children, my parents will undoubtedly assist in raising them. I have already prepared them for this. Do not heed my parents' attempts to frighten you with their claims of indifference. Amidst the scattered conversations, Lung Yuanzhong emerged from the inner room into the space occupied by Shen Shusheng. Shusheng, in a moment, you shall drive and accompany us. We are going out for dinner tonight, Zhao Ning inquired, perplexed. Fourth uncle, are we going out today? Lung Yuanzhong nodded in affirmation. Indeed, now that Shusheng has arrived. And since neither he nor the new moon was present yesterday, his grandfather has arranged a meal at a familiar restaurant. We shall dine there. Zhao Ning did not attribute this to Shen Shusheng, but rather interpreted it as the old gentleman's fondness for Lung Xinyue. I have never dined out since marrying my wife. Zhao Ning muttered internally, then promptly declared, all right then, understood. We shall prepare immediately. A group of 16 boisterously exited the Cold family's front gate. As the sound of car locks clicking echoed amidst the commotion, those with vehicles began calling to those without. The Lung family had arrived as a collective. Lacking their own transportation, yet with Shen Shusheng present, they naturally took his car. As Zhao Ning unlocked his Honda, he intended to boast to his brother-in-law, but was nearly startled by the striking blue BMW parked opposite him. Zhao Ning was bewildered, although it was their second year of marriage. He had traversed their village several times and was well acquainted with the vehicles in the vicinity. He had never encountered a BMW like this before. Upon inspecting the rear of the car, he noticed the number 6 emblazoned on it, causing him to gasp in astonishment. The standard model was priced at 1 million. while the top configuration exceeded 1,700,000. Just as he was about to inquire who owned the car, Shen Shusheng's voice drifted from the front. Brother-in-law, what's the matter? Did something happen to the back of my car? Zhao Ning, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, Huh? Is this your car? Shen Shusheng nodded. Yes, it's mine. Is there an issue with the back? Upon inspecting the rear and finding it intact, Shen Shusheng appeared puzzled. Zhao Ning quickly clarified, Oh, it's just that it's dark out. I must have misjudged. Shen Shusheng nodded in understanding. Ah, I see. By the way, brother-in-law, do you have a car? If not, you can ride with me. Zhao Ning promptly shook his head. No, I do have a car. The Honda across from you is mine. Please take my fourth uncle's family instead. I will drive our vehicle. Eager to conclude the conversation, Zhao Ning hastily returned to his car. Once inside, he fastened his seatbelt and turned to his wife. Goodness, is your brother's family particularly wealthy? His wife shook her head. Not at all. I heard from my aunt that they are just an ordinary working-class family. Why do you ask? Working-class families drive BMWs? That model starts at over 1,200,000. What? 1,200,000? Zhao Ning's wife was taken aback and turned to her mother in the back seat. Mom, is what you said true? You mentioned they were working class. His mother-in-law appeared momentarily stunned. Indeed, your uncle said the same. After a moment of thought, Zhao Ning's wife pondered aloud. Could it possibly be a rental car? Perhaps they are trying to impress during their first visit home? This theory was quickly embraced by everyone in the car. Zhao Ning's racing heart settled back into his chest. That could very well be true. It seems your brother enjoys maintaining appearances. As they conversed, their vehicles had already hit the road, and after a swift turn, Shen Shusheng merged onto the highway. Zhao Ning, now calm, followed behind. The restaurant was not far from the Cold family's village, and after a 20-minute drive, they arrived. The establishment specialized in mountain delicacies and wild game. However, Shen Shusheng was somewhat surprised to discover that they could indeed enjoy specialty pork. This rare delicacy, derived from a cross between domestic pigs and wild boar, was reputed for its exquisite flavor and superior nutritional value. Yet Shen Shusheng had never tasted it before and was curious about its quality. Approaching the kitchen discreetly, Shen Shusheng located the restaurant owner. Having made prior arrangements, the owner was quite familiar with Shen Shusheng. You must be the new son-in-law of the Cold family. Is there something you require? Shen Shusheng, unsure of their relationship, opted to address him as brother. Brother, I noticed you have specialty pork available. Could you prepare it for us? The owner, wiping his hands, smiled broadly. Of course, we can prepare it. But this pork isn't free. I need to sell it to make a profit. If it were ordinary pork, it wouldn't be an issue, but this is quite valuable. Shen Shusheng shook his head. We are merely here to dine. We would be grateful if you could provide us a place. I am willing to pay for the entire pig, after the meal. You may either sell the remainder or keep it for yourself. Just let others know it was a gift from you. How does that sound? The owner paused, then looked at the pig outside, incredulous. Really? Don't be fooled by its small size, even as pure meat. It weighs over 170 to 180 pounds, and at a rough estimate, it could cost around 20,000. If you genuinely wish to eat it, pay up front and I will slaughter it on the spot, ensuring all the finest cuts are served to you. Shen Shusheng remained silent, displaying his phone. The owner patted Shen Shusheng's back, praising him. You are a bold one. I've raised this creature for 5 or 6 years, and it's only today that it will finally be put to use. The Cold family is fortunate to have you as their son-in-law. After settling the payment, the owner rubbed his hands together and began calling the chef and staff to prepare for the pig slaughter. You just wait. I'll ensure it's served to you shortly. Returning to the private room, the group continued their chatter. During the spring festival, engaging in conversation takes precedence over dining. Moreover, considering that the seating arrangement was hastily organized by someone else, it is understandable that the service is somewhat delayed. Upon seeing Shen Shusheng return, Lung Xinyue called him over and inquired, Where have you been? You vanished in the blink of an eye. Shen Shusheng casually deflected the question, claiming he had gone to the restroom, thus evading further scrutiny. Just as he settled in, Zhao Ning asked, Brother-in-law, how much did you pay for this car? After pondering for a moment, Shen Shusheng responded, approximately 100 to 120,000, but I can't recall the exact figure. Zhao, intrigued, continued to probe. What made you decide to buy such an expensive car? It's just as easy to drive a less costly one. I heard your parents are working. Acquiring this vehicle must have been a challenge. Shen Shusheng shook his head, clarifying, No, I didn't use my family's money. I bought it myself. Initially, it was for appearances, but now it's merely a means of transportation. Zhao Ning raised an eyebrow, silently questioning how a university student could earn over 100,000. Seeing Shen Shusheng had a plausible explanation, Zhao chose to drop the topic, realizing that pursuing it further would yield no meaningful insights. The group engaged in light conversation until the dishes began to arrive at the table. One must commend the efficiency of the restaurant staff. As the last of the food was served, Shen Shusheng noticed pork dishes being placed before them. He understood that the eldest brother from the Long family had arranged for the food, and he had not ordered these pork dishes. Summoning a waiter, the eldest brother pointed at the dishes and remarked, "You've made a mistake. We didn't order these pork dishes." The waiter, adhering to prior instructions, replied, "These are complimentary from our boss. Feel free to enjoy." Upon learning that the dishes were complimentary, the surrounding friends and the elder praised the eldest brother for having such a generous friend. The eldest brother, pleased with the compliment, felt it was a reflection on himself, which he embraced wholeheartedly. As the guests raised their glasses in a toast, Shen Shusheng discreetly whispered to Long Xinyue, "Make sure to try that pork. I specifically requested it, and I've heard it's exceptional." Long Xinyue glanced back and forth between the pork and Shen Shusheng, quickly deducing the underlying circumstances. "All right, I will see if it lives up to the hype." Indeed, the flavor of the special pork was extraordinary, evident from its appearance. The red braised pork was predominantly lean meat, with only a hint of fat. Upon tasting it, Shen Shusheng finally understood what true wild flavor was. The meat was incredibly tender, dissolving effortlessly in one's mouth. After tasting it, Long Xinyue covered her mouth and nodded emphatically at Shen Shusheng. The others at the table also praised the pork dishes, and even the elder, who typically shunned greasy food, took 2 pieces, indicating how delicious it was. With the atmosphere growing increasingly jovial, the elders shared stories over their drinks while the younger generation found themselves with little to occupy their time. At that moment, Long Xinyue's sister beckoned her, saying, "Come, Xinyue, let me show you some photos from our summer trip to the mountains." As she swiped through her phone, various images flashed before Long Xinyue. "By the way, did your boyfriend ever take you out alone?" After some contemplation, Long Xinyue replied, "Not really. He's quite busy, even during the summer and winter breaks. He barely has time. However, we did go out together a couple of summers ago, but it was a group outing." "Really? Where did you go?" "We went to Sanya, along with some of our senior classmates and their colleagues." As she spoke, Long Xinyue retrieved her phone, showing her sister the photos from their trip to Sanya Bay. The images were abundant, featuring beaches, aquariums, yachts, underwater restaurants, and even diving excursions, clearly indicative of a lavish vacation. Yet, beyond these visuals, she was more concerned about the fact that in every photo, Shen Shusheng was prominently featured. The arrangement of the photographs was significant. Who was in the center held great importance. One might overlook it once, but when every single photo showcased him in the forefront, particularly in a group shot, it raised her suspicions. "Wow, you all look quite youthful. Who organized this?" Long Xinyue's sister pointed at Lei Bing, but Long Xinyue shook her head. "No, sister. It was Shen Shusheng who organized it. To celebrate the company as first earnings, he personally funded the outing." Long Xinyue's sister was taken aback, exclaiming, "He covered the costs for the aquarium, the yacht, the underwater restaurant, and the diving." Chapter 53. The affairs of scholars cannot be labeled as theft, but rather as acquisition and disbelief. Long Xinyue's sister sought clarification. "How much did your trip cost?" This question momentarily stumped Long Xinyue. "I'm not entirely sure, but we spent about 500,000 for our 7-day stay at the hotel. I didn't inquire about the activities because I was too busy enjoying myself." 500,000. Long Xinyue's sister gasped at the revelation. "Spending over 500,000 in 7 days is even more than what my car costs." Swallowing hard, she pressed further, "But he is still just a college student. Where did he get all that money?" Long Xinyue blinked, then, somewhat perplexed, responded, "It's all his own earnings." "Earnings? From what work does he make such money?" Stealing a glance at Shen Shusheng, who was chatting with her father, Long Xinyue whispered, "He started his own company. All that money is from his endeavors. He can sell a game for millions." Though Long Xinyue did not play games, she was aware of the industry, and it was common knowledge that the current gaming mogul was someone named Shen Shusheng. Yet, she never imagined he was the same person who had just called her sister-in-law. "Shen Shusheng, everything seems to make sense now. Playing games? You mean Shen Shusheng is?" Long Xinyue nodded, and then spoke to her sister. "But sister, don't tell anyone. Shen Shusheng is afraid that others will look at him differently if they find out. This is only because you are my sister, otherwise I wouldn't share this with you at all." Covering her mouth, Long Xinyue's sister was incredulous. She turned around to see her husband, who had drunk too much, boasting while patting Shen Shusheng on the shoulder, and quickly pulled Zhao Ning aside. "Behave yourself. Shen Shusheng doesn't drink, so don't bother him." Zhao Ning was a bit displeased, turning to look at his wife. However, when their eyes met, he felt a shiver and sobered up instantly. That look was all too familiar. If he continued to be oblivious, he might end up kneeling in front of instant noodles. After mumbling a couple of words, Zhao Ning ceased his complaints. It wasn't until he was seated in the passenger seat with his family of 4 that he asked what had just happened. Long Xinyue's sister took a deep breath and said, "Don't ask. Just promise me you won't provoke Shen Shusheng in the future. I've already assured my little sister. When the time comes, this connection will undoubtedly be of great assistance to our family, worth millions." The couple in the back seat was taken aback and asked, "What on earth happened?" Didn't you say his car was rented before dinner? How did he suddenly have $1 million in just one meal? Mom, Dad, please don't ask. I promised Shen Yue I wouldn't disclose anything, but I verified that this Shen Shusheng is indeed the real deal. The elders were perplexed, but it was clear that they couldn't pry any further, so they left it at that. Meanwhile, the older brother, as the host, naturally needed to express gratitude to his good friend after the meal, ensuring that no one felt unappreciated for their help. Upon entering the kitchen, he saw several chefs, along with the owner and the manager, gathered around a large table, enthusiastically gnawing on a big bowl of pork bones, clearly having been drinking for some time. As evidenced by the empty bottles nearby. Brother, the food here is quite good, enjoying a drink? The friend, who worked as a chef, was delighted to see the Lung family's elder brother and invited him to take a seat. Before he could speak, the chef continued, your family, the Lungs, truly are remarkable. I must tell you, the wild boar meat is unlike regular pork. It's simply delicious. If it weren't for your fourth brother's child, I might not have had the chance to enjoy such exquisite pork. The elder brother of the Lung family was momentarily taken aback. What did that mean? Shouldn't I be the one thanking you? The owner, realizing he had let something slip, quickly repeated the statement. Afterward, he took a large bite of meat stuffed in a bun and said, that kid is indeed extravagant. He casually spent $20,000 without batting an eye. Ask him if he has any brothers or sisters. My daughter isn't young anymore, and he would be a perfect match. Having heard the entire conversation, the elder brother of the Lung family was utterly astonished. He had just dined on a meal worth $500 or $600, while those few plates of pork dishes had cost thousands. He was at a loss for how he even made it out of the kitchen. It wasn't until the cold wind hit him that he realized he was standing outside the restaurant. Seeing Shen Shusheng assisting the elderly gentleman into the car, the elder brother quickly shook his head and rushed over to help. The Lung family, being quite populous, had many houses, and those houses were renovated with firewalls, ensuring warmth throughout. Although they didn't have to share a large bed, Shen Shusheng still shared a separate room with Lung Xinyue. Noticing the absence of a doorknob, Shen Shusheng pondered aloud. Lung Xinyue, this door lock is secure, right? I won't get caught by your aunt tomorrow, will I? Lung Xinyue rolled her eyes. Of course it is. Our door lock is perfectly fine. I warn you, no mischief. The firewalls have poor sound insulation. If you dare to do anything inappropriate, I'll make sure to deal with you. With that, she made a biting gesture, causing Shen Shusheng to twitch his lips. After staying at the Lung family for 2 days and visiting some relatives, Shen Shusheng returned to Nanjiang province. Business was pressing, and he had to leave first. Only in China do we have the Spring Festival holiday on different days each year. Other countries had already finished their celebrations. Today, Shen Shusheng was to meet with a gaming company from Korea. Although he couldn't read the convoluted Korean characters, he recognized the iconic green, blue, and black square logo. This company was the original source of the tainted milk powder that he had acquired through academic connections, and they were now seeking to sign a contract for the product. It felt quite peculiar for the original company to approach him for the. To prepare for the meeting, Shen Shusheng had specifically summoned Lei Bing to support him. Poor Lei Bing had just enjoyed a year of comfort, only to be called back to work on the 6th day of the new year. A capable-looking gentleman and a beautiful translator were sent over from Korea. Upon meeting the translator, Shen Shusheng encountered a true embodiment of Korean beauty for the first time. Although it was uncertain whether her beauty was natural, she certainly appeared stunning, especially in winter when everyone was bundled up. She wore a white suit dress with nude stockings and black high heels. Shen Shusheng took a relaxed view on the deal. After all, his reach was limited, so it made sense to let someone else take the while he earned some money effortlessly. Chapter 54. The unbearable longing for you. One party sought, while the other was willing to let someone else take it. This business was thus easily negotiated. However, there was a slight discrepancy regarding the price. The other party was willing to purchase the copyright of the tainted milk powder for a sum equivalent to 100 million yuan. But Shen Shusheng was certainly not going to agree to that. In those years, when the goose factory had nothing, they dared to stake 100 million. And now that I have become renowned across the vast expanse of the land, do you still regard me with disdain by offering a mere 100 million? However, since we are engaged in business negotiations, it is only a matter of time before an agreement is reached. The failure of the initial discussions is seen as entirely normal by both parties. Shen Shusheng, playing the host, arranged for the two individuals to stay at a local international hotel, leaving his public account for any necessary communication. After patting Lei Bing on the shoulder, Shen Shusheng took him out for a meal at Xiaofei Yang to warm up. On the matter of finances, neither side was willing to concede. One party believed that the 100 million already demonstrated sincerity, arguing that a strong domestic market does not guarantee success in foreign markets. They considered the 100 million to be a significant risk. On the other hand, Shen Shusheng was equally resistant to compromise, fully aware of the notoriety surrounding the tainted milk scandal, although it may not represent the sentiments of all netizens. 100 million as an agency fee seemed utterly absurd to him. After 4 days of contentious negotiations, the discussions ended in discord, with the Korean side raising their price to 12 billion, while Shen Shusheng firmly held on to his stance of 2 billion. After both parties departed, Shen Shusheng decided to stretch a bit and intended to take a brief rest on the single bed in his office. Just as he had pulled out the bed and was preparing to recline, his phone rang. Upon answering, he discovered it was a beautiful translator. What could she want at this hour? With a sense of curiosity, Shen Shusheng accepted the call. To his surprise, the Korean translator spoke Mandarin with an endearing Taiwanese accent. Her mature tone adding a magnetic quality that briefly led Shen Shusheng to suspect she might have been sent to ensnare him. Upon connecting, her melodious oppa caused him to shiver slightly. Hello, Translator Chui, how may I assist you? Shusheng oppa, Representative Li is feeling unwell today, so I hope you can be understanding. Shen Shusheng, somewhat overwhelmed by her accent, quickly reassured her, no worries, negotiations are common, there's no need for apologies. Despite his nonchalance, Translator Chui insisted on treating him to dinner. With no other option, Shen Shusheng agreed, thinking that dining with an international friend was a minor inconvenience. He glanced at his neatly made bed and whispered an apology to it. Regrettably, he was indeed a capricious person, vowing to reward the bed later. Draped in his coat, Shen Shusheng drove to the hotel to pick up Translator Chui, who guided him to a barbecue restaurant. It was amusing that they indulged in barbecue and kimchi, both at home and abroad. Shen Shusheng remarked on this quirk as they dined. At the table, Translator Chui not only apologized but also imbibed a few drinks as a form of self-punishment, leaving Shen Shusheng somewhat puzzled by the high formality. As their meal concluded, Translator Chui's phone suddenly rang. After glancing at the screen, she turned to Shen Shusheng and said, well, our representative Li would like to discuss matters further. Noticing the time was still early, Shen Shusheng agreed to continue the conversation. Following Translator Chui's suggestion, he drove back to the hotel, intending to have a preliminary discussion before Lei Bing arrived for more in-depth negotiations. Upon reaching the private room, Shen Shusheng stepped inside after Translator Chui had swiped her card. However, upon entering, he found no sign of Representative Li. The sound of the door locking behind him sent a wave of apprehension through Shen Shusheng. With little time to react, he reached into his pocket, unlocking his phone and activating the recording function just as Translator Chui embraced him from behind. Once the deed was done, Shen Shusheng breathed a temporary sigh of relief. Translator Chui, what is the meaning of this? Where is Representative Li? Wasn't this a meeting to discuss the contract? Translator Chui, pressed against him, began to caress his body. Shusheng appa, Li is not here. It was my decision to seek you out. Your price is too high for our company to afford. It would be a pity for such a great game not to launch in Korea. Would you consider lowering it to, say, 1.5 billion? Shen Shusheng grasped one of her hands and cleared his throat. Lowering the price? How would you propose to do that? Surely there must be a method. Translator Chui gasped slightly, attempting to withdraw her hand. When she found it impossible, she repositioned herself in front of him and declared, this is my method. She then extended her other hand toward his chest, sliding it down as she attempted to undo the collar of his shirt. Shen Shusheng seized her other hand, firmly restraining her. Is this your idea of a price reduction? I would prefer a straightforward discussion rather than such antics. He then led her a couple of steps before decisively pushing her onto the bed. Translator Chui, sensing his sudden assertiveness, believed their encounter was all but assured. Just as she planned to strike a seductive pose, Shen Shusheng straightened his collar and pulled out his phone, waving it in front of her. You think this is some sort of diamond-studded affair? That's not how negotiations work. Tomorrow, bring your representative Li, as this matter no longer requires discussion. After shutting off the recording, Shen Shusheng strode out of the hotel, slamming the door behind him, leaving Translator Chui dazed and bewildered on the bed. Once back in his car, Shen Shusheng placed his hand against the cold glass, waiting until he could no longer feel his fingers before pressing his hand against his face. Goodness, that was chilling. Thankfully, my skills surpassed theirs. Otherwise, I might have fallen into a trap. Shen Shusheng retrieved his recording device, and although there was some interference due to a layer of clothing, the general content remained discernible. Thankfully, it was a keyboard phone. Had it been a fruit phone or an Android device, if a certain Li representative had recorded video, I would have found it impossible to clear my name even if I jumped into the Yellow River. After calming his emotions, Shen Shusheng drove back to his company. Lying in bed, he found it impossible to sleep, ultimately pulling out his phone to message Lung Xinyue. Are you there? Yes, what's up? I miss you. How much do you miss me? So much that it's unbearable. Go die. Chapter 55, Return to Orthodoxy? The music game's golden beast. In a society driven by material desires, where human hearts grow cold and indifferent, only the quilt remains unspoiled. Burrowed beneath the covers, Shen Shusheng sighed and turned, preparing to sleep. The next morning, as expected, Translator Chui and Li representative did not appear for the continued negotiations. Shen Shusheng granted Lei Bing a few extra days off. As soon as Lei Bing finished packing in the morning, Lung Xinyue arrived in the afternoon. How are you? Was my arrival unexpected? Shen Shusheng was indeed surprised. Having thought Lung Xinyue would return only after school commenced, he stepped forward and embraced her, inquiring, "Why are you back so soon? I thought you would stay longer at home." Lung Xinyue chuckled and reciprocated the embrace. "Because someone missed me yesterday. I had nothing to do at home. So I came to keep you company. Didn't you say you were negotiating business? What was the outcome?" Shen Shusheng grimaced and replied, "It fell through. Consider it a failure." Lung Xinyue looked somewhat astonished. "Failed? Was it because you couldn't reach an agreement?" Shen Shusheng rubbed his nose and explained, "Well, the other party was too aggressive with their bargaining. It should be classified as such." Lung Xinyue, not fully understanding, pressed further, "What do you mean by should be? Was it because of the price or something else?" Shen Shusheng cleared his throat and stated, "Primarily due to the price, and secondly, I felt they were being tricky. So I told them to leave. Let's change the subject. Come with me." "Change the subject? What do you want to do?" "To the hotel." Being at the company entrance, Lung Xinyue playfully hit Shen Shusheng several times before burying her head in his embrace. "Why are you bringing this up as soon as you arrive? I've been sensing something off about you lately." "I am perfectly normal, as you well know," Shen Shusheng retorted, receiving a roll of the eyes in response. Ultimately, Shen Shusheng took Lung Xinyue to the hotel, and they shared an intimate moment. Shen Shusheng thought this chapter was behind him, but unexpectedly, half a month later, another delegation arrived. This time, it consisted of a middle-aged man and another female translator. Just as he anticipated a repeat of past tactics, the two bowed deeply. "Mr. Shun, we sincerely apologize for the previous incident. To penalize the individuals involved, we have dismissed Li representative and translator Chui. As a gesture of goodwill, our company is willing to purchase the future agency rights for the tainted milk powder at a price of 200 million. Listening to the middle-aged man speak, and after the translator reiterated, Shen Shusheng crossed his arms and pondered for a moment before responding, "Please, come in. We have no intention of mocking you. Since you are genuinely interested in negotiations, let us discuss business." Shen Shusheng would not turn down an opportunity for profit, and given the sincerity of this new delegation, he was inclined to hear them out. The representatives were considerably more reliable than before. First, unconditionally agreeing to the 200 million agency fee that Shen Shusheng had previously set, and also making some concessions regarding subsequent revenue sharing. This indicated a genuine desire to secure the agency rights for the tainted milk powder in Korea. After spending a few days with Lei Bing, Shen Shusheng had learned a few essential negotiation skills. After a preliminary discussion, he decided to proceed with the contract. Once everything was confirmed, Shen Shusheng consulted a lawyer to review the agreement thoroughly before signing the agency contract. The tainted milk powder returned to its origin in a different form. With the team dispatched, matters finally reached a conclusion. With the return of the fire team, Shen Shusheng encouraged them to continue honing their skills and optimizing the game engine, while he also began searching for an outsourcing team to prepare for the international launch of Counter-Strike. After all, to sell a game abroad, localization was imperative. Fortunately, as a single-player game, it only needed to pass approval once. The first step was English. Being the world's most widely spoken language, its localization was essential. Text and graphics were manageable, as they could be altered directly within the game, but the voice acting posed a challenge. Concerned about not capturing the authentic American accent, Shen Shusheng resorted to radio processing for the English recordings. Although it sounded somewhat distorted, it was preferable to compromising the performance. With the game core completed, Shen Shusheng also needed to localize the payment methods, as it would be unreasonable to require foreigners to register a domestic bank card to purchase the game. After finalizing the primary payment methods for both the United States and Europe, he created a user-friendly patch for text and voice, uploading it to the official website. Consequently, he modified the website to include a language switching option, acknowledging that if he could not be professional, he would at least make it accessible. With the English patch finalized, the remaining major languages were handed over to outsourcing. The fire team transitioned to a self-managed state, with Shen Shusheng only conducting occasional progress checks. Although he had initially mentioned it casually during the Spring Festival, upon reflection, he realized he had indeed overlooked the female market. After all, at that time, music games, particularly the Xuanwu series, were akin to insatiable cash cows. The slanted shoulder camisole is priced at 200, the tiny shorts at 150, the exquisite hollow red piece at 100, the sparkling bracelet at 50, the ring at 50, and the headpiece at 100. What do you say, Wings? This little angel costs 100, the hollow butterfly is 300, the one adorned with feathers is 500, and the luminescent feather is 700. As for the movable light pollution gradient wings, they are quite impressive, but I would rather draw for them than purchase. A character's full ensemble, with 7 or 8 decorative pieces, sums up to over 1,000 yuan. Honestly, even clothes in reality are not that expensive. In a game, it's merely data, and the endless selling will never run out. Moreover, This endeavor possesses no technical complexity whatsoever. Back in the day, there was only one fixed model for both male and female dancers in Xuanwu, and their dance poses were all identical. If everyone were to wave their hands, the scene would be utterly chaotic. The phenomenon of model glitches is rampant, and even the scenery is a randomly selected fixed backdrop. Rather than being a true game, it resembles a mere imitation. The production process of a game is not particularly arduous, although producing songs does present some challenges. After development, the cost of song copyrights can reach tens of thousands, which is exorbitant. Nevertheless, it seems that no one has set a precedent, and there appears to be some room for maneuvering. While it wouldn't be difficult for the Fire Group to hire a couple of part-time modelers, Shen Shusheng decided to establish another production team. As for the reasoning, thinking it is due to having excess funds is a misconception. Each field has its specialization. One should focus on their designated tasks. Shen Shusheng does not wish for the Fire Group he builds to produce only Xuanwu-level models. If that were the case, he would prefer to disband the production team immediately. Chapter 56. Purchasing songs from the Music Association upon opening his Weibo. Shen Shusheng pondered over the blank page for a considerable time before ultimately closing it. Draping on a coat, he resolved to visit the Music Association. Troops may not move without provisions. One must ascertain intelligence before engaging in battle, avoiding reckless confrontations. Music associations are distributed across the nation, and whenever a local star emerges, it is customary to establish a music association in their name. The primary function of the Music Association is to elevate musicians, singers, and stars, maintaining the interests of its members in a union-like manner, while providing artists with a channel to promote their music. Therefore, the significance of Shen Shusheng's meeting with the Music Association lies therein. Artists submit their songs to the association, which classifies and registers them for unified sale, alleviating buyers' concerns about finding authoritative channels and the parties involved, while sparing artists the hassle of managing their business affairs. As a province, Nanjing boasts its own music association, and Shen Shusheng felt fortunate that Nanjing has produced stars. Otherwise, he would have to travel to other provinces for business dealings. The Music Association operates somewhat like a governmental body, yet the security guard at the entrance recognized Shen Shusheng and did not impede his entry, merely directing him to the parking area. Upon entering the hall, Shen Shusheng was introduced to a Director Feng, who oversees commercial collaborations. Hello, Director Feng. I apologize for the abrupt visit. Despite her well-maintained appearance, Director Feng, with a hint of crow's feet and vivid red lipstick, appeared to be in her 50s. Greetings. I am unaware of your name. My name is Shen Shusheng. I am here to inquire about music copyrights. If possible, I would like to purchase some. Upon hearing Shen Shusheng's request, Director Feng scrutinized him and remarked, Young man, how many songs are you planning to buy? If it's just one or two, I recommend purchasing online. It's far more convenient that way. Although Shen Shusheng was dressed appropriately, his youth led Director Feng to subconsciously assume he was not genuinely interested in making a significant purchase, perhaps just one or two songs. After contemplating, Shen Shusheng replied, I want to acquire both domestic songs and some from Japan, Korea, and Europe and America. Around 100 songs should suffice. I came primarily to inquire about the pricing. If the costs are reasonable, I would consider purchasing approximately 100 songs. Of course, I will need to evaluate the specifics before making any purchases. Director Feng nearly dropped her teacup. 100 songs? If you intend to buy that many, it won't be inexpensive. Lower tier songs are around 1,000 yuan each, while classic tracks range from 30 to 50,000. If you wish to purchase marches or similar songs, you'll need to provide the intended use, as they require approval before purchase. Shen Shusheng intended to create a dance game, not a war game, so marches were unnecessary. No. I mainly wish to review the prices of popular songs from the past 5 years. Seeing Shen Shusheng's clarity of purpose, Director Feng became more engaged. Since you're interested in making a purchase, let us move to another location. I have a catalog where you can select songs. Following Director Feng, they arrived at an archive filled with countless books. From 1949 to the present, the registered song list was housed here, making this archive a true ocean of music. The selection of music varied greatly. Shen Shusheng filtered through the categories by year, genre, tempo, and popularity, accumulating several stacks of books. Seated at a long table, Shen Shusheng began to examine the prices of these songs. Those that had been released, but remained unsold, or had fewer than 10,000 purchases had a 3-year usage right priced at merely 1,000. Meanwhile, songs priced between 10,000 and 100,000 hovered around 2,000. As he continued to progress, the prices for songs from renowned artists gradually increased. However, even the most expensive tracks had a 3-year usage right priced at 50,000. Considering the revenue potential of a dance game, it wouldn't take long to recoup the cost of a song. After closing the catalog, Shen Shusheng expressed his gratitude to Director Feng. Having completed my reading, I find that the prices mentioned above align well with my psychological expectations. However, we do not require as many songs, so a discussion is necessary to finalize our plan. Upon noticing that Shen Shusheng genuinely intended to purchase the roster, Director Feng addressed him, stating that these were merely photocopies, priced at 50 yuan each for low pressure, with no payment required within the first 2 weeks, and 10 yuan per week thereafter. Once the books were returned, the payment would be refunded. Upon hearing he could take them away, Shen Shusheng was quite pleased. After signing the borrowing slip, he departed from the music association with the materials in hand. After concluding his dealings domestically, Shen Shusheng sought to acquire some foreign songs, especially considering the popularity of Korean music at the time. It would be quite inappropriate to claim to be a music game without including the tunes of the Korean operas. The Korea Music Copyright Association serves as the counterpart in Korea, and any song purchases must go through this association. Upon opening the website of the Korea Music Copyright Association, Shen Shusheng was taken aback, unable to decipher the characters, leaving him feeling anxious and helpless. Consequently, he reached out to his school, hoping to find a student from the foreign language department studying Korean to assist him. Due to consumption power issues in Korea, the prices, when converted to RMB, appeared somewhat inflated, ranging from 50 to 70,000 yuan, though still within an acceptable range. As for Japanese songs, Shen Shusheng decided against pursuing them. Although there were a few popular tracks, they were rare and not worth the effort. Finally, he considered the list of songs from America and Europe, which, while not extensive, still accounted for a significant proportion. The prices from America were even steeper than those from Korea, with a strong emphasis on copyright. For any song with a hint of popularity intended for commercial use, the cost could reach $10,000, equivalent to 70,000 yuan. After a rough calculation, he estimated that acquiring these songs would likely cost over 3 million yuan. Upon reflecting on this steep price, Shen Shusheng began to understand why Xuanwu had such a lackluster quality. With funds allocated to purchasing songs, there was little left for action modeling and other enhancements. The substantial groundwork he had laid over the course of a month had been completed. Since there was no pressure in purchasing these songs, he began preparing to recruit personnel. He posted a message on Weibo, inviting applications. This time, the focus remained on recruiting modelers, as they were the golden geese of the game, with costumes being the eggs they laid. Only beautifully designed outfits would entice players to invest. In addition to that, Shen Shusheng extensively recruited artists. Whenever news emerged from the Weibo account of the Fire Group, it was sure to cause a stir. While male players were engaged in competitive matches, players of the toxic milk powder genre and female players were the first to notice the announcement. The esteemed developer was looking to recruit again, this time for multiple artists with a requirement for knowledge in fashion design. What could this signify? It was unclear. The operation was baffling, but it suggested new developments, perhaps even a new game. However, the esteemed developer was indeed planning to release another game. With his schedule filled with daily duties as both a warrior and a police officer, he felt overwhelmed. Others echoed his sentiments, urging the developer to slow down, as the sheer volume of games was becoming unmanageable. The results of the interviews turned out to be satisfactory, although he initially intended to hire 5 modelers. Only 4 with some experience were available, while the others either lacked proper training or were self-taught without adequate skills. Nonetheless, Shen Shusheng found himself with no shortage of artists, successfully filling those positions. For programming roles, he selected a few promising individuals who demonstrated ambition. He confidently asserted that he could nurture them into some of the finest lead programmers in the industry. For the onboarding process, he sought assistance from the Fire Group, requiring only that they teach the new recruits how to utilize the engine, while allowing them to explore further development independently. After finalizing the team, Shen Shusheng officially announced the establishment of the Jumping Music Group on Weibo, marking the formal initiation of the Xuanwu project. Without excessive elaboration, he simply released a notice, which ignited enthusiastic responses in the comment section. The developers were launching another game, which was truly impressive. However, the nature of the Xuanwu project remained shrouded in mystery. It reminded many of the days leading up to the release of the Counter-Strike trailer, where details were scarce. The curious Uncle Party members were keen to uncover more information. Seeing the comments below his post, Shen Shusheng decided to adopt the persona of an Uncle Party member himself, creating a small account named Leak Exclusive. He commented on his own Weibo, stating that he had heard this game was aimed at a female audience, catering to those who preferred not to engage in shooting games. This revelation sent shockwaves through the comment section. A user who had previously requested more details about the Uncle Party immediately followed up, asking for clarification on the game's genre. Shen Shusheng, maintaining his discretion, replied that he could not disclose any specifics at the moment, as revealing too much could lead to exposure. He reassured those eager for information that he would report any updates as they arose. The online community, intrigued by Shen Shusheng's hints, began to speculate and connect dots. To avoid revealing too much, he shared snippets of insider information about the toxic milk powder and fire production teams over the next few days. After a small portion of information leaked, His leak-exclusive account gained a protective following among players. From the very first day of its inception, the Xuanwu team operated at full capacity, engaging in simple yet repetitive tasks, which served as excellent practice opportunities. The elder members of the Huoyin group entered the industry early and are quite familiar with human modeling. Therefore, Shen Shusheng entrusted this group to mentor the newcomers, as these individuals would be receiving salaries without producing any work until the final product was completed. More importantly, this group of seasoned gunfight veterans harbored a rather inappropriate mindset. While they had not yet developed other physics engines, they had indeed made progress in this area. Shen Shusheng was utterly astonished when he witnessed a computer demonstration of two circular objects swaying with a stride. He immediately imposed a ban on coloring human models during non-essential situations, warning that any further violations would result in a deduction of bonuses. Shen Shusheng felt this prohibition was imperative. If such research continued, the company name might have to be changed, and he could potentially find himself invited for a tea-chat. He had tasked them with researching a physics collision engine, and while they had indeed succeeded, it was troubling that their focus had strayed to inappropriate areas. Despite banning these individuals from continuing down this illicit path, the engine had already been developed, which Shen Shusheng considered somewhat wasteful. Contemplating the increasingly sophisticated physics systems that would emerge later, he felt that utilizing this remarkable resource was not entirely out of the question. Coincidentally, Shen Shusheng needed this engine for the upcoming Xuanwu project, making its application quite timely. The game was set to begin production, but Shen Shusheng did not acquire the copyright from the Zhao family. Although commercial use was illegal, he reasoned that as long as he did not sell it, he remained invulnerable. He first incorporated the music into the game as a rhythm, intending to purchase it properly once the game was completed in 3 years. He found it a tremendous waste to let the music gather dust at home. Having spent years in the rhythm game industry, Shen Shusheng had observed little evolution. The game modes remained largely unchanged, and he recognized the limited variability of this genre. Since the game modes could not be altered, he decided to develop a character customization system. The original Xuanwu did not feature a character creation system. Everyone emerged as replicas of one another. The so-called facial customization system visualizes the modeling process. The simplest iteration features a single model, while the more ambitious versions offer templates for players to choose from. The most advanced allows for comprehensive customization, enabling players to adjust height, weight, and expressions, departing from the traditional jigsaw-style character creation. However, when given total freedom, players often preferred to make subtle adjustments to templates rather than creating entirely unique characters. After all, players primarily came to shoot and slay monsters, not to spend excessive time on facial adjustments. Shen Shusheng also believed that this straightforward, puzzle-like character creation was the optimal choice, as it minimized effort for developers while providing convenience for players. He initially expected to wait for the completion of the Xuanwu game, but unexpectedly found himself summoned by the developers of the Toxic Milk Powder team to oversee the project. While he refrained from interfering with the game's evolutionary direction, it continued to grow in line with historical trends. The development team split into two factions. One proposed exploring the dimension of alternate realities to create rift levels, while the other firmly opposed this idea, deeming it a trap. Ultimately, the decision was placed in Shen Shusheng's hands. Chapter 58. The Brave Equipment. Mixed blessings at the gun factory. The alternate dimension equipment left a significant mark in the history of Toxic Milk Powder for players who entered the game from the outset and progressed alongside the versions. This equipment was innovative, allowing players to manually configure their enhancements without struggling with the disparity between flashy skills and their underwhelming in-game performance. With the alternate dimension equipment, players could customize skill effects, providing a more stable alternative to the gamble of relying on luck to acquire epic gear. However, as time passed, epic sets began to surface in the inventories of an increasing number of players, transforming them into essential gear. Following several version updates, achieving success in the current strongest raid required a minimum threshold of 10 equipment and 13 weapon enhancements. Consequently, players' gear began to homogenize, with newly acquired items offering little originality, primarily enhancing damage, critical strike damage, and skill damage. Thus, Shen Shusheng, considering the future development of the game, held a favorable view of this series of equipment. Qinghong, I can understand your desire to create this equipment and levels, but you are aware of our design philosophy for the later stages. Can you find a balance between epic and alternate dimension gear? Qinghong, a planner and level designer for Toxic Milk Powder, was one of the proponents of creating the Brave series of equipment. If the production cycle was too lengthy, players would not opt for gear that required significant effort to obtain if it turned out to be subpar. Conversely, if the production cycle was shortened and the gear's effects enhanced, it would undermine the value of epic equipment. Facing Shen Shusheng's skepticism, Qinghong did not waver. I will find a balance that allows both sets of equipment to hold their own. Shen Shusheng scrutinized Qinghong for a moment. The latter did not shy away from his gaze, his resolve unwavering. Exhaling deeply, Shen Shusheng cleared his throat and said, "Very well. Since you wish to develop the Brave series, you must see it through to the end. I have high hopes for this equipment series." With Shen Shusheng's endorsement, Qinghong appeared particularly elated. "Don't worry, boss. I will ensure this series becomes a viable option for players." Shen Shusheng nodded, officially announcing that the upcoming version would feature alternate dimension rifts. To prepare for the alternate dimension dungeons, the attribute of anti-demon value was also introduced into the game. Observing the people surrounding Qinghong as they assigned tasks, Shen Shusheng chose to refrain from further interference, recognizing the importance of allowing planners to cultivate their own ideas. He did not wish to constrain their creativity with his own perspective. The human imagination knows no bounds. There is no need to constrain individuals to conform to a singular vision when creating games. One merely needs to provide an initial spark, allowing them to cultivate their own ideas. While waiting for the production of Su NW, Shen Shusheng's company was far from idle. As the first game to successfully venture abroad through legitimate channels, KNGT Ing was destined to make waves globally. Initially, the game garnered unprecedented acclaim in its homeland, the United States, where newcomers to gaming were thrilled to discover their ability to control characters and wreak havoc. Teamwork, individual heroism, and sheer enjoyment unfolded as players engaged in the game with abandon. Once the game reached American shores, companies swiftly recognized the opportunity, leading to a race among major corporations to develop competitive platforms. Some platforms charged hefty fees, while others offered free services to attract users. Amidst this competition to determine which platform would reign supreme in the United States, KRT Company was already counting its profits. As anticipated by Tom and Jimmy, the KRT-41 not only mirrored the original design, but also boasted a remarkably stable ballistic feel. Additionally, it was the only long gun capable of accommodating a silencer, leading to soaring sales. Those who had previously mocked Tom and Jimmy from other sales departments now regretted their folly, as a mere 10 increase in quarterly sales was sufficient to capture the attention of the board. The day the quarterly sales report was released, both Jimmy and Tom experienced a meteoric rise in their positions, elevating them 3 levels and granting them unprecedented prestige. Not only did the KRT-41 soar, but the 47 from the Russian manufacturers also gained popularity, renowned for their affordability and power. Who could resist the allure of wielding a pure masculine weapon for a thrilling experience? Any complaints about the weapon's efficacy were dismissed. After all, it was crafted by the Russians, and they would not shoulder the blame. Those who sought to challenge the legitimacy of Shen Shusheng's products found themselves in a quagmire. For while they believed they could sue, the odds were heavily stacked against them. Despite superficial similarities, Shen had meticulously altered key aspects of the designs. The modeling of the guns did not necessitate consideration of internal mechanisms. Aesthetics alone sufficed. In contrast, real firearms could not be dismissed so easily. Even if a gun bore resemblance to another, the courts would likely rule in favor of Shen, as the differences were substantial beyond mere color schemes. This predicament led the aggrieved gun manufacturers to a painful conclusion. In the future, any entity wishing to acquire licensing rights would need to ensure that their products were marketable. What initially appeared to be a mutually beneficial arrangement had devolved into a scenario where they were left with nothing but losses. Additionally, the game itself began to attract talent. With an editor mode in place, players eagerly uploaded their custom maps daily. Some of these maps were so entertaining that players often mistook them for official content. Shen Shusheng established a dedicated website for players to upload and download their preferred maps, with the top-ranked map amassing over 700,000 downloads. Browsing the site for new maps became a passionate endeavor for Shen, although he soon realized that the players' creativity was somewhat limited, as they predominantly focused on map creation, neglecting innovations in weapons and characters. With a mischievous smile, Shen Shusheng logged into his main account and uploaded his own meticulously crafted map. After the map was uploaded, he returned to oversee the rapid development of the game's core. Compared to the mere 10 maps from other developers, Shen's creations surpassed 100. Initially, the community expressed curiosity about his map, yet few were inclined to download it for play. However, given the current influx of new players, even the most mediocre maps sparked interest. In a modest apartment, a man named Zhu Junliang sat cross-legged on a stool, enjoying dry noodles and bottled water when he heard a notification. He looked up at his computer screen, where the downloads had just completed. A freelancer by trade, Zhu pursued any job that offered financial reward, and recently, he had taken on a new role at a gaming company, evaluating maps for KNGT Ing to identify those of value for substantial compensation. Maps that appeared to lack popularity were precisely what was sought. Finishing his last bite of noodles, Zhu took a hearty gulp of water and resumed his work. While others might view their meals as a break from labor, Zhu saw his as an opportunity to enhance his appearance, to transform a visually oriented job into a reliable income. he expanded his search parameters. Each day, he downloaded the newly updated maps for exploration. In just a few short months, Zwe had already reviewed over 1,000 maps. Without further ado, he loaded these maps into the game and continued to assess their playability. This one won't do. It's too similar to previous popular maps. This one is not suitable either. The disparity in quality is too great. This one is worth considering for a later round. He discarded the uninspiring maps while retaining the enjoyable ones for further evaluation. Having perused over a dozen maps, Zwe Junliang was quite pleased to have found one that could be played. This discovery promised a steady income for the evening. The previous map was likely to yield around 500, which could garner significant promotion from the tech giant, Ching. However, upon encountering Shen Shusheng's expansive 100 megabyte map, Zwe Junliang felt a twinge of confusion. When had such a vast map been created? Who was the mastermind behind it? Perhaps it was a case of a counterfeit username. He decided to load the map and enter the game. Once inside, Zwe Junliang selected the little green character and eagerly awaited the game to commence. However, as soon as the game began, he sensed something was amiss. The map appeared to be a standard desert, yet his character, Shen Fei, was inexplicably spawned in a police station. Astonishingly, his initial health was set at 1,000 points, along with a starting fund of 3,000 coins. Curiosity piqued. He purchased a weapon and began to hastily buy ammunition. The sounds of bullets being acquired were accompanied by an absurd increase in the magazine capacity, expanding from the usual 120 rounds to 300, and his handgun now held an astonishing 200 rounds. At that moment, a police character appeared beside him, startling Zwe Junliang, who quickly closed the interface, contemplating the armed figure. The bullets whizzed past, yet the officer exhibited no signs of being hit or affected. As his ammunition depleted, Zwe Junliang was unable to eliminate the officer, who seemed indifferent to his presence, and slipped away without a glance. Before he could ponder the peculiarities of the map, alerts began to flash on the screen. A biohazard virus was searching for a host, with a countdown echoing ominously. 10, 9, 8, 7. The countdown left Zwe Junliang flustered and uncertain of his purpose. What kind of map was this? Why was he armed? Were they merely pawns in a greater scheme? A chilling sound effect reverberated throughout the map, and the screen became inundated with red icons representing criminals and blue icons depicting police. The haunting chant, "We are their slaves," echoed in his ears. As the sound effects intensified, Zwe Junliang shivered. Gunfire erupted from the direction of the criminals, prompting him to maneuver his character towards their lair. Yet, before he could reach the entrance, a zombie in a white shirt lunged at him, capturing him with a chilling scream. The scream turned crimson, and his weapon vanished, replaced by claws. Cursing under his breath, Zwe Junliang was caught off guard as survivors on the elevated platform unleashed a barrage of bullets. Unable to move, he could only watch helplessly as he was pinned to the ground. Upon his demise, the perspective shifted to a free view, allowing him to observe the map closely. He witnessed zombies relentlessly assaulting the survivors on the platform, who retaliated with a flurry of ammunition. As the survivors were overwhelmed, the triumphant announcement of the surviving faction was replaced by the grotesque cries of the zombies. In the subsequent round, having spent all his funds on weapons, Zwe Junliang found himself with a meager 1,800 coins, compelling him to purchase a shotgun. Having learned from his previous experience, he positioned himself among the other survivors on the elevated platform, where they huddled together in anticipation. As the countdown concluded, his screen once again turned red, and he transformed into a zombie. Though the interface remained crimson, his health skyrocketed to an astonishing 10,000, and his armor reached 1,000, with one arm morphing into a hook. Embracing his new zombie form, Zwe Junliang wasted no time in grasping the nearby survivors. Each successful capture increased his funds by 500, allowing him to accumulate 3,000 coins after overwhelming the entire platform. With a living opponent remaining, the zombies triumphed effortlessly. In the third round, Zwe Junliang swiftly acquired a 249 machine gun with a 300-round belt, taking cover at the back of the elevated platform as he awaited the impending transformation. As the countdown came to an end, a zombie spawned on the platform, with two others appearing elsewhere. Bullets flew as Zwe Junliang's 249 eliminated the zombie on the platform. Soon, a hook zombie, flanked by a cadre of white-shirt zombies, charged forth. After playing numerous rounds, Zwe Junliang became engrossed in the game. It wasn't until the final tally appeared that he realized he had engaged in 32 matches, and over an hour had passed. Exiting the game, he gazed at the signature page, now convinced that this map might indeed be a creation of a masterful designer, capable of producing such a groundbreaking piece. He promptly dialed his superior at Ching. "Hello, my friend. I have discovered an invaluable map, one of the highest caliber, and I believe it deserves a permanent spot on your competitive platform's homepage." The small leader at Ching sensed something unusual in his tone. Having collaborated with Zwe Junliang for some time, he had never witnessed such uncharacteristic behavior. After downloading the game via the link provided by Zhuijun Liang, the two players created a dual room and began to play. Following 3 rounds, a minor leader from the company hurried away, not for any other reason but to summon the website and client maintenance teams to come in for overtime. At 9 in the evening, when the players were most engrossed in the game, some noticed that the homepage of the company had swapped out a popular map, previously boasting an impressive 800,000 players, for a new one that lacked any description, resembling a desert-themed map. Upon clicking on the map details, they encountered a statement from the company's official personnel. The creator of this map is currently being verified. The quality of this map is exceptionally high, and we highly recommend everyone to download it. Below, player comments had already begun to accumulate. Wow, the master is truly exceptional, while others merely create maps. He has crafted an entire game mode. Although there's only one map, for someone like me who simply plays, this is a tremendous gain. I was nearly scared to death while playing. A sudden shout almost took my breath away. Same here, brother. I was hiding on the floor in a corner and was instantly killed. When that red flash occurred, I nearly threw my wireless mouse out of frustration. Thankfully, I bought a good mouse, or I wouldn't even be able to play. Brother, recommend a brand. I think I might need a better mouse. The following day, the mouse manufacturer was astounded to discover that they had received tens of thousands of mouse orders, with a rising trend. After a night's rest, Shen Shusheng awoke and casually browsed social media. Upon opening Weibo, he found that his last post showcasing a dance game had received over 100,000 likes on a single reply. Master, could you respond? Is the desert map truly your creation? That map is phenomenal. Fellow players urged, everyone, don't disperse your firepower. Let's elevate this reply to prevent it from being buried by others. The responses beneath this comment echoed sentiments of maintaining formation. Shen Shusheng opened the company's combat platform and chuckled. Just one night later, his map had ascended to the prominent banner on the homepage, with golden, bold text proclaiming Master's creation, which elicited a bemused smile from him. This ostentatious golden font from the company is rather excessive, he thought, shaking his head. He then replied on Weibo, I'm glad you all enjoy this map. I've seen the comments from the company. If everyone appreciates this mode, I shall update such maps periodically. As for when the updates will occur, that depends on when I find some free time. After confirming his response, he refreshed the page several times, and the number of likes surged visibly. Wow, the master has responded. It truly is a map created by him. I'm bowing in admiration. It's incredibly enjoyable. Master, please create a new map. We are all eager for more. We want to play this mode on different maps. Please don't rush. This game is a buyout. You don't need to pay for this map. When the master has time, he will naturally produce more. The master has always stood by the players, never leading them astray. I apologize, master. I shouldn't have pressured you. But please don't forget there are players eagerly awaiting your updates. This matter spread widely, eventually becoming a sensation beyond its original scope. Shen Shusheng once again topped the trending lists across various platforms, surpassing a newly debuted young star who had just started to gain some popularity with the help of his fans. Who is this person? Why do I keep seeing him trending? Before my brother debuted, it was understandable, but today he released a new song and this guy pops up again. Sisters, let's support this person. I checked his Weibo. It seems he makes games, and he is quite ordinary looking, not nearly as handsome as my brother. Let us rally against him. Count me in. He dared to overshadow my brother today, and we will show them what true unity looks like. Female fans, feeling indignant, were determined to rally against Shen Shusheng. However, the young star quickly stepped in to clarify the misunderstanding. Everyone, please don't act impulsively. As a newcomer, I'm very satisfied to be in second place, and I personally admire Mr. Shen Shusheng's works. I am also a fan of the master, so please, refrain from impulsive actions. The young star's response was swift, but not swift enough to outpace the fervor of the fans. By the time he replied, it was too late. Fans stormed Shen Shusheng's Weibo, only to encounter his loyal supporters. Upon seeing an unfamiliar young star challenging their master, they retaliated fiercely. The overwhelming numbers of Shen Shusheng's fans far outmatched those of the newcomer. After a back-and-forth exchange, the young star's Weibo was left in tatters. Like a locust swarm had swept through. To resolve this situation, he issued a separate apology on Weibo, promising to enhance his professional conduct and instill proper values in his fans. Shen Shusheng was taken aback to find himself unintentionally at the center of an apology statement. Having missed the live drama, Shen Shusheng took 10 minutes to untangle the events, finally grasping what had transpired. He posted a separate Weibo stating he was unperturbed and urged players not to react too strongly, emphasizing that such situations should not recur. This seemingly instructive yet protective message led players to proclaim that the master was indeed the most formidable. They spat their final disdain on the young star's Weibo before departing. Chapter 61. Shen Shusheng personally steps in, igniting a flurry of anxiety among the Flame group. With no offensive targets left, netizens spontaneously declared their completion of safeguarding the master and returned to their gaming. In less than 3 days, the popularity of the biochemical map created by Shen Shusheng soared, far surpassing all others to become the unequivocal number one. The impressive download count of 2 million has eclipsed all competitors. The second-place contender, who had diligently garnered popularity for nearly a month, found himself unexpectedly surpassed in just 3 days. However, upon reflection, he realized that being outshone by a master of the craft rendered his second place less regrettable. With a sigh, he opened Shen Shusheng's biochemical mode, which proved to be exceedingly entertaining. Shen Shusheng's game maps, when adapted to different modes, not only garnered immense popularity domestically, but also achieved remarkable acclaim internationally. Some enthusiasts even migrated Shen Shusheng's maps to English servers. Shen Shusheng greatly appreciated this cross-platform exchange, especially since the mapper had undertaken localization efforts. This included not only textual translations, but also voice modifications, and the addition of vibrant red blood, departing from the overly sanitized domestic versions. Gazing at the English server's description of his map, adorned with phrases like crafted by the master and Phoenix's English adaptation, filled him with wonder. A brief investigation revealed that this mapper was none other than the renowned Jia of the Phoenix. Although he had traversed into this new world with a subtle time discrepancy that rendered him slightly younger than the Phoenix, the opportunity to encounter a legendary figure exhilarated Shen Shusheng. He pondered whether she might still create the infamous Sandama. If that were to occur, it would undoubtedly become a source of considerable headache for him. The Sandama website, loved and loathed in equal measure, was fraught with murky waters and countless foolish antics. Nevertheless, it has served as a conduit for numerous players to discover foreign masterpieces, with websites like Lianhe Yumin and Yoxia sustaining the distorted domestic single-player market. It was only when national consumer awareness began to rise that players embraced genuine games and the philosophy of authentic consumption. While foreign gamers had barely scratched the surface of shooting games, the introduction of biochemical mode afforded them a delightful dual experience. As players engaged with the game, they also vented their frustrations on forums, lamenting why their advanced nation lacked its own games, forcing them to traverse mountains and seas to indulge in others' creations. The identified internet giants expressed their helplessness, claiming to be under the influence of a mysterious force that rendered them incapable of developing games. As the map of Desert 1 attracted an increasing number of players, several classic locations were unearthed, including the Bandit's high platform, a tunnel requiring a human ladder to access a large wooden crate, and the deep pit containing another crate, alongside the police's corridor and dead-end crates. Moreover, outside the Bandit's gate, a zombie was placed to block the entrance, concealing a survivor within. As many players decried the antics surrounding this location, Shen Shusheng promptly updated the voting system. Upon completion, he released the new version alongside a dedicated post on Weibo. After the map update, many players expressed their appreciation for the map, and Shen Shusheng conveyed his gratitude for their enthusiasm. However, he noted that recent concerns about players collaborating in zombie mode to exploit dead ends for obstructing others' gameplay were problematic. He expressed his disapproval of such disruptive tactics and thus released a revised map version. Any player could initiate a vote, allowing others to decide whether to expel a disruptive player from a room. Once the votes exceeded 2/3, the system would remove the player after the current game concluded. The new version of the game map was made available for download in the Goose Factory lobby. This expulsion feature could technically be executed via the host console, but due to the need for code input and the general unfamiliarity with console usage, Shen Shusheng opted for a more visual approach. After all, engaging with a game and comprehending its mechanics are two distinct endeavors. Following the update of the new version, Shen Shusheng's Weibo was once again inundated with comments, as players expressed their satisfaction with his actions, feeling relieved. The Master's speed was impressive. Within just 2 days of the issue arising, he had already updated the map. However, players were eager to know when he would unveil another map, suggesting that a Rose Manor would be delightful. Indeed, they noted that while imitation versions existed, they required players to choose between police and bandits and still used outdated models, making the experience unsatisfactory. They remarked that while they had played the map he mentioned, it lacked the same essence despite the similar mode. They expressed their envy towards other maps' biochemical mode, while acknowledging Shen Shusheng's current role as a game producer, which had distanced him from hands-on programming. Although the Flame production team was currently honing their skills, Shen Shusheng hoped they would focus on their technical research rather than diverting their attention elsewhere. He believed that, at the very least, they should aspire to achieve comparable graphical quality to other leading games, if not surpassing them. After much contemplation, Shen Shusheng resolved to address the matter himself. The team urged him to let them handle it, expressing concern over his need to personally intervene. The Flame team felt unsettled by their boss's involvement, questioning whether he doubted their abilities. Knowing their sentiments, Shen Shusheng reassured them, stating that he had once been in their position. Such minor issues should not distract them. Their primary focus should be on enhancing the visuals and engine upgrades. He never perceived them as wasting time and had been observing their progress. Recently, their exploration of the Liu Yao technology had shown promise, even if some aspects veered off course, as it had been utilized by the dancing team. He did not seek to impose outcomes, recognizing that such an approach could strip the game of its essence. He simply encouraged them to fulfill their responsibilities. With Shen Shusheng's words, the Flame team felt a sense of embarrassment. Although the development of the Liu Yao system was indeed extensive, Shen Shusheng still held a place in his heart for the Huoyin group, allowing them to benefit greatly. He cleared out his office and casually selected a workstation within the Huoyin group's territory to commence the creation of the map for the biochemical mode. Initially, the members of the Huoyin group engaged in lighthearted banter with Shen Shusheng upon his arrival, but soon sensed the gravity of the situation and returned to their respective posts to delve into their technical research. In Chapter 62, titled Workaholic Shen Shusheng, the atmosphere within the Huoyin group became increasingly tense, not without reason, as Shen Shusheng's remarkable drive was undeniable. Despite having a template and an original map, his adeptness at modifying the map was nothing short of fluid and seamless. Throughout the morning, none witnessed Shen Shusheng's hands cease their rapid dance upon the keyboard, producing an incessant clatter. The astonishing speed at which he worked compelled the members of the Huoyin group to abandon their idle chatter and focus intently on their tasks. It was not until past 11 in the morning that they finally observed Shen Shusheng pause. "Wow, the boss is finally taking a break. I'm going to sneak in a quick fish and a bathroom break," one remarked. "Me too, I'll join you shortly," another chimed in. "It's been a whole morning. If the boss isn't moving, I dare not either. I'll just step outside for a smoke. Wait for me." A group from the Huoyin team quickly gathered, seizing the moment while Shen Shusheng rested to indulge in a brief respite. However, as Shen Shusheng glanced up and noticed the exodus, he called out, "Hey, wait a moment, don't leave yet." The group turned back, a sense of dread creeping in. "Boss, what's the matter?" they inquired. Shen Shusheng cleared his throat and requested, "Please get me the delivery number for a nearby restaurant. I'd like to order a boxed lunch." The group shared a knowing look, then handed over the numbers they frequently used. As some members took smoke breaks, others resolved their tasks. Upon their return, they found Shen Shusheng once again immersed in his work, the keyboard clattering relentlessly. The group leader, sensing the mounting pressure on his team, approached Shen Shusheng and suggested, "Boss, let us take a short break. The food should be arriving soon." Shen Shusheng glanced at his phone and replied, "There's still some time. The restaurant said it would take half an hour. You all take your breaks." The leader retorted, "Who dares to take a break when the boss is working?" The team exchanged glances, exhaling in resignation before returning to their stations. It was only when the meal ordered by Shen Shusheng arrived that the team truly felt a wave of relief wash over them. "Oh my goodness. I didn't believe the members from the Du Naifan group when they said the boss was a workaholic, but now it's clear he truly is one. Apart from using the restroom and sipping a cup of coffee, he hasn't paused for a moment all morning." One member lamented, "You're lucky. I sit right next to the boss, and the sound of that keyboard is like a death knell. I dare not even move. Seeing you next to him is really tough. Best to avoid slacking off, just focus on your work. Once the boss finishes this project, things will return to normal." The individual nodded in resignation. "Indeed, let us wait and see if I can hold out." As the group discussed Shen Shusheng's formidable work ethic, he stretched leisurely in his office chair after finishing his meal. It had been a while since he had worked so intensely, and he found the experience quite invigorating. By the afternoon, he intended to complete the remaining portions and upload them. He resumed work around 2 o'clock, continuing until past 7 in the evening when he finally finished the map, packaged it, and uploaded it. In contrast to other days when various teams would gather around the clocking machine, today, the members of the Xianwu group and the Du Naifan group were chatting and laughing, while only the lights in the Huoyin group's office remained illuminated, with its members diligently seated at their workstations. Through the window, the members of the Du Naifan group observed the Huoyin group's toil. "Hey, look at the Huoyin group. They're still hard at work. Usually, they'd be here waiting by now, but ever since the boss showed up, it's gone quiet," one remarked. Su Wanwan followed the gesture and saw a group of individuals, their backs turned to the clocking machine, seemingly engrossed in their tasks. "You wouldn't understand, you came late. Back then, when there was only one team and the game hadn't launched yet, the boss worked alongside us, pushing harder than anyone. He was truly a stalwart. While everyone else needed rest, he kept on working. Later, when the game launched, we quietly calculated that the boss had completed about 70% of the work for the first version, planning, game mechanics, level design, even assisting with the art. Whatever we needed to do, he was there guiding us, acting as both father and mother. It wasn't until a year later, once we matured, that he finally let us take charge." The new art intern, who had maintained a good relationship with Su Wanwan, gasped, "I had no idea the boss was that formidable." Su Wanwan waved her finger and said, "During last year's anniversary celebration, everyone lacked experience and worked overtime. If we can finish earlier this year, perhaps we can go on a trip. The art intern's eyes sparkled. Really, Sujia? I was so envious of the photos from your beach trip. Su Wanwan chuckled. We can have fun, but let's not get our hopes up about places like Sanya. That trip was funded by the boss to celebrate the game's success. The art intern's eyes widened in astonishment. Really? Our boss is so generous. But this year we have the Hoi Yin group's game. Surely the boss will celebrate again. The Xianwu group is also working hard. If we release it in summer, could we have a chance to play? Su Wanwan pondered for a moment and replied, I'm not sure about that. But if you don't finish your art tasks, the Summer Awakening task version 1T be completed. The art intern pouted. I have exerted considerable effort. Shijia, I implore you to grant me a bit more time. The sheer volume of character awakenings all at once is overwhelming. Shi Wanwan playfully tapped her on the nose and remarked, Didn't you insist on taking over this segment? Now you're complaining? The artistic young lady clung to Shi Wanwan's arm and said, Shijia, please help me out tonight. I'll treat you to hot pot. And I happen to have a discount coupon. Shi Wanwan, unable to resist the girl's charming demeanor, replied with a hint of annoyance. Humph. This is an overt attempt to bribe your superior. It's only my kindness that's saving you. Otherwise, you would see how I would handle you. The artistic young lady continued to plead for leniency. What are you two discussing that seems so delightful? At that moment, Shen Shusheng's voice resonated from behind. The two turned around to find Shen Shusheng had emerged. The artistic young lady exclaimed, I was just begging Shi Jia to assist me. Shen Shusheng shook his head. Occasionally seeking Shi Jia's help is acceptable, but you must also strive on your own. Relying on others is not a viable approach. The artistic young lady stuck her tongue out and made a cute expression. While Shi Wanwan's gaze drifted past Shen Shusheng towards the members of the fire group who were tidying up. Sensing her gaze, Shen Shusheng shrugged. They seem a bit too restrained, so I'll take my leave for the day. Once Shen Shusheng departed, the group of men from the fire group cautiously peeked out. Shi Jia, has the boss left? Upon witnessing their furtive demeanor, Shi Wanwan couldn't help but chuckle. Yes, you may come out now. Hearing that Shen Shusheng had gone, they hurriedly emerged. Phew, I was about to suffocate today. The boss was working the entire time, and we didn't dare take a break. Indeed, the boss is quite impressive. His stamina is remarkable. Shi Wanwan stifled a few giggles before clocking out and remarked, I advise you to leave quickly. The boss left early out of concern for you. If you linger a bit longer and he returns from dinner, you might find yourself stuck in the office working overtime with him. The members of the fire group gulped nervously and quickly clocked out. Thank you for the reminder. Shijia, we'll take our leave now. See you tomorrow. Shijia, they said as they swiftly exited. The artistic young lady then inquired, Shijia, do you think the boss will really come back to work? Shi Wanwan raised an eyebrow and replied, you could stay and find out. I reckon you'd know within half an hour. The artistic young lady shook her head, pulling Shi Wanwan's arm as they made their way out. No, I still want to treat Shijia to hot pot. Let us hurry and go eat. Outside, Shen Shusheng felt rejuvenated by the chilly breeze. The weather had yet to warm up. The northern climate was consistently like this, with only winter and summer, while spring and autumn lasted merely a few days. After sending a message to Lung Xinyue to meet for dinner, Shen Shusheng awaited her outside the dormitory building. Soon, Lung Xinyue appeared downstairs, and the two casually selected a roadside stall to satisfy their hunger. So, you left early to let those employees hurry home? Lung Xinyue asked, somewhat surprised as they enjoyed their skewers. Yes, I sensed they were feeling a bit constrained, so I decided to step out, Shen Shusheng replied, shrugging as he took another skewer. Does this mean you'll be going back later? If so, I can accompany you. Shen Shusheng was somewhat taken aback. It would be rather dull to accompany me. There's not much to talk about. I could watch a show. You have a television there, and I could use some entertainment. Besides, I'd be rather bored back at the dormitory with nothing to do. Shen Shusheng shrugged once more. Well, that is perfectly fine. Just stay with me for a while. I should be busy until around 10. After we finish our skewers, let us buy some snacks. I've devoured all the ones you left on my desk. Oh, you finished them all. I thought there would be some left. There were so many things I hadn't tried before. As they discussed what to buy at the supermarket, the second chapter of Shen Shusheng's map was rapidly gaining popularity. Shen Shusheng's second chapter map featured a warehouse, and its three most iconic points were the sniping building, the large box outside the warehouse's main entrance, and the pipes within the warehouse. Each of these points was easy to defend but challenging to attack, yet breaching them would yield overwhelming results. Of course, there were other locations, such as the lamppost outside the hostage room, and the air wall requiring a human ladder to access the white building and the sniping tower. Shen Shusheng chose not to remove the air walls, primarily because it was a single-player version and there was no need to eliminate them, and retaining some would enhance the enjoyment. Following the release of the second chapter map, players finally had options, and instantly, everyone flocked to the warehouse route. Some board players had already learned through previews where the best hiding spots were. Thus, as soon as the map was made available for download, players quickly figured out how to evade zombies. The guy who racked up a 5-kill streak Send me a gun. Unless I transform into the mother body. I absolutely want to be caught. I'm out of money. Being a zombie is the practical choice. I'll be the one to get caught. Hurry up, mother body. The little zombies only have 1,000 health, which is far too little. I need the mother body to absorb the hits. We need to grab that guy sooner next time. It's already past 51, and I'm broke. I'll send you a shotgun. You handle it for a bit. Where's south the best place to block? There are too many pipes. We can't fit them all. It's a waste of money. While everyone was still exploring the warehouse map, Weibo was bustling with activity. The Great One is indeed great, knowing exactly what we desire. Just as we summoned the deity, our requests were promptly fulfilled. Love it. I played in the warehouse, and the pipes are truly invincible. As long as someone buys a 51, it's absolutely unbeatable. Brother, in fact, the pipeline is quite manageable. Just apply a little pressure from the front and use the hostages to form a human ladder to get in. The most challenging part is likely the large box. If you leap into the air and fire a shot, you might just fall down. The rooftop is also easy to defend, as long as one does not get greedy and venture out to the ladder to take a shot. It's one kill after another. It is inevitable that someone will be tempted. Sniping from the building requires teamwork, otherwise, there is no hope. Why is no one mentioning the bridge? Isn't it also quite defensible? The bridge is too wide to control effectively. First, there needs to be a substantial number of defenders, and they must also position themselves in advance. Moreover, there cannot be too many zombies, and one must also guard against feigned deaths and human ladders. Oh no, brothers. I am stuck. I have ascended to the heavens. Let me share a screenshot with you. After this person spoke, they posted a screenshot showing themselves stacking players to form a wall and inadvertently bouncing into the sky. Impressive, brother. How did you manage to get up there? Do tell. Being stuck in the sky must be invincible. I have no idea. I was just jumping around, and suddenly I was up there. That was the only time I managed to ascend throughout the entire match. I implore the masters to test this and make this position a regular occurrence. My friend, are you getting a bit carried away by commenting under a master's post? The master could fix it in a heartbeat. It doesn't matter if it gets fixed. I've already downloaded the map, so as long as it isn't updated, we're good. While scrolling through Weibo, Lung Xinyue nudged the working Shen Shusheng with her small foot. You have a map out. Aren't you going to fix it? Shen Shusheng slid his chair over to Lung Xinyue and glanced at Weibo. Oh, this? I left it intentionally. I found it quite interesting, so I didn't delete it. Lung Xinyue blinked. Is that even allowed? Isn't there a right and wrong? Shen Shusheng nodded. Everything has two sides. The negative aspects definitely need fixing. But in this entertainment mode, leaving it unfixed can actually enhance the playability. Stretching lazily, Shen Shusheng pulled Lung Xinyue into his embrace. What are you doing? This is your company. Don't be reckless. Shen Shusheng rolled his eyes. I am aware it is the company. I simply lack girlfriend energy and wish to replenish it. Lung Xinyue pouted but adjusted her posture to make it more comfortable for Shen Shusheng to hold her. Chapter 64. The Overbearing CEO and the Unprofitable Goose Factory. After indulging in a moment of intimacy with Lung Xinyue, her gaze drifted through the window towards the vacant spots in the Su-NW group. Shen Shusheng, you really did launch a female-oriented game. I can hardly believe it. Embracing Lung Xinyue at the waist, Shen Shusheng directed his gaze in that direction as well. Of course, I mentioned it during winter, didn't I? I said I would create a female-oriented game. Although I said that, I suspect many men will play it too. The mixed reputation of the dating simulator was not earned in vain. More women played that game, so naturally, more men followed suit. As a result, it morphed into a quasi-dating app. I can't believe that you actually went ahead and did it after casually mentioning it in winter. How did I not notice your overbearing CEO attributes before? Shen Shusheng laughed heartily. With wealth comes indulgence. Should I proclaim to the world that I have monopolized the entire fish pond? Lung Xinyue chuckled along. What are you even saying? It sounds utterly foolish. Shen Shusheng nearly stumbled over a time-traveling pun, but Lung Xinyue caught the drift of his meaning, so it was safely navigated. Just wait a moment. If all goes smoothly, we should be able to launch in the summer. If any issues arise, we might have to wait until winter. It would be ideal to launch in the summer. Why summer? What is so special about it? Because summer is more profitable. All the beautiful outfits are summer wear. In winter, everyone bundles up like a ball. And the characters in the game should align with the seasons. Off-season items simply won't sell. Shen Shusheng actually wanted to say that with the Liu Yao system from the Flame Group, if a few tank tops or swimsuits were added, the sales would soar to unprecedented heights. However, expressing it so bluntly might earn him the label of a lecher in Lung Xinyue's eyes, which was somewhat accurate. Some players treat characters as mere game avatars, while others nurture them like daughters. Many men playing female characters likely share this mindset. Why would I, a grown man, stare at a male character's backside in a third-person game? This mentality is prevalent among players who choose female avatars. Since you claim this game is designed for female players, then when it launches, I expect you to gift me a top-tier account with all the contents included. Shen Shusheng chuckled, playfully poking her nose. That's not difficult. When the game launches, I'll get you a super account from the Goose Factory. Whether now or in the future, your account will have access to anything newly released. Lung Xinyue understood the implication, her face close to Shen Shusheng's. Really? You must not go back on your word. If, when the game launches, there's nothing in it, I will bite you. Of course it's true. As a game developer, if I can't manage that, what am I even doing? With a soft peck on Shen Shusheng's cheek, Lung Xinyue wrapped her arms around his neck. Once their work was complete, Shen Shusheng took Lung Xinyue out of the company. After she got out of the car, she realized that Shen Shusheng had not taken her back to school, but to a nearby hotel. Hee, you just said the company was inadequate. Is it satisfactory now? Lung Xinyue lowered her head, pulling out her phone to message Shen Shusheng. I'll send a text to inform my roommate that I won TB returning. The fervor surrounding Counter-Strike has reached a level that is impacting the operations of the tainted milk powder. As the marketing revenue for Goose Factory dropped that month, Lama felt somewhat disheartened. Why has our revenue not increased, but instead decreased? This is during the Spring Festival. Why has our sales declined year on year? The supervisor of the game department stepped forward, swallowing hard. Boss, it's not that our revenue has plummeted. Our core players are still paying. However, due to the allure of Counter-Strike, impulsive consumers and casual players alike have flocked to this game. As you may have observed, most players on our gaming platform are not newcomers. Many have transitioned from the realm of do not fun. I anticipate that once the current enthusiasm wanes, players will eventually return. Ma Qingting slammed the table, his breath quickening. His feelings towards Shen Shusheng were a tumultuous mix of admiration and resentment. In one moment, he could elevate the company to unprecedented heights, and in the next, a new game could easily overshadow its predecessor. While the Chiagujan platform has seen an influx of players, it remains a financial black hole, consuming resources without yielding any profit. The company incurs maintenance costs without any revenue, and the Goose Factory is perpetually hemorrhaging money. Has there been any recent updates from the Do Nai Fun working group? Ma Qingting set aside his myriad thoughts and turned to inquire with the gaming department. The revenue from Do Nai Fun would yield a share for the company, and should its performance falter, it would undoubtedly affect income. So Ma Qingting could not believe they would remain unprepared. The gaming supervisor wiped the beads of sweat from his brow and replied, yes. The production team of Do Nai Fun has privately informed us of a major upcoming version update, which will involve a significant overhaul of all classes, referred to as Awakening. Ma Qingting waved his arm and declared, what intelligence do we currently possess? Release any unimportant news and hasten the return of our players. The supervisor nodded vigorously. Yes, Mr. Ma, we will promptly begin drafting the promotional plan. If Shen Shusheng, who is currently engaged in a romantic entanglement with Lung Xinyue, were to hear that old Ma was frustrated over the loss of players to Counter-Strike and the lack of profit, he might find it amusing. There are indeed numerous avenues for profit on the platform. If Shen Shusheng were managing it himself, he would likely be swimming in wealth. The news regarding the second-class advancement in Do Nai Fun was disseminated through a semi-official forum account. Although it initially garnered little attention, it quickly captured the interest of the community. Brothers, have you heard? Characters are set to undergo a second-class advancement. I saw it, but it's just a private account. There's no mention of it on the official site. That private account is still an official channel. They wouldn't fabricate information. They must have credible news to release. However, I suspect it won't be soon. I read that article, and it was filled with vague details. I reckon the Do Nai Fun team is merely establishing a new folder. If they wait too long to produce something, they might struggle. Nevertheless, I believe significant changes are on the horizon. It has been a while since Do Nai Fun has seen a major update. The previous series of hero equipment seemed lackluster, and their effectiveness paled in comparison to the level 60 sets, with only the weapons appearing visually appealing. Indeed, while they are aesthetically pleasing, the damage enhancement against human and demon foes is disappointingly low. Although they are slightly better than rare equipment, the duration is excessively lengthy. In any case, let us anticipate some impressive content. Chapter 65. The Do Nai Fun team prepares a major move, Shen Shusheng's second appearance at the Music Association. The Do Nai Fun team is indeed gearing up for something substantial. Shen Shusheng currently oversees 3 teams, and aside from fixed salaries, the most crucial aspect is the revenue share. The primary personnel's earnings are not solely based on their fixed salaries. The higher the revenue, the greater their share. The Huoyan team is currently generating considerable income without engaging in any activities, primarily because the Counter-Strike market continues to expand and has not yet reached saturation. Moreover, they can still rely on their existing resources for some time. However, the Do Nai Fun team is in a different predicament as player growth slows. They must consistently update content to maintain consumer interest. One team relies on frequent new game releases, while the other requires stable investment in new content, each boasting its own advantages. The Do Nai Fun team, having experienced a sudden surge in wealth after months of game development, has evidently been stimulated by the plateauing revenue. prompting the key personnel to strategize new content that will captivate players. As the second anniversary approaches, the Dunaifen team must first reclaim their player base and generate excitement for the anniversary celebration. Meanwhile, Shen Shusheng's ongoing contributions to Counter-Strike are something the Dunaifen team can only choose to overlook. It is only natural for the leader to support the inherently weaker team. As May arrived, the weather began to warm. On May 1st, the Dunaifen team released their latest version. With this update, players finally experienced the revamped game. All classes achieved Awakening. The Death Tower introduced Awakening weapons, and 3 new maps emerged from the Dimensional Rift. The Labor Day set and exclusive event maps followed suit. This flurry of updates rewarded the steadfast players of Dunaifen. I knew the developers would not abandon us. This wave of updates is exhilarating. The Awakening quest is quite challenging. Climbing to the top of the Death Tower? I've never tackled this map before. Is there anyone willing to team up? Yes, brother. Which region are you in? Damn it, gathering materials? I used to ignore those worthless items, and now I need them in bulk? There's just no way. Same here. Those black market traders have jacked up the prices. At this rate, a single Awakening will cost 2 million. I simply cannot afford that. I'm in North 1. If you need it, come to the 16th line at the Black City entrance. Supplies are limited. I've already completed my Awakening. The Sword Soul transformation is now Sword Saint, and that sword formation has me feeling quite heroic. Red Dog is currently on a quest, climbing the tower with others. He will be out soon. What about Red Dog? Bro, Red Dog looks quite impressive, wielding a knife handle that grows longer with each enemy defeated, ultimately forming a massive blade that strikes down like a volcanic eruption. I've seen it. It truly is striking. However, I must criticize the Awakening for the Sansho class. It feels rather odd. Just one kick, and it's over? It's not glamorous at all. Your damage is high. Just look at my Awakening. I first unleash all my skills, and then a massive fish head pops out for a brief moment before vanishing. Do not speak of Awakening. Please explain to me how to conquer the 3 maps of the YG. Upon entering, the goblin wielding a kitchen knife swiftly dispatches us with just a few strikes. Not only does it inflict considerable damage, but it also causes dizziness. My friend, do you notice any additional status effects? Your magic resistance is at 0, while your attack power, health, and defense have all diminished by 91. If you do not perish, who will? To traverse this map, one must first acquire the YNGZH gear before attempting the challenge. Alas, the lengthy crafting process has deterred you from pursuing it. And now that you wish to create it, is it not too late? At this point, it is better to spend money to enlist someone to assist you. Within, gear will drop. Equip yourself with a full set before crafting the items you desire. My goodness, after 6 runs, I have only obtained 3 pieces of the set. The effect appears formidable. I can only imagine how powerful the complete 9-piece set must be. Is the DLB truly that immense? Allow me to illustrate the size of the 9-piece set. Is there a master in attendance? I await further developments. I have extracted the details. Should you collect all 9 pieces, it may occupy an entire screen. Moreover, I calculated that if you consume all the potions, you could take 1 every second. 1 per second? How exhilarating. This set of equipment is indeed enjoyable. Brothers, enough of the fun. How does one conquer the RD-ing-ZHCHing? Those monsters seem invincible. Please enlighten me. I am unaware. I merely followed the master and somehow succeeded. I am but a bystander. I await the strategy guide, for I cannot defeat them. The new version has been released, and many players are abuzz with excitement. After all, who would not be thrilled at the prospect of embodying legendary characters? The group is relieved to see such a strong player response. As long as there are players, sales will not be a concern. They can already foresee a significant increase in revenue this month. After producing the warehouse, SHNSHSHing subsequently created the M-Igajunjuan missile base and training camp, but he has not continued to develop maps. It is not that he lacks the desire, but rather that the SU-NW team has achieved significant progress. The selected music has all been completed. Now, it is time to procure the rights for these songs. Upon returning to the YNXE, the previous host welcomed. Seeing him return after initially opting not to purchase music, she appeared somewhat disinterested. What brings you back? Are you here to browse again? Understood that his previous visit without making a purchase had been a missed opportunity to save money, but now that the game has compressed, there is no need for frugality. Your words imply that this time I intend to buy music. I have already selected my tracks. Here's my list. Noticing that was straightforward, she crossed her arms and scrutinized him before retrieving the report. Perhaps seeing the extensive list of songs requested lightens F-ing-ZHRN expression considerably. You have quite a few tracks. Let us proceed inside to find the music. Arriving at the document room from his previous visit, handed the song list to an assistant and then invited to sit for tea and conversation. What purpose do you have for so many songs? You hardly seem to be in the wedding business, and weddings typically do not require such a diverse selection. A few wedding songs would suffice. Smiled and replied, I possess no extraordinary talents, merely a software developer. My team and I are creating a music-themed game, which is why I am here to purchase music. Oh, a game developer. It seems the industry has gained considerable popularity in recent years. However, one must not follow the trend blindly, even though I have not calculated the specifics. The copyright fees will surely exceed 1 million. Passion alone will not suffice. Nodded in agreement. You are correct. This is precisely why I hesitated for so long before deciding to purchase music. After consultation, we deemed it feasible to proceed. If that is the case, I would like to see the game once it is released. After all, this is a world for the youth. Chapter 66. The Adversary of the Internet CAF. The Spacebar Crusher is about to launch. Observed, who appeared to be in her 50s, with a twitching mouth. A middle-aged woman was furiously pressing the arrow keys, and then, with a resounding thud, struck the spacebar. The scene is terrifying to envision. Of course, one can play games regardless of age. It is never too late to start. While they conversed, S assistant approached with the final tally. We have completed the calculations. Mr. needs to pay 1,220,000 to secure the 3-year rights for these songs. Took the contract, verified the song list, and upon confirming its accuracy, he signed with a flourish. I am grateful for your assistance. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not trouble you further. Upon witnessing signature, was delighted and stood to shake his hand, personally escorting him to the entrance. Returning to her office, pondered the wonders of creating games with music and summoned a young man to inquire. Is the trend of using music to create games gaining traction? I have not heard of it. The young man shook his head. There has never been a game created with music, but a renowned figure once announced a project called, which, being a dance game, should be considered music-related. Who is this individual? Do you have a photo? Certainly. His picture is available on Baidu Encyclopedia. Allow me to search for it. As the young man presented photo from the anniversary celebration too, she blinked in surprise. Is this person remarkable? He has a page on Baidu Encyclopedia. He appears no different from the average person, save for a slightly more spirited demeanor. The young man was a devoted fan of, and upon hearing's inquiry, he eagerly shared anecdotes about the entrepreneur's university startup, the 100 million DILFI, monthly earnings of 10 million, and a staggering 18 billion in 24 hours, reciting each detail with fervor. Upon hearing this, found it astonishing that the young man who had just spoken with her was already worth over 100 million. Impossible. He was just here at the buying music. I failed to perceive how he resembles someone who could earn 1.8 billion in a day. Upon hearing this, the young man, feeling parched, spat out the water he had just taken a sip of. Director, what did you just say? Did the great master visit our music association and purchase songs? Which songs did he acquire? I cannot believe I missed the opportunity to meet the master. If only I could have obtained an autograph. The young man lamented, causing the nearby director to harbor further doubts about whether this young man, who was nearly the same age as his own son, truly possessed such remarkable prowess. After purchasing domestic songs, only foreign tracks remained. However, Shen Shusheng lacked the time and linguistic skills to navigate Korean or French, thus opting for a more straightforward approach through email communication. Shen Shusheng procured a considerable number of musical pieces, with swift responses from various nations. In a matter of days, he extravagantly spent nearly 4 million, yet he was fully aware that this amount would be recouped within a year. If everything proceeded smoothly, future new songs might not require any expenditure from him, as record companies and artists would eagerly present their works to him. Once the final copyright from a German song was secured, Shen Shusheng clapped his hands and declared, "Attention, members of the SU&W group. We have now acquired all the musical pieces. The final obstacle for our game has vanished." The members of the SU&W group were momentarily stunned before erupting in cheers. Fantastic. We can finally launch our game. After waiting so long, it is about to go live. Hooray. The team members applauded in celebration, drawing the envious gazes of the remaining two groups. Newly released games have always been the most lucrative, and they too yearn to experience the bliss of effortless profit. Today, I grant you a day off. We shall resume work tomorrow. Taking the keys, he allowed the SU&W group to celebrate their victory. As for himself, he needed to pay a visit to CHing. Although he enjoyed considerable popularity and had some wealth, he still felt like a mere junior compared to CHing, a company that had risen to prominence through its instant messaging platform. In this promotional endeavor, Shen Shusheng could not afford to overlook CHing, for only they possessed the capability to disseminate advertisements far and wide. Upon hearing of Shen Shusheng's arrival, the entire company at CHing was stirred. The head of the gaming department attempted to receive Shen Shusheng, but was promptly set aside. To secure a deal with Shen Shusheng, the gaming supervisor was simply not competent enough. Shen Shusheng was taken aback when he discovered that his visit to discuss business with CHing had even piqued the interest of Ma Qingting, who personally engaged in discussions with him. Meeting the living legend of Ma for the first time filled Shen Shusheng with a sense of excitement. After a handshake, they sat down to converse. "Mr. Shen, May I inquire if there are any new developments? Has Su and W been completed? Shen Shusheng nodded in affirmation, saying, Indeed. It is ready. However, I am currently in need of a distributor. At this, Ma Qingting's heart raced, and after suppressing his excitement, he calmly responded. It appears you are interested in collaborating with us at CHing. Shen Shusheng nodded once more. Precisely. I believe you will propose a satisfactory price. Which is why I sought you first. It now hinges on whether Mr. Ma finds our game appealing. Ma Qingting attempted to maintain an air of indifference while secretly eager to negotiate a favorable price, but he could hardly contain his enthusiasm. Within moments, he transitioned from disinterest to becoming a willing partner, eager to discuss terms. Shen Shusheng recognized that Ma had been longing for this opportunity, and, although he contemplated taking advantage of the situation, he ultimately decided that maintaining amicable relations was more prudent, especially considering CHing's status as the largest gaming company in the world. Mr. Ma, I assure you, I will not exploit you excessively. 300 million for 3 years. As for the specifics, let us have experts discuss the details. Upon hearing the 300 million over 3 years, Ma Qingting was inclined to sign immediately. The previous game, Toxic Milk Powder, had already begun generating profits in less than 2 years. Furthermore, the financial reports from the gaming exhibition suggested that their share was increasing, hinting at a potential breakthrough. If they secured another game now, CHing would indeed become a gaming company. I believe 3 years is a bit short. How about we sign a 10-year contract for 1,200 million instead? Shen Shusheng squinted at Ma Qingting, bemused by the notion of such a rapid turnaround. He was acutely aware of the game's popularity. However, after a moment's contemplation, he gently declined, stating, 10 years is excessive. What if the market falters? I could not bear to impose on you, Mr. Ma. Let us first sign for 3 years, and we can negotiate again once that term concludes. Reluctantly, Ma Qingting acquiesced. Very well, 3 years for 300 million it is. Chapter 67. The Spacebar Destroyer, Love Simulation Game with both parties' lawyers witnessing the agreement. Shen Shusheng officially signed the agency contract for Su NW with CHing, and they jointly announced the news on Weibo. As Shen Shusheng glanced at the comments beneath his Weibo post, he sighed inwardly, pondering whether the internet CF owners would resent him, as the spacebars were likely to become scarce. Having lived through the chaotic times of incessant spacebar tapping in internet CAFS, he recalled how the louder the keys struck, the more skillful one appeared. Meanwhile, CAF owners could only inspect their keyboards daily for signs of wear and tear, whether it was Toxic Milk Powder or Counter-Strike. Both were combat games, and the sudden emergence of a dance game left many feeling disoriented. What is going on with the master? How did he suddenly create a game of this nature? Indeed, what transpired? Although the title suggests it is unlikely to be a fighting game, I never anticipated it would be a music game. Is it genuinely enjoyable? I share your skepticism, but anything produced by the master is bound to be extraordinary. Let us try it out, and if it fails, we can discuss it later. Oh, the master has created a music game where we can listen to songs? Splendid. I am going to play. Wah, sisters, my brother's new song is in this game. We must support him. Here it comes. We will definitely back my brother's new song. The game has yet to be released, but before its launch, Shen Shusheng's Weibo was inundated by fans of various celebrities, leaving him uncertain whether this influx was beneficial or detrimental. While the ensuing commotion might inadvertently amplify the game's popularity, transforming it into a chaotic spectacle was hardly the intent. Following internal testing and a closed beta, the game Xuanwu was poised for its inaugural public release. Shen Shusheng strategically scheduled the launch during the students' vacation, hoping to capitalize on the ensuing buzz. The first day of the holiday coincided with the game's debut, and while the Xuanwu team monitored online engagement, Shen Shusheng was notably absent, engrossed in gaming with Leng Xinyue in his office. With only 5 buttons, up, down, left, right, and space, the game was quickly mastered by Leng Xinyue. In harmony with the rhythmic melody, she deftly executed the directional inputs, timing her spacebar press to perfection. Shen Shusheng's lips twitched as he remarked, "You've picked it up quite swiftly." Without turning her gaze from the screen, Leng Xinyue replied with a huff, "Of course, this type of game is a cinch." A sharp sound echoed as she struck the spacebar again, prompting Shen Shusheng to comment, "Why are you hitting it so hard? You only need to press it down." Startled, she retorted, "This way, it's more accurate. Stop distracting me. Look, I've already lost my combo." All right, I won't disturb you. You continue playing. I'll just relax here." Settling onto the sofa, Shen Shusheng watched his mechanical keyboard endure relentless pounding, and internally, he felt a pang of sorrow. "Fear not, dear keyboard. She may torment you now, but once she's finished, I shall exact my revenge on her for you." The keyboard, hearing this, could only think, is this revenge? You're merely lusting after her. How despicable. Upon its release, the game did not initially achieve explosive popularity, with user growth appearing sluggish. Just as Lao Ma feared the game might falter, a resurgence occurred, with online player counts and revenue experiencing exponential growth. Concurrently, discussions in the newly established Xuanwu forum began to flourish. Oh, great deity, I was wrong, so very wrong. I bow 1,000 times before you. I initially thought this game would lack appeal, but I was mistaken. The experience is not merely about gameplay. I can vividly recall spending sleepless nights in an internet CAF, bored and playing Xuanwu. After completing the beginner tasks, I entered a personal room. During the late hours, as the player count dwindled, we kept the game going as long as we could. By dawn, it was just me and another player, and as we chatted, I discovered the female character I had played alongside all night was indeed a girl, beautiful, and an internet CAF regular. Now, I'm single no more, and I'm here to express my gratitude to the deity. Accompanying this comment was a photo of a youthful and charming girl, eliciting a flurry of responses filled with enthusiasm and admiration. Wow, is this game really that amazing? I'm downloading it now. There are girls to meet. I could dance with them all day. The gaming department at Eve Factory witnessed this outcome and collectively bowed to Shen Shusheng, their department head shaking his head at the overwhelming revenue. When it comes to making money, I could give it a go, but with Shen Shusheng, I must yield. He is truly a master beyond my reach. In contrast to the expectations surrounding traditional equipment purchases based on attributes, players here seemed unconcerned with such statistics. They bought what was visually appealing. The first month's marketing report revealed an impressive revenue of 50 million, with 70% of purchasers being female players, seeking fashionable outfits rather than attributes. Moreover, the ratio of personal versus gift purchases was 6-4, predominantly men gifting to women. What began as a dance game had transformed into a romantic simulation. At Eve Factory, the ability to customize avatars allowed users to upload personal photos, and those who did, looking decent, were often clad in extravagant attire, most of which had been gifted. In Xuanwu, alongside those seeking romance, there were many who wished to pamper their virtual daughters, crafting characters with exaggerated features and flamboyant styles. I've been tweaking female models for days. I'm not satisfied yet. Could someone show me a well-made model? I have a few models I found online. You can choose from them. The second one resembles Fei Jia, the third looks like Shen Shusheng, and the fifth is reminiscent of Yui Hitano. What? Even teachers are included? Let me see. It's uncanny. If only there were more models available. It could be even more lifelike. I have a daring idea. Wait. Why do I have a tire mark on my face? Stay on topic, please. Do you prefer larger or smaller features? I find smaller ones aesthetically pleasing, but there is something undeniably appealing about larger ones. Brother, listen to your heart and choose the larger ones. It's human instinct. Don't suppress it. Balanced beauty is true beauty. Too large is unattractive. Heed my advice and choose smaller ones, or you'll end up spending money on a name change card. Chapter 68, Lao Ma's Miscalculation. Spending a little money, there was much discussion about the game, and outside the gaming community, many individuals began to take notice. Among the most affected were numerous popular singers. They discovered that their new songs, or even old hits, long past their prime, unexpectedly saw an uptick in income from various music streaming platforms. Although the earnings were not as substantial as from concerts, the amount was certainly noteworthy. Upon investigation, the artists uncovered that their copyright had been recently licensed out, resulting in listeners purchasing their music on various platforms after enjoying it in the game. The surge in popularity of one's own song has certainly caught the attention of various celebrities. Some quick-witted individuals have already reached out to the Yeyu Factory or their respective studios, hoping to have their new songs featured in this game. Initially, it was Shen Shusheng who purchased their songs, but the roles have now reversed. The game already boasts an ample collection of songs, and there are no immediate plans to acquire more. However, it is hardly feasible for these stars, particularly the lesser-known or internet-famous ones, to simply let this opportunity slip away. We won't charge you. We can have our songs featured in your game for free. Such a proposition is unacceptable. We must invest time and effort to transcribe your songs into sheet music without any payment for the songs. How about this? I will pay you, and you can include my song in the game? Hey, how much are you offering? A mere few bucks won't suffice. It hardly compensates for the effort. I will pay you 100,000. As long as my song is included, that's all I ask. 100,000? Let us negotiate. For that sum, I will incorporate your song into the game. If your song continues to be popular and enjoyable, we will keep it permanently. Otherwise, it will have to be removed. Currently, the player base is not substantial, and many are reluctant to download such a large client. Those in the music industry are not self-important. They remain indifferent to such demands. No problem. Survival of the fittest is the natural order, and we accept that. Thus, under Shen Shusheng's encouragement, a charting system was indeed established. Once a new song enters the database, a countdown begins. Before the countdown concludes, the number of times players engage with the song will determine its advancement to the next round, refreshing the countdown. After several rounds, if the new song remains strong, it will be officially stored in the database. If your song fails to meet the standards, regrettably, it will be discarded. Ma Qingting is filled with regret. During the contract signing, Shen Shusheng had explicitly stated that the costs associated with purchasing songs and the craftsmanship would be pure profit for the company. At that time, Ma Qingting was puzzled as to why Shen Shusheng insisted on retaining that portion for himself. Now he realizes he has unwittingly handed over a golden goose. After generating $2 million in revenue for the company, Xiao Chui, Ma Qingting approached the game department and reprimanded the department head. How could none of you discern the loopholes in this arrangement? Even the Yeyu factory, despite its vast enterprise, cannot be played with like this. You must immediately negotiate an additional clause with Shen Shusheng to reclaim some of the song acquisition funds. If this is not handled well, do not bother returning. The chastised head of the game department shrank back, trembling like a frightened little pig. Rest assured, I will immediately discuss terms to regain our rights. The supervisor scurried out of the office, and the remaining team members exchanged worried glances. Unfazed, the supervisor texted Shen Shusheng before rushing to find him. When Feng's supervisor finally located Shen Shusheng, he was enjoying spicy crawfish with Lung Xinyue at a roadside stall. Director Wang, did I not mention you could come tomorrow? There's no need to rush. At this pace, it seems you flew here. After a strenuous journey, Director Wang, wiping the sweat from his brow, sat across from Shen Shusheng. President Ma has issued a strict order, and I dare not be negligent. Shen Shusheng offered Director Wang a cup of water and shared a small dish with Lung Xinyue. However, since you are here, I must ensure your trip is not in vain. We can negotiate. How we approach it is another matter. Director Wang nodded vigorously. Of course. We will certainly find a formal setting. Observing his restless demeanor, Shen Shusheng gestured with his head. Go outside and make a call. I am not your superior. Director Wang quickly bowed and dashed outside to make the call. Lung Xinyue, with a mouthful of crawfish, playfully stuck out her tongue to fan herself. Are we truly going to hand over the rights to them? They clearly failed to scrutinize the contract. Shen Shusheng shrugged, adding another crawfish to her plate while glancing at Director Wang, who was bowing and scraping at the door. One must leave room for others. You never know when it might come back to help. Besides, I do not mind a small advantage. I am not short of money. It's great that travel expenses have been covered. Lung Xinyue clapped her hands in excitement. Really? Where shall we travel this year? Shen Shusheng pondered. I haven't decided yet. Where do you wish to go? We visited the seaside 2 years ago. Perhaps the mountains this year? How about Jushegu? That won't do. If we go to Jushegu, we must first finalize the additional clauses. Just as they concluded their discussion, Director Wang returned. As soon as he sat down, he began shaking hands with Shen Shusheng. Thank you for your understanding. I am truly grateful. Shen Shusheng waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. The request is reasonable. I am not one to concern myself with such trivial amounts. I can accommodate you. Now let us eat. Seeing Shen Shusheng eat alone, Director Wang hastily bowed and excused himself, stating they would discuss the details tomorrow, and hurriedly departed. The remaining patrons in the restaurant exchanged curious glances. Look, you ordered so much food. Isn't that a waste? In response to Lung Xinyue's inquiry, Shen Shusheng scoffed. I never intended for him to eat here. That was for me. You've eaten so much already. Do you really need more? At this rate, you'll turn into a pig. Shen Shusheng rolled his eyes. Did you see me eat? This entire bowl of crayfish has already vanished into your stomach. Look, my hands are already flavored. Upon being pointed out by Shen Shusheng, Lung Xinyue shyly cast a glance, and then playfully pinched Shen Shusheng's waist. In Chapter 69, the initial results emerge, and the Little Thunder soldiers find themselves in a precarious position. Due to the financial cushion provided by the contracts, when Supervisor Wang signed the agreement with Shen Shusheng, he dared not demand the standard price and had to settle for a slightly unfavorable deal, which was essentially a concession to Ma Qingting. After sending Supervisor Wang off, Shen Shusheng clapped his hands and announced, everyone, those who need to rush the work should do so. We are tentatively planning a team-building trip at the end of the month to Jushegu. As before, those who wish to bring family and friends will need to cover their own expenses. Anyone interested may come to me to sign up. Upon hearing this, the office erupted with cheers. Last year's team, which had missed out on the opportunity, was finally going to enjoy it this year. The fire group and the dance group, participating for the first time, were equally excited. Observing the ruckus, Shen Shusheng clapped his hands to quiet everyone. Before you get too carried away, let me remind you that you must complete at least 10 days' worth of work before the end of the month. Though I usually do not oversee your progress, I am well aware of where you stand now. If you fail to meet the deadline, you will be left behind as the stay-at-home kids. At this moment, the leader of the fire group raised his hand and asked, Boss, what will our group do? Shen Shusheng replied, hands on his hips, don't panic. I have already prepared tasks for you. You have nearly a month to completely revamp the Desert 2 map using your best skills. I will personally inspect it at the end of the month. If it meets my standards, you can join the trip. If not, well, the stay-at-home kids will be you. The members of the fire group groaned in despair, realizing the high difficulty of producing a map that would impress their leader. Meanwhile, the other two groups felt relieved, knowing that as long as they updated their online game versions in a systematic manner, they would not face such challenges. "Oh dear, boss, are you bullying us? Satisfaction relies solely on your whims," they lamented. Shen Shusheng laughed heartily. "Indeed, it all depends on my words. If you don't want to be left behind, put in the effort." With that, he left the office area, heading to his own office. As soon as Shen Shusheng departed, the members of the poison milk powder and dance groups got to work. Their tasks were straightforward. The poison milk powder only needed to update the fashion optimization version, and there were no significant updates this month, so they felt no pressure. The dance group had it even easier, as the newly launched version was filled with inventory to be sold off. The fire group exchanged looks, and the leader, with a sigh, encouraged everyone. "Let's put forth a map that will astonish our boss." While preparations for the trip continued on Shen Shusheng's side, the outside world was in turmoil. With Shen Shusheng voraciously devouring the cake, those who arrived later began to seize the remaining pieces. Following the example set by Poison Milk Powder, a model game called Adventure Island emerged. On the day of its launch, Shen Shusheng eagerly downloaded it to try it out, but upon entering, he found the game had transformed dramatically. The original characters were absent, and aiming to imitate Poison Milk Powder resulted in a hollow shell of a game, lacking any genuine connection to Adventure Island. Meanwhile, Ewon Company continued to release the Journey to the West series, with Dreamland Journey to the West being developed swiftly, building upon the foundation laid by the knowledge of the previous game. With a focus on realistic portrayals, Dreamland Journey to the West emphasized character design. Shen Shusheng tried it out and felt a wave of nostalgia, recognizing familiar creatures like the sea turtle, sea caterpillar, and giant frog after some time away. After briefly embodying the sword god of Shirley Slope, Shen Shusheng uninstalled the game. He was a competitive individual, finding little enjoyment in turn-based exchanges. He preferred to dominate rather than merely exchange blows. In addition, other games began to mimic Ewon Company's creations, with only a few turn-based game modes available. It was quite simple to revamp a game with a new shell. Unfortunately, Ewon, having failed to expand its turn-based offerings, found itself facing competition from smaller developers. Time passed swiftly, and as the end of the month approached, the leader of the fire group anxiously summoned Shen Shusheng. After a month of hard work, including assistance from the designers of the poison milk powder and the modelers of the dance group, the leader presented what he believed to be their pinnacle achievement. If this were to be rejected, their team members would be relegated to the status of stay-at-home children. Shen Shusheng sat before the unfinished game, connected a few computers, and began to explore the new map. The new map was impressive and met Shen Shusheng's expectations in terms of textures, effects, and physical interactions. Tossing a gun to the ground and observing its realistic effects upon contact with ladders and stairs, Shen Shusheng nodded in approval. The leader asked, "Are you satisfied with this map? We have added new physical effects to enhance realism, and we have also incorporated weather effects. Although they are fixed patterns, players can still sense the movement of the clouds." Hearing the leader's words, Shen Shusheng looked up at the sky and indeed saw the clouds slowly shifting, likely pre-made animations looping continuously in the game. After contemplating for a moment, Shen Shusheng nodded and said, "All right, this map is satisfactory. However, you must maintain this standard in your future maps, understood?" The leader nodded, and the team members erupted into cheers. The entire group was thrilled for their outing, as the rush of work had finally concluded, allowing them to indulge in leisure without guilt. The discussions about visiting Joysticks, exploring its attractions, and what to bring became the central topic of conversation. After renting a large bus and hiring a guide, Shen Shusheng and Lung Xinyue set off with their sights firmly set on Joysticks. The scenic wonders of Joysticks are numerous, yet the most renowned are the Wucai Lake and the Pearl Shoal Waterfall. During this holiday, Shen Shusheng also had the chance to meet Lei Bing's daughter. It must be said, Lei Bing's genetic legacy is impressive. His wife possesses a mature and charming beauty, yet the daughter bears little resemblance to her mother. Upon seeing the little one, Shen Shusheng nearly spewed the water he had just sipped. "Quick, call Shen Uncle." Under Lei Bing's guidance, Shen Shusheng was proudly elevated to the status of uncle, while Lung Xinyue was endearingly addressed as sister. Observing Lung Xinyue's radiant smile, Shen Shusheng felt a pang of envy. Chapter 70. An unquenchable thirst for adventure. Gaming League One cannot deny that Joysticks is indeed a splendid destination, especially when financial considerations are cast aside. Both Wucai Lake and the Pearl Shoal Waterfall exceeded Shen Shusheng's expectations. Although he held the title of boss, he did not relish group activities. To him, such excursions felt rather tedious. Apart from the few fixed attractions guided by the tour leader, he merely required a message confirming his safety every 6 hours. True enjoyment lay in wandering alone. Group outings felt more like obligations. Thus, after visiting several spots, Shen Shusheng declared the group disbanded. Without the company of others, he and Lung Xinyue strolled leisurely through Joysticks, taking in the sights to relax their minds. However, after 2 days of breathtaking views, they grew weary of the scenery, reaching a point of enlightenment where mountains were merely mountains. Shen Shusheng resolved to shift his focus and purchased a local map, which led him to discover a go-kart amusement park. Considering it an excellent opportunity, he persuaded Leng Xinyue to take a taxi to the club. Upon arriving, after paying and undergoing a brief training session, they hopped into the go-karts and sped along the track. The invigorating wind against his face filled Shen Shusheng with exhilaration. After several laps, he felt considerably refreshed. Just as he parked the cart and intended to take a breather, he spotted Lei Bing and his family arriving as well. Both parties were taken aback by the coincidence. "What a coincidence to see you here after we all decided to explore separately," Lei Bing remarked, equally surprised. "Yes, my child expressed a desire to visit, so we decided to venture out independently. While we were in line, we also spotted a few members from the Huoyan group. But we got in first." Shen Shusheng was surprised to discover that many of his employees had followed him to the very place he had casually chosen. Feeling a sense of pride in being one step ahead, he realized that a larger group would make the experience far more enjoyable. In total, they formed a group of 6, including Lei Bing's daughter. Lei Bing felt he could not handle the go-karts and opted out, while Shen Shusheng, in the spirit of fairness, also refrained from participating. Watching the others race on the track, he and Lei Bing cheered them on. "Lei Bing, I never expected your daughter would enjoy go-karting. That caught me off guard," Shen Shusheng expressed, observing Lei Bing's daughter on the track. "Oh, she saw a car racing competition on television and insisted she wanted to try it. I thought that since she couldn't drive a big car, a small one would suffice. So, I looked up nearby go-kart clubs, and to my surprise, one actually existed," Lei Bing explained. Shen Shusheng pondered the go-karts, his mind racing with ideas. Sensing Shen Shusheng's contemplation, Lei Bing waited a moment before asking, "What are you thinking about?" Shen Shusheng was jolted back to reality. "Huh, what did you just say? I didn't catch that." Lei Bing shook his head. "I noticed you lost in thought, so I didn't continue. Were you contemplating something specific?" Shen Shusheng cleared his throat and replied, "Oh, it's nothing much. I was just mulling over the idea of turning go-karting into a game. What do you think?" Lei Bing raised an eyebrow. "You seem to want to turn everything you see into a game. It's as if you wield a hammer and see nails everywhere." At times, she wished to peek inside Shen Shusheng's mind to fathom the nature of his endless ideas, as he seemed to believe that any thought could lead to substantial profit through action. Moreover, she noticed that although Shen Shusheng earned well, he appeared indifferent to wealth. On several occasions, she had seen him sharing instant noodles or boxed lunches with his colleagues, rarely indulging in luxurious meals. "Shen, what is your purpose for creating games?" Shen Shusheng turned to Lei Bing, surprised by her question. "Why are you suddenly calling me Shen? It sounds rather odd. What is going on with you?" Lei Bing shook her head. "It's nothing. You still haven tea," answered my question. Shen Shusheng was puzzled by Lei Bing's peculiar mood, but replied, "To create games is simply for enjoyment. I love making games. I want to add a splash of color to this world. If players are happy, then I too find joy." After a moment, he touched his nose and continued, "Is that too pretentious? Never mind. Let me rephrase. I create games for profit, to earn more money. Yes, making money is the most satisfying." After saying this, Shen Shusheng chuckled, and Lei Bing joined him in laughter. However, she could discern that his latter statement was disingenuous. His true desire was merely to create games. "Daddy, I won first place." Lei Bing's daughter's voice drew their attention. Leaning slightly, Lei Bing rushed to the edge of the track to scoop up her child. Leng Xinyue, too, had grown weary from the go-karting and stood up to remove her helmet. Shen Shusheng remarked that he had only accompanied her to play kart racing because she expressed a desire to do so. Yet, upon arrival, it appeared that he was the one indulging in the game. "What were you discussing with Lei Bing?" he inquired. Shen Shusheng shrugged and replied, "Oh, just work-related matters. I've had my fill. As long as you're enjoying yourself, that's what matters." Leng Xinyue wrinkled her nose in response. "You truly are something. You claim this is a trip for leisure, yet you cannot detach yourself from work. I foresee you marrying the game instead." Shen Shusheng playfully tapped her forehead. "I earn money for both of us to spend. Why the complaints?" Leng Xinyue stuck out her tongue and said, "I may be spending your money now, but once I graduate and have a job, I'll be using my own. By the way, have you completed your thesis?" "I am still uncertain about my topic." "I shall await your graduation when you become self-sufficient," he teased. "My thesis has been in mind for a while. With the existence of games, I can easily pen a related paper to graduate. You should be more concerned about your own situation," he added, eliciting a pout from Leng Xinyue, which made Shen Shusheng laugh heartily. After returning from Juzhegu, Shen Shusheng formally assigned tasks to the Huoyan group, which involved completely revamping all game maps, replacing them with those previously created by the group. His ambition was to upgrade the game into a genuine online experience while also attempting to host competitive leagues. The revenue generated from games often hinges significantly on such leagues, as they not only elevate the game's popularity, but also yield substantial profits for the company. While focusing solely on profit in game development is misguided, financial resources are crucial for regular maintenance, ultimately impacting the quality of the game. In fact, the revenue potential of leagues can sometimes surpass that of the game itself. With sufficient funds, Shen Shusheng could invest in quality, without financial backing. The quality of any product would invariably reach a ceiling. Hosting leagues would enable rapid accumulation of wealth. And Shen Shusheng's primary objective was to acquire a dedicated office for his company. Having visited the vast headquarters of the Goose Factory several times, he had long coveted its expansive space, but as a mere game developer, affording such luxury was beyond his means. Even relocating to Nanjing province would still incur costs around 6 billion, an expense far beyond the capacity of his 3 studios. However, the league presented an opportunity for swift revenue generation. Prior to Shen Shusheng's departure, the Goose Factory was reluctant to forfeit their share of the profits, but upon his return, their enthusiasm was palpable. The game Xuanwu was indeed popular, but under the Goose Factory's promotion, it acquired a novel feature, a new song detection system. Every newly released song, or any impressive work by Zhu De had to be submitted to the Goose Factory for inclusion. With the dual endorsement from the Goose Factory, the game's appeal soared, far surpassing the efficacy of traditional media promotions. Once launched, it swiftly garnered a massive fanbase. Young celebrities began to perceive Xuanwu as an essential tool for achieving fame. The release of their songs guaranteed a surge in visibility. Not only were these rising stars approaching the game, but the Goose Factory proactively sought out prominent artists, encouraging them to don in-game attire or integrating celebrity outfits into the game. Various online and offline events were incessantly organized. Initially, many prominent stars were hesitant to endorse a game, but they could not escape the allure of the Wang Jingzi principle. An increasing number of artists joined, and even entertainment companies began to take notice of the game. As more young pop stars transitioned to film and television, many established celebrities followed suit. The Goose Factory found themselves counting profits to the point of exhaustion, even proclaiming their commitment to the entertainment industry's diversification. Meanwhile, Shen Shusheng also received his share of the revenue, significantly bolstering his resources. The Huiyin Group was now voluntarily working overtime. Previously, they focused solely on single-player games, not considering themselves on par with the Du Knife and Group and Xuanwu. However, with Shen Shusheng's directive to develop an online game, they became increasingly engaged. Crafting a successful game was akin to securing a lifelong career, an irresistible temptation for anyone. In the autumn, Counter-Strike 2 was developed, enhancing the original game's graphics and physics engine. Under Shen Shusheng's meticulous supervision, the quality of the maps exceeded that of Desert 2. To further enhance realism, the group leader of Huiyin implemented an authentic weather system, allowing each map to feature 2 variable weather conditions tailored to its environment. For instance, a desert map might experience sandstorms that reduce visibility, while a dense forest could see lightning and heavy rain, and snowy maps would have falling snow. This remarkable game, which surpassed all expectations, was presented to Shen Shusheng, who found it hard to believe. Initially, he contemplated delegating the game's distribution to the Goose Factory. However, after witnessing its impressive results, even he was enticed. After several days of contemplation, he decided that, in addition to releasing it for distribution, he would retain a direct server for himself. The advantages of a direct server and a distributed server were distinct. The benefits of distribution included wider channels and quicker results, along with the absence of operational costs and additional expenses. Conversely, the advantage of a direct server was the attainment of 100% of the profits, with all income deposited directly, allowing for swift decision-making. Additionally, this strategy would prevent competitors from encroaching on the market. If his product was superior, competitors would struggle to gain traction. However, with a distributed server, he could enjoy the rewards while also sharing some benefits with others. There is no need for you to spend money developing games on your own. It is far more advantageous to earn effortlessly. The extraordinary success of Huiyin Group's Counter-Strike 2 has far surpassed expectations. Moreover, with Shen Shusheng planning to establish a league, he believes it is imperative to manage a direct operated server under his control. Naturally, effective operations require a dedicated team, leading Shen Shusheng to invest significantly in hiring a professional operations team to ensure the smooth functioning of Counter-Strike 2. Once all preparations were complete, he utilized his personal account to generate traffic and subsequently entrusted the Counter-Strike 2 account to the operations team. Soon, news regarding Counter-Strike 2 began to circulate widely across the internet, with excited fans posting updates about its release. The initial response was one of surprise. How could a sequel emerge so soon after the first installment? However, it was rumored that this new version would feature online connectivity, allowing players to log in with their accounts. This meant that many could showcase their achievements anew. It appeared that this time, the direct operated server would require players to create fresh accounts, which some considered an inconvenience. Queries arose regarding the advantages of the direct-operated server, with many noting that it offered little more than quicker updates compared to the cheaper agent-operated servers. Despite the allure of the agent servers, which provided discounts for purchases, a sense of loyalty to the direct-operated server prevailed for some, who preferred its reliability over perceived savings. Shen Shusheng had negotiated an agreement with the platform to offer a discount on items, resulting in the signing of an agency contract. With the introduction of a new game, prior licenses became obsolete, prompting Shen Shusheng to issue a call to manufacturers to purchase the rights to weaponry for his use. Many manufacturers, having tasted success, responded positively, eager to avoid missing out again. In the winter of his senior year, Shen Shusheng launched Counter-Strike 2 concurrently with the platform. As part of the launch event, he introduced a pass system, allowing players to unlock various weapon skins through daily gameplay. Those who purchased the premium pass could obtain a complete set of skins for a modest fee. The first series of skins he chose was the renowned Erksimov series. Although often regarded as one of the least desirable collections by veteran players, newcomers found the sci-fi aesthetic appealing. The premium pass was priced at 120 yuan, and players could gradually unlock skins through gameplay. To alleviate concerns about completing tasks for the premium pass, Shen Shusheng designed it so that players could accumulate experience simply through matches, allowing them to unlock all skins at their leisure. For those who purchased the pass but lacked time to play, he even allowed them to buy their levels back, enabling wealthy players to unlock all rewards on the first day. Many were tempted by the prospect of acquiring numerous weapon skins for just 120 yuan, resulting in a surge of purchases. Some players questioned the necessity of a sequel so soon after the first game, but the enhancements in graphics silenced their doubts. The realistic physics engine, which closely replicated real-world objects, along with an innovative weather system, captivated players. Shen Shusheng and Hoyan Group were lauded as visionaries. With players acknowledging their previous ignorance about the game's potential, they realized that the best was yet to come. The improvements in the weather system and detailed models astonished players, particularly the impressive action of inspecting weapons. Many found themselves reconsidering their loyalty to Counter-Strike 1, especially after witnessing the visual advancements in the sequel. Despite their satisfaction, some players expressed a desire for the zombie mode to be included in the online version, as it was the sole reason they continued to play Counter-Strike 1. Upon noticing the players' requests, Shen Shusheng took to social media to reassure them that the zombie mode was still in development and urged patience. While players felt disheartened, they remained hopeful for the future, anticipating the excitement the mode would bring. Throughout the Spring Festival, Shen Shusheng overheard peers discussing Counter-Strike 2, with some even inviting him to an internet CAF for a day of gaming. Today, Lung Xinyue did not accompany him as she was preoccupied with summer wedding plans. Adhering to familial customs that dictate the couple's children should not visit their hometown during the first year of marriage. Although Shen Shusheng found this tradition perplexing, he respected it nonetheless. As the Spring Festival came to a close, he prepared for graduation, his status as a star student demanding more of his time than others. In addition to his academic responsibilities, he also collaborated with the school on promotional activities and video recordings. For the past 6 months, the entire company has been largely managed by Shen Shusheng, albeit with little oversight. However, the presence of performance bonuses has ensured that each team operates exceptionally well, and now they could function independently for a while, even in Shen Shusheng's absence. Naturally, Shen Shusheng chose to focus his graduation thesis on gaming, producing a remarkable paper titled The Ninth Art, which not only astonished Nanjiang University, but also garnered a modest national reputation. As this thesis circulated widely, more and more people became acquainted with Shen Shusheng's true name. Upon receiving his diploma, taking commemorative photos, and sharing a final meal with close friends, Shen Shusheng packed his belongings into the trunk of his car. Observing his fellow students, he felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. It was hard to believe that 4 years had passed so swiftly. It felt as though he had just begun his journey at this institution. Taking a deep breath, he drove to the girls' dormitory, where numerous young women awaited their parents or boyfriends, among them Lung Xinyue. Upon seeing Shen Shusheng's vehicle, Lung Xinyue waved her hand, and the car came to a smooth halt beside her. "Why do you have so much stuff? I remember you didn't bring much when you arrived," she remarked, rolling her eyes. "Girls accumulate a lot of things, including many cosmetics I've purchased. It's not like you boys who can simply slap on some face cream," she retorted, glancing at the cardboard boxes. Shen Shusheng quirked his lips in response. "Don't say that. I also use face wash. You make it sound as if I'm unclean." As they loaded the car, they heard a girl sobbing nearby. Shen Shusheng turned to see Lung Xinyue explaining, "Those two are a couple. They agreed to break up due to their long-distance situation after graduation." Shen Shusheng shook his head, saying, "Fortunately, I chose you, so there's no need for such heart-wrenching farewells." With a playful twist at his waist, Lung Xinyue urged him to refrain from making light of the situation. On their journey home, Shen Shusheng glanced at Lung Xinyue and inquired, "How are things on your end?" Have you discussed setting a date with your parents? Lung Xinyue nodded. Yes, we've finalized it. Now we're just waiting to take our wedding photos and send out invitations. Taking a deep breath, Shen Shusheng asked, Xinyue, are you nervous? She lowered her head slightly before nodding. Yes, I'm a bit anxious. It's just a formality, yet I feel so tense. Shen Shusheng, perplexed, noted that he felt even more nervous than when seeking investments. He cleared his throat and reassured her, it's all right. We won't have many guests, just familiar faces. Besides, you've already met our parents. It's like a precautionary measure. We can simply follow their lead. After much discussion, both sets of parents agreed that marrying after graduation would not only be appropriate, but would also provide peace of mind for both families. Regarding children, Shen Shusheng and Lung Xinyue had already addressed the topic, leading both parents to express that there was no rush. They would consider that matter once everything had settled. Now that they had graduated, it was time to focus on arranging their wedding photos and invitations, as previously planned. Chapter 73, Cultivating Player Habits, 5 million in bonuses. Shen Shusheng had little to say regarding the wedding process. He and Lung Xinyue relinquished their thoughts to their parents, proceeding straightforwardly. It was simply a matter of paying for services, from photography to invitations. Both families, along with a host of relatives, selected an auspicious date for the ceremony, which was marked by luxury vehicles and the sound of firecrackers. As Shen Shusheng watched Lung Xinyue being escorted by her father, Lung Yuanzhong, he felt a surge of excitement. The white wedding gown adorned her, captivating his gaze. After taking her hand from her father's grasp, they stood together on stage, exchanging rings, kissing the bride, serving tea, and capturing memories with friends and family. With the manager's announcement, the wedding banquet commenced. Following their nuptials, Shen Shusheng and Lung Xinyue embarked on their honeymoon. After delegating tasks at the company, they set off for an overseas adventure. Their travels took them through Japan, South Korea, Greece, Austria, and Hawaii, where they reveled in 2 months of blissful exploration. The experience could only be described as intoxicating, filled with exquisite cuisine, yacht excursions, and shopping. With Shen Shusheng handling finances, money was no concern. They bought what they desired, indulged in culinary delights, and visited wherever their hearts led them. After the National Day holiday, they returned to their homeland. Lung Xinyue reconnected with a former senior, who recommended her for a position at a small television station. Meanwhile, Shen Shusheng needed to swiftly return to the company, as he had not properly managed it for nearly 6 months due to his thesis work. On his first day back, he was even mistaken for an outsider by the newly assigned cleaning staff, only for the issue to be resolved when a colleague recognized him. After 6 months away, the staff hardly recognized him. In jest, Shen Shusheng gathered his team to announce his return. Did you all miss me while I was gone? He teased. But do not fret, I am back now. If he were anyone else, the staff might have preferred Shen Shusheng to continue his travels without concern for the company. But he was different. Besides being the boss, he was also half a planner and programmer. His absence would genuinely affect the progress of their projects. The members of the Flame team immediately chimed in. Of course we missed you, boss. We've been waiting for your return to feel at ease. We have so many things we want to discuss with you. Shen Shusheng rolled his eyes. Goodness, have you truly taken me for a mere tool? Who is the boss here, you or me? Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into hearty laughter. Even the leader of the Flame team felt a tinge of embarrassment. Shen Shusheng clapped his hands and proclaimed, all right, let us dispense with the trivialities. Now that I have returned, you may delegate any indecisive matters to me, and I shall assist you in making those decisions. This was not due to a lack of capability among Shen Shusheng's subordinates, but rather a reluctance to assume responsibility. After all, decisions often come with consequences, and should anything go awry, it would not fall on a single individual, but rather the entire team would face the repercussions. Thus, despite Shen Shusheng's prolonged absence, the games had only undergone routine maintenance or minor updates, with no significant version updates to speak of. Upon entering the office, Shen Shusheng was greeted by a mountain of pending tasks on his desk. The project regarding the launch of an epic weapon and abyss system for Du Naimian required his approval. The update for Counter-Strike 2, which involved a new engine, was swiftly rejected. The current graphics cards were already struggling to support maximum effects, and introducing a new engine could potentially lead to catastrophic failures. The dance group reported dissatisfaction among some less skilled players regarding the existing modes, resulting in a decline in enthusiasm. They requested the implementation of a single key mode. Shen Shusheng paused to examine this application, realizing it was akin to the Taiko mode. Players who struggled with multiple key presses were unable to fully capitalize on their correct inputs. After jotting down a note of approval, he proceeded to the next document. By the time Shen Shusheng had addressed all these matters, over a week had elapsed. Finally, with some leisure time at his disposal, he began to strategize his next steps. After reviewing the popularity and revenue generated from Counter-Strike 2, he convened a meeting with the members of the Flame team. With a stable player base now established for Counter-Strike 2, he tasked them with developing a loot box system. The artists from Dunemian and the dance team would provide their assistance in designing new weapon skins. These skins would be included in the loot boxes, and an internal trading system for weapon skins would be established, allowing players to buy and sell them freely. After briefly outlining the skin system, the team members expressed their understanding. One member raised a hand and inquired, "Chief, what should we name our loot boxes?" Without hesitation, Shen Shusheng replied, "Let us call them champion chests. I will explain the rationale behind this name shortly." With the foundation laid by Counter-Strike 1, the sequel naturally gained traction domestically. Agents from various countries swiftly purchased the game at diverse price points. Although servers were designated for individual nations, Shen Shusheng established a public server. Players could manually switch servers to engage in international matches with players from different countries. While the domestic servers boasted stability, many were eager to test their skills on the international stage. As players exchanged friendly banter, each server rolled out new events. Upon reviewing the updates, players remembered little beyond the grand prize of 5 million and the limited time item box offering a 10% return. Goodness, is the master out of his mind? 5 million in prizes, plus 10% of the prize pool. Just imagine how much the first place winner will receive. I don't know, but I reckon it could be at least another 5 million. $20 to open a box. Doesn't that seem a bit steep? Don't let the price fool you. Along with the boxes comes a recycling system, allowing you to sell the skins you obtain. I estimate you could recoup 50 to 60% of your investment. If you happen to get an exceptionally rare skin, you could even turn a profit. I checked, and while the red quality skins look stunning, they're incredibly rare. The odds of winning are in the decimal range, making them quite difficult to obtain. Difficult odds signify high value. Securing a red quality weapon could easily cost tens of thousands. When the time comes, I'll try my luck. If not, I'll consider it a personal skin purchase. I've seen quite a few appealing blue skins as well. Does anyone know what the mysterious grand prize for the first place is? I'm rather curious. I'm curious too, but I doubt the master will reveal it. Perhaps we should inquire on the master's social media? Chapter 74. The Million Prize Pool. Team up to climb the ranks. It's not wise to play dead. Observing the comments beneath his social media post, Shen Shusheng shook his head. Since the rewards have been disclosed, there's no way they will be revealed further. To maintain the excitement surrounding the ladder system, Shen Shusheng invested heavily. A prize of 5 million, along with 10% of the prize pool, was enough to incite frenzy worldwide. This competition was also designed to showcase the game's potential to a global audience. Investors are notoriously cautious to transition to a league format. It was imperative to demonstrate profitability. Shen Shusheng estimated that within 2 years, he could initiate the league system. With the deadline of 180 days set, the champion chest was launched. Within a day, the prize pool surpassed 2 million, igniting fervent discussions among players about the ladder rankings. 2 million in a single day? At this rate, we could exceed 1 billion in 180 days. 1 billion? It's likely that the top prize will reach that level. I suspect we're looking at 10 billion. No need to panic. This 2 million prize pool must be divided among the top 3, with first place receiving 50%, second place 30, and third place 20. So, the first place will only net 1 million. What do you mean only 1 million? When did 1 million become only in the internet lexicon? Have I lowered the average income of internet users? I apologize for embarrassing everyone. I do not possess 1 million. Neither do I. I feel equally humiliated for not having 1 million. As the prize pool established by Shen Shusheng surpassed 10 million, the world erupted in excitement. Everyone was fervently climbing the ladder, striving for a spot among the top 3. At this moment, the leading players in the top 3 were in a state of panic. As long as they could survive until the end of the season, the substantial cash prize would be theirs. However, what if they failed to endure? In order to preserve their rankings, a myriad of unscrupulous tactics began to emerge. Cheating, manipulating ranks, and utilizing hacks proliferated. Concurrently, the professional team previously hired by Shen Shusheng commenced their meticulous work, ensuring that any proven instances of cheating would result in immediate bans at the season's conclusion. While rank manipulation would lead to a decade-long suspension, the use of hacks would incur a permanent ban. Shen Shusheng's crackdown on these illicit methods was exceptionally ruthless, extinguishing this nefarious tide within a mere fortnight. With the underhanded routes blocked, some players began to ascend according to the established rules. Team competitions emerged as an excellent option, allowing players to collaborate and share the rewards after achieving their ranks. Gathering for equally skilled players became the preferred strategy among the top contenders. Although Shen Shusheng's team system had yet to be launched, the game had already begun to exhibit the nascent form of teams. Alone, one could not compete with collective efforts. Thus, the players who banded together swiftly carved their path, leading to the downfall of many top players. The leaderboard, once dominated by individual prowess, began to show signs of change. This was precisely the outcome Shen Shusheng desired. Counter-Strike was not a solitary game. Team collaboration was the essence of victory. Observing the daily fierce clashes on the leaderboard, Shen Shusheng felt a deep sense of satisfaction. With matters there in a stable state, he could redirect his focus. As long as he maintained this high-pressure environment, the day's conclusion promised to be thrilling. Once Counter-Strike entered a positive cycle, Shen Shusheng shifted his attention back to his endeavors. Whenever he introduced a game, others would hastily emulate it. Shortly after Shen Shusheng launched the dance game, another similar game emerged, not because the competitors were quick to copy, but rather due to the lack of innovation in the game's mechanics. While the game modes were akin, the shift from 4 buttons to 8 was evident. 4 5 stars for buttons sufficed, while anything above 5 stars required 8. The market now boasted 2 games, resulting in a division of traffic. However, the competitor was clearly a fledgling game company aiming for independence, merely replicating games without grasping their essence. A game cannot thrive solely on difficulty. It must ultimately cater to the audience. Furthermore, Shen Shusheng glanced at the meager song library within the competitor's game, realizing it was hardly a rival to his dance game. With a flurry of activity, he completed the final modeling and pressed enter, causing a go-kart to materialize within his game engine. Although the engine was adapted from the Fireteam's framework, the results were commendable. After casually crafting a circular map, Shen Shusheng maneuvered the go-kart around the track. Satisfied with the progress, he nodded in approval. It was time to recruit another batch of talent. However, the current space seemed somewhat cramped. A relocation was in order. The existing company could barely accommodate 3 game teams, and adding another would likely lead to overcrowding. After closing the game, Shen Shusheng contacted a nearby real estate agency. Fortuitously, as he made the call, a business was relocating, freeing up a vast 5-story space, and they indicated that if he could lease the entire area, it would be quite affordable. With a long journey ahead before reaching his goal of 6 billion, there was no hesitation. Shen Shusheng promptly secured the space and paid a deposit of 20,000 yuan. After several days of negotiations, he signed a lease agreement, and he subsequently transferred the remaining lease time through a sublease contract. Moving in, Shen Shusheng was alone, but by the time they moved out, the team had expanded to over 100 individuals. As he watched the moving company begin unloading, Shen Shusheng issued a new interview invitation. Each time he announced a new recruitment, it sent ripples through the industry. After all, Shen Shusheng was the vanguard of this sector. Every theme he touched turned to gold, and those who followed in his footsteps would invariably reap rewards. The revered figure had released a new recruitment invitation, specifically seeking individuals with mechanical aptitude. What was his intention? No one could say for certain. If they could predict the actions of a genius, they would not be a genius themselves. Yet, there were murmurs of hope that he might not delve into a new game just yet, as many were eagerly awaiting the zombie mode's release. Indeed, the community was anxious for the zombie mode in Counter-Strike. The competitive mode had become exhausting, and the thrill of mindlessly blasting zombies was greatly anticipated. Do not fret, came the response. The genius is the boss. He cannot personally create every game. It's likely that the mode will be entrusted to the Fire team for development. There is no conflict in collaborating with the genius on a new game. This was the consensus. The development of a new game by the genius would not interfere with Counter-Strike. They would simply await news from the Fire team. Yet, the Fire team had become somewhat robotic, only emerging to issue announcements during routine maintenance or major updates, devoid of any interaction with the genius. Shen Shusheng, upon noticing the comments on Weibo, chuckled and shared the message, tagging the Fire team. Chapter 75, the 200 million prize pool, the true big shot. The Fire team, upon seeing this, felt overwhelmed. Wasn't it you who requested to delay the zombie mode development? Why are you tagging us? The team leader sighed. In response, the Fire team posted what appeared to be a genuine message on Weibo. We are currently developing the zombie mode. Operations require graphic and gameplay upgrades, necessitating extended work hours. This announcement sent the players of Counter-Strike into a frenzy. The genius truly had influence. The boss directly tagged them. Did they fear the repercussions? The enthusiasm was palpable. The genius interacted with his loyal fans, and just as he mentioned the zombie mode, the excitement surged. Faced with the relentless stream of comments, the Fire team's leader had no choice but to create a new folder on his desktop titled Exploration and Discussion of Zombie Mode. A few days later, the leader of the Huyen group submitted an application concerning the exploration of the zombie mode transplantation direction. Shen Shusheng glanced at it briefly, added his insights in the suggestions section, and promptly returned the application. Upon scrutinizing the document, the group leader closed his eyes and handed the approval to the lead programmer, who, after reviewing it, bore an expression akin to that of a myocardial infarction. They lamented, "We are not you. Please refrain from imposing such lofty expectations." Although the group leader and the lead programmer wished to voice their grievances regarding Shen Shusheng, they ultimately restrained their criticisms, mindful of financial considerations. A single utterance from a superior could compel subordinates to run tirelessly, transforming what appeared to be a couple of casual remarks into a workload that multiplied exponentially. The Huiyin group found itself engrossed in the arduous task of developing a new mode, while Shen Shusheng had already commenced meetings with the newly recruited programmers. Tapping the whiteboard, he inscribed the names of 5 major vehicle series, encircling them in succession. The welcome session and basic introductions had already been completed, and the game design team had briefed them. It was now time to officially engage in the task at hand. First, please observe these 5 names. They shall serve as your primary focus moving forward. Beyond the fundamental understanding of vehicles, these 5 series will guide your design endeavors. The alloys are characterized by their robustness and high stability, though they fall slightly short in other aspects. The Cotton Candy series offers superior handling, excellent grip, and agile cornering, with crash resistance just beneath that of the alloys. The Explosive series, while challenging to control during drifting, possesses astounding acceleration when utilizing nitrous. The Marathon boasts the highest straight-line speed, but its performance during drifting and cornering is notably compromised, resulting in an overall performance that is slightly inferior to all other advantageous models, albeit with diminished collision detection. Your task now is to model these 5 karting vehicles according to the names and characteristics I have provided. Do you understand? The team nodded in agreement. And Shen Shusheng continued, from this moment forth, I shall assume the role of your leader and observe your work ethic and capability. After 1 month, I will select one of you to take on the leadership position, so it is imperative that you all perform diligently and showcase your true abilities. The team members responded enthusiastically, their affirmation markedly more resonant this time. In truth, Shen Shusheng had contemplated the choice between the games Pow Pow and Fish for a time, ultimately opting for Pow Pow. The primary reason being that Pow Pow had established itself first in his memory, rendering him incapable of adapting to the drifting mechanics of Fish upon its release, leading to his abandonment of it. Consequently, the only vehicle from the Fish series that Shen Shusheng could recall was a Renault, while all others had slipped from his memory. Fortunately, his recollections of Pow Pow remained vivid. Thus, he resolved to concentrate on developing it. Creating a game from scratch, even with Shen Shusheng's involvement, necessitated a protracted process. Despite a month of vigilance, he still felt that they had yet to find their rhythm. Shen Shusheng did not designate anyone as the leader, nor did the team members bring it up, as they recognized that regardless of who assumed the position, chaos would ensue in Shen Shusheng's absence. Meanwhile, he devoted his days to assisting members of the Pow Pow team in resolving their issues. On another front, the competitive scene of Counter-Strike had entered a phase of intense rivalry. The top 10 rankings were virtually solidified, with the score gap between 1st and 10th place not exceeding 100 points. Beyond the 10th position, the disparity soared into the thousands. The latter rankings did not impose a ceiling. Players could ascend by simply queuing and winning matches. Each individual among the top 10 had formed a 5-member squad, engaging in daily competitions among these elite teams. The squads outside the top 10 struggled to find matches due to the significant score differences. As the 10 top players and their teams gained recognition within the Counter-Strike community, each garnered their own fan base, which signified the nascent development of a league. North America boasted 2 teams, Europe 3, and China 3, with the remaining teams hailing from South Korea and India. With rankings tied to national standings, the competition among players evolved into a rivalry between countries. While the situation abroad remained uncertain, Shen Shusheng learned of a patriotic entrepreneur who had generously allocated half of his internet CAF to support a favored team, covering not only travel expenses but also food and accommodation. Shen Shusheng shook his head, pondering whether this was not akin to a club in itself. A photograph surfaced online depicting 5 individuals from various corners of the nation gathered around a hot pot, prompting Shen Shusheng to reflect on the scene. Truly, he is the Li Hong Wong of esports, undeniably handsome. Yet, how did he evolve into Colonel Liu Peiqia? As the number of box openings increased, the prize pool escalated to alarming heights, soaring from an initial 10 million to over 200 million. This staggering sum indicated that Shen Shusheng had amassed a staggering 1 billion in cash from this round of prizes. Consequently, as his prize pool surpassed 200 million, Shen Shusheng was summoned for a discussion. Upon encountering police officers and individuals clad in supervisory attire being escorted by security from the office building, Shen Shusheng felt a twinge of anxiety. They convened in a meeting room where several prominent figures took their seats. After serving tea to everyone, the temporary attendant, Shi Wanwan, discreetly withdrew. Gentlemen, how may we assist you during your visit to our company? I do not recall any instances of tax evasion occurring here. One individual, who appeared to hold a significant position, spoke up. Mr. Shen, please do not be alarmed. My presence here is not due to any incident, as our company has always maintained an impeccable reputation. Noticing that they were not there to cause trouble, Shen Shusheng felt puzzled as to why official representatives would seek him out. It appears, Mr. Shen, that upon reviewing your records, you have yet to register. Shen Shusheng, puzzled, nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, during my studies, I was preoccupied with pursuing my own endeavors outside, and thus I did not meet the requirements for registration. Shen Shusheng's charming words were quite well received, and the leader of the group appeared very satisfied. Chapter 76, Xiaohong Bin Bin, Shen Shusheng on television. After adjusting his posture, the individual spoke up. Our purpose for coming here is precisely this. People often miss out on significant matters for various reasons. So we are here to assist you in completing the process. What do you think? Shen Shusheng was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom why these individuals had come to him for this matter. It took him a while to realize that they were inviting him to join their ranks. Shen Shusheng had not contemplated fleeing abroad to enjoy the liberating air, but that did not mean others did not think that way. One always needed some assurance to foster trust. This was one of the strategies, reminiscent of those actors and singers who seemed to fall into this category. And many of them even had the privilege to attend representative conferences. It didn't come as a surprise to him that he could join under such conditions. Sensing that he had been in a daze for too long, Shen Shusheng hurriedly responded, Really? Do I still have a chance? I find it hard to believe what you just said. I am certainly willing. The previously displeased leader's brow relaxed. What is there to doubt? In addition to actively applying, we also seek out outstanding individuals, and you are one of those we have chosen. The process of joining was quite straightforward. Shen Shusheng merely signed a few documents, and the other party provided an email for him to send over the relevant materials, after which he could simply await the arrival of that book. After signing, the conversation between both parties became significantly more relaxed. After declining Shen Shusheng's invitation to dinner, the group departed in a grand manner. As soon as they left, 3 team leaders and a provisional head of the running group approached. No worries, they just came to follow a process. I will also be a member of the organization now. Upon hearing Shen Shusheng explain the purpose of the earlier visitors, the group sighed in relief. I saw such a large group and thought something had gone awry. I didn't expect it was just this. In the future, will you also be able to attend the conference? Shen Shusheng shrugged. What would I do there? Even if I went, I would likely just be a number. The group felt slightly disappointed. If he were to speak at the conference, it would be an honor for the whole company. However, as Shen Shusheng pointed out, his status would merely amount to being a faceless presence. As long as it was not something negative, they could accept it. He instructed them to return to their posts to rest and return to his office to contemplate. Although he had joined the organization, he felt no restrictions on himself. Rather, this affiliation could provide him with numerous conveniences. After careful consideration, Shen Shusheng felt that he could potentially acquire a building without needing 60 billion. This newfound identity was rather exhilarating. While Shen Shusheng remained unperturbed, the entire province of Nanjing was abuzz. Within 3 days, reporters from the Nanjing television station approached Shen Shusheng, requesting an exclusive interview. What? An interview? No. I am merely a game developer. The only thing I can discuss is about games. The television reporter quickly waved his hands. This is an interview, a recorded segment, not a live broadcast. You can summarize what you wish to convey. You are the first member of our organization in Nanjing to reach a billion-level status. Please be sure to accept our interview. Shen Shusheng scratched his head and, after confirming it was indeed a recorded segment, agreed to the interview with Nanjing Television. The interview primarily focused on Shen Shusheng's entrepreneurial journey and his contributions to serving the public by introducing a new mode of entertainment. He also recounted the earlier circumstances under which he had been unable to join the organization, embellishing the narrative slightly. Both parties reviewed the script and then recorded in 2 different settings, the company and the television station's recording studio. The process was relatively smooth, but he encountered an unexpected turn at the television station. Lung Xinyue, what are you doing here? Lung Xinyue, holding documents, was equally surprised. Shen Shusheng, how did you end up at the television station? Shen Shusheng glanced at the host beside him and replied, I am here for an interview. Didn't I mention to you a few days ago that I would be recording a program? You said you were involved in the entertainment section. Why are you here? I am indeed part of the entertainment program, but the radio station is here. Ah, Bing Jia, hello. After speaking with Shen Shusheng, she immediately bowed to the host beside her. Shen Shusheng thought to himself, is this the leading lady of the radio station? She bows upon meeting someone. Bing Jia also looked at the two with surprise. Do you two know each other? Shen Shusheng interjected, yes, I am her husband. Bing Jia stared at Shen Shusheng, her eyes wide with disbelief. You are her husband? I've never seen a man pick her up from work. Shen Shusheng felt a bit embarrassed. He had been extremely busy with meetings and programming at his company lately. Lung Xinyue had just started her job and felt it would not have a significant impact. So he had never come to pick her up, even though they were still staying in a hotel suite and had not yet found time to look for a house. They never anticipated meeting in such a manner. Lung Xinyue felt a bit shy and nodded. He is quite the busy man lately. So this is the only way it can be. Bing Jia patted Shen Shusheng on the shoulder. Now we have some fresh material. We must have a good chat once you enter. Shen Shusheng quickly waved his hands. Please, Bing Jia, spare him some private space. Bing Jia laughed heartily. We'll see how you cooperate later. I didn't expect your husband to be a public figure. You must keep him in check. Men change when they have money. The blush on Lung Xinyue's face could no longer be contained, so after bowing again, she said, Bing Jia, I have matters to attend to. So I will take my leave now. With that, she turned and left the recording studio without looking back. Shen Shusheng gently touched his head and offered a sincere apology to Bing Jia, who regarded him with an expression that suggested she had finally caught him in a moment of vulnerability, causing a slight tremor in his heart. Indeed, Bing Jia posed a few probing questions, but they remained within the limits of Shen Shusheng's responses. Her seasoned demeanor left him with no doubt that she truly deserved her title as the leading lady, as her preparation was thoroughly commendable. Once the recording concluded, Bing Jia stood up, shook hands with Shen Shusheng, and remarked, I am quite pleased that the busy Mr. Shen could spare some time to assist with the recording of the program. The episode is expected to air next Wednesday. Do take a look if you're interested. Shen Shusheng promptly declined, saying, Please spare me. Watching myself feels rather peculiar. After bidding farewell to Bing Jia, he meandered through the television station, and upon passing one of the studios, he heard the voice of Lung Xinyue and curiously stepped inside. Finding a discreet corner where he would not be noticed, he settled down to observe Lung Xinyue as she recorded her segment. Chapter 77. Inside and Out, two major events at year-end on stage, she donned a fitted uniform, illuminated by the lights, radiating brilliance. Her hands rested on her abdomen, with a microphone nestled at her collar, exuding the essence of a true host. However, as Lung Xinyue was responsible for the entertainment segment, most of her time was spent delivering scripted lines, interspersed with clips, resulting in her on-screen presence being eclipsed by her reading time. Occasionally, if the director or she herself was dissatisfied, they would have to re-record. Shen Shusheng observed her intently. As the clock approached 5 in the afternoon, Lung Xinyue's recording unexpectedly concluded. Just as he was about to emerge from the shadows, a fellow seated not far from Shen Shusheng suddenly stood up, clutching a small bouquet, and approached her. Shen Shusheng rolled his eyes inwardly, feeling exasperated. In just a few days, someone had taken a liking to his precious girl. While his uncle might tolerate it, his grandmother certainly would not. As Shen Shusheng anticipated, the gentleman with slicked back hair and the unmistakable scent of men's cologne made his way directly to Lung Xinyue. Shen Shusheng stood 10 meters away, hands on his hips, watching silently. Miss Lung, you were absolutely magnificent just now, the man, Wang Defa, exclaimed, causing Lung Xinyue to feel a headache coming on. This individual had been fixated on her since she joined the company, and despite her insistence that she was married, and even showing him her wedding ring, he remained unconvinced, adamantly asserting that she was merely deceiving herself. While he was not a bad person, his persistence was undeniably irritating. Noticing his approach again, Lung Xinyue instinctively stepped aside and said, Mr. Wang, I have already told you several times that I am married. I have shown you my wedding ring. Why do you not believe me? Wang Defa's smile remained unchanged as he extended the bouquet towards her, saying, Miss Lung, you are always deceiving me. Since you joined the company, have you ever had someone come to pick you up? How could I possibly believe you? Lung Xinyue was uncertain whether Shen Shusheng had finished recording and debated whether to call him. As she pondered, she caught sight of Shen Shusheng standing with his hands on his hips, a look of helplessness on his face as he watched her. Shaking off Wang Defa, Lung Xinyue approached Shen Shusheng and said, This is my husband. He has come to pick me up today. Wang Defa, however, was not ready to concede, shaking his head and replying, Miss Lung, you have already used this tactic of enlisting a colleague's help before. Using it again is meaningless. Shen Shusheng raised an eyebrow at Lung Xinyue, thinking to himself that she had already resorted to such measures. Lung Xinyue offered an apologetic expression to Shen Shusheng and then turned to Wang Defa, insisting, Really, this time it is genuine. You can see him right here. Why do you still not believe? After 5 minutes of conversation, the matter remained unresolved. Shen Shusheng felt that continuing in this manner was futile, so he took Lung Xinyue's hand and began to walk away. Mr. Wang, Xinyue is truly my wife. I advise you to find a new target. Constantly fixating on another man's wife, even I, with my good temper, could become angry. With that, Shen Shusheng pulled Lung Xinyue away, while Wang Defa trailed behind them. They dined, shopped, and traveled, with Wang Defa always lingering at a distance, still unwilling to accept the truth. Even when they reached the hotel, he booked a room and followed them inside. Once the door closed, Shen Shusheng turned to Lung Xinyue and said, You previously had a colleague impersonate your husband. How come I was unaware of this? Lung Xinyue fidgeted with her fingers, unable to meet Shen Shusheng's gaze. I thought that if I had someone pretend for a bit, he would give up. At first, he did, but then somehow, it was exposed, and it ended up like this. Shen Shusheng rolled his eyes. That does not justify you having someone pretend to be me. Lung Xinyue grasped Shen Shusheng's hand, shaking it as she incessantly apologized. Yet he had no intention of letting her off easily. No, if I were to forgive you this easily, I would feel cheated out of a fortune. Shen Shusheng's character was well known to Lung Xinyue after spending so much time together. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she leaned closer to him and asked, "So what should we do? This has been past for quite some time." Shen Shusheng, not wanting to appear weak, recognized their mutual understanding and decided that further pretense was unnecessary. What to do? Naturally, it is time for some discipline. The family rules must be upheld. Lung Xinyue gave him a sidelong glance and huffed. Is it family rules or discipline? Shen Shusheng, with a playful shout, lunged towards his beloved. Wait a moment. Let me change out of these clothes first. No need to change. This is just perfect, she retorted. Shen Shusheng feigned urgency to mask his true feelings. For it was the sight of Lung Xinyue at work that had made him realize his wife was an enchanting host, awakening a peculiar awareness within him. In this tumultuous scene, the comrade Wang Defa, residing next door, wept profusely and fled the hotel in tears. As the tempest subsided, the cold and disdainful Lung Xinyue regarded Shen Shusheng with an expression of discontent. "You have soiled my clothes. I must wear them to work tomorrow," she remarked. To which Shen Shusheng responded with a cheeky grin. "It's no trouble. You do have a spare, don't you? What is the big deal?" After a dismissive pout, Lung Xinyue huffed. "You lecherous fool. I always suspected your peculiar fascination with uniforms, and it appears I was correct. You needn't be so coy about it from now on." Shen Shusheng's eyes lit up as he gazed at her. "Really?" he exclaimed, only to soon realize he had been duped. With a scowl on his face, he was promptly chastised by Lung Xinyue. "Even if you were tricked, what I said is genuine," she assured him. After repeated reassurances, Shen Shusheng lifted an eyebrow. "You're not deceiving me, are you?" "Of course not. I have never lied to you." With Lung Xinyue's promise, Shen Shusheng felt a sense of balance restored within him. The following morning, Shen Shusheng escorted Lung Xinyue to her workplace. At the bustling entrance of the television station, she leaned into the car window to give him a good morning kiss before departing. Through the window, Shen Shusheng felt the envious gazes of passers-by and experienced immense satisfaction, envisioning the prospect of picking her up every day. As time flew by, it was soon the following Wednesday, and Shen Shusheng could not resist the temptation to watch his own recorded broadcast. After finishing the live stream, his phone was inundated with calls from admirers, overwhelming him with praise. Ultimately, he decided to turn off his phone and drift off to sleep with his beloved wife. As the year drew to a close, two additional matters loomed alongside the festivities of the new year: the ranking settlement of Counter-Strike and the launch of the racing game. After a half-year of toil, resolving these issues would grant him a moment of respite. The prize pool for Counter-Strike had amassed to an astounding 300 million, with subsequent releases of additional boxes. The accumulation had slowed significantly, yet the staggering sum of 150 million for first place was enough to incite fervor among all participants. The previous top 10 had dwindled to just 5, with the remaining 5 having fallen behind, nearly 1,000 points separating the 10th from the 11th rank, leaving no room for pursuit. Shen Shusheng glanced at the leaderboard, and unsurprisingly, Chiezi had secured the first place. Reflecting on his past experiences, he pondered where this era might lead. The official website of the racing game had been online for quite some time, with various materials and promotional videos already published. Drawing from his previous experiences with Counter-Strike, Shen Shusheng resolved to independently manage the game this time. As the school holidays commenced, he released the game in accordance with the scheduled time. Players who had long awaited this moment began their exhilarating racing journeys. After a series of initial skill assessments, they entered the competition rooms with their customized vehicles. The initial map categories included species, desert, forest, town, snowfield, space, and graveyard, with classic maps such as the Pyramid, Forest Hairpin, Town Expressway, Ice Mountain Ski Resort, Sky Extreme Jump, and Graveyard Ghost Valley. Alongside the maps, the first and second series of the 5 major categories were launched. In the early stages, Shen Shusheng did not set the cars to be purchasable with in-game currency, opting instead for coins. Players could only purchase balloons, item swap cards, license plates, and character companions. Upon logging in, eager players anticipated a chance to spend, only to discover a lack of purchasable items, prompting them to flood the official website with comments. "Dear developer, could you perhaps introduce some paid items? The garage is limited to those vehicles, and they have expiration dates. It's simply not enjoyable. Please, don't hesitate to release those premium vehicles. We can handle the cost of one. Just let us spend. The only useful item in the shop is the balloon and the item swap card, but we receive those for free upon leveling up. I can't even use them all in racing. Stop delaying us. Quickly release those cool cars so we can enjoy the game." Some players sought better vehicles, while others indulged in various tracks. As a newcomer, are there any exciting maps to recommend? Are you into items or racing? If it's items, they're all similar. Perhaps the Ice Mountain Ski Resort and Desert Pyramid are a tad more enjoyable. The rest are rather average. For racing, Town Expressway is a must-try, immensely entertaining. Honestly, you don't need recommendations, just create a room and choose a loop. They're all popular maps, though some may be challenging for you. Could someone explain how to reach the second floor after flying out of the Desert Pyramid? I always hit that beam. You'll need some speed to get up, otherwise. Just brake as you exit. With practice, it's faster than going above. Ignore him. To ascend, just buy a Jianfeng 2. Don't drift on the last slope. Just drive straight up. I prefer racing. It's less reliant on luck. Winning or losing doesn't affect me much. After 3 consecutive water balloons, I lost all desire for items. You're impressive. I'm just a novice. I think items suit me well. After the game launched, Shen Shusheng himself succumbed to temptation and played a few rounds. Maneuvering his card on the racetrack, he felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him, reminiscent of the times spent playing games with his companions. After completing several laps and feeling the return of his muscle memory, Shen Shusheng adjusted the 4 series of racing cars he had prepared long ago to his testing version, relishing the experience. After recording a few satisfactory videos, he shared them on Weibo, accompanied by a message stating that all vehicle series were currently undergoing splendid testing and urging everyone to be patient. Once these videos were released, players transformed into envious spectators, lamenting, "Oh, great deity, you must be deliberately teasing us, having noticed our comments on the official site." They pleaded, "When will you release the cars?" Many expressed their disbelief, commenting on the impressive technique showcased, especially the remarkable 5 consecutive drifts that left them astounded. As if drifting had been employed as a means of acceleration. Has anyone analyzed which of these 5 cars are evolved versions of the problematic vehicles? I can already discern one as an alloy evolution version. The front is too distinct. A friend remarked, "I just saw a post. Let me send you a link where a knowledgeable individual has detailed the analysis of all vehicle models. You should check it out. Thanks, my friend. May good fortune accompany you." Many players clicked the link, leading to another page where a tech-savvy enthusiast thoroughly dissected the 5 models. "Allow me to summarize for you all." To save time, he stated, based on aspects such as cornering, straight-line performance, and drifting, the order of the models, according to the video, is Alloy, Marathon, Cotton Candy, Explosion, and Pinnacle. Additionally, based on my judgment and the size and quantity of the exhaust pipes, it seems there may be a generation gap of 1 to 2 iterations between them. The great deity mentioned these cars are in the testing phase, suggesting that the intermediate version will be available soon. Now let us delve into a detailed analysis, one vehicle at a time. After perusing the entire content, the players who entered were thoroughly impressed, as the technical analysis encompassed both aesthetics and performance data. Even Shen Shusheng, upon discovering the link, felt a twinge of curiosity and clicked on it. Had he not recognized the official accounts, he might have thought this person was affiliated with his company. Glancing at the clock, he noticed it was already past 11 in the evening. Shen Shusheng sat in his office while outside. The staff of Counter-Strike, Global Offensive were busy at work. For many, today might have been an ordinary day, but for the players of Counter-Strike, it was anything but. At midnight, the service was set to cease, and at that moment, the ladder rankings would be finalized. In the final half-day, the top 5 were engaged in a fierce battle, with no one wanting to drop out of the top 3, each vying for the coveted first place. The second place has overtaken the first again. With only half an hour left, would they be able to finish this round? Could the first place still surpass the second? It was uncertain. If the score gap was significant, there might still be a chance, but at this late stage, a dominating victory seemed unlikely. It's hard to say. It depends on the sniper's performance. If they maintain stability, victory is within reach. Otherwise, they may settle for second. Observing their passionate discussions, Shen Shusheng felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain of who would ultimately win the match. Logging into his account, he entered the spectator mode of the match. Currently, the score stood at 31, with the first place enjoying an advantage, having lost the pistol round and the long-range rifle round. They were now in the midst of the second wave of momentum. Shen Shusheng focused his perspective on Chiezi, watching from a first-person viewpoint. It must be said that the skills of professional players are beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Although there was no team voice chat, the techniques employed in smoke grenades and flashbangs were not something just anyone could replicate. They required extensive practice. As the match progressed, Chiezi's team seized the opportunity, eliminating 4 long-range rifles, and the last remaining opponent chose to forfeit the round to save their weapon. Seizing the moment, Chiezi's team began to exert pressure, frequently scoring attacks that equalized the score. However, the opposing team was a familiar adversary, well aware of each other's tactics. After adjusting their strategies, both sides entered a fierce skirmish. Over the past 6 months, they had clashed countless times, and each player's position was etched in their minds. The situation appeared dire, as Chiezi lacked a sniper rifle. Observing that Chiezi's teammates could not afford to equip him with a sniper rifle, Shen Shusheng sensed that the final offensive might be stifled. As the score reached 14-11, they were in the decisive round. Losing a single match would lead to their elimination, and only 10 minutes remained until midnight. If the opposing team managed to stall until the time ran out, their chances of victory would be nullified, leaving Chiezi with no choice but to take the initiative. The opposing team was evidently aware of the impending server shutdown, leading them to adopt evasive tactics and suppressing fire, refusing to engage. After finally winning a round, Chiesi resolutely picked up a sniper rifle and led the charge. At this critical juncture, he seemed almost divinely inspired, swiftly aiming, knowing that even the slightest exposure could mean death. In an internet CAF across several cities, Chiesi bit his lip, fixated on the screen. Just a little peek. And it's over. This one, 5 billion, is ours. The deafening sound of the sniper rifle reverberated through the headphones as a member of the opposing team was swiftly eliminated. Score achieved, moving to 23-56. The time is now at 14-13, and Chiesi's team secured this round. As they reached 14-14, Chiesi, having survived several rounds, finally supported his teammates, bestowing upon them substantial cash to acquire long-range rifles, while the opposing team, having suffered consecutive defeats, was left with empty coffers. However, the opponent did not relent, for there remained but 2 minutes before the server would go offline. If they could withstand this brief interval, the match would be rendered void, and the first place would still belong to them. Fully stocked with throwing items, the team resorted to a devious strategy of roadblocks. Molotov cocktails and smoke grenades were thrown in succession. The two sides had yet to meet, yet the incendiaries and smokes were deployed without restraint. With only a minute remaining, Chiesi, as the captain, resolved to flank the enemy. This was their final attempt. If he could catch the adversary off guard, they could decisively eliminate them. Should he fail and become ensnared, they would merely have to watch the clock run down. With 30 seconds left, Chiesi had maneuvered to the rear of the assailants. Observing the exposed backs of the enemy, he took 5 seconds to steady his aim. A shot rang out, the bullet piercing through a foe who was in the midst of throwing a grenade, ultimately striking one who was aiming back. Young man, sniper kill. Young man, wallbang headshot. 2 teammates fell instantly, and the opposing side clearly faltered, allowing their team to seize the opportunity and charge in. The balance of power had irrevocably shifted, and the battle concluded in the final 5 seconds. The victory was secured. The patrons in the internet CAF erupted into jubilant celebration, having triumphed at the last moment. Several embraced. Even the CAF owner joined in the festivities. While initially, they had spoken of sharing the prize pool, now it was simply a moment of celebration. Amid the revelry, one teammate noticed something amiss. Chiesi, the settlement page, is stuck. A chill ran through everyone as they rushed to the computers. They discovered that, instead of the leaderboard interface changing, the screen had turned to void, a message reading server maintenance in progress. Please log off and re-enter the game. Was this the conclusion or not? Panic ensued. They had won the match, yet the matter was unresolved. Had their data been transmitted? The official website also had a leaderboard. They hurried there to check. The rankings on the client and the web page exhibited a delay, and in the ensuing minutes, they frantically refreshed the page. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. With each refresh, their spirits sank further. Although the official website indicated a refresh interval of 110 minutes, everyone knew the network was not so poor. Typically, updates occurred every 2 minutes. Perhaps it was maintenance causing the delay. A teammate consoled Chiesi, acknowledging the stark contrast of moving from 1.5 billion to 42 million was hard to accept. But everyone understood that the one who had led the team to victory yet was stuck at the settlement page felt the most anguish. Chiesi waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's fine, 42 million is still a substantial amount. We could each take home 7 or 8 million. He attempted to reassure his teammates. Yet he could not deceive himself. Such a drastic disparity was unbearable. The other 4 recognized that this consolation served only to deepen their sorrow, and they soon fell silent. They sat on the large sofa in the CAF, uncommunicative, feeling as if they had lost despite securing second place. The Team S assault player, the youngest member, remained undeterred, repeatedly refreshing the interface. Despite everyone's encouragement to stop, he persisted. At the 7-minute mark, the web page suddenly lagged, igniting a flicker of hope. Upon refreshing, he beheld the name of the young man atop the leaderboard and let out a jubilant shout. Chiesi, we're in first place. Chiesi. Chiesi and his teammates froze, their gazes fixed on the screen. In a mere second, the internet CAF transformed into a sea of celebration. Chapter 80. Fire Up, Custom Skins. The staff commenced a historic first maintenance. The operations team began sending out various messages as previously planned. The inaugural ladder competition of Anti-Terrorism Elite had concluded, and congratulations were in order for the top 3 players who stood out among 583 participants. The first place went to the young man. The second place was claimed by another player, and the third by yet another. These 3 would receive 10, 6, and 4 of the total pool, respectively, while the mysterious reward for the first place would be announced later. Following the announcement, Shen Shusheng promptly posted on Weibo, "Congratulations to the young man for triumphing over all and securing first place. A heartfelt thank you to all players for their immense support of Anti-Terrorism Elite." With the 2 Weibo posts, the global gaming community was set ablaze. The season had finally concluded, and over 3 billion in cash was about to be distributed. If previously there had been a notion of gaming merely being a means of spending money for enjoyment, the performances of these three players and the immense prize money had utterly transformed that perspective. Gaming could also be profitable. No longer the exclusive domain of studios and black markets. Skillful play could yield rewards as well. Incredible. 2 years ago, I watched American teams dominate the leaderboard, barely hitting 0.7, and only saw the rankings update. I almost quit the game then. I'm so glad we pulled through. Me too. When I saw the leaderboard hadn't refreshed, I nearly threw my mouse. Fortunately, my buddy called to inform me that the official site had updated the rankings, or I would have missed it. Come on, NBWN. I've had my eye on our domestic teams. Their comeback was simply phenomenal. I heard that the Americans had a maximum of 3 rounds left in the last 10 minutes, and they tried to drag the server into maintenance. What? Is it that dirty over there? Where did you hear this? A friend of mine was in the internet CAF with the young man's team. He overheard it there. They were stalling every game to secure 4 match points. Luckily, the young man was quick, otherwise, it would have been over. Wow. Those Americans are truly despicable for employing such tactics. But the third-place team is as steady as a rock. By the way, what country does that third-place flag represent? I don't recognize it. Brother, your common sense seems a bit lacking. How could you not recognize that as the flag of Finland? It's astounding that such a small country could produce a third-place winner. One can only say that they possess exceptional talent. We are merely caught in the grind of our mundane lives. I wonder if it is still feasible for me to participate in the competition. I am curious about what the next prize will amount to. But, brother, let's be realistic. There are only 3 individuals globally, and with the next season's commencement, who knows how many will enter? It would be wiser to focus on our jobs. I believe we could form a team. Sharing the prize among 5 is certainly preferable to competing alone. You don't think they aren't part of teams, do you? Every participant comes with their squad, and any prize earned will need to be shared with their teammates. It could also encourage more rankings, perhaps structured like a league with semifinals and finals. This is indeed a possibility, but let us first aim for the top 100. If we cannot reach that, the odds seem rather bleak. Once the server updates and the new season begins, I shall strive to accumulate points, even without participating in the league. Making it into the top 100 could attract the attention of the leading players, thus opening the door to sharing the prize. This news swept across the globe, shared amongst colleagues and students alike. Within mere days, everyone in China knew of the young man who had won 1.5 billion in cash. The source of this fortune was a game called Counter-Strike. Shen Shusheng was aware that this news would go viral, yet he never anticipated that his seasonal settlement would make it to television. In the entertainment segment, the host dedicated 10 minutes to discussing this latter match and even managed to secure a brief interview with Chiezi himself. Not only did Counter-Strike and Shen Shusheng gain immense popularity, but Chiezi also became a sensation. This individual is quite handsome, resembling Wang Lihong. Indeed, watching him compete with such dedication is incredibly appealing. I have seen him before. He plays at the internet CAF near my home. He is exceptionally attractive, and I have harbored a secret crush on him for quite some time. What secret crush? He has just won 1.5 billion in cash. It's time for a bold confession. Shen Shusheng shook his head, puzzled by the promotion before he had even received the money, as if they doubted his integrity. Just as he pondered this, an employee from the Huiyin team entered and spoke. Boss, I have contacted the young man, and we have set a meeting for 2 days from now. Shen Shusheng nodded, allowing them to leave. What could Shen Shusheng's mysterious reward be? Everyone was eager to know, but the answer would soon be revealed. The first prize's mysterious reward was a personalized skin. Shen Shusheng had already allocated 5 million out of the 1.5 billion. Adding more money would be redundant, yet a customized skin could provide a sense of fulfillment. Spending money on games is not merely about enjoyment, but also about gaining recognition. Making others perceive one as formidable. What could be more exhilarating than possessing a unique skin within the game? Upon hearing this news, Chiezi was equally thrilled and promptly arranged his visit. 2 days later, Shen Shusheng finally met Chiezi in person. Upon seeing Chiezi before his transformation, Shen Shusheng genuinely marveled at his striking handsomeness. Hello, welcome to our company. How does it feel to have secured first place? I owe my victory to the stage you provided, esteemed expert. As a loyal fan of yours, it brings me immense joy to meet you. Shen Shusheng was taken aback that someone who he regularly watched online now regarded him as a fan. Sensing the atmosphere was becoming somewhat awkward, Shen Shusheng quickly shifted the topic. Before your arrival, we agreed that the first prize would be a personal skin for you, which will feature a unique emblem representing you as the sole owner of this skin. The remaining proceeds will be split in a 3:7 ratio. The skin's price is tentatively set at 100 yuan, meaning you will earn 30 yuan per skin, taxes included. This individual beside me is our skin designer. You may share your requirements with him, and he will assist in bringing your vision to life. As for the prize money, our finance department is still processing the accounts, but it will be dispersed shortly. After speaking, Shen Shusheng signaled to the designer, who then led Chiezi to the studio to discuss the details further. During their conversation, Shen Shusheng did not participate, but from the other side of the window, he could see the two animatedly discussing. They conversed for an entire afternoon. After arranging for Chiezi to rest at a nearby hotel overnight, they departed the following day. After a week of continued busyness, the finance department finalized the prize distribution, and the overseas participants were also arriving. To commemorate this, Shen Shusheng posted on Weibo and rented a banquet hall for the award ceremony. Without needing further promotion from Shen Shusheng, the media scrambled to cover this sensational story. Nanjing Television secured a half spot, while the main outlets, including CCTV and various mainstream media, dominated the scene. XNGL-ing, CH-ing, CCTV, Weibo, and Baidu, along with reporters from various provinces, were present. Additionally, Shen Shusheng organized a lottery for 200 Counter-Strike players to witness the event live. To address language barriers, he also arranged for a translator. Thankfully, one of the Finnish participants spoke English. Otherwise, a Finnish-speaking translator would have been necessary. The night before the press conference, Shen Shusheng met with the three competitors. The American participant, with his blonde hair and blue eyes, was tall and somewhat handsome, though his body hair was rather pronounced, resembling an ape upon closer inspection. However, the Finnish participant, or perhaps I should say the young lady, was quite different. With her striking blue-green eyes and nearly imperceptible golden waves of hair, Shen Shusheng was genuinely surprised. He had never anticipated that the third-place winner would be a woman. All three individuals were still minors, thus accompanying them were their parents. Communication was feasible with the representatives from Finland and America, yet Chiezi found himself at a loss due to his inability to speak English. A translator gathered the trio, and Shen Shusheng commenced a brief discussion regarding the schedule for the following day. Meanwhile, Chiezi's parents were awestruck by the opulent hall and the array of professionals bustling about to prepare the venue. Chiezi had ventured out to compete without informing his family, and when he returned home to reveal that he had earned over 100 million in cash, they believed he had lost his sanity. However, as the excitement surrounding the event grew, Chiezi showcased his accomplishments to his family, leading them to become somewhat convinced. Even upon arriving at the venue, he still found it hard to believe. The agenda for the next day was rather straightforward, primarily consisting of introducing the contestants, awarding prizes, and conducting brief, personal interviews. Following that, the announcement of the weapon skins would take place. If all went smoothly, the entire event would conclude in no more than an hour. After the translator relayed the information, Shen Shusheng inquired if there were any questions. If none arose, he encouraged them to rest, acknowledging their long journey. The three shook their heads in unison, prompting Shen Shusheng to rise and shake hands with each of them. Although he had already expressed his sentiments, he reiterated, on behalf of himself, his heartfelt congratulations on their achievements. After the trio departed with their parents to the hotel arranged by Shen Shusheng, he intended to retreat and gather his thoughts. Unexpectedly, Chiezi's parents sought him out for clarification regarding the prize money. Upon inquiring further, Shen Shusheng learned that the couple harbored doubts about the legitimacy of the rewards and wished to confirm their authenticity. He reassured them, stating that they were a reputable company and the prizes were indeed genuine. However, he explained that since Chiezi had collaborated with his teammates to secure victory, he would have to share the prize, implying that the amount would not be as substantial as they imagined. Chiezi's parents visibly relaxed, as if the realization that the prize would be divided made them feel more at ease, which amused Shen Shusheng. The following afternoon, the press conference commenced. Shen Shusheng positioned himself at the edge, leaving the three contestants in the center. As the host introduced them, there was an element of surprise when a beautiful young girl emerged as one of the contestants. Apart from Chiezi, who secured first place, and the individual in third, the middle contestant received the least inquiries. However, the absence of a singular focus on one participant during questioning eased Shen Shusheng's concerns. With the checks distributed and personal interviews conducted, it was time to unveil the mysterious reward. Shen Shusheng activated the microphone before him and announced, "Regarding the much-anticipated mysterious reward, it is high time we reveal it." As the projector displayed the conceptual skin on the screen, he addressed the gathering of journalists and players, stating, "This mysterious reward is a player-customized skin. The design is inspired by our champion contestant, crafted by our talented designers. The primary features include a Chinese dragon and the vibrant hue of Chinese red, characterized by a red background adorned with a golden dragon and 5 golden stars embellishing the stock." He continued, "The skin is currently in production, and the exact launch date will depend on various factors. However, attendees need not fret. After the event, each of you will receive a redemption code, allowing you to claim the skin once it is available." The journalists, adhering to their professional decorum, engaged in hushed discussions, while the 200 invited players erupted in excitement. They had originally expected merely to witness the ceremony, only to discover an additional reward. The first ever customized player skin was an exhilarating prospect, its rarity immeasurable. Following the successful conclusion of the press conference, the official Weibo account promptly updated the highlights of the event. Upon learning that the lucky players awarded the opportunity to attend the event would receive the skin redemption code, a wave of envy swept through the crowd. Oh my! I am utterly envious. Out of 200, I didn't win a single spot. My luck is abysmal. That skin looks incredible. Even in its draft form, it exudes magnificence. And if it is produced, I must have it. Friend, that skin appears quite rare, yet the likelihood of obtaining it during the event remains substantial. The champion is sure to profit, especially if the drop rate is favorable. Champion, please come and earn us some money. This skin is making me weep with desire. The champion truly did us proud. The combination of Chinese red and the golden dragon elevates the skin to new heights. Its collectability is unparalleled. While the fervor surrounding Counter-Strike intensified, players from other games voiced their discontent. Champion, we also desire competitions, celebrities, and fashionable items. The clamor for more competitions grew louder, prompting Shen Shusheng to gesture grandly. Competitions can be arranged. Your request shall be met. Chapter 82, Benefits for the Masses, Triple Gains. The King of Fighters Tournament. Championship Series, and Shining Dance City League. While not as formidable as the global leaderboard of Counter-Strike, the rewards were still substantial. To minimize venue costs, Shen Shusheng implemented a system reminiscent of his own timeline, establishing the Gold Medal Internet CAF. This CAF required proactive applications for slots, with relevant documentation provided. Upon successful application and payment of a fee, the CAF would receive exclusive enhancements from the company, including props, attire, and skins. The Internet CAF would also be subject to public oversight. Any issues arising could lead to fines, and repeated infractions could result in demotion and disqualification. The Internet CAF owners were now in a frenzy, as the prevailing game companies dominated the market, leaving little room for others to compete. In the past, everyone indulged in the same games, merely differing in their environments. However, times have changed, with the enhancement of surroundings and the availability of comprehensive hardware facilities in Internet cafes. Patrons naturally gravitate towards superior establishments. The proprietors of lavishly decorated cafes equipped with proper safety measures are elated. Although they had previously boasted opulent decor, they were still competing with mediocre and even illicit cafes. Now, with the emergence of gold medal internet cafes, they find themselves elevated above the rest. The notion of paying a fee seems trivial. With more patrons, profits will inevitably be regained. Thus, inspired by Shen Shusheng's gold medal cafe, aspiring owners are hastily upgrading their hardware, enhancing fire safety, and improving the overall ambience. All patrons remark that the experience at a gold medal cafe far surpasses that of a standard establishment. Observing Shen Shusheng's maneuvers, the Goose Factory has acknowledged his expertise, recognizing who truly embodies the essence of a capitalist. Hosting competitions without incurring venue costs is one thing, but now those cafe owners are eager to contribute financially. What a remarkable display of capitalism. The essence of capitalism is not merely to earn money, but also to be discerning in the pursuit of profit. Impressive, indeed. The Goose Factory was left speechless by this display. Even officials have noted Shen Shusheng's contributions, deeming them beneficial for the public. The extent of profit he has achieved is unparalleled. With various competitions consuming most of the company's resources, Shen Shusheng has little inclination to venture into other games. Especially now that he is married. He contemplates finalizing arrangements for housing. Previously, for various reasons, he and others have delayed making decisions regarding property. Although his parents wished to assist, their help was declined. After all, a house is meant to be a personal residence, and one should choose it oneself. Following the Wang Defo incident, everyone is aware that Lung Xinyue is married to a remarkably wealthy and doting husband. Despite his ordinary appearance, his extraordinary capabilities overshadow this. Lung Xinyue, having gathered her belongings, turns to Bing Jie and says, "Bing Jie, I will be on leave tomorrow, so I bid you farewell today." With Shen Shusheng's status, Lung Xinyue's promotion has been swift, given that he is based in the same province and is thriving. He represents a moving source of news, often providing exclusive insights, presenting an optimal opportunity for growth. You seem particularly happy today. What has transpired? Bing Jie, you've noticed. Tomorrow, I will accompany Shusheng to view properties. He is finally free to settle this matter. Bing Jie, upon hearing this, pauses in surprise, then chuckles and shakes her head. Typically, buyers are affluent before house hunting. Yet you two approach it as casually as grocery shopping. Reflecting on her own partner, Bing Jie harbors mixed feelings. At such a young age, he owns a company, a car, and a house, while she, nearing 40, still grapples with monthly loan repayments. Such a comparison feels like the vast divide between heaven and earth. Lung Xinyue, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replies, "Bing Jie, please do not mock me. Shusheng earns his money through hard work." Bing Jie quickly waves her hand, Enough of that. The more you speak, the more frustrated I become with my own situation. Let us leave work now. He is waiting for you outside. Aware that her comment may seem overly sentimental, Lung Xinyue bids farewell and exits the television station. Spotting Shen Shusheng waiting at the entrance, she briskly hops into the car. You are already married, yet you still create such a fuss. Even though I am married, I can still consider myself youthful. What is wrong with being a bit exuberant? At 22, a youthful spirit? Be careful, or I might pinch you. Shen Shusheng waves his hand dismissively. All right, I shall cease the antics. I have already scouted the locations we will visit tomorrow, all conveniently situated near the television station for your commuting ease. Lung Xinyue expresses her surprise. Aren't those areas upscale communities? Must we purchase something so expensive? Moreover, they are quite far from your company. Shen Shusheng, unconcerned, replies, as the owner. I am not obliged to clock in. My circumstances differ from yours. Lung Xinyue pouts in disappointment. I can only work. I apologize for that. Haha. It seems your profession renders you incapable of becoming a boss. There is an essential difference. I will send you the information shortly, so we can discuss our plans for tomorrow. Starting the engine, they return to the hotel. The following day, Shen Shusheng takes leave from the company to accompany Lung Xinyue on their property search. They carefully select a high-rise penthouse. Due to the previous oversight of the purchasing capacity of Nanjing residents, this 260 square meter duplex with an outdoor balcony and small swimming pool has remained unsold. It was only when Shen Shusheng expressed interest that it finally found a buyer. Standing on the balcony, he rests his hand on the railing. With Nanjing television station laid out before him, its rooftop aligned with his line of sight. No other building in the vicinity matches the height of the station, affording him an expansive view. Observing Shen Shusheng's satisfaction, the sales representative eagerly promotes, Sir, if you are pleased with the property, we can discuss the price. As you know, this house has been on the market for several years without a buyer. If you agree to purchase, we will not only renovate the interior, but also offer you a discount. Shen Shusheng and Lung Xinyue had already set their sights on this property. With the seller willing to negotiate, Shen Shusheng had mentally committed long ago. After negotiations, beyond the renovation of the interior, he successfully reduced the price per square meter to 70 of the original, disregarding the minor additional costs. Ultimately, it was a satisfactory deal. Following the payment, all that remained was for Shen Shusheng to secure a mortgage. A one-time payment is simply implausible. The value of present currency far surpasses that of future money, unless one has lost their senses. The following day, upon returning to the television station, Bing Jie inquired about how Lung Xinyue found her viewing experience the previous day and whether she had any preferences. However, Lung Xinyue's response left Bing Jie feeling quite envious. I've already purchased it. Now I am merely awaiting the renovations. Upon hearing that it had already been bought, Bing Jie nearly spewed her drink. Purchased? Where did you buy it? She rattled off several neighborhood names and newly launched developments. Yet Lung Xinyue shook her head in denial. Gazing out of the window, Lung Xinyue spotted her own building and pointed, saying, Bing Jie, it's that one. The top floor happens to be vacant, and we bought it. Following Lung Xinyue's gesture, Bing Jie couldn't contain herself and ended up spitting out her drink. After grabbing a couple of napkins, she wiped her mouth in disbelief and exclaimed, Mingzhu Jieyuan? I recall that the top floor is a small duplex with an outdoor balcony and a swimming pool. How much did it cost? Even as the leading figure of the provincial broadcasting station, she couldn't help but indulge her curiosity. I didn't check, but we are on an installment plan. Shusheng mentioned that paying in full would be a waste. However, the down payment was over 800,000. Swallowing hard, Bing Jie couldn't help but ponder. Nanjing province is not a major province. Housing prices don't even compare to those in Beijing, Shanghai, or their surrounding areas. In this context, a down payment exceeding 800,000 is indicative of how exorbitant the full price must be. Such a generous investment. I find myself envious of such a splendid property. Bing Jie remarked as Lung Xinyue wrapped her arm around her. Once the renovations are complete, you must come visit my new home and share in my good fortune. With a roll of her eyes, Bing Jie could only acquiesce. With the house secured, Shen Shusheng continued to focus on property matters. Though this time it was not for himself, but for the company. Leveraging his connections, Shen decided to take advantage of the situation when he learned that a nearby plot of land was slated for redevelopment into a commercial area. He felt that an opportunity had presented itself. After some inquiries, Shen Shusheng located the planning bureau of Nanjing province. Without any need for gifts or banquets, he simply expressed his intentions, and the officials welcomed him warmly. While it has been stated that the buildings will be demolished for a commercial area, our Nanjing province is entirely landlocked and devoid of natural resources. Frankly, I am quite troubled about how to fill the commercial street. If your proposal can come to fruition, it could generate substantial employment for the surrounding populace, easing the burdens of local businesses. This matter is quite feasible. Shen Shusheng was astonished by how smoothly the proceedings unfolded. Aren't you concerned that I might jeopardize this venture? The director waved his hand dismissively. You are considered a star company in our Nanjing province. If you can't succeed, then no one can. Besides, you have never faltered in your endeavors thus far, and I have great faith in you. Left without further arguments, Shen could only accept that he had become a veritable treasure trove, manifesting success in all his ventures. Aside from shaking hands, there was little else he could do. Though the land had been earmarked, the financial demands were unyielding, and the price was indeed worlds apart from typical commercial valuations. While Shen initially hoped to buy a chicken, he ended up acquiring merely an egg. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred, for time was on his side. After enduring a 2-week wait, the first skin for Counter-Strike Global Offensive was finally unveiled. The weapon was adorned in crimson, with a serpentine golden dragon winding its way across the surface, culminating at the muzzle. The stock was embellished with 5 golden stars, clearly visible in inspection mode. The dragon's scales were distinct and intricately detailed. Moreover, as the inaugural champion skin, the modelers had fortuitously incorporated a holographic effect onto the golden dragon. This was a remarkable development. The dragon's scales shimmered within the game, appearing almost lifelike. Shen Shusheng had initially intended to sell the skin for 100 yuan, but now he felt that such a price was utterly inadequate. After much contemplation, he resolved to double the price, setting it at 300 yuan. With the price confirmed, the official Counter-Strike account began disseminating new announcements and declared that the previously distributed codes for media and players could now be redeemed. Dear Counter-Strike enthusiasts, greetings. It has been quite some time since the conclusion of the competition, and we are pleased to unveil the Dragon Soul skin, inspired by the creativity of the youth. This skin will appear in boxes 2 weeks from now, in the form of a bonus box, with each opening offering a chance to obtain the Dragon Soul box. Upon acquiring the Dragon Soul box, players will need to pay 300 yuan to unlock the Dragon Soul skin. Simultaneously, we will open the redemption code entry, allowing those who receive codes to use them 2 weeks in advance for this stunning Dragon Soul. As this announcement hit the airwaves, the online community erupted in excitement. Although users often claim to have been shocked countless times before, they found themselves equally exhilarated with each new development. Master, what are you doing? It's already completed. Why the delay? We desire this Dragon Sniper rifle immediately. Why must we wait another half-month? Upon reading the announcement, I initially thought the master had changed, becoming money-driven. A skin for 300 yuan seemed excessive, but upon seeing the visuals, I realized I had misjudged. Master, would it be possible to increase the box price to 500? I yearned to open the box. Naturally, as a champion skin, the effects are worth 500 in my estimation. However, I wonder about the drop rates. If luck is unfavorable, I might only be able to buy 1 box. I once believed that selling Counter-Strike boxes was entirely unnecessary. Now, it seems that purchasing boxes has its merits. I am quite content and hope that those with boxes do not inflate their prices too much. That is uncertain. Counter-Strike boxes have no time constraints. If this Dragon Soul box remains available indefinitely, it may appreciate in value over time. Should we consider stockpiling some boxes? Brother, how much money do you have to hoard boxes? I estimate that unless I procure it myself, purchasing a box would likely cost me several hundred. Brothers, I found myself queuing alongside an individual renowned for their exceptional sniping skills. This sniper truly is a delight. Allow me to share a screenshot with you. Upon viewing the screenshot, netizens expressed their envy, lamenting their lack of fortune, and even when they queued, they could not encounter the luck of the elite. Amidst the clamor, Shen Shusheng sat contentedly beside his computer. What is the most desirable item? Undoubtedly, it is that which eludes us. First, releasing the skins for a fortnight before purchasing a box is quite the pleasurable arrangement. The atmosphere in the realm of Counter-Strike is vibrant, and other games are not to be outdone. In the stillness of the poisoned milk powder phase, the long-awaited opportunity for display has finally arrived. Here, players discovered that aside from grinding levels, engaging in combat is also an enjoyable pursuit. Chapter 84, A Year of Pain and Joy. Stunning combos, various initiation timings, and intricate maneuvers left everyone in awe. Advanced techniques such as the back thrust, the tearing wave strike, and the foot shooting maneuver entered the awareness of all players. Moreover, the dull weapon style of the Sword Soul was a sight never before witnessed. The Poison Milk Powder game has representatives from both China and Korea. Thus, the competition remains lively as the two nations face off. However, the new titles Run and Dash and Dazzling Dance do not possess the same level of prominence. Lacking appealing vehicles and costumes, their popularity has yet to gain traction. Consequently, the competitions for these two games are merely on par with city-level tournaments. Nevertheless, the excitement remains palpable. Even though the prospect of 1.5 billion seems unrealistic, the rewards for team and individual competitions, including for the top 8 and 16, offer a glimmer of hope. Although the gains may be modest, the sheer number of participants increases the likelihood of attaining a notable rank. After the new year, aside from organizing competitions and acquiring properties, Shen Shusheng exhibited no further activity. As for the reason, this year holds particular significance. It is 2008. A year that might seem ordinary to other nations, yet for China and Shen Shusheng personally, it is anything but. Shen Shusheng is unaware of the differences between the two worlds. But the severe snowstorm that commenced at the beginning of the year has led him to feel that history may be on the brink of repeating itself. Although dubbed a deity, Shen Shusheng is far from divine. He lacks the ability to command the elements. All he can do is protect those around him. As May approaches, Shen Shusheng casually claimed that the competition was exceptionally well organized, prompting the organizers to arrange a team-building event in May. He included his parents and those of Lung Xinyue, taking everyone to a location far from the epicenter. Coincidentally, as Lung Xinyue was scheduled to interview a film crew distanced from the epicenter, Shen Shusheng found a resolution to his dilemma of how to address her. Regarding other matters, he had already procured a substantial amount of tents, blankets, and instant food, merely awaiting loading onto the transport. Shen Shusheng would rather see that money go to waste than have these supplies utilized. With a furrowed brow, he accompanied his parents and employees for team building. On the afternoon of May 12th at 2 o'clock, Shen Shusheng felt a slight tremor. He opened his laptop and scrolled through messages, but it was evident that no one was aware of the unfolding events, and there were no relevant reports. However, Shen Shusheng knew that something had occurred. He picked up the phone and contacted the drivers who had already loaded supplies, urging them to hasten their delivery to the disaster area. After hanging up, he finally managed to reach Lung Xinyue after several attempts. How are things on your end? Is everything all right? As a host and reporter, she undoubtedly received information swiftly. Before Shen Shusheng could elaborate, Lung Xinyue already grasped what he was referring to. I'm fine. We're at the film base, and there are no significant issues here. How did you receive the news so quickly? Shen Shusheng could not reveal that he had experienced similar events, opting instead to mislead her with a claim of having inside information. Our station's leadership has instructed us to conduct on-site interviews. I've already signed up to go with Bingjia. Though Shen Shusheng wished to admonish Lung Xinyue for a host from an entertainment segment venturing into a disaster area, he found the words stuck in his throat. What route are you taking? I'll accompany you. You shouldn't come. Aren't you supposed to be with your colleagues for team building? Besides, what use does a game company have in joining the fray? Aren't you also a host in the entertainment segment? Enough with the chatter. Tell me your route, and I will join you. Ultimately, Shen Shusheng was not one to merely observe from the sidelines. A host in the entertainment sector and a small business owner in the gaming industry, neither could lay claim to superiority. As time passed and more official reports emerged, both parents and colleagues became aware of the devastating earthquake, leading to the cancellation of the team-building event. Shi Wanwan, Qing Hong, upon your return, please assist me in managing the situation. Immediately upon your return, issue an announcement. After midnight, all servers, including overseas ones, will cease operations for 3 days. Additionally, urgently change all pages to black and white. Do you understand? They nodded, recognizing the gravity of the situation. In contrast to their uncertainty, Shen Shusheng's decisive orders provided them with considerable reassurance. If the boss remains calm, so too shall the employees. At 5 in the afternoon, Shen Shusheng gathered everyone together. This year's team-building event is hereby cancelled. The tasks ahead are urgent, and I hope you can navigate this challenge. If you encounter difficulties and cannot reach me, heed the guidance of Shi Wanwan and Qing Hong. Do you understand? Everyone nodded, and Shen Shusheng called for a bus to take them back. In the rented business vehicle, Shen Wankai hesitated for a long time before speaking up. Shusheng, are you planning to go to the disaster area? Shen Shusheng nodded in affirmation. New Moon is set to conduct interviews over there, and I find myself increasingly anxious about her. It seems prudent to accompany her. Moreover, I have arranged some supplies along the way, which I can oversee being delivered to their destination. Observing that Shen Shusheng has already made extensive arrangements, Shen Wankai refrains from further inquiries. Shen Shusheng is a person of strong opinions, and since he has resolved to proceed in this manner, it is clear he has made up his mind. Upon hearing that his daughter is venturing out again, Lung Yuanzhong expresses his apprehension. Shusheng, you must keep a close eye on her this time. I have heard that many journalists venture into perilous areas for interviews. If you see her attempting to go, you must intervene. Shen Shusheng nods in agreement. Father, you need not worry. I will ensure her safety during this trip. After escorting the two back to the residential complex, it is fortunate that the building has withstood the recent tremors without significant issues. However, many remain hesitant to return home, standing outside their residences to gaze at their properties. With Lung Xinyue's identity as a journalist, Shen Shusheng commands the driver to accompany him, ensuring that his supplies are not obstructed by private vehicles along the way. After reuniting with Lung Xinyue, along with a cameraman and 2 hosts, the 4 of them squeeze into Shen Shusheng's BMW, navigating the tumultuous mountain roads. Following behind is a truck carrying tents, blankets, water, and instant food supplies. Many roads are blocked, and numerous soldiers are racing against time to clear the paths. Meanwhile, Shen Shusheng, gripping the steering wheel, finds the passage of time excruciating. After countless repair attempts, they face stagnation and aftershocks. After 2 days of jostling, Shen Shusheng finally arrives at the site with the supplies, guided by the credentials of journalist Bing Jia. Unbeknownst to him, the situation has already escalated online. Chapter 85. 3 days offline. What has happened to the in-game items? Why is there a maintenance period starting at midnight that lasts for 3 days? Is there a major event to be announced? The earthquake has occurred, and some are still preoccupied with gaming. I am merely returning to my hometown to relay this information to you. What are you talking about? An earthquake? I was unaware. Where did it happen? You seem to be living on Mars. The news of the earthquake has spread like wildfire. You still don't know? The tremors were so strong here that my water cup was knocked over. Damn, my friend went over there to have fun, and I can't reach him by phone. Do you know what the situation is like over there? I don't know, but it's normal that the phone lines are down. I heard the communication towers have collapsed. You may need to wait a bit. Try again in a couple of days when the signal is restored. Notifications have been issued stating that all entertainment activities are suspended for a day. Is this why the game is offline? I'm not certain. But a 3-day shutdown is quite unusual. It feels difficult not to play during this period. It is trivial to complain about discomfort when facing such dire circumstances. The game's decision to pause for 3 days is justified. Indeed, it is merely 3 days without gaming. How can one not endure that? The game developers are responding to the call for solidarity. And would you truly want to play under such circumstances? As time passes midnight, all websites under Shen Shusheng's management turn gray, enveloping the atmosphere in a somber silence. Although this incident is domestic, the international servers have also been halted by Shen Shusheng. With the game now under his control, a halt must be enforced at his command, and none dare to challenge him. While other games may suspend operations for a day, Shen Shusheng's 3-day hiatus demonstrates his sincerity. After 3 days, the servers under Shen Shusheng's games finally reopen. Upon entering the game, players discover an additional email in their inboxes, revealing gifts from the official website. Counter-Strike players receive a sticker, while those from the Toxic Milk Powder game obtain a title. And those from the dance game receive a special outfit, while the racing game players get a license plate. Though the gifts vary, their significance remains the same. Each item symbolizes a lit red candle, representing a heartfelt prayer for the departed. It serves as a solemn tribute to the lost lives of their fellow countrymen, as well as to commemorate those players who can no longer log in. Upon viewing this reward, players are left uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. Wearing the title, they begin their gaming experience, only to find that others around them don similar items. In the main hall and central city, players type messages of prayer, offering their final tributes for those who can no longer access their accounts. While players engage in this solemn act of remembrance, Shen Shusheng and Lung Xinyue have spent their second night in the disaster-stricken area. Shen Shusheng and the others have decided that their efforts to assist would only create chaos. So they have chosen to remain in the background, focusing on logistics and support work. Rice, flour, and oil, along with tents and blankets, have been brought in by Shen Shusheng. Although these supplies are but a drop in the bucket, they have sustained the community until official resources arrive to address the ongoing needs. After generously compensating the drivers who stayed behind to assist, these men depart with their empty trucks. Transitioning from initial chaos to a state of stalemate, the critical 72 hours for rescue have passed. It is with deep regret that all acknowledge that the focus of rescue efforts has now shifted toward post-disaster recovery. While search dogs and heavy machinery continue to clear the rubble, it is increasingly understood that the likelihood of finding survivors beneath the debris is diminishing. Having worked tirelessly for 3 days, Shen Shusheng sits on a stone to rest, glancing at Lung Xinyue, who is reporting nearby. Coverage and footage have been flown back multiple times via helicopter, yet neither of them shows any intention of returning. With a sigh, Shen Shusheng unwraps a chocolate bar and begins to eat. Noodles, flatbreads, steamed buns, and pickled vegetables comprise the shared sustenance of the rescue workers and refugees. The high-calorie food he brought feels almost like a luxury, quickly consumed. Holding this chocolate, he relishes one of the few indulgences he has allowed himself. Noticing movement nearby, Shen Shusheng diverts his gaze from Lung Xinyue. As TNXNG turned around, he noticed Bingji resting on a stone block opposite him. I apologize for you two coming to such a place right after your wedding. Ing waved his hand dismissively. There is no need to apologize to me. Otherwise, I would have come anyway. It is not in my nature to stand idly by. Bingji chuckled softly, retrieving her handheld recorder and positioning it appropriately. Pressing the record button, she half-jokingly remarked, "This is a perfect opportunity to interview Mr. SHNSHSHing. SHNSHSH quickly gestured. Bingji, you are joking again. What is there to interview me about? If anyone should be interviewed, it should be the heroes of the disaster relief. Even the rescue dogs deserve more recognition than I do." Bingji smiled and replied, You were among the first to arrive here and brought supplies. Sharing your thoughts is also worthwhile. Come, introduce yourself. Despite his reluctance, Shen Shusheng finally relented and shared his experiences over the past 3 days. All right, I shall introduce myself. My name is Shen Shusheng, and I have another name, which is... He paused to apologize. I made the unilateral decision to suspend the service. Please do not take it out on the customer service staff. They are innocent. After a while, children began to gather around, their eyes fixated on the chocolate in Shen Shusheng's hand. Reluctantly, he decided to part with some of the few chocolates he had left. Initially thinking that Biangji was merely gathering material for a casual segment, he was surprised when their entire conversation was broadcasted without cuts. Originally intended for airing solely in Njiang province, the segment garnered immense attention, not only due to his identity, but also because he was publicly recognized by the authorities. Suddenly, the world was abuzz with news of their esteemed figure's actions. Wow, the esteemed one is in the disaster zone. No wonder he hasn't posted anything on Weibo recently. He must be busy with rescue efforts. This is what a true star looks like. Just look at those other celebrities. They should learn from him. Indeed, many voiced their admiration for Shen Shusheng's support, yet discordant opinions began to emerge. The chocolate in his hand became a focal point for criticism. Some ill-intentioned individuals began to spin narratives, claiming that while others struggled for basic needs, he was leisurely enjoying chocolate during an interview, which appeared rather indulgent. They further criticized the act of sending blankets during the summer, branding it as mere showmanship. In no time, a wave of supporters emerged, echoing the sentiment that his actions were staged and lacking authenticity. Naturally, Shen Shusheng's fans rallied to defend him against such slander, leading to an online dispute where both sides fervently argued their positions. The news of this discord reached Xnyu, who was incensed. Everyone who had been present understood the integrity of Shen Shusheng's character and the vital role he played in the initial days of the crisis, providing essential supplies during a time of dire need. The blankets he brought were particularly invaluable. Those who were just sitting at home should come help instead of whining online. She fumed. This was the first time Shen Shusheng witnessed her express such fervor. With her hands on her hips, she resembled a fierce matron engaged in a neighborhood dispute. She pulled up a chair for herself, while Shen Shusheng gently held her hand. All right, calm down. Engaging with them won't change anything, and it's not worth your energy. Clearly, Xnyu was not ready to let it go. I'm trying to assist you, and you want me to just forget it? Aren't you angry? Anger is futile. There are 13 billion people in the country. If a few aren't dim-witted, it wouldn't be reality. I've faced my share of online backlash. If I were to take it all to heart, I would have been overwhelmed long ago. Even now, there are claims that I manipulated data for domestic victories during anti-terrorism efforts, he explained. Upon hearing Shen Shusheng's perspective, Xnyu began to understand the challenges he regularly faced. Though she pursed her lips in discontent, she still felt compelled to address the issue of his reputation. This cannot simply be overlooked. It concerns your honor. If they win this battle, your reputation will be tarnished. Do not worry. Such trivial matters will not escalate to that level. Even without my intervention, others will step in. Xnyu was puzzled by his confidence. But days later, she would come to comprehend his foresight. As the online chaos persisted, fueled by uninformed rhetoric, many misguided individuals began opposing Shen Shusheng. However, fresh developments soon emerged. Brothers, we have new information. I managed to contact a driver who assisted in delivering supplies to the esteemed one. I will share the chat log shortly. Please help spread the word. Soon, screenshots of the conversations circulated online, igniting a new wave of interest. Have you heard? Their essay follow-up to the widely discussed disaster relief efforts. It has been reported that those high-calorie chocolates were distributed by the individuals involved to the rescue workers and children, while they merely retained a portion for themselves. Moreover, it was mentioned that the temperature variation between night and day in that region is quite significant, necessitating the use of blankets to prevent hypothermia. I also came across screenshots indicating that the individual was among the first to arrive at the disaster area alongside the driver, actively assisting in setting up tents and distributing food. It is truly disheartening to see my idol facing unwarranted criticism despite their tireless efforts. While one side escalated the situation, the other devised new strategies. Two individuals from a Penguin account engaged in self-dialogue, clearly fabricating their claims, as the circumstances were certainly not as they described. If these actions represent a battle of wits with netizens, the ensuing developments took everyone by surprise. The Central Mother posted a tweet declaring that certain individuals had been detained for spreading false rumors, accompanied by their online aliases, and concluded with a statement asserting that the truth would not be distorted, nor would the innocent suffer unjustly. Upon seeing this, netizens realized that these individuals were indeed the initial instigators. Those opposing Shen Shusheng fell silent, afraid to provoke further conflict, having learned from past experiences. A day later, the Central Mother issued another tweet detailing the testimonies of these individuals. It turned out they were fans of a certain celebrity who had visited the disaster zone, and upon witnessing their idol being attacked online, they retaliated by spreading rumors about Shen Shusheng, claiming he sought fame. Furthermore, they discovered direct conversations between the fans and the celebrity in their support group. Although not explicitly stated, it was evident that this celebrity played a role in exacerbating the situation. With the truth now revealed, netizens rejoiced. However, the celebrity subsequently vanished from the public eye. 2 days later, the Central Mother once again took to social media, urging public figures to lead by example and promote rational and lawful fandom. Following these 3 consecutive posts, the celebrity faced complete disgrace, and within an hour of the agency's announcement on Weibo, they declared the termination of their contract with the celebrity. Netizens and fans flocked to comment in support, expressing their gratitude to the Central Mother. Upon witnessing this series of events, Lung Xinyue beamed with delight and embraced Shen Shusheng. Sharing the news she had received, Shen Shusheng, after gently releasing her embrace, cautioned her to be mindful of their surroundings, as others were watching. She responded playfully, stating that he was her husband, and she should be allowed to express her affection. Shen Shusheng affectionately ruffled her hair and shrugged, agreeing that she could indulge in her whims whenever she wished. The onlookers couldn't help but smile at their interaction. Shen Shusheng and Lung Xinyue continued until they reached a point where the road was open for traffic, only then returning to the station after declaring the rescue operation successfully complete. The subsequent events required no live updates, only follow-up coverage. Finally, Shen Shusheng returned to his devoted company, amidst the enthusiastic cheers of his colleagues, while the petty instigators had vanished without a trace. Chapter 87. A revolutionary platform. Upon returning to the company, Shen Shusheng encountered news calling for donations from various sectors. He instructed his finance team to allocate 10 million yuan to the Red Cross. While this amount appeared modest, not even reaching the prize for first place in Counter-Strike, it reflected Shen Shusheng's intention to contribute meaningfully without overstepping. Though he had amassed considerable wealth, he preferred not to position himself as an unwelcome thorn among the influential figures of the domestic scene. Just as Shen Shusheng anticipated, his modest donation garnered praise from higher-ups, who even sent him a certificate of appreciation. Observing the elegantly framed certificate, Shen Shusheng shook his head. Due to the unforeseen circumstances, the competitions under his management were suspended for an extended period. However, with the return of normalcy, those previously halted competitions resumed, perhaps due to the timing. Although Shen Shusheng's 3 competitions generated significant interest, they lacked lasting momentum. The netizens shifted their focus to another major event, the once every 4 years Olympics. In that world, Shen Shusheng merely enjoyed watching the live broadcasts at home while savoring watermelon and refreshing beverages. In this reality, with Lung Xinyue as the host, Shen Shusheng managed to secure a work permit for accompanying personnel, allowing him access to all venues and competitions. Following previous events, and owing to Shen Shusheng's presence, Lung Xinyue had gained a reputation as a second-tier celebrity at Nanjiang television, with no ambition to outshine her peers. In this collaborative atmosphere, Lung Xinyue and Bing Jie enjoyed a close relationship, and during this Olympic event, Bing Jie also brought Lung Xinyue along, benefiting from her association. As the grand fireworks display illuminated the national stadium, Shen Shusheng joined in the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The Olympic flame ignited, igniting Shen Shusheng's own passion. After being preoccupied for so long, he finally shifted his focus back to his company. While he might not secure sponsorship for the Olympics, organizing a sports event of his own was well within his capabilities. Counter-Strike introduced sports-themed stickers, featuring a variety of ball games and track and field events. The infamous Poison Milk Powder game launched a mini-game alongside a complete sports event package. The dance game updated its repertoire with Olympic-themed songs and introduced 2 headbands, one inscribed with victory and the other with go for it. The racing game, being the simplest, released a series of maps titled Dragon Walking Through China and organized a large-scale event where participants could earn event coins, which could be exchanged for various vehicle models for a week. Shen Shusheng's company is operating at full capacity, leaving players overwhelmed. Master, could you possibly hold the events separately? I am simultaneously playing the adventurer, engaging in counterterrorism, and even taking time to race a few laps. By nightfall, I still find myself heading out to party. My daily schedule is tightly packed. Not to worry, my friend. Among these 4 activities, only the racing requires considerable effort. The others merely require monetary investment. If all 4 games demanded the same level of commitment, I fear I would be on the verge of exhaustion. Do not say such things, my friend. I genuinely worry that all 4 activities will demand our full effort simultaneously. That would be utterly unmanageable. Brothers, who among you desires a counterterrorism sticker featuring football or basketball? I am giving them away for free. I spent thousands trying to acquire the hurdles sticker and finally managed to obtain 2 sets. Why did you draw 2 sets? My friend, is one a backup? Indeed, one set is for display, while the other is stored away. Impressive. Truly a master. Brother, add me as a friend and give me a football sticker. Count me in. I would like a basketball sticker. Could someone calculate how many times I would need to race 30 laps to exchange for a full set of the 4 series cars before the event concludes? From what I gather on the official website, it seems these cars are only temporarily available, and their official release remains uncertain. With good skills, you should race in individual competitions. Town and highway races take about 2.5 minutes each, while those with average skills should participate in team races. By the end of the event, I estimate I could exchange for about 2.5 months worth. If my calculations are correct, the 4th series should be available in approximately 2 months, especially since they have been released, indicating that balance adjustments have likely been made. Alright, brother. I will now grind for more coins. Thankfully, I am only playing one game, so I can accumulate more. After much effort, Shen Shusheng has finally returned to square one. Reminiscent of the saying about spending wealth only to regain it. Following the conclusion of the Olympics, Shen Shusheng eagerly awaited another matter. The domestic turmoil has subsided, leaving only good news ahead. Lung Xinyue, observing Shen Shusheng glued to the television, approached him, curious about what he was watching. What is this? A press conference? What are you buying? Shen Shusheng chuckled. I'm buying a phone. I have been waiting for this for quite some time. Lung Xinyue, somewhat puzzled, inquired. I recall you were not particularly interested in phones. What has prompted this sudden interest? Shen Shusheng waved his finger. This is different. My future plans are intricately tied to this device. Furrowing her brow, Lung Xinyue questioned, are you attempting to integrate games into mobile devices? The screens are so small. Is that feasible? Of course, it can be done. However, I need to examine the specific parameters of the phone. Only with adequate specifications can my requirements be met. If the hardware is lacking, I shall have to wait. Shortly after the release of the Guzzi phone, Android devices followed suit, marking the end of the era of resistive screens and ushering in the age of capacitive screens. As soon as the Guzzi and Android phones were available, Shen Shusheng promptly acquired several units. After enduring with his outdated brick phone for so long, he could finally retire it. No one understood why Shen Shusheng had been using his button-operated brick phone despite having access to both the Brick series and the Samsung Galaxy series. However, once he purchased the new phone, everyone recognized it as a groundbreaking device. Gazing at his recently acquired models, the 97 and Samsung, the employee sighed and continued to save. While others envied Shen Shusheng's ability to upgrade his phone, he himself was not particularly pleased. The performance is still too inferior. It pales in comparison to what is available in that other world, he lamented. The optimization of Guzzi's closed-source system was commendable, yet the Android device was simply dismal. In frustration, he cast the Android device aside and began to explore the capabilities of the Guzzi phone. What can I possibly create with this performance? After much contemplation, Shen Shusheng created 2 folders on his computer, Crazy Jet and Fruit Ninja. At this moment, mobile game developers, thriving in the Symbian system, remained unaware of the impending disruption. A prehistoric giant crocodile was about to invade this tranquil pond. Chapter 88. The Arid Mobile Application Market. The overbearing 30. The reason Shen Shusheng had not ventured into mobile games was that he was biding his time. The days of the Symbian system were numbered. It was unwise to invest resources and manpower into a system on the verge of obsolescence. With the introduction of the new systems and Android, Shen Shusheng could foresee the trajectory of the next decade, even 2 decades ahead. He had previously attempted mobile game development in that other world. But the severe homogenization among mobile games and the unpredictable nature of various audits had dissuaded him. Moreover, coinciding with the harsh winter for game licenses, Shen Shusheng abandoned his short-term plans for mobile game development and redirected his focus to PC games. Now, after having engaged in dubious activities for so long, he had finally managed to publish some regulations, albeit as mere additions to entertainment clauses rather than being distinctly outlined. Thus, the blood in the games remained red, and the skeletons still looked like skeletons. However, Shen Shusheng did not allow his games to devolve into gratuitous violence. Every game released under his name bore age ratings. Aside from Peopeok, which was designated for all ages, even Xuanwu was assigned a rating of 16. Shen Shusheng's influence did not extend to games outside his company. While PC games were manageable due to their larger scale and the impracticality of employing unscrupulous tactics, mobile games posed a different challenge. With low development costs and high levels of confidentiality, the potential for misconduct was significant. Being acutely aware of the gaming landscape, Shen Shusheng had noted numerous reports over the past year, particularly in recent months, of mobile developers being apprehended or fleeing. Now, Shen Shusheng decided to penetrate the mobile gaming market, as the timing was ripe and the waters were muddled. If he did not seize this opportunity, he risked being adversely affected. Everything was prepared, Yet Shen Shusheng discovered a predicament. How could it still be the case that the profits were subject to a 30 cut? This time, he resolved not to indulge his foul temper. Due to the closed-source nature and internal agreements of his company, all revenue generated from the applications launched would be subject to a 30 commission fee by Guozi. Shen Shusheng could still be considered a creator of wealth. But Apple's maneuver was akin to the actions of a greedy landlord exploiting a subtenant. In that realm, apart from top-tier corporations that had internal agreements with Guozi to forego or reduce the commission, other app developers could not escape this fate. With the transition to a new platform, many applications required resourcing and remaking. Everyone was at the starting line, while Shen Shusheng was nearly at the finish line. The experience from that world allowed him to seamlessly master programming, akin to having his meridians unblocked. If Shen Shusheng struggled to find experience in game development or software design, he faced a complete lack of knowledge regarding Android and game development from the ground up. After establishing a mobile game division within his company, he placed it directly under his own leadership. Although his team had been prepared for Shen Shusheng's pursuit of new ventures, they felt that the steps towards mobile gaming were quite ambitious. In their view, Symbian still had a fighting chance, and diving into Android and software development seemed overly audacious. However, as someone with experience, Shen Shusheng harbored no such concerns about future developments. His singular thought was to break the excessively lucrative leg of the venture. As a trial run, Shen Shusheng completed the entire game development in less than a week. The game was free, with in-game purchases. The charges were primarily for special effects and backgrounds, which could be acquired for a mere 50 yuan. Additional items and backgrounds required players to reach certain scores or complete specific challenges to unlock. The game mechanics were similar to those in that world, featuring 4 special mechanisms: bombs, frenzy time, double time, and freeze time. Frenzy time. Upon hitting a frenzy fruit, an abundance of fruits would erupt from both sides for a brief period, with no bombs mixed in. Double time. Hitting a double fruit would grant double points for all fruits sliced in the subsequent time frame. Frozen fruits. Hitting a frozen fruit would slow the drop speed of all fruits, except bombs, to half their original rate. Bombs. Hitting a bomb would immediately deduct 1 life and interrupt the combo. If life points reached 0, the game would end instantly. Additionally, as time approached 0, pomegranate fruits would appear. These berry-like fruits could be sliced limitlessly for a short time, facilitating a final sprint. Once the game was released, Shen Shusheng allowed his team to test it for 2 days, confirming its stability before proceeding to submit for review. The review for Android was swift, and Shen Shusheng soon received approval. He didn't even need to list the software in the App Store. A simple promotional post on Weibo would lead to a surge in downloads. However, he was acutely aware that despite submitting for review, he would not pass. On the other side, at Guozi's company, Mark, we received a peculiar submission today. An employee handling software approvals poked his head out from his workstation to speak to his colleague. Mark, who was also peering over, asked, "Ryan, what is going on? Is it another application hiding harmful information?" Ryan shook his head. "No, it's a game company from China requesting us to waive the 30 cut." Mark's eyes widened, followed by a hearty laugh as if he had heard a delightful joke. "Ryan, this Chinese game company must be dreaming to upload software to our system. They must abide by the 30 commission agreement." Mark was confident. As employees of Guozi, they understood their strength in the mobile market. As a groundbreaking product, they had the right to slice into the app market without hesitation. The notion that a Chinese game company could expect Guozi to relinquish a piece of the cake was utterly impossible. Ryan, reject their application and toss their software into the recycling bin. If they want to profit from our system, they must comply. Ryan shrugged, denied the software's approval, and the application named Fruit Ninja was discarded without even being opened. Upon learning that his software was rejected, Shen Shusheng remained unfazed. After all, it was still an underdeveloped market, and eliminating him from the domestic mobile market was not an insurmountable task. News of Fruit Ninja's failed approval quickly spread domestically. Everyone had heard the rumors of its smooth operation, but upon hearing this news, doubts began to creep in. Chapter 89. The Butterfly Effect. What a good boss should do. Have you heard? The application by the great deity has been rejected. Yes, I heard. It was due to the deity's dissatisfaction with the 30 commission upon entering the mobile software channel. They requested Guozi to waive the commission, but were denied. Is 30 really excessive? Why is the deity so resistant? It seems that no future games will be published on the platform. 30 isn't much, right? Who doesn't know about the deity's earning potential? If they were to reach billions, would 30 still seem excessive? It feels like they are just leeching off the deity. Indeed, if the deity's potential leads to billions, I have no doubt. So should I buy an Android phone or not? Android is good, but the applications are too few. We shouldn't indulge the Americans' bad temper. Then I'll just buy an Android phone. It will save me some money. How wonderful. Are there any business people out there? I see the deity has created a mobile game, and I was waiting for them to launch more titles, but now that I've bought the phone, there are no new games. I'm devastated. Brother, If your paperwork is complete, I am willing to acquire your fruits at a discounted price of 20. Come on, brother. 20 off is just enough to buy an Android phone. Let me keep a little cushion. How about 15 off? My phone is brand new, and I can include 2 cherished films for you. It's a deal. Let us discuss this privately. Such conversations abound, as everyone's demand for phones remains rooted in making calls, sending texts, and occasionally chatting or playing Symbian games. Even with the emergence of the 2 dominant systems, people's needs have not significantly changed, and games, which could enhance the appeal of a phone, have effectively nullified the advantages of closed-source optimization. The once rampant growth in the domestic market was abruptly halted by Shen Shusheng's decisive intervention, leaving many dazed. The sluggish sales domestically also triggered a chain reaction, providing a brief respite for the bygone Symbian system, preventing it from being entirely relegated to the annals of history. Major phone manufacturers seized the last vestiges of profit from the Symbian platform and hastily transitioned. Motorola and Nokia thus narrowly escaped this calamity. However, these are discussions for another time, and we shall set them aside for now. Observing the fervor of players' willingness to pay and the market share of the 2 systems, Shen Shusheng grew ever more resolute on his chosen path. With the successful launch of Fruit Ninja, Shen Shusheng gathered a group of underperforming employees from his company for a meeting. His company had evolved from a small workshop of just over 20 individuals to a substantial team of hundreds. With a larger workforce, it was inevitable that not everyone would be exceptional. Alongside the competent, there were also those lacking. Shen Shusheng believed it would be more beneficial to redirect these employees towards mobile gaming rather than allowing them to languish in idleness. On one hand, this would streamline the team, and on the other, it would instill a sense of vigor in these employees, preventing them from merely coasting along. The gathered employees exchanged anxious glances, each acutely aware of their own capabilities. As they realized they were all part of the same underperforming group, their hearts raced with trepidation. What is this meeting about? Does anyone have any information? Finally, someone could no longer contain their curiosity and initiated an inquiry. The floodgates opened, and they began to converse in hushed tones. I have no idea. I was called in at the last moment. I was just at my workstation trying to meet a deadline. I'm also unclear. All I know is that we are on a list compiled by our team leaders. Upon hearing this, a wave of unease swept through the group, as the prospect of being dismissed loomed ominously. Ultimately, they preferred working under Shen Shusheng, who offered good pay and favorable conditions. They recognized that if they were to seek employment at other internet companies, landing even 70 of their current salaries would be a blessing, not to mention the endless overtime at other firms. In this company, as long as tasks were completed, no one would mind spending their time playing games. Moreover, there were annual team-building events and various benefits to look forward to. As the discussions continued, those near the door heard footsteps echoing in the corridor and quickly urged the group to quiet down. Stop chatting, someone is coming. Everyone hastily adjusted their posture and closed their mouths, and the meeting room fell silent. Shen Shusheng entered, accompanied by the team leaders, and observed the employees seated quietly. Curious about their demeanor. Is everyone here? I thought no one would show up given how quiet it is. After confirming that all were present, Shen Shusheng took his seat at the head of the table. Noticing their rigid postures and anxious expressions, he waved his hand and said, "Why does everyone look so tense? I called you here for something positive, so lighten up. It's not a funeral." At his first words, the tension in the room eased slightly, though no one dared to relax completely. Clearing his throat, Shen Shusheng continued, "The purpose of this meeting is to discuss a change in your work roles. Over the past few days, I consulted with your team leaders, and it seems that your current roles have not been particularly successful. As you may know, I have established a mobile gaming department, and the Android application market is still largely untapped, offering you a unique opportunity. I believe that seeking talent externally may not yield any prodigies, so it is fitting to allow you to transition into mobile gaming." He elaborated, specifically, "Your previous compensation will no longer apply, and you will be on a model similar to that of the previous Fire Group. Those who have transitioned from Fire Group understand the situation. I do not believe that just because one is underperforming in one area, they are incapable in all. Rather than dismissing you, I prefer to assist you in finding a more suitable position. Of course, if someone is truly unsuitable for the internet industry, there is little I can do. However, your employment here indicates that you possess some capability. That is all I have to say. I hope you can find your life goals in this new role. The specific plans will be communicated to your team leaders, and for now, your objective is to hand over your current work. Please follow your leader's directives." All right, the meeting is adjourned. With that, Shen Shusheng gathered his documents and exited the meeting room, leaving the employees in a state of bewilderment. In the end, one employee turned to the departing Shi Wanwan and said, "Sister Shi, thank you for speaking up for us." Shi Wanwan paused, then replied, "Don't thank me. Thank the boss. He initiated this. Your best course of action is to work diligently. The boss's direct involvement in mobile gaming is an excellent opportunity to learn techniques and strategies. Whether you can seize this opportunity is entirely up to you. Several team leaders have departed, leaving the remaining employees in a state of jubilant celebration. This news rapidly circulated within the company, with everyone feeling fortunate to have a boss like Shen Shusheng, believing that following him would lead to a life of ease. The details of the recent meeting spread like wildfire, initially reaching employees, relatives, and friends before eventually encompassing friends of friends. Once the news hit the internet, it sparked a wave of discussion. Is this truly the company of a great deity? It is so filled with affection. Comparing our company to such a deity makes ours seem utterly insignificant. This is how to utilize talent effectively, placing the right individuals in the appropriate positions. When will the deity venture into other markets? I am utterly clueless about how to transform. Indeed, great deity, do you need sales personnel? I am involved in insurance. By the way, anyone interested in insurance can contact me privately. We handle both personal and corporate insurance. To my colleague, I believe you need not change careers. What you are doing is quite commendable. The online tempest did not cease, and soon the news reached the ears of the central authorities, leading to Shen Shusheng being mentioned again in an informal broadcast. Observing the public discourse online, Shen Shusheng felt somewhat helpless. What was intended to be a mutually beneficial arrangement had transformed into a tale of divine manipulation in the mouths of others. Whether it is Shen Shusheng's brilliance or the prolonged oppression felt by the masses, he could not discern, nor did he wish to analyze. He simply aimed to excel in his own endeavors. Following the personnel restructuring, Shen Shusheng entrusted the Crazy Jet project to the mobile gaming team. Crazy Jet is inherently a game filled with imaginative concepts, featuring a myriad of whimsical item combinations alongside various jet-propelled aircraft, enhanced by interactive effects that provide a fresh experience with each playthrough. This game serves as a canvas for creativity, encouraging the team to think more dynamically. With Shen Shusheng's influence, the team members began to engage their imaginations more vigorously. Initially, they listened to Shen Shusheng's ideas, but gradually, they started to generate their own insights, eventually reaching a point where they could brainstorm independently without his assistance. This creative momentum also attracted planners from other teams to join in discussions and gather inspiration, leading to complaints from the programmers akin to wives lamenting about their husbands being wooed away by other women. Our planners engage in daily conversations with the mobile gaming team, returning with an influx of peculiar ideas. I recently completed a program, only to have to revise it again. It is quite vexing. Our group is relatively untroubled, as dancing does not require much creativity, merely following the clothing design. However, I have heard that the running team is under immense pressure to meet deadlines. Furthermore, the planner and artist in that team are married, so the planner must deliver daily contributions, which has made him much more compliant after a few days. Such is the consequence of excessive creativity. I hope everyone remains safe. Within Shen Shusheng's mobile gaming team, some employees are concerned about the workload being overwhelming, but Shen Shusheng, having ample time and resources, reassured them. Wealth allows for freedom and indulgence. Do not worry about unfinished tasks. For the sake of the game's quality, sacrificing some time is inconsequential. If you dedicate yourselves diligently, the rewards will be remarkable. Shen Shusheng's commitment extended well into the following year. Meanwhile, the other teams were not idle. 3 other games were steadily progressing, and Toxic Milk Powder was set to undergo a monumental update. This update will introduce the first ultimate apostle, the Flame Devourer, Unto N. The team has been rigorously testing Unto N's strength and the fluidity of gameplay across various classes. As an ultimate dungeon raid, there are certain prerequisites for entry and completion. Toxic Milk Powder, having reached version 85, has celebrated 5 years since its launch. Not only have the skills evolved, but the equipment has also reached a solid foundation. The budget-friendly Otherworld set and the affluent Epic set have become standard fare, under the meticulous guidance of Qing Hong. The Otherworld set has undergone numerous updates and has now blossomed into a comprehensive system. If this trend continues, Shen Shusheng may indeed witness a version of Toxic Milk Powder that diverges significantly from his previous experiences. The gameplay with the Epic set flows smoothly, while the Otherworld set necessitates superior coordination. Moreover, the balance has been commendably maintained, as Shen Shusheng's version of Toxic Milk Powder does not resemble the chaotic landscape filled with ghost swordsmen he once remembered. Various panda classes are now visible, and the secondary profession system has genuinely evolved into a structured system rather than being inundated with decomposers. Shen Shusheng eliminated the tier adjustment box feature and integrated the concepts of puppet masters and design blueprints into a new class, the Maker. In addition to puppets, players can transition to the Maker class or trade with them, allowing for adjustments to their equipment's tier. Although this reduces one revenue stream, the overall benefits outweigh the drawbacks. Amidst this atmosphere, the introduction of a 20-person Ultimate Dungeon raid has generated considerable anticipation. As the official website released various introductions and test version images, the collective reaction was one of awe and astonishment. How magnificent! This is the true embodiment of an apostle. The previous long-legged Lothus and wild boar Dirigi seem utterly feeble by comparison. My friend, wild boar Dirigi is no easy adversary. Though I agree that long-legged Lothus's weakness is indeed valid. However, according to the official storyline, Lothus's egg still exists. One wonders if it can rise again. It should be possible. With Untuin being introduced in the raid, the others should follow suit. Do you think my wild boar skin can withstand Untuin's might? If the fake pig set cannot succeed, who could? The elite players of the epic set are few. And the main forces will likely comprise the fake pig set and the otherworld set. Considering the weaponry, we need at least 10. Perhaps with 12 or 13. We could overcome it, though the thousands of health points are somewhat daunting. From the videos I've seen, the health drains rapidly. And I have not encountered the weapon yet. Judging by the circular effects of 2 characters, it should be epic, likely around level 10. In order to acquire a weapon of the same caliber, it should be achievable. As a healer, I remain unperturbed, with just a casual set of gear. I can navigate through dungeons effortlessly. In due time, we can assist each other. As a solo player, is it still feasible for me to cultivate a healer? Amidst the fervent discussions, Untuin has ignited a blaze for everyone this winter. Chapter 91, The Dust of Ancient Ruins. The 85th version has stagnated for quite some time. The delay is not due to the developers of the poison milk powder being lazy, but because the capabilities of Untuin's raid were quite apparent from the outset. If players cannot acquire fully upgraded or semi-upgraded gear, they simply lack the ability to conquer Untuin. After a prolonged wait of nearly 16 hours, the eager players finally welcomed the completion of server maintenance. They flocked into the game, excited about the update, which introduced 2 modes, the normal mode, represented by the Untuin Minor Dungeon, and the raid mode, also known as Untuin. The normal mode allows for the exchange of materials and enhancement of raid gear. After successfully completing a standard dungeon, players can enter a designated channel to form a 20-person team for the Untuin mode, to provide players with a preparatory experience. Shen Shusheng has thoughtfully postponed the raid's availability until next week, allowing this week's remaining time for players to strategize on how to tackle the standard dungeons. Although the monsters' health and defenses may differ, their attack patterns remain consistent, to help players familiarize themselves with the mechanics. Shen Shusheng also launched a limited-time event where players could enter a practice mode that consumed no resources and yielded no item drops. With these reassurances, the Changqiong Guild was ablaze with activity, as many players eagerly sought to explore the new content. However, upon entering, numerous players emerged bewildered. Previously, minor monsters were loud but inflicted minimal damage. This time, even the minor foes were formidable, with a laser-like roar that could deplete half of one's health, and a swift strike from behind that felt akin to a blow to a vital artery. Many cloth and leather-wearing classes were caught off guard and swiftly dispatched by the creatures. If that were not enough, the poisonous entities, reminiscent of the ghost train's mechanics, proved even more lethal. Once players, having exhausted their skills, managed to clear the first map, they found themselves perplexed by the second chapter's devouring demon. What is this creature? Why can't we deal any damage? And what are those 4 orbs? Why do they breathe fire? The flames left in their wake could drain 1/3 of one's health. Why do they even leech health? As a mechanical engineer, I find myself utterly helpless. Voices of discontent arose, with many expressing that the dungeon was too difficult and suggesting waiting for seasoned players to devise strategies. This dungeon, like others, necessitates a tactical approach. Most casual players opted to return and clear their fatigue, while the elite players continued to delve into the monster's mechanics. 3 hours post-launch, the source of the black mist was unveiled. Shiri Baby, accompanied by their dedicated healer, teamed up with a defense reduction class and an elementalist, battling for 3 hours to finally unravel the mechanics. The video was released, and many clicked in to discern the situation. So one must leave an orb? I dismantled all of them. Why did that not work? Bao Gu's weapon is a 13, and yet I still struggle at 10. Did you not see that Bao Gu had 3 supports? I observed the defense reduction setup. It seems to consist entirely of pieces that lower defenses. While the elementalist employs passive resistance reduction, the healer wields the Silence 9 and the Blood Cross. If they are struggling with such gear, how will everyone fare once the raid opens? No need to panic. The experts assert that as long as our mindset remains strong, solutions will outnumber problems. When did the experts say that? I did not observe it. Just a moment ago, everyone was complaining on Weibo about being unable to progress. And the expert replied to wait a little longer. I recall that summoners can wield whips. They might provide buffs to allies, allowing me to contribute without much effort. But I am strictly a Sword Soul class, devoid of any support capabilities. Does not your Sword Soul possess a passive awakening? A single Phantom Sword dance can drastically lower defenses. Might I, as a magic scholar, provide intelligence boosts to others, as long as I find a magic damage dealer? Using Shiri Baby's video as a catalyst, players began to devise strategies, each showcasing their unique talents. Tremors of the earth were overcome, the pillars of heaven toppled. The energy blockade was breached, and the Black Earth was conquered. With the formidable output from various experts, the previously daunting monster mechanics began to be understood, and confidence in the mode grew. With theories in hand, it was time to test them in practice. As the clock turned to the following Tuesday, amidst the anticipation of countless players, the raid mode finally commenced. The Changxiong Guild was abuzz with calls for team formations, while those affiliated with guilds or possessing friend groups had already embarked on their journey. Upon entering the raid, the players, filled with excitement, were somewhat taken aback. The Unto-In they had previously encountered bore little resemblance to the current one. While the monster mechanics remained consistent, the damage and numbers were on an entirely different scale. Moreover, many new maps emerged. The Battleship Guardian and Energy Hatchery became two fresh nightmares. The final Black Volcano presented insurmountable challenges, with issues such as energy shortages, hatchery explosions, and depletion of resurrection coins arising frequently. After enduring half an hour or an hour and a half, witnessing the words mission failed, players were engulfed in despair. As they gazed at the emails containing newly issued raid entry tickets, they fell into contemplation. One ticket could last from morning until night. For many office workers and students, the limited time available for rest was insufficient for a first-day completion. Consequently, many spent their inaugural day amidst the chaos of failed raids. In all circumstances, exceptions exist. As the number of participants increases, inevitably, someone will be chosen by the survivor's bias. Quality equipment and skill can enhance this probability. After multiple attempts, the player Shiri Baobao finally succeeded in shattering the heart of Unto-In amidst a nearly fully equipped guild. As Unto-In spewed forth molten lava in a dramatic animation, the words mission successful brought a collective sigh of relief. The moment of revelation commenced. As the scoreboard flipped, everyone anxiously searched for their names. Suddenly, a flash of golden light drew everyone's gaze. Shiri Baobao had acquired the ancestral relic Dust Short Sword. A stunned silence enveloped the crowd, followed by raucous laughter echoing from a room in Shandong, causing passers-by below to seek out the source of the commotion. All things abide by the law of conservation. When the source of power falters, balance is lost. Do not assume that the fall of enemies leads to personal gain, for the cosmos may retaliate with cataclysmic consequences. In commemoration of Unto-In's demise, as the attribute chart circulated from Shiri Baobao's penguin group, its dissemination grew exponentially. Chapter 92, 7 Seals, The Frenzied Jet. The emergence of a lucky player, who achieved graduation on the very first day of the raid. Is it mere coincidence or pure serendipity? A thread discussing Shiri Baobao began to circulate, with many speculating that the game developers had artificially inflated the drop rates to facilitate his success. Such significant occurrences would undoubtedly elicit a response from the developers. Soon, an announcement was posted prominently on the official website. The results of the first day's raid were revealed. Are you the fortunate one among the elite? Players entered the thread with frustration, only to emerge shaking their heads and sighing. The data indicated that just yesterday, the number of raid attempts on Unto-In exceeded 500,000. Yet the completion rate remained below 1%. Among over 4,000 successful teams, the probability of obtaining the Ancestral Relic Dust series stood at 5%. Furthermore, the odds of drawing an item usable by one's character were 1 in 6, while the likelihood of acquiring a weapon suited to one's class was 1 in 30. Upon further reflection, the players seemed less envious. After all, Shiri Baobao was merely awarded a second-tier prize. Only 7 individuals truly hit the jackpot, those 7 being the ones deserving of hanging from a lamppost. As resentment dissipated, players began acquiring Ancestral Series weapons. These weapons automatically adjusted to possess the highest attributes and attack power, coupled with the simple yet effective enhancements available through the game's mechanics. The staggering 3 million explosive damage was particularly tempting. Such weaponry seemed overwhelmingly powerful. One could hardly fathom achieving 3 million damage in a single awakening. Wouldn't the introduction of such weapons disrupt the balance of the game? Brothers, first examine the process of obtaining these weapons. It begins with exchanging 120 fragments for a single red bean, and then 20 red beans for one weapon. Consider how long it would take to create such a weapon if one were particularly unlucky. My apologies, I may have momentarily envisioned myself in Baobao's shoes. Shiri Baobao has indeed become a formidable force, effectively completing the version upgrade. However, one cannot claim this as a final achievement, for Baobao is likely to forge a colossal sword in the future. Moreover, observe the left and right slots. Not only are the attributes impressive, but they can also be upgraded. There are still countless possibilities within this version. Alas, all this discourse bears little relevance to me, as I am unable to conquer the raid. Presently, no one can. However, as time passes and strategies are uncovered, it will become more manageable. I await the day when a seasoned player will guide us through. Enough of this. I must return to crafting my faux pig set. The challenges are formidable, and many struggle to succeed, yet the data cannot be falsified. Following the launch of the end-to-end version, Shen Shusheng could distinctly observe an increase in online users and their playtime. The raid mode significantly bolstered user engagement, and the rate of expenditure surged correspondingly. The brilliance of Shen Shusheng rejuvenated a game that had begun to lose momentum, prompting admiration from the developers at eFactory. Upon returning after the new year, Shen Shusheng continued to lead the mobile game team in developing Frenzied Jet. Inspired by pre-New Year brainstorming sessions, Shen Shusheng encouraged his team to begin production. Under his guidance, the team's creativity flourished, resulting in various contraptions resembling jetted machines, including hornets' nests, bubblegum dispensers, ATMs, and even toilets and cows strapped to the protagonist Barry's back, all spouting water. In the end, as long as it sprays, it suffices. Observing their imaginative endeavors, Shen Shusheng felt a sense of déjà vu reminiscent of a puzzle. All items were entirely free, with paid options merely cosmetic and not affecting balance, one of Shen Shusheng's guiding principles. Once a sufficient array of skill combinations, costumes, and spraying machines had been established, Shen Shusheng officially launched the game on the Android platform. His latest venture naturally garnered significant attention, and on the very first day, downloads surpassed 200,000. By the second day, they skyrocketed past 1 million. After all, Shen Shusheng's prowess and avant-garde ideas far surpassed those of any other mobile game developers. If the earlier title, Fruit Ninja, merely served as a test run to alert competitors, then Frenzied Jet represented a veritable nuclear explosion. By fully leveraging Android's capabilities, enriched gameplay, and exquisite graphics, accompanied by exuberant music, it captivated the hearts of the youth. While there may have been time constraints for computer gaming, mobile devices offered a timely respite during breaks, be it during lunch or between classes. Before long, the sounds of Frenzied Jet reverberated throughout the restrooms of various companies. Notably, Shen Shusheng did not even submit the game for review, knowing it would likely be rejected. Submitting it would merely waste time, and his next endeavor was already underway. In truth, the impact Shen Shusheng had already made was monumental. At the outset, the game Shugu or NZH created an illusion among the executives that the market had yet to be truly tapped. However, with the advent of jet fighters, it has become increasingly apparent to the executives that something is amiss. Why has our company's mobile phone failed to achieve significant sales in China? The 2-to-8 ratio does not reflect the market share that our iPhones should rightfully command. Even the outdated Symbian systems seem to overshadow us. Have we inadvertently breached some stipulation in China? To penetrate the domestic market, one cannot overlook the necessity of a China expert. To gain a foothold in this market, it is essential to have market analysts as well. Yet the analyst comments left the executives at a loss for words. Though I am unaware of the specific events that transpired, the root cause appears to stem from a company known as. The executives furrowed their brows and inquired, "What company? We have never heard of them. Are they also in the mobile phone industry?" "No," came the response. "They are game developers who have recently entered the mobile gaming market." The executives were further perplexed. How could a company newly arrived in mobile gaming pose a threat to us? "You should take a look at these two games," the China expert suggested. Sliding his phone across the table, the American partner picked up the device and began to play. The gameplay was straightforward. Each match took considerable time. Yet the addictive nature of wanting to play again was undeniable. After waiting for about 20 minutes, the China expert coughed, prompting the American to finally set down the phone. "Ahem, these two games are quite simple to play. So, are they not available on our platform? If they lack a version, we can assist in porting it over." The China expert shook his head and replied, "According to the information I have, the owner of this company once applied for approval but was denied." Chapter 93. The fruit being pounded into the ground, a heavy bombshell. Upon hearing this, the executives were immediately incensed. "What did you say? Denied? Why would that happen? Wait, our employees cannot be so inept as to dismiss a game of such magnitude like refuse. There must be some underlying issues." The executives' anger subsided quickly, as they realized no one is foolish enough to reject a game that should not be turned away. The China expert nodded. "Indeed, when Shugu or NZH first emerged, the owner insisted that our company take no commission. The reviewers deemed this non-negotiable and thus rejected the application. Upon hearing that they sought to forego commissions, the executives understood that was utterly impossible. Well, I now comprehend the circumstances, but our mobile phones should not be vanquished solely by these two games. Are we to withdraw from the Chinese market if their games succeed?" The China expert pondered before responding. "I cannot provide a definitive answer to that. The owner's identity is quite unique. He represents official interests in certain contexts. Moreover, Guzi and the company are distinct entities. Choosing between them is not mandatory. Given the current situation, if we do not engage with sufficient weight, we risk being ousted from the Chinese market if their games are released in the Gulf or the United States." The China expert did not continue, as the executives grasped the implication. To put it plainly, they were also a company. Failure to sell their products could lead to bankruptcy. If the rival company were to release games in the United States, a decrease in market share could instigate a vicious cycle. A declining market share would lead software developers to deem it unworthy to create applications. Users would perceive fewer available applications and lose interest, further diminishing market share. This cycle could ultimately lead to their mobile phones being expelled from the grand stage, followed by being completely forgotten. Let us leave matters as they are for now. Today's meeting is adjourned. Reflecting on the two games on the China expert's phone, the executives fell into contemplation. However, before they could formulate a counter-strategy, Shen Shusheng's two games had already crossed the ocean to the United States. The executives were now not only troubled by the issues in the Chinese market, but also compelled to consider the domestic market. Translating into English, Shen Shusheng launched the two games into the American market, buoyed by the popularity of KNGT, Ing Jing Ying. The American audience held a certain recognition of the brand. After a brief promotional effort on a 404 webpage, the download numbers began to rise steadily. In the initial days, the American populace remained unaware of any anomalies, but as time passed, they noticed the absence of availability. Subsequently, American consumers, faced with the decision to either buy a phone with no games or purchase an Android phone, overwhelmingly chose the latter. The joy derived from a game is immediate, while a phone is a consumable item that one typically replaces every year or two. If superior games emerge, switching phones would not be an issue. The high market share and the phenomenon of popularity attracted the attention of a certain company, Coca-Cola. Generally, collaborations between titans from disparate fields incur little to no expense. After all, a partnership implies a mutual benefit rather than one party profiting at the expense of the other. Shen Shusheng was taken aback that the illustrious Coca-Cola sought collaboration with him. After a moment of contemplation, he agreed. Shen Shusheng incorporated a Coca-Cola spray backpack into his game. While Coca-Cola adorned its packaging with imagery of B. Lee carrying Coca-Cola, consumers who purchased Coca-Cola received a code for FNQing PNGJ as a promotional gift, igniting a frenzy in the market. Both sides busily collected profits while Guzi trembled in the background. While the market share of American Guzi remained substantial, new purchase volumes rapidly declined, plummeting to a level that would soon rattle the board of directors. Why is our phone sales declining? Our mobile performance clearly surpasses that of Android phones. Why then are we still losing market share to them? Upon discovering that their phones were being overshadowed by two games, the board members were incensed. Given the circumstances, let them enter freely and sign an agreement with them, ensuring that there will be no commission on their products in the future. However, the executives grimaced as they stated that the other party had already refused, insisting that we must offer zero commission on software across the entire Chinese region, otherwise they would not partake in this venture alone. Upon hearing this, 8 out of 10 cups belonging to the board members were knocked over, while the remaining 2 were left empty until filled with water before being overturned. Shen Shusheng would never engage in such a solitary endeavor, thus he resolved to act decisively. After all, he was confident in creating a plethora of mini-games, with plenty of options such as Tuya Tiaoyu and Shen Miao Tao Wang. Moreover, if he did indeed partake in this venture alone, it was likely that he would face backlash in the future, given his unique status, which could lead to significant trouble. As Shen Shusheng continuously launched mobile games, he felt a sense of urgency to dominate the market. Others were still in the process of exploring and learning new languages, and no other company could match the speed at which games were being released. While Shen Shusheng was producing a standalone online game nearly every month, he had no intention of maintaining such intense pressure indefinitely. The exertion of pressure was taxing, and it would be more effective to apply decisive force. To this end, he chose to develop 2 heavyweight games, Tian Tian Ku Pao and Ji Wu de Zhan Jiang Shi. These 2 games not only held immense popularity, but also possessed remarkable longevity, making them ideal for maintaining pressure. The mobile game team was currently working tirelessly, putting in long hours. Once they were given the autonomy to lead their projects, their enthusiasm surged, and some even worked tirelessly, forgetting themselves upon witnessing the financial returns. Shen Shusheng had already enforced breaks for the mobile game team no less than 4 times, yet the allure of profit remained deeply ingrained. Observing their fervor, Shen Shusheng silently resolved to expand their team after the completion of the 2 games to stabilize their foundation, otherwise, they might exhaust themselves. Tian Tian Ku Pao appeared to lack an intricate storyline, being quite straightforward, merely depicting a scenario where the villain abducted a companion, prompting the protagonist to pursue. However, who would have anticipated that such a game could capture the attention of players nationwide? In contrast, Ji Wu de Zhan Jiang Shi captivated many players with its strategic core gameplay. By selecting suitable plants to counter various zombies and environments, players could devise countless strategies. The design of Ji Wu de Zhan Jiang Shi's levels required careful consideration, delaying its release, while Tian Tian Ku Pao was relatively straightforward to produce. Chapter 94. The 3 families weep. Ji Wu de Zhan Jiang Shi becomes the ancestor. The classic characters of Double Gun Xiao Shui, Dao Feng Zhanshi, and Mao Xiao Ming, alongside iconic mounts such as Xiao Mian Yang, Orange Wings, and Icefield Wolf, set the stage. The game commenced after the villain abducted the companion. The little nurse. Monsters, missiles, obstacles, coins, and items formed the core elements of the game, appearing deceptively similar to a jet game, yet players quickly discerned significant differences. Foremost among these was the introduction of a heart system, with a heart regenerating every 6 minutes, creating anticipation among players. The removal of the item combination system shifted the gameplay focus onto mounts and characters, compared to the explosive and chaotic jet game. Tian Tian Ku Pao opted for a more whimsical aesthetic. Shen Shusheng adopted an authorization strategy, collaborating with eCompany. Players who found registering cumbersome could simply log in using their eCompany accounts. The heart system emphasized social interaction, encouraging players to forge friendships. Unlike the initial version, Shen Shusheng implemented a friend connection system from the outset, allowing players to compete through friend invitations or face-to-face challenges. The rewards for friend matches exceeded those of solo modes by 10%, further underscoring the social aspect. Upon its release, Tian Tian Ku Pao received consistent praise from players. Initially, I questioned the rationale behind releasing two similar games, yet I soon recognized that they were fundamentally distinct, though difficult to articulate. Indeed, I had not intended to play it first, but after observing colleagues engaged with it, I downloaded it. This game provided a refreshing contrast to the chaotic jet game, offering a relaxing diversion during breaks. Great, I owe you one. There's a new girl in our company, and she is absolutely stunning. Previously, my teammates thought my interest in this game was childish, yet to my surprise, she plays too. Now we often play Ku Pao together, and I've already won her over. Bro, something's off. Why am I surrounded by bros, while you have a girl? I intended to check the comments, but instead, I've been inundated with dog food. Who did I offend? Cold dog food splattered on my face while I envy others mingling with girls. Bro, how come you can send voice messages? Did you upgrade to a premium membership? Why does the game developer seem to help others find love while I remain single? I'll just sit here with my trash can. Good bro, I found my place. I've also returned home. Others, please don't come. This place is already full. Just squeeze in a bit more, there's still space. Bro, let us squeeze together. As comments proliferated, the game's popularity expanded. Yet it seemed as if those who had been neglected remained silent. The current $30 charge had become a joke in the domestic market. Apart from a few large companies uploading dual-platform services for their clients, the remaining software manufacturers were left waiting, anticipating a softening of the competition. They had also recognized Shen Shusheng's intention to make a move, coinciding with their own feelings of being unfairly deprived of 30% of their earnings. Now, it has taken the lead once again, allowing for a delay. Should it falter, it would bear no consequence for me, as the Android market will readily fill the void. If it does not collapse, I could still save a substantial portion of my investment. Has the Guozi company felt the pressure? Undoubtedly. Shen Shusheng's complete disregard for his actions has sent waves of panic throughout the entire organization. Guozi aims to develop compelling games to counterbalance its disadvantages. Yet upon hearing the term exclusivity, their heads nearly shake off in refusal. Everyone is aware that the current situation is lukewarm and requires a reversal. However, few are willing to extend a helping hand, while many seem eager to kick a man when he is down. If you perish, I would even save on developing a new version. Now, they still wish for me to create an exclusive game, absolutely out of the question. The upper echelons of Guozi are consumed by endless meetings, with only one topic at hand: how to salvage their mobile business. Originally, they positioned themselves as a high-end brand. And while the brand has gained recognition, those purchasing their phones find little beyond basic software. Many features remain entirely unused. A simple call can be fulfilled by any basic model. Why would I spend thousands on a Guozi? In contrast, Android flourishes, with high-end brands like Samsung and Sony offering a plethora of software. After careful consideration, the choice ultimately fell on Android. Sales figures continue to plummet, and shareholders are knocking at the door, as the decline in the mobile market has caused Guozi's stock price to plummet. After 2 consecutive days of hitting the lower limit, it is impossible for anyone to witness their cash evaporate without concern. We cannot allow our market share in mobile phones to continue its descent at this rate. Our research and development costs, marketing expenses, and even our stock value will all be rendered futile. However, companies in China are unwilling to host applications on our platform, leaving us at an impasse. We could allow Chinese software developers to list on our platform for free and eliminate our commission from the Chinese market. This is not feasible. If we forego the commission in China, we would incur significant financial losses, and how would other countries perceive us? They would undoubtedly demand the same concessions. This is implausible, as the shares from other nations are minimal. In software development, we maintain a leading edge over China. We simply need to apply pressure to the remaining companies. Furthermore, if we do not eliminate the commission, we may struggle to sell our phones at all. We must prioritize selling our phones. Commissions are merely supplementary. As the two factions engaged in heated debate, the door to the conference room was abruptly flung open. Trouble loomed. As a new mobile game from a Chinese company had emerged, just as Guozi convened a shareholder meeting to strategize on reclaiming their foothold in the mobile market. What was once perceived as a nuclear threat transformed into two powerful blows of a right hook. A bald man with a shuffling gait and a pea shooter spewing peas came into view. The distorted game history of this world, under Shen Shusheng's relentless push, has resulted in strategy games stagnating in a turn-based format reminiscent of Dream of the Red Chamber. Meanwhile, real-time strategy games like Plants vs. Zombies remain conspicuously absent. When the game was released, Shen Shusheng felt a pang of anxiety. The titans of the industry, Blizzard's Warcraft, StarCraft, and Red Alert, had yet to materialize, yet Plants vs. Zombies had claimed the title of progenitor of real-time strategy games, which felt rather humiliating. Nevertheless, observing that there was still some hope, Shen Shusheng resolved to keep pressing forward. If need be, he would create something later on.